Thanks for the call.
What could I do?
Board check. Your point. Term of indefinite.
Josh, so you come tell me. I have everything I need to
Stop.
I know that everyone around me.
Boy could
Gosh, you want to
escape.
so you need to be weird. I need to kind of challenge stuff. I need to community.
Prior. Choice. Risk. Circumcision. Listen. Breasts. Head of family. Lid.
Just like figure out what
Bread. Breaches. Non-speaking tribes.
how can I do this? Josh, she both
Heavy mace. Grandmother's tale. Endearing term for anyone you like regardless of age.
I always know how to do that.
Man built like an ox. Flourish. Horse. Person. Buckus. Nothing. Something totally worthless. Lit. Beans. Bridge. Chat. Telling tales. C. Chai. Hebrew word for life. Comprised of the two Hebrew letters, Chet and Yod. There is a sect of Jewish mysticism that assigns a numeric value to each letter in the Hebrew alphabet and is devoted to finding hidden meanings in the numeric values of words. The letter Chet has the numeric value of 8, and the letter Yod has the value of 10, for a total of 18. Sure. Religious school. I'm Yaakov, Amy Tom, Dick Horton, Julian Recruiter News, The Millennial Pickle, Gianmaria, Evil Wolf, probably derived from color, Jinjin, Faint, Hollow, Ceremonial and Bread, Hiding Mouth or Shaped Bomb, used on Shabbat and most religious observances with the exception of Pesach, Passover. Chaloshes, nausea, weakness, unconsciousness. Channel, donkey, jackass, numbskull, fool. Channel, deep, dash your blockhead. You don't, you ass. C. Hanukkah, also known as the Festival of Lights, commemorates the rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem. Hanukkah is celebrated for 8 days during which one additional candle is added to the menorah on each night of the holiday. Chapagam, dash beaten, lid, catch a wave, catch a road, Chapina Misa Machina, dash may you suffer an ugly fate, Chapnet, dash take it easy, not so fast, lid, don't grab, Chopsing, pitch hand, chasing, wedding, chasing major, to plan and execute wedding, Chapagam, dash God forbid. Shepherd, friend, shade, envy, chasen, canter, Chesedek, wife of chasen, canter, chaser, a pig, one who eats like a pig, chaz, swirl, pig's feet, anything bad, unpalatable, rotten. In other words, junk food. This word can also be used to describe a lot of household or other kinds of junk. Chazzers, pig pen, slovenly kept room or house. C. Jacob, taboo, nothing, infinitesimal, worthless, unimportant, lit, human dung, children man, buddy, humiliating, dash thing, punch, slam, wallop, choke, a wise man, sling, a wise guy. Choke name, wisdom, right saying, witticism, cholera, curse, plague, Chosha, mensch, man of warmth and dignity, elite person, respected person, Chosen, rabbit fan, Chosen, Chosen, Calais, bride and groom, engaged couple, choice of nature, make fun of, ridicule. Horseradish, Suwan, Shabbat nails, half pity, chalk, activity group, Shabbat, canopy under which a bride and groom stand during marriage ceremony, Utsvay, raisins, basin, Utsvay, impudent fellow, Chvay, ocean wave, Columbus is Medina, it's not what it's cracked up to be, Columbus is country. D. Dog in God, dash thank God, dark thinking in college, dash for this I went to college, usually said when describing a menial task, dabbing, pray, abstract and God-loved. Man thinks, plans, and God laughs. Dear Boy Iram is a whale. The world is stupid. Dear Tay Toys, just like his father. Dear Universe I-10, University. Dear Son, Old Man. Dear Garrett's, Respect. Dear Lab, to live to see, I should don't live to see him get married. Already. Dear Boy's Truth Expression. Dear shit's supposed to do it. Dash you should show it. Chemie, chemistry, D. Basking, old woman. Basking, old woman. Basking, old men. Die Golden Medina, the Golden Country. Die interest sharing, the bottom line. Dinosaurs have Yeshiva students would arrange to be fed by various householders on a daily basis in different houses. Let eating. Demand, market, hire, engage, lease, rent. Disadvantage net, it's starting to snow. Disadvantage of hurricane, it's starting to rain. Das check out mir, this pleases me. Das hat sagt mir das all. My heart told me, I predicted it. Das is Alice, that's all. Das is obey, the same. Train where it came called. Dash don't bother me. Let, don't twist my head. Trace it. Dash keep moving. Trey I cop, scatter brain. Dreaming, spinning top used in that game that is associated with the holiday of Hanukkah. D. Drag, human dung, feces, manure or excrement, inferior merchandise for work, insincere type or excessive flattery. Drag off dim tongue, mean-spirited, value was lived off crap on a plate. Drug medieval, absolutely nothing, it's not worth anything. Judges, the sticks, way out of the wild. Do things showing on. Dash, are you starting up again? Du kannst nicht meinen Look patient mir second process organist. You can't pee on my back and tell me that it's rain. Dumb cock, dumb bell, dimes, lead, dumb head, dirt fall, a flop, failure. Debug, soul condemned to wander for a time in this world because of its sins. To escape the perpetual torments inflicted upon it by evil spirits, the Debug seeks refuge in the body of some pious man who will not over whom the demons have no power. The Debug is a Kabbalistic conception. Edge, a groan, a disparaging exclamation. Edge, man, X, humorous, disparaging remark about anything. For example, American Pie, Edge, Mirror movie. Edge, maybe, could be, a, dash Yiddish exclamation equivalent to the English egg. Yiddish birth, stomach, image conjure, dead, dumb. Yeah, pouring, the evil eye, eyes, fool, dumb, egg crowd, end of the world, heaves, the truth, emitzer, someone, it's spelled prayer, well excuse me, could also be used in a non-sarcastic manner depending on the tone of voice and situation. Enttäuscht, disappointed, as, something. Bullet Mershkieten, he talks nonsense. Traits a share of bad forts in Russell, he wanders around like a flunt in a barrel, aimless. Arrest by no ground, he eats as if he just recovered from a sickness. Press by fly, he eats like a horse. But how can they He has nothing at all, yet he has a boil, flying or hurt. Or hot sword, he hasn't got for it. Whereas the nitric tiger girl, dash she's like a down for nothing. Or is showing to nothing. Dash innocence is here already. To tell fun down, he ruins it. He pretends he doesn't know he's doing something wrong. Example, sneaking into a movie theater or sneaking to the front of a line. He's no good, worthless. Or the snack, lit. He's throwing himself. Example, he's getting angry, agitated, pissed off. Urges its toy off Schwartz. He's restless. Lit. He sits on pins and needles. There's all bags and bites on belly, knitted cotton dry. Dash he should go like an onion, with his head in the ground. He's so Israel. S. Burn the orphan heart. I had a heartburn. S. Statement. Dash it doesn't work. It isn't running smoothly. S. Check out Leah. I like it. Red. It pleases me. S. Hot said choice drives my boy down. Dash nothing came of it. Red. There's nothing out there but a small attic. E. S is a chalet for any kind of. Dash it's a shame for the children. S is too. It is too late. S can towards aim. It is conceivable. It is imaginable. S mocked pyramid points. It doesn't matter to me. S is empty Cheshire. It's none of your business. S passionate. It is not becoming. It is not fitting. S type Mary Crusade no A. Dash it gives me great pleasure. Often said sarcastically. S type near bone. I'm sorry. Red. It sorrows me. S type nearby. It hurts me. S for near Finster in the origin. This is a response to receiving extremely upsetting information or news. Red. It's getting dark in my eyes. S for Gordon Health. Dash nothing will help. S for Health and Vibe Torben Box. Dash it won't help any. Red. It will help like blood coming on a dead body. S by kind for equal she eyes like kind. Dash eat like a bird. Shit like a horse. S. Bench. Say bench. Eat. Pray. Don't act like a jerk. S. Just under hate. Keeping good health. S. Tweet. S. And milk. Eating the day we're having dinner. F. Finish fine. Disappear. Pajama. Learn. Also used as a derogatory reference to a gay person. Fantasia. Month. Builds castles in the air. Foreigner. Embittered. Bitter person. Frontline set. Lost. Bewildered. Confused. Voyager. Bending your ear. Project. Ardent. Distressed. Worried. Full of care. Anxiety. Finding in this vein, and a blessing or a merit by doing a good deed. Vardrize it, dash go drive yourself crazy. Vardrize, resentment, disappointment, sorrow. Farfallen, lost. Farfoiled, mildew, rotten, decay.
Well, I really like the Whataburger, but after I eat the burger, they just give me the burger. They don't talk to me.
Fantastic.
It's really like,
Too emotional to talk. Ready to cry. See the left. Far beyond this, not being able to walk right. Nauseous impulsive feet. Far right. Engaged. Far cat. Taboo. Dungy. Shitty. Far off dice oil. Dash shut up. Quiet. Red. Shut your mouth. Vomitert. Tired. Famished. Failed. Far much. Worn out. Fatigued. Exhausted. Performance. To get all dressed up to the nines. F. Far shimmed. Moldy. An analogous meaning could be that a person's mind has become senile. Far shaped Tekran. Fruitless. In this matter, red. A sickness that hangs on. Vorschlageimer refers to a mixed type of shaken item. Generally indicates something of little.
People in glass houses shouldn't get mad when I jerk off to them sleeping. Try concrete, I don't know. There is a special place in hell for all the mentally handicapped sinners of the world. And that's good. That's inclusive. It's hell. I think Jimmy Fallon should be scrapped for words and melted down into a cube. I have a joke for that. I just fucking hate that guy. I recently had to hire a Mexican day laborer
Mercy is not working.
to help me
Cutting
finish
the
this
road,
5,000 piece jigsaw puzzle I got stuck on. He's really good at words.
Silver, road is being started. Well, it's here, so we're going to see it, but I think that cutting the money is going to be straw
You've been on the show a couple
requires
times.
gas.
Yep, that's the only other time you've been on.
Going
You
to
are
cut and trying
absolutely
to someone
fucking
else
hysterical.
indicates that the road is in general, right?
An
The
amazing
road is
performance.
doesn't make us lotion, another lotion of cotton, whether the road is is, whether the road is, both are money, some of the money is not to say that. The public trailer can go, which is one of the mediums does not see
Really?
how many it's not Filipino people this is Filipino, so this is Filipino, yes, so the show in Logan Bow is usando el message to send that is how much the message is we begin from this mother's life
Last time I was on the show,
let's see again we need to say the mother's life
you and Elizabeth Ness made a promise
so you're not allowed to do the baby in order to go ahead and see him.
You look great now.
Why should you open this up at that point you can say that the mother is
since I was last on, I consulted a stylist, and
she
she said the skin can't do the hair exercise or any of that stuff. But it's just, I don't know.
You're hysterical.
Because the most again, this is not the
How
kind
far
of
of a
thing
drive is it from Orlando to West Palm
like
Beach?
the end of this is 17 hours. So because again, it's not so heavy to chemical the baby.
No, I'm saying from West Palm Beach, Florida. How
This
far
is
is
not
Orlando to West Palm
it's
Beach?
amazing. It's amazing. Let's say the things that road is really so you can have a shimmy, or always keep to losing.
How many shows there September 8th,
What do you want to
9th,
have to
and
shimmy?
10th to be improv theater in West
Then
Palm
this
Beach?
is
You'll know about those shows.
So again, part of the key is enough is on one surface one you have to give a straw, so the one is issues, and then there's like a bubble is the response on the publication. So you then do it anyway. Interestingly enough, this doesn't report any response. It seems to indicate that a load is not being a straw. It is not being
Absolutely incredible.
it's worth it. One of the things that also did. That's a different opinion. If you listen to the door, there's no reason to say. Silence in the original owner, other things are as well. That was something as well. But the problem doesn't require to see one. Just something as well. As the information doesn't require to see. So you'll make one as well, and we'll have to show the videos. Because that's one in general. To see if someone knows the difference.
Love it. What else should we know about you that we didn't find out last time you were on the show?
Everyone knows you're not allowed to murder. You know how to spell this word.
The first time I went to a
Question.
strip club,
Road issue, someone might so again, move it. And actually, on the road issue, so then this is solo on the show, they come up with about the domination. So if you're really doing it. Why you anyone to me? He's a member of the tribe, member of the company. He's always there to try to kill someone. So that's the thing that depends on come on, you're there on the street, name hot. Like, yes, and basically, kind. So interestingly enough, if a lot of the nice stuff is really having food anyway, it's really true. So a nice thing that shows that a lady doesn't so let's say, so we're in this interesting
she said very good things about you.
so it does a person
When they play that song at the strip club, then you get heartburn when they say cherry
rock
pie.
in that situation, or which you might say, no, that's a different case. The sea card, they private show everything out. So the Matsi is that case is different. That case is in a situation where, let's say, we're on one side of her, and the other side we're in the sea, we're trying to push her. So there's absolutely no way for us to prevent
And
things.
legends, you have to figure out a way to get you the fuck out of Orlando and
The
in
boy is sweet. So have the opportunity, if you get the fortune to success in the field, sure, maybe you want to do it. Since it's going to have to do the today's game, not like this. Today's last and so people can keep in the same thing. Everyone is going to be the same thing. Everybody's going to learn how it is. And if you know, under the contemporary process of the or if you look at the same thing, you know, or look at also I follow the thing, but also join and if somebody's tunnel is big, someone else has fast. And usually, you understand exactly what you're doing. You understand what the household is, you know, that he's going through things. And if you're still telling me that he's ready to say that, for him, he's going to have a no, the bottom line, objection, genesis of the especially together, especially with like the content is running after we get so Restream said that I'm not only you can kill the content. In fact, you should kill the content what is actually okay, and when someone's got to kill someone else without killing people without killing them from the woman, you might have killed the second woman in the world that is going to locate the justice. How do we pass in? So very interesting. So I'm a pastor in Hilcos. Sea, era caloca sahi. Lama mai se fala para rode a cabelo hanga. Aquilo mais a rode fatan para só me tira antes da leda para rode e fazer a gente. Lama se faz. Logo mais se someone pursues something, a local is you have to step in and you have to save the pursuit of it. You have to kill the attempted killer. The interesting enough that I'm a makes no mention of myself, which can lead because of mission to say الصبر روتي صار أسرع روتي رضو روتي بس كنت الموسيقى الدراما هو الروتي في الوقت whether the road is struggle حصل لو أسرع I will say I do about 70 to 80. The English is in the left side. So these are people who are about to commit this crime, from the same place of this crime, you're allowed to go and prevent the commission of the crime by killing the perpetrator. So you've been on before, right? Yeah. What are they? Number one, parody contract. Okay, so here's number one. Students pursuing human. Students pursuing human. We're not just looking preventing the next. Let's say you're going after Shane, coming after Saturday on Shane. So ultimately, you're allowed to kill Ruben to prevent that from occurring. Yeah, can I run Russell? Let's say Ruben is running to find or maybe in control. Now, Russell, so I'm going to promote Phoenix, you're allowed to kill Ruben to prevent it from being after. Interestingly enough, I don't think after the hero. Let's say Ruben's running after him because he wants to bring back this the opposite. So again, this is wrong. It's because you're not another human being being impacted. Okay, so that's what you like doing it.
I mean, I did one today and I had to take a long break.
Honestly,
I'm tired.
We don't get involved. That's what you're moving.
Everyone's disappointed. I'm sorry.
Or the fellas, the Shabbos, the Obi, the Obi about this concrete materials. So again, you see that moving is about your fellow Shabbos. So again, that's also for you. But there's not another impact. So we're not going to kill moving to prevent him from being Shabbos, but for that matter, to prevent him from worshiping the Lord. You know, look at Africa, the Lord, and you come out to the next show. By the way, we talk about this concept, but we do know. How do I know that Ruben is running after Shimon, kill Shimon, and I'm allowed to kill Ruben before he does anything to Shimon?
Actually, I'm a musical talent. I do
Where do I know this? Amromar, Los Samon Adamir. Plus, it says, literally, do not stand on your friend's in other words, because we think we I see that cast of someone is trying to Christian. Don't sit idly by while she is doing what but rather, again, go ahead and take action and prevent moving from killing Shimon. That's not what happens. But Allah, if you got some, that has to do with something else. I need one to sign up. And you got lots of something else. What do I need for? Nevertheless, I do shoot on that now. I don't know if it's in the friend, it's in the gym. It's drowning in the water. Oh, how you going, Russell? Or I was trying anyway. Oh, this thing by the level, he's using hacks and others. Sure, how you not see those? I don't have the right to stand idly by. I have to jump in and try to help. Now, happens to me, this is a fascinating discussion about what level of danger I am willing to put myself in order to save someone else. Let's say I see you been drowning, but I'm not a strong swimmer. Or I see you being attacked by a lion, and again, I don't have any weapon, right? So, this is as much to talk about this. The idea that the much trying to espouse over here is if you see someone in mortal danger, you can't just simply say nothing happens. You have to jump in. And with Lomar, well, Sama Damayato. You know, so again, so you just use that hospital Sama Damayato to teach us that if I see right, shame being pursued by Ruben, then I'm allowed to run reading for that information. Unless it's not the prosecution of it, I see my friend in mortal danger, I can't stand behind him die. I have to go ahead and jump in and try to help. Right? So which one is the prosecution? Which the one's you're right, the prospect of most son of how they actually really mean is if I see my friend in mortal danger, I can't stand behind him. I have to go ahead and have to step in and I have to try to save him. Now we have to try to get this. He's had my animal, my robbers have to try to save him. The hello, you tell us a little bit of so where do I know that if Ruben is pursuing children, I'm allowed to put Ruben in order to let some sheep? Where do I know that? As to become Pomyara Muras. You learn after the Homer from Nara Muras. It's not Nara Muras, it's not a Pokemon. So again, Nara is attacking Nara Muras, so associated here, and it's not a threat to life. What he's doing over here is he's trying to fight it. Now, it happens to be there's one point out that in Russian race, he hears that the man tries to fight it and see this. See this conscious. The worst thing is abstract. When the master provided the words, love happens, the intention is not to concentrate and kill. His intention is to take advantage of it. So the mercy of this is yet in all of it, even though again, his intention costs from hope is to fight it and execute. He had the Torah says, you're allowed to kill the guy to prevent him from violating the Nara Mulas. The Gemara says, I'm going to turn it over to you in a trust. So again, if a man is trying to violate the Nara Mulas, we're allowed to kill him to prevent him from violating. So all the more so, the Gemara says, also, all these times, the Herzl, I like this kind of hammer. You know, the more so when I see Ruben running after Shimon to kill him, right? The Nara Mulas, so Ruben is running after the Nara Mulas to violate. And the Torah says, putting it back, it's allowed to kill Ruben to prevent him from violating the Nara Mulas. Okay? The more so I see Ruben running after Shimon to kill Shimon. Of course, I'm allowed to run through Ruben to doing so. Which was not going to you can't put someone to death on the basis of that's like counting off the works. So today, to the mercy of the day, today I did shut it. So the yeshiva will give you some thought. It's a hackish. I will say hackish happens to be a juxtaposition with that's what I suggest as a whole. And the Gemara says, Tana Hekeshu, Tiyashe, Kukashe, Yaakov Ishmael, Elas, remember, this is the process of Mahala and Rust. And this is talking about, again, Halacha L'Maisa, Halacha L'Maisa, the Na'ara is, so the Halacha is we go ahead and we go ahead. So the question is, the Na'ara was Sasakara, in and out of the Mount, having to the Na'ara getting good. Like I said, she's the victim. She's the victim. Therefore, Kikasher, Yaakov Ishmael, or itself, will never speak of the Nara Mulasa is the case where someone attempts to kill someone else. So what does that mean? What does that mean? So the Gemara says, so what exactly are we learning out from Nara Mulasa? Which must is right. You have to hurry get bother on this and someone. So it sounded like we're trying to learn something from Nara Mulasa, we're trying to learn something from Nara Mulasa. It turns out that no, we're actually learning out something from Nara Mulasa and applying it to ourselves. What are we? Listen to this. You must love it. It is not good to accept Nara Mulasa. The concept comes from the text juxtaposition or comparison between Nara Mulasa and yourself. How so? Not Nara Mulasa, you cannot see the natural. just like an animal also, you're allowed to go ahead and kill. You can violate. You can get to kill. So then you can violate the animal. So to Apotea, need to want to live in that show. Ultimately, so to let's say after you have to kill him, you're allowed to kill your family member. So what's this interesting enough, it turns out, the Torah says explicitly, in fact, you're going to see that the local lifestyle, the man is trying to violate an animal. So it's betraying. And then the Torah juxtaposes animal loss, and the Torah teaches us that just as you can kill, and you're technically violated by the animal loss, so because someone is trying to kill another individual. Incredible. Must be now lost me no. I know by now I'm lost myself. The decided very small. It has very small. The aim of Moshiach no. The husband is himself the man talks about that she violated in the field and she cried out and there's no way for her to save her. So the Gemara says, Yesh Moshiach law, because Moshiach Allah Moshiach. What do you see here? If this is someone that's helper, he has the obligation to help him with every means of which includes even killing the man who's trying to help him. So therefore, United was the now someone that was she kind of knows so it says in the Gemara, how do you know? How do I know if I see my friend drowning in the river? Or has to show them going to want to anyway, or robbers are coming up to take him, right, to attack him. I don't know, shoot, I am not obligated to step in, obligated to step in and try to help. I'm the Roman will sound like a gun. Once it says you stand on your friend's spot, so just touch them. What is comes? You see my comments from you see someone in trouble, you have an obligation to help. You see someone in distress. Just go ahead. By the way, you know this doesn't say merge, so take out your time. You first take out your time. In addition to that, what you see, someone's in trouble, so it's not enough to so it's not enough to be sad. It's not even enough just to happen. It's something that I can do physically, and somehow address the pain, physically suffering of my life. That is my sacred biblical obligation. Incredible, that's the advice that we have to learn. And what's that? How can that be? No, that's a different source. It also not whatever little box, what is the person saying? They don't speak on me. Those are headlines. No, I don't know that. Just in case. There's a concept of Shabbos Halidin. I really use this. I find this an obligation to it. I don't know this continuous behavior of using himself. It was even more round, the wild animal, the robbers. How do I know that I'm obligated to step and try to so the message come along, Vashi Boso. So the way word Vashi is Vashi Boso means you have to again return low. You have to return him to him. And if his self is in danger of being lost, you have to do what you can in order to return him to him. So the Gemara says, I'm not actually going to say, give me a lesson. What's that? How about me? I need to worship. I'm going to lift up the Migdash of Uri in it. So I was thinking, if you just from Pasha so low, I would. Okay. The higher people. Much more because it says, no sound of the way. She wrote also on the social media obligation. If I see someone in distress, I have to do what I can in order to return myself to them. Again, no sound of the effort to me. Even if I can't do it, I have to do it. I have to round up the I have to do it in order to make this person. I have to do it. So again, whether I see Ruben running after Shimon Social, or I see Ruben running after Shimon Science, or I see Ruben running after Melissa Environment, the effort I give is or I see Ruben going to go ahead and let's say violate someone for whom there is a few resuscitation penalty, or Rafa having pieces, or I see Ruben running after someone to violate them, he's a few pieces. What's that look like? Maxim knows something else.
And everybody had to
In
give
all
to
these
the
cases,
G
I can
before
kill
the back
rain
of the
to
check
prevent him
goes,
from
are those
violating.
my top
So the
two
Gemara says, interesting enough, I'm one of the 20 Rusha the Chalitza Chalitza, in Matzino Sabinasho, if a Kohen is going to have a Rusha with Rusha or Chalitza, right? This I say the video. If a Kohen Gadol is going to go ahead and have a relationship with an or a regular Kohen is going to have a relationship with a Rusha the Chalitza. So remember again, these are prohibited, and it's quite clear by Allah. It's a prohibition. Hey, Matzino Sabinasho. I can't kill the Kohen in order to prevent him from going ahead and having a relationship with his
the majority of
even though
Jamie's
it is
toppings,
forbidden.
put them on
So
top
let's
of
never
his steak,
go
right
on
there
in
on the
Matzino
plate.
Sabinasho.
And
So this is actually interesting for a lot.
then we found out
Let's
without
say
even getting anything.
Ruben already
Someone
committed
goes,
to
wait,
it.
is that my
Let's say already
pie?
did it. Now
To which
he wants to
Hansa
repeat it.
replies,
The halacha is you can't kill him. You can't kill him for that. And we discuss exactly why that is.
the book is still his
In
pie.
Matzino Sabinasho. Yesh la Moshiach, in Matzino Sabinasho. So it's interesting. If a local let's say by now on the Rasa, she's about to be violent.
These
And
trips
there's a
we
way
go
to
because
save
you're
her
constantly doing
without
fucked up
killing
shit.
the way. And of course, we have to
It's
take
not
it back
what
to
we
the home.
It's like
In other words,
running late and
killing the
everything
perpetrator
always. He's
is
the
being
only
the
doesn't
last
ever
resort to
doesn't
prevent
make
the
much
condition
sense
of
if it works
And
out.
if there is another way, there's another method to stop the movement from finding the sound on the Russia and just coming to the street, or if it's from another Russia, and our local makes our obligation to avail ourselves of that. And Yudah says, Afka Omeres, Nichulo, Shalo Yahagan. It's really justified for our Rasa. Now, my Rasa says, I'm afraid that if he doesn't find it, he's going to kill him. What happened in the case like that? A local makes this a way. Yudah says, and Rasa says, leave him alone. Let him do what he's going to do because I don't want to run the risk of him killed. And all people, Yudah says, you listen to him. You listen to him. You can mercy. You don't even believe him. On the problem, now I don't know any so what's interesting enough that the American having it is having all of these confirmation clauses. So the manufacturers this plus again very interesting. So the plus again was putting it in by not on the Gemara is applying it to a number of different scenarios. Plus it says, don't do anything to the Nasa, because the Nara has no culpability. So the Gemara says, interesting enough, the Nara is written as a cluster. We figured it out ahead. So if you has Nara, what is that? The Nara is that Zafa. That refers to the case where we're running up the Shin Saddam. You got a lot on it. So you could kill the game in order to prevent him from doing that. Nara refers to Nara. You see, we're about to violate Nara Mura. So we're about to kill him to prevent him from violating. Hey, what is it referred to? It looks like pieces. See, we're about to have relations with other people. So if a person who in there is Christ, you can kill him to prevent him from doing it. Right, Bodas, right, Elu having these spaces. This refers again to a relationship that actually these spaces. Who are going to prevent him from doing that? Kohanim are going to say, why don't you call these spaces? This refers to speaking. Because of Rahman and Yishun Rock. Or I would have said, why should I go ahead before he sodomizes his because that's abnormal. That's not good. Because that's abnormal. Therefore, again, I can kill the game for production.
It is incredible all the way from Los Angeles. Guys, how loud can this place get?
Now, the incomparable now the violation of the act itself, the act of doing itself, is a form of hate and word. So the act again, we didn't think to kill the act of the hate and so therefore, again, the person is teaching me now, you know, you need to violate now the Musa, you can be killed in order to stop because of us going out and things which are plugging in. Furthermore, again, what is this saying now? I would have said the reason you're allowed to go ahead and kill the man before you violate now the Musa is because if you violate her, how come harms the relationship? She gives a reference to physical, but it's also a reference to potential status damage. Match the Sumo, but the other reference that has other potential marriage ramifications. Rashi says that they're talking about the Sumo and the Ghana. Rashi says that they can also potentially damage marriage.
One more time for the kill Tony Man. Rookie of the year, Peter Witzke.
in the case of Sodom. Again, quote unquote, there's no Kedima, there's no damage. Which understand there's no like there's no status damage and there's no necessarily relationship damage to anyone else perhaps. So we really want to start with outside relationship. Different prices say no, you even could throw away the people attempting to start a relationship. Because of that one of the control just said now law and suffer. So at the sofa we have again the grouping that can be divided down on the Russell, kill him to prevent him from doing so. He's trying to sodomize Shimon to prevent him from doing so. So the Torah would have just said these two. Because of that one of the was on days, we show that high lack or the high kahogin. So now because that's now because again it is status. That's how you can proactively kill living before you kill animals. Rayos, Lord Ayim, will not be speaking about Gimala. Eva other Rayos, brought to here a historical moment. And the ramifications, the Gima, it doesn't blemish, quote unquote, status wise or relationship wise as much. Perhaps it will not be able to kill living to prevent it from doing this. Which the Rahmana hate. The verse says, no, it brings it out to a relationship. It is here. There is an alliance. We're allowed to kill them to prevent them from doing so. Because of Rahmana hate, Hava, Minafilu, Kaide, Lavin. If someone would have just said hate, I would have said then, maybe if I see reading about the engagement in forbidden relationship, only forbidden by love, perhaps we should be able to kill living for that as well. But the Rahmana and Mother. God says, no, the only thing you can actually do is if it's about to be a relationship, which is punishable. Because of that, what the mother, I don't know how to use the these things, how to keep the flow. Everyone just said mothers. I would say, oh, what does mothers mean? Mothers means how to be so David. Only relationship with somebody said David. Like how to be in that. So Rahmana hate, therefore the Torah says hate, which comes from the how to be as well. So the Richter Rahmana hate mothers, the Lord body now is in the so that's the case, just like the Pasuk says, the Pasuk says hate and mothers. And if it is hate and mothers, what is that? That means any relationship or any act which is punishable either by necessitating indefinitely by the or cause, you're allowed to kill the perpetrator as he attempts to perpetrate the crime. Now, if you say that, they'll automatically include Nala Murasa and Zohar. And it would include both of us. So just leave out Nar, right? Leave out Nara, leave out just say hate and mothers. And we know that if Ruben is trying to do something, attempting to do something, and or if you have courage, you're allowed to actively kill living depending on perpetrating the crime against the living. Well, why not? It's nothing. You're right. You can do that. That never makes sense. So why does it say? If we would have admitted now, we would have just said hate and love us. But there are some like this. Ruben is attempting to do anything that carries to the death to do this by faithful or by colors, you be killed to prevent it from doing it. Based on that, Torah says that if Ruben got to Mikhail Shabbos, I could kill him to render him Mikhail Shabbos. Or if Ruben is not to worship Avodah Zarah, I could kill him to prevent the work from worshiping Avodah Zarah. So what the Torah says, now and now, tells you what? The only time you're allowed to go ahead and kill someone, prevent them from committing an Avera, is when that Avera impacts another human being. Right? But if the Avera doesn't impact other human beings, for example, Ruben got to make Halal Shabbos, very bad, but it doesn't impact other human beings. Or he's about to commit an act of bestiality, doesn't impact other human beings. Or he's about to worship Avodah Zarah, doesn't impact other human beings. In those cases, what I saw, you cannot kill living to prevent them from committing the act.
New York, December 9th and 10th.
Again, we'll talk about this more tomorrow. You can go ahead. Sorry, it's just like what was going on. And we're going to show it as if I see that really is about to worship my country, I could kill him prevented from worshiping idolatry. Wow. So according to Shabbat Yochai, then why do I need now and now? So it says, Kalim Uti Himo, the Kalim Uti Shah. We have to talk about why this is. When Shabbat Yochai is smart, when Shabbat Yochai holds in my voice. So by using Avodah Zarah to me, then if you see, if I see moving about to worship Avodah Zarah, I can go and kill it to prevent him from worshiping. And continue to about Avodah Zarah. Quando ele chama a Inar, Nala, como fosse o cristiano, assim, o daqui ele vai cristiano, or if I see that to call Shabbos, I can't kill him from doing that. Okay, which the Gemara says, "Come look at he was on the Shabbos. Seven nights and I would have thought, Kisi Shabbos, Nikhil, now, but it's no problem. I would have like this. Both desecration of Shabbos and Avodah Zarah, both is washing of two. Famous. So I'm going to show my reply. The singer that kill moving to prevent it from working Avodah Zarah, and you also kill moving to prevent it from being the Shabbos. Kamash Molon, Kamash Molon. Avodah Zarah, just the Shabbos. In Rabbi Alonzo Rabbi Shimon, how else the Shabbos? We can't see the Shabbos. Oh, so there's another sheet. There's more. So what's the switch? You begin to see that these schools of thought. The primary school of thought says like this: the only thing that I can tell you is when he is about to commit something that is punishable either by death by basin or choice, and it impacts another person. But if there is no other human victim, you can't prevent movement from committing that error by killing. That's the first school. Second school, Father Rishon by I agree with that, with the exception of Avodah Zarah. And so moving to prevent abortion of Avodah Zarah. And then there's Rabbi Elazar Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon says, not only can you kill really to prevent abortion of Avodah Zarah, you also kill really to prevent it from being the Chalal Shabbos. The Chalal Shabbos. So if you heal the Chalal Shabbos, you're not doing enough. That's the Shabbos, the Hilo Kiyum, that's the Covenant. So the Elazar Rabbi Shimon makes the Shabbat of Hilo Kiyum. It says Hilo by Avodah Zarah. It says Hilo by Shabbos. Just like you can away to prevent it from worshiping Avodah Zarah, so you can away to prevent it from being the Chalal Shabbos. So like, what's the point of this approach? According to the Elazar Rabbi Shimon, why you need now.
Mrs. Marion. How you doing, girl?
Look at me.
Oh, you got your hair done. Look at you with the new do. How's it feel?
Good. How we did it?
So far, so good. Thankfully.
Since the Torah wrote Nar, the Torah also wrote
Well, I got my class to teach. I'm gonna continue to program my robots on TikTok. I have a couple other devices that I have to program, and then I got my show that comes on every Monday night, for which I'm very excited. So nothing too eventful, but still something. How about you? Very cool. I'm here if you need me. I see I'm still there. I don't have my camera on. Whenever I turn my camera on, there are so many people in there that it crashes the browser. But okay,
I use mine sometimes because I want to get up to stuff. I'm almost at level 50, I'm at level 49 right now.
Well, that's smart.
I don't know who the first person, but I like that little something.
So let's
And
say
it's sleeping on the water. That's cute.
Very cool.
You see it?
Uh,
Sleeping on the water.
is it dark? Is it dark?
He's on the structure. You don't think?
I mean, I see him, but it's far away and it's pretty small. So that's like it's fine for me too. Not yours, but mine. But yeah, I did see him. Okay, now I know. Now I know what one. Now I know what. Now I know what one you're talking about. Okay. Yeah, I see him. You do have a computer. You can do that.
Why does the Torah tell us? Why does the Torah tell us to kill the perpetrator?
That's cool.
I think,
They don't really got confidence in Rabbi.
you know, sometimes it's interesting how that works where there's a whole lot of demand and then there's not.
So
He's going in there. The 14 out of 25. Are you scared to go in there?
No, I'm not scared to do that. I just don't pay attention to it. Right. All right. I don't know why it sounds like I'm underwater. What's going on? I don't know why it sounds like I'm underwater. Why is that? It could be on my end.
I hear you. Yes, I hear you. Okay now.
Okay.
I don't know. It's a big
Excellent. I did my best to.
All right. I will talk to you later. You hear that? Don't you come in yet?
I haven't noticed.
It's also important to understand, people say, sometimes you see something.
That absolutely could be.
Devoid of emotions. And that's what you see. But it's really we assume that every single thing you have is ready to violate that is the it's almost in the same way that halacha l'maisa, we assume that someone who is habam machkav, so yesterday, is coming to go and rob someone. We assume that halacha l'maisa, that person is ready to come to the house. It's the same soul over here. That is one of the force against the Lord. That is what is nice. And we assume that act of violence carries the readiness to take life as well. And we'll deal with him as an sin. We'll deal with him ultimately again as someone who's ready to commit murder. And such we are allowed to kill him to prevent him from violating the law. So the religious thing with this interesting case where she says, don't do it. She says, don't do it. So what should we do in this situation like that? Where she says, don't do it. So Yehuda says, we listen to her. Rabbanan say, we don't listen to her. We don't listen to her because we could write everything. The Torah cares more about her covenant than she cares about her covenant. And therefore, local myself, we would do what we need to do in order to stop this man from violating. So even if it means taking his life. I was like, we're going to stop over here. We're going to stop. We're going to everyone again. Try to make my duty in person. I'm tremendous. Wonderful day and good night.
Cerrone, wow. Look at that. He has one color tonight. That red hat blends right in. Oh my god. You're from New York. Look at it. It's like a constipated Aaron. Look at this guy in that Texas Rangers hat. That is incredible. Holy shit. Why are you so red? What the fuck? You fell asleep on your buddy's jet ski or something? What the hell's going on over here? Shrooms, okay. That's what happens. Welcome to Austin, pussy. Alright, we're gonna have fun here tonight. We're gonna start it with one of our elite regulars on the show. This is a guy that has the horrible job of having to write and perform a brand new minute every single week. But he's not doing arenas and theaters all around the country with me and Joe Rogan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a brand new minute from the great Hans Kim.
It's good to be here. I love hanging out with white people. White people are crazy. I was talking to this one who's like, jet fuel costs $6 a gallon and it takes 300 gallons to get to Dallas. I was like, oh, so $1,800. It's like, well, we'll never know. My brain is purely politics. But I love the whites. I love how white supremacists always have to get tattoos about their white supremacy. I didn't realize how much white supremacy had to come from the Tasmanian devil. But one seeing a white supremacist tattoo is like their skin is saying, don't forget, I'm the best. Don't forget to be racist today. Like shit, I come from the heart. But hopefully that's my time. Thank you.
Wow, Hans Kim. Hell yeah. Look at the smile on this boy's face. He's literally happy to be here. How are you, Hans?
I'm amazing, Tony.
Tell us more about why you're so amazing.
I spent another amazing weekend with my comedy heroes. You guys made fun of me a lot, but I know it was out of love.
Yeah, it was a lot. We made fun of you a lot. Tell us some of the highlights of what we made fun of you about.
You bullied me into getting a haircut.
That's true.
Professional haircuts. Yes, stop something now. Yes, it's the last stop for this professional amazing accomplishment. Finish the first consecutive shot. She takes out the
The audience tell them.
the second shot was from the beginning to the end. It's an amazing reception. It's a very, very different style. If you're not part of the sheer, you're looking for a sheer, check us out. You've seen more than 50,000 people watch the sheer every single day. Good to release the package.
When he gets an opportunity to eat a meal that he doesn't have to pay for, he gorgeous himself like you've never seen. It's unbelievable. He has like that hot dog eating gene in him or something like that. You know what I mean? Hayashi blood runs through him. What else, Hans?
I just thought it was funny because you were like recording a special and your hair looks like dog shit. Like, you were like,
Well, now that you have a haircut, the joke doesn't work, Hans.
what? Then you were like, even the bodyguard has better haircuts than they do.
Yes, and everybody You got a haircut. You should be saying thank you, Tony. Good. You're goddamn right you do. Crazy. You keep saying that and you keep getting work. That's unbelievable. How that works in show business. It's amazing. What else is going on in life, Hans?
I have been using a lot of money.
What have you been using it for?
I spent $424 flying the Florida waitress out here. So.
Whoa. Damn. Is she here right now?
Next week.
Oh my goodness. Is it Tallahassee?
Naples. Wow, which is even worse.
Oh, yeah. Normally when a guy proudly flies a woman out here from Naples, it's Italy, but not you. Taking shortcuts in life. Flew a girl out from Paris, Tony, Paris, France. Not Paris, Texas. Fuck that. So, she's not here now. When is she coming? Next week. Oh my goodness. Wow. What do we have? She is beautiful. What do we have to look forward to in this girl? What's some interesting things about her looking forward?
She is good at blowjobs.
She's good at blowjobs?
Yeah. To get her to Naples.
It doesn't take much to be good at blowjobs when you're blowing Asians. Yeah, it has begun. Sweet, sweet momentum. Fuck yes. So true.
Even though
Smaller penises on Asians is a thing. Absolutely incredible.
we're designed for pleasure.
All this. Wow. Incredible. Now, Hans, you famously don't like blowjobs. We've talked about this before. I know. It's very, very desirable.
Yeah, I famously don't like blowjobs.
This is true. D-Madness. Whoops. We have to make a violation reel of this, right? That's a real thing. That's a real thing. Sometimes he fist bumps back. That's the scary part. I'm like, wait a second, what? How does he know? It is. It's scary sometimes.
I feel like women treat the penis like it's a vagina. They like start licking it. It's like I don't like it getting wet. What else are they supposed to do?
You have girls that just like yours. They don't do the enclosing over the top classic blowjob that we all picture when we picture blowjob. They treat your penis more like a clit.
Yeah. I think that's more of a you.
Yeah. Maybe they think they're hooking up with a hot Asian lesbian. They're like, all right, there's a lot of pussy to work with here, but
You're the hottest Asian trans man I've ever seen.
yeah. Instead of saying you have a small dick, you should just say you have a big pussy.
I go fatty down there.
Yeah. Those sweet, sweet ball-shaped meat curtains of yours. Have you ever been to a girl puke on your dick, or was it just like a little burp? What the fuck, Red Man? What the fuck is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? We're all here doing comedy and you're trying to gross everybody out. This is a professional show, Red Man. Unbelievable that you would ask something, but seriously though, has anyone ever puked on your penis? Has anyone ever just discussed it? Just give it the place between our teeth. That's probably true. We can confirm that. What?
This guy's getting horny.
Oh shit. Absolutely. I don't think you're this type. I get the feeling that maybe I'm wrong. I don't want to assume. Jokes about it. Oh shit. Look at that. Wow. He likes being punished. I didn't understand a lot of the jokes that you did. Did you see the word profanities at one point? Frivolities. What's your plan with that word in the comedy world? Get her done. Hi, Chris. Is that right, Dan? That's a good point. Is this your new get her done? You're gonna just drop frivolities after big punchlines.
Frivolities. Yeah, it is an experiment.
There you go. You Asians and you experiments, I'm telling you, we've seen this before. Okie dokie, I guess we have. Alright, and hard edit there. And action. Awesome, great performance. Oh, shit. Hans, we absolutely love you. That's an amazing new minute. It is such a challenge to come out and start a comedy show with a new minute every week. Hans is working regularly all around the country, absolutely continuously. Probably one of the most working comedians right now. There he goes. Just getting tonight's starting words. One more time for Hans Camp. And to the bucket we go. For the first time tonight. This could be somebody's first time ever on stage. It could be a new legend in the making. All the people, all of these regulars, everybody ever was at one point just a name pulled out of the bucket. So anything can happen. This is a minute of stand-up comedy from Luke Moore, everyone. Luke Moore is first out of the bucket here on Kill Tony live in Austin, Texas. No real movement yet. There's a lot of people back there. Luke Moore. We got movement. Somebody coming? Oh, here we go. What's up, y'all? I'm from West Texas. My mother is a tumbleweed. My father, Texas. That's how they met, actually. Yeah. Yeah, where I'm from, you're either book smart or dirt road smart. I'm dirt road smart. I love dirt. Yeah, like, being in the big city, I got watching how it taught me from West Texas. Like, I learned the hard way that if you say the word queer with a Texan accent, it becomes offensive. Like, people don't want to hear choir? What are you, choir? What are you, a bunch of choirs? That's not my intention. I want to be friends with everybody. LGBTQ. Okay, thank you. Alright, very interesting. This is your first time on the show. Right? Yeah. You look like you should be funnier. It looks like he was in Leonard Skinner. Leonard Skinner has act died. He looks like Tiny Tim's kid sister. Tiny Tanya. You were out of breath, Luke, through that entire performance. Have you ever thought about not sprinting and jumping on the stage at full pace? You ever think about taking your time and trying to execute a little bit more? Do you think it's like a Fear Factor style race? I'm excited. What took you so long? Yeah, it's incredible. Which intersection in town did you come from? Because we waited a long time, and then all of a sudden the guy. Did you have to zip up your tent before you got here? Well, thank you for waiting. I didn't have a choice. I was next door. I was just like lollygagging. I was drinking a whiskey coop. Oh, wow. Looking for a tough guy. Luke, how long have you been doing stand-up comedy? 10 years. No, come on. Really? Since I was 17. Wow, and now you're 27. Okay, incredible. What are some highlights of your 10 years in the business of stand-up comedy? Not this. Yeah. That is true. You cannot count that. I'm sorry. It's on stage. Oh, nothing impressive. Just like enjoying. I lived in San Francisco for a little bit. Yeah, San Francisco. What made you move from West Texas to San Francisco? Literally the polar opposite.
I just thought, like, I would learn to be cool there.
Oh, wow. How'd that go for you? How do you feel like that went for you?
I feel like they didn't think I was cool. So,
Right.
try a new town.
So how long have you lived in Austin?
I feel like that's what Austin is for.
Is for what?
Is for, like, when no one likes you.
Nope. Nope. You couldn't be more wrong about that. Totally the opposite, actually. A lot of people that are really, really like to move here from cities that used to be famously the hubs of
I think you can just be more confident. Pushing energy to joke about it.
Right, I'll try to be better. It'd be so funny if, like, 10 years and 1 week, and he just started being hilarious because of that. He's like, once I stopped jumping on the stage, I fucking started destroying. I love it. You're like a Gallagher that's just, instead of smashing watermelons, you're just rough on your own knees. 10 years in the game, I gotta know, give us your best, like, quick one-liner or, like, one quick joke. 10 years, I have to know, for the life of me, I have to know what your best joke ever is. I'm gonna give you one shot here to do it right now.
So, I was at HEB today, and I was looking at 6,000 subscribers. I was looking at their hot dogs. They have kosher beef hot dogs. They're called Seafood Nationals. I was gonna get some. I went with the knockoff brand. We have the brand that's like this.
No, that's not your best joke. That's not your best
That
joke.
was the best in 10 years.
Yeah, it's like,
Weird Al just ate it.
wow, Red Band putting it together. Look at this guy sitting side by side the master for 9.5 years and starting to rub off finally on you.
Let's go.
Oh, tell us something interesting about your life. How do you make money?
I just drive, like, I live there hard parts.
Did something happen to you? Did you, like, see something when you were a child or something? Like, what type of trauma is going on here? Because, again, you look like you should be so interesting, but then you open your fucking mouth and we find out.
Did anything cool happen in San Francisco?
Of course not. Of course not.
I went to Kill Tony one time in San Francisco.
Oh, okay. Really famous Kill Tony Mania episodes, I'm sure, right?
Where'd you come from that time?
Okay, so, what do you do for fun? Like when you go out at night, you're drinking whiskey and cokes next door, sober. What else?
Well, I like karaoke. I like watching sports.
Like, pretty boring. Just like a guy, I guess. I don't know, I like sports.
I like Kill Tony.
Okay, that's not gonna save you. Stop fucking answering with my show is your answer.
Do you like Zip Recruiter?
Alright, man. God damn it. Just remember Kill Tony. It's like, anyway, Luke, more. I gotta figure this out. I mean, god damn it. Yes.
Always know something that in essence the last 9 seconds were also an amazing accomplishment. Finished the first percentage shots. She thinks I'm under and with commitment. They can deliver such a share.
Just be confident. Tell us something.
Getting to it. It's an amazing percent. It's a very, very different style.
Yeah, you started to do that.
You know, that sheer,
People
even
started
the
to
sheer,
like,
you should have said,
like, what is that? Unrecognized sound?
the sheer every single day.
What is they all are saying the same thing. I don't know. I've never had this 10 years in the game. I do for the life of me. I don't know what that song means. These movies sound different. pants on you right now?
I'm not much of a gun. Good. Thank God for that.
What about a girlfriend? You have a girlfriend?
No.
When's the last time you were intimate with a woman?
Probably like 5
months ago. Okay.
sometime this year, like in March.
All right. And where did you find this girl? You woke up and she was already tied up in your bed.
I don't know how she got there, Tony. It was Hinge. Dating app Hinge.
Do you have anything on Hinge? Like datings?
Imagine that bio. He likes sports.
Search for at least the man's scary picture. You know me. You have an app in there. Enough. And when you're running any fast paces, we weren't those us that were fucking with the Diablo.
Alright, well,
I first Restream about
what?
so I think the most.
Oh my god.
Everybody says that wasn't on the side. I look and says, don't despise that. Look at what's
You're trying your best to take years in the fucking
I didn't say
mind is thinking
all the people that
I was always scared that when I go with Tony, he would ask me that, and I'd say 10 years, and then y'all would play the piano music.
yeah. Well, today your dreams came true, everybody. That's what we do here on a small jump over by the Great Wall side, a little souvenir you can get for yourself. Real Texas leather.
That's the son of a gun. That's it. He says, so, push the arrow. And he does.
Alright, back to the video. As you can see, nothing here is clear. It's all overnight. Make some nice for your next comedian, Christian Copeland, everyone. Christian. Alright, here comes Christian in a steady, professional walking pace. One more time for Christian Copeland, everyone.
That's not true.
But he got 8 children at 62.
For me personally, there are some things the first time I had sex, the other time,
What we found out by the last 2 times that your kindness is he takes over.
Did he also think you were lying about that?
Oh my goodness. Christian, you came in, good jokes the whole way through, rock solid, and my guess is you've only probably been doing it 1/10 as long as the last comedians. How long have you been doing stand-up? The last guy has done it 3 times longer than him. For those of you who live in slow it back. Last guy. then when given the opportunity, we do another job bombing it. But we're here now with Christian. Christian, why are you dressed like a off-duty Roseanne Barr?
Just want to wear.
What do you do for work?
Right now, just like DoorDash and stuff. Yeah, DoorDash, Instacart, just anything where I can kind of make my own schedule.
Right. Yeah. And what do you do for fun?
But I've been like really into like getting like furniture, like renovating it, like sanding it down, painting it, shit like that. Yeah,
That's cool.
just not a good at it. I've been trying to like when I'm DoorDash, I'll drop something off and somebody puts like a dresser in there. They're on and I'll just like take it.
So you collect trash.
Yeah, I live in a studio apartment, so it's like it's just all building up on my balcony.
Okay. You're like an Etsy page or anyway, like very sound.
Yeah, personally, I am heterosexual, but I don't have an Etsy page.
Right. So what do you do with this stuff exactly? Set a little bear trap there. What do you do with the shit that you renovate?
Like I said, for the most part, it's like just sanding down anything that
No, I'm saying, what do you do with it after you renovate it?
and then just try to sell it on Facebook Marketplace, try to sell it. Facebook does it. Nobody buys it.
Do you want to plug your Facebook Marketplace right now?
Basically, it's just my name, it's Christian Copeland.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. No one's
Instagram is Christian C. Comedy. It's a most
Try Etsy.
try to see good day. For the most part, I like just doing it. Like, I'm not looking at any jobs. Like, let's jump into it. I like doing it.
Right. Yeah. You like doing it, but you don't care about any success. You're like, that's to be comedy. That's amazing.
Has anyone ever gotten mad with like taking their stuff or got in trouble DoorDash and put in trash bucket?
Not yet. No, that's not. I haven't done like millions of projects. I mean, I've probably picked up like 4 or 5 things. They're pretty time consuming, so I haven't done like a whole bunch of different stuff.
Right. Yeah, it's an incredibly important part of this interview. Talked enough about your arts and crafts, all right? Christian, let's talk about that. You said you're a heterosexual.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about that. When was the last time you were in the bed with a lady?
I mean, I have a girlfriend, so it happens.
You have a girlfriend? How long have you been with her?
Yeah, 3 years.
Oh, wow. That's a long time. What does she do?
Same thing.
So they were
She walks dogs. She walks dogs.
God damn. You guys just out there making love with 2 high school diplomas, just fucking getting it done. Holy shit. Walking dogs, dashing doors, stealing trash.
I was a semester away from graduating with a dental hygiene degree, and I dropped out too far. Because if I had a plan B, I would just do that. It's easier than comedy. So I just know myself too well. Comedy's hard. If you don't make that your only option, you may not make it. So I would definitely have taken the easier route.
How about your girlfriend? What dreams is she chasing? Because she seems like a real Judy.
She's going to go to estheticians.
Okay.
Where are you going out here?
So she's been in rehab.
Starting at the rehab thing. Has she been addicted to drugs? No. Just incredible esthetician. So is she doing that? Is she doing Oh, okay. This is like a white men can't jump. They were saving us to get on
Maybe literally made me jump, like have a jump contest.
Really? Oh yeah, I kind of remember that. Yeah, we were really, really high. Incredible. Christian, tell us another fun fact about your life that we haven't talked about the last 2 times we were on.
I was raised on what I call a weedy dog farm. My parents just bred dogs my entire life growing up, so we had like 30 dogs that we just had to take care of. The whole petting series.
Wow. So you're the bestiality porn. That is the classic porn sound effect.
2 cats now, a big cat guy. Maybe down the road.
So you guys have 2 cats. You guys are just hustling around.
Trying to make it.
So what's in your refrigerator right now? Every once in a while, you gotta bust out a new question every 10 years. What's something that you find strange about your refrigerator?
Fascinating to see shaped aloe vera. You're so scared. There's asthma all around us. Many more than us. In fact, where's the best?
Stop responding to things that you're sharing on the show. You're so incredibly annoying. Of course, just 2 Red Bulls and 3 White Claws in front of her. I mean, it's literally these people, they come, they mix cheap fucking alcohol, and they're surprised. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, White Claw's not a sponsor anymore. That's okay. Okay.
Cheeses. Cheese.
Oh, wow, very interesting. Yeah, what kind of cheese do you have?
Just like the sharpest cherry.
Damn, look at you.
Fancy stuff.
You're gonna get some pretty sniper butter.
It's a French cheese. Yes. Cheddar cheese. Something you say. Marcellus didn't even have the phone without it. What does he say? Does he say Christian? Or it says he says it to himself. It's actually the same exact word. You're already able to solve justice. He says it to himself. Right. But it's like, I wonder if you should have some shop. There you go. That's the bag. There you go. Christian. And it really is not. Sir, there's more for the birds. You don't see how we speak.
You know what? I think we should do something extra.
I'm just going to see it right now.
Does that sound like maybe you guys, I'm going to bring up one of the regulars on this show. This guy normally very famously closes every episode of the show, but you're about to get him right now in the fucking middle of the show. One of the greatest regulars in the history of Phil Tony. The man with the most new minutes ever on the show. This is the return of the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery. Here he is, everybody. Live in the flesh. The one, the only William Montgomery. Guys, make some noise. It's William Montgomery, everybody. Nancy Pelosi's boobs are so big, progressives want to tax them. She has giant tits. Look on Pornhub. She's all over Pornhub. Kim Kardashian and Pete Davidson broke up, but I'm pretty sure he'll be back because he lost his watching Kim's pussy. Kim Kardashian has a giant pussy. Look it up on Pornhub. The Chinese Yulin Dog Meat Festival, where they slaughtered thousands of dogs for food, recently happened, which is weirdly enough just a typical dinner at Red Band's mom's house. Sheets dog food. Look her fucking nasty ass up on Pornhub. The other day, Elizabeth Warren said that if she had a dick, she'd be president. Really? Just get one, bitch. It's 2022. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, coming in, showing how it's done. Bang, bang, boom. Memphis Strangler does it again. And welcome to another interview portion of the show, William. How you feeling? Very good. I did 6 solo shows with Fucking Trust in San Diego this past weekend. It was wonderful. I'm legitimately afraid of this guy right now. Thank you so much. I'm legitimately afraid. Fucking ass right now. You're dressed like my dad. That is. Now, William, if I could comment, this is a very interesting look you have here tonight. The thing that's really standing out to me, and I've seen you every single week for the last, 3, 4 years or something, that belt looks like it is made out of, something that would be attached to, a bag or something. It looks like a strap. What the fuck is that? It's actually, weirdly enough, it's my strangling strap. This is literally... Wow. So weird you said that, Dodo. This is literally what I had in both my fucking hands in the pavilion this past weekend.
when I was quite literally strangling the fucking life out of these fucking. Yeah, you just built those. Strangle.
Well, I mean, since you brought it up, what is your favorite part of strangling other people? Like, what's the moment that brings you the most joy?
Just probably one of the final moments of their life. There's really a lot of weird gasping going on. Their eyes are a little, I don't know, kind of hazy looking. I swear to God, when I look into those people's fucking eyes and their eyes are kind of slowly start glazing over, it is like the best fucking, it's better than sex. It's better than anything. What's the best thing someone said before the final exit? Please stop. A lot of the times it's like, please stop. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Oh my God, who are you? Oh my God, how did you find me? Oh my God, who are you? It's a lot of, oh my God, who are you? Wow. Yeah, it's a lot of, who are you?
Do you feel like sexual pleasure when you're taking these people's lives? Or is it mostly just,
It's not necessarily, what you say, business or pleasure.
William Montgomery, a force to be reckoned with now? Traveling all the time now.
Shut the fuck up!
Working absolutely continuously. Now, you have a little bit of a limp.
I do. I fucking ran 30 minutes on a treadmill last Wednesday, and I'm in horrible pain now. I've literally been in horrible pain. I don't know what to do. I'm literally in a horrible amount of pain. I can barely walk up those steps.
Wow, okay.
Why is that so funny?
Have you seen a doctor or something like that?
I don't have health insurance.
Oh, really?
Why is that funny? God, look at this fucking drunk dumbass right in here.
Goodness, are you just yelling at a random guy over there?
Yeah, he's giving weird vibes over there.
Might be an orthoscopic surgeon.
Are you a surgeon? Go say something funny to laugh so they get that dumbass. Strangle him. Get him.
Did you think that maybe you tweaked your knee a little bit doing any of these stranglings that you've been doing, William?
Yeah, I mean, I totally messed it up. Like, down on my hands and knees when strangling people, so it really didn't get exacerbated.
You're on your hands and knees.
Suck a dick.
Oh, wow. Red man.
He sucks them off before he chokes them.
Okay. Why would he do that?
It's one of his things.
Okie dokie.
Way to kill the fucking vibe.
If anybody's interested, Redman's teaching an improv course this week. Follow him on Instagram at Redman.
Yes, man.
Just say sucks dick, everybody will laugh, I promise.
Just say my mom, everyone will laugh, and I promise. Yeah, no shit, dumbass. Yeah. Fucking whore. Yeah.
She's a nice lady.
I don't know. I have to stop. I'm worried she's going to die soon because she's so old and I'm going to be telling these jokes and then I really
Somehow that's the meanest thing you've ever seen about his mom. Was wired into your apology about the whole thing. That was crazy. You are evil. Oh, look how much joy he gets from this. This is incredible. All right, William. Well, you did it again. Another new minute. You jumped in the room wide awake with your energy. You're a goddamn monster. Thank you so much. There goes William Montgomery, everybody. We're right on schedule. Back to the fun. Here we go. You guys having fun tonight, huh? All right. We're going to meet another comedian together. And his name is Harrison Broadstreet. Oh, wow. From the audience, a big pop. You guys know Harrison? What is happening? Oh, just a bunch of random ass weirdly dressed people getting up at the same time. Here he is, everybody. Make some noise for Harrison Broadstreet, everyone. So that's all bad. Yeah, I went to the strip club with an ex-girlfriend. Don't ever do this. She got a lap dance. She paid me to have a lap dance. She got all horned up and she's like, "Hey, you want to have sex in here?" And I was like, "Yeah, but could you ask her for me?" Like, sound better coming from you. I don't have that much money. I don't know. A girl one time she tried to flirt with me using board games. It's the weirdest thing that ever happened. She goes, "Let's flirt using board games." I'm like, "I don't know what this means." She goes, "I'm like Yahtzee. I like to be shaken up, spun around, and jumped." I was like, I'm like more cheesy then because I don't know the rules of this fucking game. I don't know. And I'm probably gonna cheat. Honestly, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I was with a girl the other night and we were hooking up during the first passion. I leaned in to kiss her and she goes, "I only kiss people who I feel a deep connection with." And I was like, "I'm as deep as I can go." Alright, Harrison Restream coming out, doing shows. Hell yeah, welcome Harrison. How are you? This is your first time on the show. I would remember that face if you've been on before. You look like a grown-up, depressed Malcolm in the Middle. Has anyone ever told you that? Harrison, how long have you been on stand-up comedy? 3.5 years. Where at? All of it here in Austin? Whoa, Springfield, Missouri. You know, what's the comedy scene like out there? Real small. We have one club. Maybe it's all. Right. Really small room. And so I'm down here for the week. Usually try to get as many places as I can. So that's amazing. So when did you arrive in Austin, Texas? I flew in today, actually. Oh my goodness. You don't fly very often, do you? Okay. What gave it away? Because you said that you flew in today, not that you got here today. You said, I flew here today, as though we thought that you maybe drove in or something like that. You were very proud. Southwest. Now, American Airlines, of course. All right, so Harrison, what exactly do you do for work in Springfield, Missouri? I was a behavioral interventionist at an elementary school for like 5 years. Oh my goodness. I quit that to focus on comedy, and I have a remote job now as a parts ordering training specialist. Parts ordering trainings? What are you ordering parts for? I don't know. I started next week, so ordering the parts and delivers. It's a small world. Could be. I think it's semi-truck parties, so I don't need to know anything about it. I just need to know how to use it. Okay. What do you do for fun, Harrison? What's going on out there in Springfield, Missouri? Is it anything like we've seen on Ozark? So like that's like the lakes. That's like where people go to like party and stuff. Like all the COVID shots of people partying, like hot tubs and shit. Like that's the Ozarks and shit. That's how far are you from that? It's like an hour and a half, 2 hours, something like that. You don't go there often. I never enjoyed that. But right. What do you enjoy? I play baseball. That's really about grown-up baseball. Men's league baseball. Wow. You do that. You a catcher? Pitcher. Really? You're a pitcher? Yeah, you don't look short. Second baseman, shortstop. Oh, so you're probably good. I was ish, kind of. I played in college, and I'm just like, what college? A small, itty-bitty Hannibal Grange University. Oh my god, Jesus, this is a fucking Hogwarts? Hannibal Grange? It's in Hannibal, Missouri, and it's, we play baseball, but it's on broomsticks, and you fly around, you catch the ball. It was a Southern Baptist college, and they were the only place that gave me a scholarship, so that was, wow, that's insane. What was the scholarship, $20? Close, it was not much. How dare you speak of the Grange like that? But in Missouri, there's Mark Twain, that's his, they love him. They have a whole Mark Twain exhibit, they have a whole downtown block. Hey, Mark Twain been there? He is from there, he lives, he's from Hannibal, Missouri. Right, and Mark Twain, they have a whole block where you get into town, it's fucking bizarre. Why are always like you're delivering jokes even when you're not delivering jokes? Because I'm real anxious right now, and I'm trying not to. Why are you so anxious right now? Because I'm an anxious person. This is an anxious environment. What else do you do where sometimes you get anxious? Give us an example of other times that you get anxious. I sweat. It's not too bad that right now. No, I'm not asking what happens when you get anxious. I'm asking what are some other life situations in which you find yourself getting anxious?
Ordering a sandwich.
Oh, there you go.
That's funnier than any joke you told. Because that was like based in reality, not just like I was in an airport, got hunger, and my girlfriend was there. What?
It wasn't fiction. It wasn't fiction. Like I went down to the Grange University.
That was funny.
I don't like ordering sandwiches.
What are we talking about here? You mean like at Subway?
No, but there's three options. Like, give me, like, I want to order what's on the board. I don't want to have to, like, customize and do too many extra things.
Bring up a sandwich menu for me. I want to see this guy fucking sweat bullets right now. Oh my God, peppermint cheese.
Why?
Why is it so much easier? Like, this is the way. Yeah, it's an easy way to order.
Not a PTSD flash. Did you get molested by Jared? Like, so nervous.
I refuse to order pizzas when I was younger. My dad would be like, hey, you can get a pizza night if you call it an order. I was like, I'm not gonna.
Oh my God, you'd rather starve than order pizza?
I mean, he ordered eventually, but like, I just wasn't gonna. I couldn't talk to somebody else about what I wanted.
You look like you sell cars these days. I love it. I like it.
Grandman's pretending like he's having trouble downloading the Subway menu, which is already an exact
Website is so fast.
Okay, fuck it. This is moving too slowly. What's the most stressful part of ordering the sandwich? Is it the cheese, the bread? He's about to pass out. For those of you listening to the podcast, his eyes just rolling out the back of his head.
It's way after you ordered it, but you've gone through the whole thing. Because the Jimmy John's especially, they're not really great. And like, they just set a sandwich up there and walk off. And I don't want to be the guy who grabs somebody else's sandwich.
I mean, dude, you have activated his Asperger's. Like, I've never seen it.
How did you help kids out? Were you like something like,
Hey man, I get it. It can be fucking weird sometimes. Like, take a breath. I can talk from an anxious experience, and kids are anxious. That's really good.
You need medication.
Well,
Take it from raw alcohol. I am scared.
wow, absolutely incredible. Have you ever been diagnosed with anything? No. We should have a therapist. I have Dr. Drew coming on. Oh yeah. We're a few weeks away from Dr. Drew. We're gonna fucking analyze some of these kids.
my mom is a therapist. She's a
Really?
What did she say about your murder?
yeah. I would talk to her. I would tell her about it. I don't want to dig through that. It's hard enough to dig through it now.
She doesn't tell you of anything. She's just like, no, it's totally normal. Go play baseball, honey. I know you're 35. Go play ball. 29.
I was imagining him like having flashbacks to a band. Like in Vietnam, they years around the necklace with its deli meats. It's just like, I'll go back, man.
It's fucking the bad of the Carpaccios. That's a good team. I got this one in prosciutto.
All right. Harrison Broad Street, congratulations on your busy week here in Austin. You were lucky enough to get pulled out of a bucket. Here, Harrison, take one of these. Put that in your baseball mittens. Good. Stupid. You guys having fun over here, huh? How about the balcony? How are you guys doing? Anybody happy up there? A bunch of miserable people in the cheap seats up there. All right, your next Canadian goes by the name of Tyler Nissen, everyone. Tyler Nissen. Tyler Nissen is next. Here he comes. One more time for Tyler Nissen, everybody. Come on.
I got my own apartment, and I got really lonely on my own, man. Like, one time I played my music just so my neighbor would knock on my door. He was like, could you lower that? I was like, could you stay? He's like, I'll be the attendant. I was like, great, I'll make charcuterie. Do it on my own, dude. I thought
I just moved in with my thoughts. Those are the worst roommates ever. Like, at least my last roommates didn't look at my reflection and tell me, you look like if Mark Zuckerberg invented MySpace. Oh, I got more. I used to work in sales. That's the worst job to do high. I don't know if you've ever tried manipulating someone while stoned, but it is ineffective. I'd call people, they'd be like, oh, hello, and I'd be like, yeah. Goodbye. All right, Tyler Nissen. Very good. Hell yeah. Tyler Nissen. You pronounced it correctly, yes. Incredible. Yes, indeed. How are you, Tyler? It's your first time on the show, right? How long have you been doing stand-up? 4 years. 4 years. Where are you from? Detroit, Michigan. Detroit, Michigan. Many people that work here have been on the show from Detroit. We famously had one of our wildest episodes ever in Detroit. So, welcome. You do not look like most people in Detroit. What are you doing, arresting people? It is definitely the suburbs outside Detroit. Fix the water and Flint. He looks like the cop that killed George Floyd. He does. He actually does. Tyra Cameron said it, not me. That's cool. My goodness. Absolutely incredible. These people having alcohol poisoning at this table right here. Tyler Nissen, welcome. Very interesting look to you. Like a really, really, really big spurt. What do you do for fun, Tyler? Tell us about your life. Oh, man. I don't do a lot for fun. Like, I tell you, last year I went to Peru and did ayahuasca. Okay. And that wasn't good. Why wasn't that good? Explain to me. Yeah, it turns out don't find your shaman on Reddit. Yeah. Oh, no. Big learning lesson. Tell us all about it. Dude, the guy turned out he wanted to start a cult. Rocky was a guy, all that shit. And classic 101. And the medicine itself is really wild. It's terrifying, but it's really cool. I mean, like, Jaguar spirits surrounding the TV, getting cosmic surgery by alien robots. Like, you're PTSD with that shit. Not gay anymore. I will say, actually, I used to smoke weed every day for like 15 years, and as a dermatologist or something, I was like, you got shit inside you that causes an addiction, and I was doing that for 15 years. It seemed like you say that like you have like a real problem. I do. It's addictive. I was just doing it with that. I was every day still. Sad, but that was perfect. When you said I don't even know what he's saying. That's why it sounds so weird. All right, Dean, I'm yelling at him. Jesus Christ. Oh my goodness. He doesn't even look. Oh my God, it's getting louder. When you say life is perfect now, Tyler, what exactly are you talking about? Tell us about your perfect little life. Your alarm goes off at one time. That was sarcasm. I got a fiance back home, a couple dogs, couple cats. Detroit, Michigan. And so they have their own business yet? We're not going to. All right. Very good. And this fiance of yours, what does she do? She's an underwriter for a renegade remote job. She's classy. An underwriter? Like an underwriter, she like approves loans. Approves loans. There's a lot of that going on in Detroit. So she's literally a bad person. She's like ruining people's lives. You're totally going to be able to repay this loan. It's $20. That absolutely amazing. Tyler, in your entire life, what is something else that you do that is like artistic or talent-wise?
I got voiceover side business,
Voiceover side business.
I was trying to go full time, and I really like it.
What kind of voices can you do?
It's not like that, like reading e-learning shit, like program live.
So you can do literally what you can just
Yeah, exactly.
amazing. Wow. You're like the Tom Cruise of Detroit.
I wish I looked like Tom Cruise.
Right. Okay, what else? What are some of your amazing talents? So far we know you know how to read.
I can read. I can write. I can talk for a while.
Really? How long ago?
So I've been like 10 years. I got
Right. Ayahuasca.
Yeah.
Weird to write up.
Weird.
Weird on your guitar addiction. Right, Tyler. Anything weird about your physical health?
Actually, the redhead is regular. I got like foot knee pain too. Like
You do.
knee shit.
You have flat feet.
Yeah, I got a whole system with that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I mean, that's what I was serious. That's what I got on the Sunday. So, pretty healthy.
yeah.
I leave my hair. I've been here since last Sunday. I'm about to have you on the secret show Thursday after.
Wow, look at that. Holy shit. And you get a big jump up from the Great Outside. There goes Tyler Nissen, everybody. Follow him on social media at Tyler Nissen. Switch the N and the T around. Yeah, maybe. You guys think we should go to this bunch one more time and find a female comedian? Even things out a little bit. We haven't gotten one up yet. Alright, let's see what happens. I'm guessing this motherfucker chooses a guy. Sorry to Corbin. Sorry to Corbin. Sorry to Steven. Sorry to Connor. Seth or Matthew. Cedar Valencia. Cedar is a man. It's a man, right? Nikolai, Jesus, Justin, Miles, Justin, incredible.
Hey, more women to sign up.
King Row. King Row woman? King Row? You're King Row? Let's hear, I want to see a minute from you. Come on up here, King Row. Okay, Gabriel, listening to the women, absolutely. Welcome to the show, Gabriel. Absolutely. I pulled your name out, you jumped up from the normal audience portion, and I'm trying to see what that's like. Was that your first time doing stand-up?
Yes, sir. That's my first.
There you go. Right. And you said you're a voice impressionist, and then you went on, you didn't know expressions the entire time. My mind is completely Okay. All right. Dope House Records. Is that made by somebody or something? What's that? What's this?
Yo, what's up, man? This is SPM.
Okay. All right. What other impressions can you do?
Ladies and gentlemen, damas y caballeros, are you ready?
Estamos listos para un grupo profesional. 4 veces a los Grammys y los tengamos bien de como.
Oh my goodness. You unlock the code. You unlock the Latino safe word.
In all fairness, every beater can do that impression.
I love you guys.
I feel like we serve time together.
Yeah, it does. I can't tell which one would fuck who on this one though.
Surprise choices, I'm actually a scab.
I love it. I absolutely fucking love it. King Row. So, is that what you do for a living? Are you a professional rapper?
Yeah, I am actually a professional rapper. I'm actually on tour right now. I'm leaving to Yakima, Washington this month for 2 shows. Yakima, Washington, September 10th. September 16th, I'm performing in Pasco, Washington.
Okay, alright, well, at least, I guarantee you at least 4 people are going to show up to those shows now that you've plugged them here. I gotta hear a little bit of this rap. You want to tell the band to do a beat or a certain something? Oh shit. This guy's calling plays like Nick Saban, fucking 8-10. Former right Panther, 36 split screen on 2-on-2. The band's like, oh, what? I want 2, 3, 4. How does it go? Like, do it with your mouth. Give it the beat. You know how to do that? Oh shit. Yeah, there it is. He's got it. He's doing the bounce every time.
Yo. Check it out. I beat the focus, motherfucker. Eat you up a sucker. Roll sugar like I'm on one straight. South of San Texas. Talking to Texas. Ain't a sucking down, but I'm a throw dance. This a kill, tell me. Man, I ain't a phony. Yo, ain't a sucking down, cause I smell like bologna. I'm the craziest. I'm in the studio like Columbia, Iglesias. And all the above, baby. Yeah.
Hell yeah! Fuck yeah! Absolutely! Holy shit! You're a real rapper. Goddamn. Most people come on, they say they're rappers, and then they do some weird shit. You just actually rap. My mind is blown. Hell yeah. How long you been doing that for?
I've been doing music 20 years now. I was actually on American Idol 2009.
Oh shit.
Music Nashville, Tennessee in 2020.
Right.
Still doing it live right now. I'm good. I'm acting.
Were the judges nice to you on American Idol? What the fuck did Simon say about you?
They were, man. This guy there was dressed up like fucking Batman, baby.
Oh no.
Don't tell it, not all just dressed like fucking Batman, bro.
Oh no. Batman beat Mexican Bane and everything. It's like
Going places. I was born in the darkness.
yeah. D-Madness just said, so was I. Wow, King Row, that's absolutely incredible. What else should we know about you?
I'm an actor.
Really, you're an actor too? Oh my god, this guy's unbelievable. Give us your best shot. Yeah, come on, show us some acting. Play a normal white guy that's ordering at a sandwich place. Hello, welcome to Subway. How can I help you? Follow him on social media. King Road Dope House Records. Absolutely, King Road. Thank you so much. That sounds like we're random shit. We should still get a going here real quick, right? I got sidetracked. Now we're in the ring. We're an extra long episode. I hope you guys don't mind. You guys still having fun out there? Jesus Christ. Okay, here's one. Make some noise for Sydney Stevens, everyone. Sydney Stevens. It has to be a girl, right? Yes. Here she comes. Come on, your final bucket full of the night. Make some noise for Sydney, everybody. What the fuck is up, Boston? I'm originally from Texas, but I've been from Camden, Minnesota for the past 6 years. And I'm also a disabled veteran. Appreciate the support. I did one tour to Afghanistan, and wow, was that place makes extremely safe. I'm single. Shouldn't be a surprise. But I've been single for so long, the DNR registered my vagina as a national forest. I know why I'm single. It's me. I suck. No, seriously, I used to be competitively. I fucking suck, bro. I don't know what's worse, the fact that I have a vape shop logo tattooed on my arm, or the fact that the state of Wisconsin is included in that logo. I'm not even from there. I don't live there. Wow. What a performance, Sydney Stevens, everybody. Come on, make some noise for Sydney, everyone. I pulled so many names out of the bucket to get to you, and you might be the least feminine lady we've had on this show in a while. When I saw you come up here, I'm like, oh, she's going to eat all of our pussies right now. Sydney Stevens, that was an amazing performance. How long have you been doing stand-up? 6 months. Incredible. Oh, my goodness. Wow, that's awesome. You're really good at it. Very, very natural, nice, calm delivery, common sense jokes that really have to do with your life. I love all of it. You're making fun of yourself. You're referencing your service that you done with the branch of the military. I was in the Army. Okay. Active duty. Very good. And you've been single for a while, you said. I have. Why is that? Why do you think you've been single so long? Follow-up question. What's dustier, Afghanistan or your pussy? Your pussy. She answered very quickly there. She answered very, very quickly. They already have. I'd rather be able to talk about stage. All right. Let's talk about it. Sydney, why do you think you're single? Yeah, okay. On the other side. I know. I've been called a sturdy lady a lot. Yeah, for sure. To answer your question, I make bad decisions. Okay. Yeah, and I don't like people. Let me ask you this. You're a straight lady over there in Afghanistan, surrounded by testosterone-fueled, American absolute killers. Is it possible to be sexually active out there with guys like that? I mean, were you a fleshlight? Great, man. What the fuck? Maybe she was. Maybe that's how she got hurt. How did you know? You're not supposed to. It's against the rules. Right. But it happened. Right. I did it. other people did.
Yes, but I paid the price.
Why did you pay the price?
No, I said I paid the price. Yeah, and the stick trenches with their bare hands, they are the squad. So she just got caught singing with shoes, you know, and he got wrecked.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh shit. What the fucking, what do they call that? A little bit of that honorable discharge, you know what I'm talking about? Took me a second there, we got it. Got a good damage today. I was like, remember that hacky bullshit. I love it. You're so cool. Is this something you've always wanted to do, stand-up comedy?
Yeah.
It's incredible. You remind me of like Ronda Rousey, and you actually land your punches, so it's incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, I said it. Fuck you, Ronda Rousey.
So you've always wanted to be a stand-up comedian?
Yeah, since I was a kid, I've been watching Central Special.
What else do you do? What do you do for fun? What type of motorcycle do you have?
97 Dynamite.
Really? Thank you. That's another line that this is for me. Cross that off your Kill Tony bingo card to mention. Third. Consistent on base with a lot of power.
Yeah, and I was a catcher.
Oh, yeah. You seem like the type. You seem like the type of woman that has a messy apartment. Am I correct?
No, you're not.
Right. Stellar. Completely clean. I live there.
I just have my own roommates.
Oh, how many roommates do you have? Two. Okay. All right. Very good. How'd you earn your name?
When I was overseas, a sandstorm.
Oh, thank God you said storm. Oh my God. I thought you did. Oh my God. No. There was a long pause there after sand. Oh my goodness. I thought you were having flashbacks to being with the chirps. These goddamn sandstorms are. These storms keep making me mad. They're everywhere. Alright, so a sandstorm kicked up.
A sandstorm blew
And
it.
this is when you open your legs at one
Yes,
point, right?
that's why all the dust.
Right.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't suck it on you. A sandstorm blew what's called a Esco-Wall barrier over on my squad.
Esco-Wall barrier, I think that's one of my favorite vape pens. See, you like my vape pen joke, you got that. Was it true when you said you're a competitive vapor?
Yeah.
Oh my God, what does that mean? Do you have a vape pen on you? Can we see you competitively vape? This is amazing. This is a first. This is a first in Kill Tony history. You've never had a professional fight?
It's not that big, but I'll just try my best.
Can the band play 311?
Okay, here she is. She's inhaling on the vape. Oh my goodness, she's doing. Whoa! That's incredible. That's hard to do though. There's an actual air current here. You had to like aim that.
Yeah, I was retired up there.
My goodness. It's incredible. Yes, the people in the balcony didn't see it. Very interesting. That's a real thing. Competitive vaping.
It was. It's not anymore, thank God.
Why isn't it anymore?
Because these guys right here, small devices.
Oh, they changed the game. Right? People kept getting caught, right?
Yeah.
The big ones. Now they do it. Now they make them handy. Oyster tones. Yeah, exactly.
I used to.
So you say that you're super single. How often do you go on dates with guys?
I mean, I am kind of seeing someone, but we're like in that stage where we're not like dating, you know,
Do you often alpha these guys? Do you think that's a part of why it is, right? No doubt about it.
one time I had to change my face tire.
Oh, no. That's it, homie. You're done, bro. That is it. Fucking call AAA. Fake. Do anything. Do anything. Fake a heart attack. Anything. You can't sit. Oh, no. Oh, my God. He's probably gay now. He probably went gay. He's like, fuck this. Yeah. He went to tire changing school late at that week.
I did,
Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. Wow.
If you prefer, you may switch to
I'm looking at some of my gay friends in the audience. They look very excited about this. Tell us what that's like taking a guy. Does that get messy at all?
not if you do it right.
Wow. How do you do it?
You gotta use a lot of food, a lot of foreplay.
Wow.
It feels really great to be on top.
Oh, my God. That's not your first time in a war zone.
No. Not my first time in a box.
It must be nice to have it first where you're getting some PTSD.
And they have to wear your knee brace. Is this a dip move?
Science is required to continue with Freddy Andrews. You may switch to a free topics.
All right, Sydney, give us one more fun fact about your life that we would find interesting. You're such a great guest. Amazing performance. 6 months in the game.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Thank you. Gosh, like drawing a blank on everything interesting.
What's the longest set you've ever done in your 6 months of being a stand-up comedian? 17 minutes. 17 minutes. My goodness, Red Man.
Love to have you open up the secret show.
My goodness. A goddamn American hero just got booked on a real Austin, Texas comedy show. Make some noise for Sydney Stevens, everybody. Sydney, take one of these. That's a handmade leather joke book by the great Bonsai. Sydney Stevens, everyone. Follow her at Sydney Stevens Comedy. Sydney with an I. Now, just when you think that it can't get any better than that, and you've seen the two regulars that famously moved to Austin, Texas, now is the moment where I tell you that I have really, really exciting news. Another one of the Tony regulars has moved to Austin, Texas. He hasn't been on this show in months. He is a very, very, very big deal, an unbelievable stand-up comedian, famous for his roasting. He is the newest resident of Austin, Texas. This is David Lucas. The return of the legend. Texas is home.
And I found out that they got 18 hours. So like, and I'm like, damn, that'd be a slave. Now you imagine you've been picking cotton 12 hours and a nigga say you got 6 more. It's like, god damn. I bet them slaves was happy as hell because they like savings time. It's like, hey boy, this ain't going down next week at 1:30. You sure about that, boss? I like slavery, man. I can't wait till we go into slavery again. You know, I'll be a trustee nigga. You know what I'm saying? I'll be a house nigga on the inside, snitching like a bitch. Last
Private dishwashing. About
Every week it seems another one of the best comedians in the country moves here to Austin, Texas, and David Lucas literally just first Monday as a resident here in Austin. This is so exciting and unbelievable set. We haven't seen you in a few months, so that was absolutely new here. That was incredible. I mean, hey, what are you talking about? Oh, I thought we could catch up a little bit, and you're just gonna jump right into it. Oh my god!
What the fuck is that water resistant shit you got on your That ain't underwater. That's underbooty, nigga.
Oh my god! How dare you?
What is that? Does that have a hood on?
Yeah, it has a hood on it. Oh, come on, Ian, don't jump in. Don't team up on me like this.
That's made for a gay orgy, nigga. That's all. That's so you can get no KY jelly on your back.
KY is the only jelly David doesn't eat. You are
So you gonna be responsible for monkeypox outbreak in Austin, nigga. Your ass out here biting niggas on the booty and shit.
That is incredible. David Lucas coming off of a big week, and H accidentally ran her car into him last weekend.
I seen Tony before he killed Tony get the STD check. Fuck up. You just want a dick swab for no reason.
Oh my god. I get STD checks, you get KFC checks.
When Tony meet a new man, he does it just like a dog. He sniff their ass.
I mean, that was actually funny because it's true. I met you earlier. You got a real New York. You can really smell the subway station. Speaking of Subway, David Lucas is still on stage. This is a man who was deeply offended at the guy that didn't know how to order sandwiches earlier. I could hear him yell. I could hear him yelling.
He called you stand in the jersey. He was touching your boys.
So you live here in Austin now. You must be so excited. What's going on? Tell us about it.
Shit, we just
Oh, shit.
they see this. You bitch ass.
Yep. Ashley Furniture, you fucked up. Hell yeah. You think you're mad now? Wait till you sit on your couch for the first time. You're like, what the fuck? I spent all this money.
Tony, your skinny ass, you use Starbucks cup.
You didn't even have to finish that joke. Skinny ass uses Starbucks cup. Good night. Thank you. That was amazing. Sometimes you just need a good setup. So what are you excited here? You're in Austin. Whataburger and H-E-B. Okay. I still haven't tried P-Terry's, believe it or not. It seems like a place I haven't tried. The locals get mad at me when I tell them that I haven't tried it yet. I'm not a big fast food guy. Oh, okay, yeah. That's true. I only go to gay burgers down the street. And there actually is. There's a gay burger joint. It's called Asperger's.
I know how you like in and out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was mad the first time I tried it. I'm like, it doesn't go as in and out as I thought it would. Because I tried to eat it with my butt, with my gaping butthole that's open from all the things that have been inside.
Tony got no restaurant.
That's actually the name of the game. Sometimes some of the things he says are just true. Some of them are even true. It is incredible. I mean, absolutely amazing. I love it. What part of town are you living in?
Chill right down here now. Talking about dollars.
Okay. Absolutely.
Like 6 minutes from here.
Right. It's good. The rare black man in Congress. We've seen this
It's like an Ohio.
Absolutely. He is a leader in the community. I call him Martin Luther King size. Oh, wow. I estimated the bad ones there. Not really qualified. Likes to match up with the season. He's a leader in the black community. I call him Malcolm XXXL.
I'm trying to see if I got one from Gabe next week.
For those of you that don't know, I'm a white gay guy and he's a fat black man. And we make fun of each other back and forth. Except I'm actually not gay and he actually is fat. So when all the jokes are over, David Lucas, okay, all right.
There's a difference.
Son of you just couldn't let me get the last one in, could you?
Hell no.
That's true. I'm a homo and you're more of a house of pancakes. So, that's true. Thank you, one guy. Thank you so much. It's going to help me sleep at night. One guy off it. Yeah, no. David, I seriously, the regulars on this show, it's all a big, crazy, diabolical family. I don't think any group of people have ever really done anything quite like this before, ever. And I cannot express, especially with, of course, Michael Laird being out of commission as of late and everything that's been going on in the show. I am so thrilled that you moved here. We're going to have so much fun together. A great way to kick it off. That's David Lucas, everybody. We did it.
Voice view ready. Basic gestures lesson. Welcome to the voice view tutorial. When voice view is turned on, you can touch the screen to learn what's underneath. After touching an item to select it, double dash tap anywhere on the screen to activate it. The tutorial is organized into lessons such as basic gestures, text entry, and advanced gestures. Lessons 1. You can double tap anywhere on the screen to activate the selected item. Next button. Next button.
The great Michael Gonzalez on the
Double
drums.
tap to
John
activate.
Dees on the keys. Matt Mueller on electric and the great D Madness on the bass guitar.
Next button.
We did it again. The official Kill Tony after party starts now. Here
To activate. Exit
at
button. Exit.
Vulcan Gas Company here in Austin, Texas. Yes, and shout out, rest in peace to the late great Teddy Ray, a big friend of the show that passed away this week. Aw, there you go. You can unlock their phones, hang out, enjoy yourselves, people. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody.
Search or enter address. Edit. Double tap to edit. Search. Is the thing. Please choose voice view typing. Touch dash lift. Okay. Button. Search or enter address. S H Double tap to activate. Watching flashcards vertical volume slot. Double tap to activate. https://www. Alt. Button. Button. Voice view exiting.
What the fuck?
It's our best deal ever.
What's up, Austin, Texas? Good evening and welcome. It's a live audience here at Kill Tony. You guys excited to be here or what? The great Ryan Redman is here. What is up, guys? We're here, new residents of Austin, Texas. How exciting is this? This is the first episode of Kill Tony with an audience in over 10 months.
Wow, it was great to be here, guys.
The great Ryan J. Evil is here via streaming services, and we're excited to announce that today, as you listen to this show, it is the release of the new Kill Tony the coloring book, everybody. You're the first people to hear about this. There's a new coloring book with all the drawings of Kill Tony without the color, and you get to color it. That's what our target audience is.
Yeah, a lot of men kids are really happy about that.
And we got fed today by the great Yoni, a local talent. Vito's Pizza. It turns out Boston, not known for their pizza. So we found a barbecue guy. His name's Yoni Barbecue, and you can follow him at Best Barbecue. He has that handle on social media, so it goes to show you how good his barbecue is. He's at Best Barbecue. Caveman Coffee is the promo code Kill Tony, and here's a little bit more for the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode possible for you. Hey y'all, recently more than 100 Twitter users got their accounts hacked into passwords, email addresses, phone numbers, and more, all taken from high-profile people like Joe Biden, Elon Musk, and even Kanye West. These kinds of attacks are getting more frequent and more severe, and it's not just Twitter. Facebook, eBay, Uber, Adobe, and Yahoo have leaked data such as passwords, credit card info, and driver's licenses belonging to millions of users. Look, if someone can hack Joe Biden, just imagine how easy it would be for them to hack you. That's why I use ExpressVPN to safeguard my personal data online.
It seems pretty easy that somebody can actually hack Joe Biden, so that's a bad example. But according to recent reports, hackers can make up to $1,000 from selling someone's personal information on the dark web, making people like me and you easy, lucrative targets. ExpressVPN is an app that funnels your data through a secure encrypted tunnel, so that no matter what device you use, you can have peace of mind every time you use the internet. The app connects with just one click. It's lightning fast. The best part is ExpressVPN works up to 5 devices simultaneously, so you and your whole family can stay protected. If a breach can happen to powerful individuals, it can easily happen to you.
Yes, it can. So protect yourself with ExpressVPN. The VPN rated #1 by CNET, Wired, and countless others. And if you visit expressvpn.com/KillTony right now, you can earn yourself with an extra 3 months of ExpressVPN for free. That's expressvpn.com/KillTony. Visit expressvpn.com/KillTony to learn more. Today's episode is brought to you by Sheath Underwear. Sheath makes the softest, most comfortable boxer briefs I have ever worn. I wear them all the time. Go right now. Absolutely everywhere. If you're sick of boxers that are too loose or briefs that are too tight,
Come on,
Sheath
baby.
is for you.
Here's what makes Sheath unique. Down the stretch,
What the fuck?
Just $9.99. That's the perfect underwear for working out. Plus, the most unique thing about cheap underwear is that they have 12 pouches that keep your man parts separated and prevents them from sticking together. This is huge for working out.
Keep them separated,
You just want to make winter activities more enjoyable.
Yeah! You know what will make pumpkin picking more fun? Making sure your balls aren't stuck to your thighs. Sheath underwear will make that happen. No more chafing, no more gross ball sweat, just comfort and support. Now for some of you that might not be interested in separating your man parts,
Tremendous amount of love that every single one of you are starting to shine. You should be starting to understand the words. That's what you just represent. It also means you as an improvement point. And we are London for having wonderful day.
No fucking way. What the fuck?
It's any piece with any topics for just $9.99. After that, everybody says this is the latest one. It's when people sit down to eat, and we may be around night. It's wonderful there. We should be served finished shots and dinners. All day. als Schluss von dieser Folge habe ich also mitgedacht, mitgefilmt. Und ja, weil das habe ich wonderful week. Rock stepped out. I'd like to thank each and every one of you. A few months back, I found out that my sister-in-law got sick. So, that day, I started a countdown. Just recently, I promised her that this wasn't her first name out. Any pizza, any toppings, for just $9.99. Sheesh, I'm getting all kinds of ideas.
All right, we'll say good morning, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our Kamatoris sponsor for Tufshin Pei for the year 5785, Kosim Shbach of Eretz Yisrael, for in the zos of wishing a mazel tov to Yoshua Mordechai Tilson on his engagement to Amit Cohen. Mazel tov, Lady Bizocha Meretz Hashem. You know, you should just note that Yoshua Mordechai is a brave Chayal, a brave soldier. Baruch Hashem gave much to Am Yisrael, to Eretz Yisrael, and now it is so beautiful that he is going to be celebrating the building of his new home, which should occur in Eretz Hashem, B'Shah Tov Mitzlachos, and should Eretz Hashem be benched with generations of beautiful simcha, mazel, and bracha. Rosai, with that, let us begin. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning and discussing all of our precious hostages, making Baruch Eretz Hashem, bring them home, Shalom and Bekarov, and Halabai, all of our soldiers will be successful. B'chol Ma'asei Yidehem. Rosai, today's God. It doesn't matter what today's daf is. Let's not get caught up in details. Don't lose the trees from the forest. We're going to be learning Sanhedrin today in Meretz Hashem. We're going to be starting on Daf Ayin Aleph 71, and we're going to see in Meretz Hashem where the journey takes us. We are picking up in Meretz Hashem on Ayin Aleph 71a. We're picking up about 12 lines up from the bottom. So Gemara says, "Kiman Azla Hadasanya." With whose opinion? Whose opinion is reflected in the following statement? So there was never such thing as a Bais Menuga. Bais Menuga means ultimately again a home that was afflicted by tzaras. So such a thing never happened. Such a thing never will happen. Whose opinion is this? So the Gemara says, "I'm sorry, why is it written? If it's never going to happen, why is it written?" Ultimately, again, in order to learn it and receive reward. Kiman Azla, who does this meaning reflect? Kabbalazar ben Shimon. That Kabbalazar ben Shimon. Good, that's Talacha. This time, Rabbi Elazar ben Shimon. Rabbi Elazar ben Shimon says, "The olam in a bayis kamei achira kishtei gris nachshtei avonim Kishteg Sullen, the Karen's office. So again, in order to have Saras in the house, remember again, there's a whole topic with Saras in the house. Rashi HaKadosh points out that halacha the Ma'aseh Saras in the home was not as much a punishment as much as it was a bracha. Because Rashi points out, before the Jews came into Eretz Yisrael, the indigenous nations hid treasures in the walls of their home. And the truth is, the only way you would know that those treasures were present was with Saras. Comes down with little stones. And then one would see the treasure, literally again, that was buried behind. So again, Rav Elazar Shimon says, in order to have tzaras in the home, you need to satisfy so many different criteria. It has to be like two greasing. A grease is a measurement. Al shtei avanim on two different stones. V'shtei ksavim on two different walls. The keren zavis. So essentially, you have to be in a corner. Arko kishnei greasing, v'rako kish grease. You have to have a length of two greasing, a width of one grease. So my time at Rav Elazar, what's Rav Elazar Shimon's logic? Why does he say this? Sif kir, or sif kiros. Because the pasuk says, talking about tzaras in the home, it says it appears on a wall, and then it says it appears on walls, plural. So the Gemara says, Ezuhu kir, shuki kiros. What ultimately again is a home? What is a wall that is like walls, plural? The Omer is like Karen Zavis. This refers ultimately again to a corner. So Tanya Amar Rav Elazar Tzadok. So we'll say, so Rav Elazar Tzadok says, Makom haya betchum asa, v'hayu korim also churbisa segirta. So the Gemara said, but there was a place in Asa, and they called this place in Asa churbisa segirta. So again, interestingly enough, Rashi points out over here, churva is mitzora. And churva is called mitzora. Mitzora mitagamina segirta shenosi misham bais minuga. So essentially, what Rav Elazar Tzadok was saying was that there was mamish home that was known to have tzaras. Rav Shimon ish kfar Akko pamachas halachti begalil v'ra'isi makom shemetzayin also v'amru avanim nirugaos kinu b'sham. So Rav Shimon ish kfar Akko says, one time I went to the Galil, and in fact I found a place where they were storing stones that they said were removed from a home afflicted with tzaras. So let's say, so once again you see this tension. On one hand, first opinion saying there was never a home with tzaras, never happened, too much specificities. The other opinion saying that Allah said, no, we actually saw a home with tzaras. Beautiful. Much to say on this, but we'll cover a little bit of ground before we get into some life lessons. Says the Mishnah, Haya Echmem Gideng, O Chiger, O Ilaim, O Suma, O Cherish. So let's just remember again, we saw in the last sugya that in order for a child to become Ben Sorah or Morah, Lashon the Gemara was, the parents have to be shava. Parents have to be quote unquote equal, right, or similar. Now the only thing I was talking about over there was that the parents have to be shava, the kol, the mara, the koma. They have to be shava, they have to be similar in literally again their voice, their height, and even in their appearance. Now the Mishnah goes on to more technicalities. If one of the parents was a gideng, Rashi points out over here as gideng is they're missing a hand, an amputee, o chiger, or they're crippled in their leg and therefore can't walk, o ilay, or mute, o sumo, or blind, o cherish, or cherish generally means deaf mute. Eno nasa ben sorah mora. The child can't become ben sorah mora. This is a technicality. Now why? Is that Shneimar? Listen to this. The tough subo of Avimo, the pasuk says his parents will grab him for lo gidmin. Obviously, in order to grab him, they need hands. So if they're missing a hand, then Allah kid can't become a ben sorah mora. Both Sio also, they will take him out. So therefore, again, if they lack a leg, lack an ability to go ahead and remove him, they can't take him. The Gemara says, Va'amru, they will say, the parents will say, below ilmu, not if they're mute. Benenu zeh, that they will to identify his son, below sumi, and not parents who are blind. Enenu shomea bekomenu. They have to say the son doesn't listen to our voices, below chart, and not a mute. Not a mute. Right, the Gemara says, Maschin bo b'fnei shlosha, or malkin also. They warned them in Sorah Mora, so then there's Hasra. They warned him first in the presence of three, and then ultimately administer Malchus afterwards. Chazer b'kilgal. So you're about to say it's interesting because here we're introducing something new. Apparently, there is like a Hasra. They warn the kid about his behavior in front of three, right? So again, apparently the way it works is like this. The child or the young man steals the money, purchases the meat and the wine, conforms to all of the criteria that we established in the last couple of times. His parents warn him in front of a basin of three, and then again they flog him. They give him Malchus. If he repeats the behavior again, that's when he becomes a ben sorah mora. Chazer v'kilkel b'asur mishlosha. If he goes ahead and repeats this errant behavior, then he is judged by a basin of 23, which makes sense because now this is a capital case. Be'er Niskal, Achu Sham Shlosha Rishonim. But again, he's only stoned, he's only executed if part of the basin of 23 consists of part of the I should say differently. The original three who essentially judged him for Malchus have to be part of the subsequent basin of 23. Shnehemar, Benenu Zeh, Zeu Shalaka B'flechem. We have to say, the parents say, Benenu Zeh, this son. This son means the son that was warned and flogged in front of you, the first three, is now going to be executed for becoming Ben Sorah. Incredible. Shema Shabbos Minot. Gemara says, what do you see from here? Well, Kra. I will say what you see from here is something very interesting. That halacha l'maisa, when a pasuk is written a certain way, that's the process that has to be followed. In other words, I will say, what does this mean? So you would have thought like this. If you look at this pasuk of Ben Sorah Morah, right? So the pasuk says, the tafsu bo other video. His parents will take hold of him. And they will take him out right to the basin. And they say, now if you notice, what's happening over here? If you notice, there's a very literal interpretation of the pasuk in here, right? That literally they have to be able to grab him. They have to be able to walk. I don't know, when you look at this pasuk, one could have also easily said, the pasuk is more figurative. I don't know that you have to understand the pasuk in such a literal sense, but clearly the mission is understanding in a literal sense. What do you see from here? Shamas mina, ba'inon kra k'dichsiv. You have to follow a pasuk as the way that it's written. Gemara says, no, this is different. Shiny hacha, why? On the base. We're making progress. Shiny hacha, 71b. The kule kra yisim. First I say, no, this is different because here, the pasuk itself is written in such an elongated form. Look here, actually. Kule kra yisira. The matziv nichta bot seisem also shara here, holistelvim. In other words, you clean out this whole thing to cancel grab on. Just say, you take it to the base, done. The fact that the pasuk is written such longhand indicates to us that there is a hakpada. The Torah is telling us that again, the parents have to be able to engage in all of these processes, and inability to do so prevents the kid from becoming Ben Sorah more. Okay, the Mashma B'Tzei Shlosha, and we warn him in front of three. So he wants to Lamali, why do you need three? The trace cycle. Why do you have Hasra in front of three? You just need Hasra in front of two witnesses. Or Rabbi Halchim Tomer, Master B'Bifnei Shnayim, Umalkim also B'Fnei Shlosha. No, what it means is like this. You're right, we warn him in front of two witnesses, and we give him Malchus in front of three, because three represents a basis. So Mara says, whoa, Malchus Ben Sorah Morah Hefek Sima. Where do we ever see Malchus by Ben Sorah Morah, right? The only thing we ever see by Ben Sorah Morah is what? Is execution. Is Nisa. Where are you getting Malchus from a Ben Sorah Morah? Rabbi Abba, Amanu Yisru, so you make it Zeri Shabbat. Yisru. So it says the Yisru also, the Yisru Ben Sorah Morah, and then it says the Yisru by Malchus, and then again the Yisru Ben, by Yom Ben Akosarash. So essentially there's a Zeri Shabbat between Malchus and between Ben Sorah Morah to teach us that first time offender, right? First time offender Ben Sorah Morah gets Malchus. Okay, incredible. We must Chazav and Kilgam Gamachapim. So again, the Ben Sorah Morah once again repeats his negative behavior again. Well, we judge this time in front of the days of 23 because now it is effectively a Catholic case. So Gemara says, Haimni Bonile, Zeh, so Gemara Darshans, the name is Zeh. That's how the Gemara Darshan did. That's how Darshan did for the Mishnah. Just 1 second. Haimni Bonile, Zeh Belosu. Now remember again, but we already used that Zeh. That Zeh was already Darshan to teach us what? That Allah Maisa, the parents have to have sight in order for the kid to become Ben Sorah Morah. So how are you now using that sick in Zeh for a different drasha? You can lift up Benenu Hu, my Benenu Zeh. The pasuk could have just written Benenu Hu, but instead it says Benenu Zeh. Shmami Natarti. So it will say Zeh teaches me two things. What are the two things it teaches me? Number one, it teaches me parents have to have sight in order for the son to become Ben Sorah Morah. That's number one. And number two, that the original three who served as the basin for Malchus have to be part of the basin of 23 for execution. Incredible. Mishnah, Orach Achlan Radino, the Africa Hekel Zaki Zakara Tachton, Potter. Okay, so remember again, turn in the beginning of the Ben Sorah Morah Sugya. That Ben Sorah Morah is interesting. There's like a window. What's the window? It has to be like a Katan Samach Leish, which essentially is you can only become Ben Sorah Morah immediately upon reaching adulthood. And the metric for that, the Gemara says, essentially was what the Gemara called like a beard of pubic hair, a ring of pubic hair. So the Mishnah raised a very interesting point over here. Let's say a kid is accused of being a Mesor Mora, right? And when he is brought to Beis Din, he's of the age where it's appropriate. In other words, where you could be done, you could be judged as a Mesor Mora. And then what happens? He ran away from Beis Din. He ran away. He escaped from Beis Din. Before the verdict was passed. And then what happened? They find him again. They want to bring him back to Beis Din. But by the time they bring him back to Beis Din, he has further physically matured. What's the halacha? Pater. In other words, he's aged out of Ben Sora Umora, and therefore, again, so the interesting part, remember again, this is because he escaped before his verdict. So if he escaped before his verdict, by the time we get him back to Beis Din, he's already too physically mature. Right? What we call the Zikana Tachton has already formed. He's out. He's free on a technicality. On the other hand, if let's say the kid came to Beis Din, was judged, verdict was passed, but he escaped before execution, and then we find him afterwards, even though now he possesses more signs of physical maturation, we can still execute him. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Ben Noach should be against Hashem. Interesting case over here. So let's say about Ben Noach, a non-Jew, who cursed that Kadosh Baruch Hu, and then what happens? Then he converted. What's the halacha? Potter. Then he converted Potter. Why? What's the logic? What's the logic? Holol the Nishtana Dino, Nishtana Misasa. Because we also say the halacha Manaisa, his whole legal framework changed. Remember again when he was at Rashi points out something very interesting. So literally translated, since his legal ramifications or his legal framework changed, therefore his verdict changed as well. Take a look at Rashi. As a Ben Noach, right? A Ben Noach is judged with one witness, one judge, and no hasra. A Jew is judged with a basis of 23, hasra and everything else. So therefore, again, since now he converted, since his legal framework changed, therefore what? His din, his halacha changed as well. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Baruch Achlan Migmargim. So our Mishnah is in to support the same idea. If the Ben Soramora, if he escaped before the verdict was delivered, and before again, and then when they found him, he already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. His Potter, my type, what's the reason? Because he changed. Since he physically changed, therefore what? His din changed as well. Krishna says, no. Low shiny alcohol, the Abid Hashtala Bartalibu. No, it's different. Why? Because now he's in a state where if he had committed that very same crime, right? As a child, or as a young man with enhanced signs of physical maturation, if he were to steal that same money and buy meat and buy wine, he would not be chayiv at this stage. That's why if he escapes before the verdict, we find him later on, he's going to be potter. So Tashma, so ultimately, again, it's a Ben Soramora. If they delivered the verdict, and he ran away from Beis Din before he was executed, and then they find him, and by the time that they find him, he has already exhibited signs of further physical maturation. What's that? Chayiv. He's chayiv. Now, why is that? Nigmar Dino Ka'amet, because again, Allah says verdict was passed. Nigmar Dino Garba Katilahu. And he's already, if his verdict was passed in Allah, of course he's going to be chayiv. So the Gemara says as follows. We'll say, by the way, what a tremendous Musar Haskell it is. Tremendous Musar Haskell. So if a Ben Noach curses HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and then he converts, what's the halacha? He's not subject to a death penalty. Why? Because again, the lashon of the Gemara, holok in the shtana dino, the shtana misasal, it didn't change, and therefore again his death penalty changed. What do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa. Even if there is a certain din hanging over a person, there's a certain verdict hanging over a person. If you change who and what you are, ultimately, again, that din changes as well. We'll say this is a very important Gemara hashtafically, because in general, there's a fundamental question when it comes to tshuva. Let's say again, I'm a person, I commit an avera. As a person who committed an avera, I warrant a particular punishment. So now there's this concept of tshuva, and tshuva says that I could go ahead and change my din. So how does that work? How does that work? The Baruch Hu doesn't change his mind. The Rebbeinu Shalom doesn't change. The Rebbeinu Shalom is perfect. So what does it mean? If I'm chayiv for the death penalty, I'm chayiv for whatever the particular onesh may be, how does it work? So once I say interesting, the way it looks at the din doesn't change. The din is always the same. What changes? Me. I'll give you a simple mashal. Person goes ahead and makes $100,000 a year. So as $100,000 a year, you're in a particular tax bracket. Let's say the next year you make $200,000. So again, we'll say in a different tax bracket. Has the tax law changed? Has the tax law changed? No. The tax law is exactly the same. What's changed? Me. That's the whole dynamic of tshuva. The din is the din. If I remain the same person, then this is the din. This is where it is. But the beautiful opportunity we have in life is that I don't have to remain the same person. I can change myself. And when I change myself, suddenly again, the din, the judgment that was over here, is still there. It's still there. And if I choose to become that same person again, it's going to be waiting for me over there. But if I choose to become someone different, there's just a whole new set of laws and a whole new set of realities and a whole new set of ramifications that are there for no saying. That's the greatness of change, the greatness of tshuva. I can take myself from one framework to another framework. The framework is still there. The framework didn't change. The framework didn't change. I changed. So the Ben Noach who curses like the Baruch Hu Chas v'Shalom. If he becomes a yid, he becomes a yid. So at the end of the day, again, he's now all the Ishtani. He's a different person, and therefore a separate set of being. When we become Bali Tshuva, when we change, when we uplift ourselves, we just take ourselves from one framework to another framework. Most incredible thing in the world. Let's go right here. So in Kan Tashma, Ben Noach Sheikas Chavero, all Eshus Chavero, in the sky of Pater. Listen to this. A Ben Noach, non-Jew, who goes there and hits his fellow non-Jew, or commits adultery with the wife of his fellow non-Jew. And then what happens? So obviously getting himself into a whole boatload of trouble over here. And then he decides to convert. Now, what Bezin is taking this guy, I'm not exactly sure, right? But nice, again, he goes ahead and he converts. What's halakha? Potter. He's potter, right? He's potter from all of these things. Why? I will say now, what's the logic over here? The logic over here is that halacha l'maisa. Remember, when he converts as a Jew who goes ahead and hits the Ben Noach, or a Jew who commits adultery with the wife of the Ben Noach, is not subject to a death penalty. So therefore, halacha l'maisa says that Ben Noach, he was subject to a death penalty. Now, halacha l'maisa, he is not subject to these halachas. So death penalties also can be Yisrael and Iskayr Chayim. But if a Ben Noach hit a Jew, or a Ben Noach committed adultery with the wife of the Jew, and then he converts, he's still going to be liable. Still going to be liable. Why? Because again, these are actions that had he committed them as a Jew, he would also be liable. Says the Ben Noach, he's liable as a Jew, he's liable. Why? Name a whole the Ishtani. Why don't you go ahead and say, but he changed, he converted. Dino umisasa, but Dino umisasa, but now, in order to apply this metric of change, it has to be that both the din and the death penalty changes. Bahai, Dino Ishtani, Misasalo Ishtani. Here, the particulars perhaps of his judgment may change, but the death penalty still remains the same. Quite fascinating. So, Bishlam was saying, Mikara Saif, Ashta Saif. So, I understand the death penalty itself. Right? When he kills someone, says Ben Noach, it was Saif. And now he also be Chayiv Saif. Because remember, Ben Noach, we saw this program a little while ago, Ben Noach is always executed with Saif. So, as a Gentile, it was Saif. And as a Jew, it's Saif. Ala Eishes Ish, or with adultery, as a Ben Noach, it's Saif. Vahash Techenek. And now it's going to be strangulation. So his din is different. Which was supposed to say second line down in the white lines. In Aram Murasa. Supposed to say, we're talking about over here where he committed adultery with an Aram Murasa. The Edi Biskila. The Edi Biskila. Both a Ben Noach as well as a Jew have the punishment of Skila for an Aram Murasa. I, Baha Asa Kim Yisrael, Tumia de Ishes Chadero. Katani. But it says if he committed this same act with the Yisrael, comparable to Eishes Chadero, Ella, Kala Bechamura Meshach Shaicha. So we'll say, but rather we say again, interestingly enough, a more lenient penalty is automatically dragged along or included with a more severe one. That's why Rabbanan said that Saif is more Chamer than Chanek. Also, we had all this before. The great Rabbi Shimon says that Chanek, strangulation, is more Chamer than Saif. What are you going to say? Rabbi Shimon Sabala Kitana Kibin Nash. The Amar, Chomis Samura Belit Noach Eino Ela Chanek. That's why we had this machlokes. So he holds like Bnei Menashe, Tanna Bnei Menashe holds that no Bnei Noach are always put to death with Chenek. So Mishlama Eishes Ish Me Kara Chenek Bahashta Chenek. So I understand the case where the Ben Noach committed adultery with the wife of Yisrael, and then he converted because whether he was a Ben Noach or he's a Jew, he's punished by Chenek. So it's Elul Otseach Me Kara Chenek Bahashta Saif. 1 second. But according to this, as a Ben Noach for murder, he would be Chayiv Chenek, and now as a Jew, he would be Chayiv Saif. To which the Gemara says, not a problem. Again, we assume that Saif is a more lenient form of death penalty than Chenek, and therefore, again, the more lenient one is a more common one. Let me say it, right? Sarcha, Biachakach, Babra. Right? The Gemara says, Tidon Bechenek. So the Gemara says, Tidon Bechenek. The skila my time alone. So she would be judged with Chenek and not with skila. Why not with skila? It must be because Allah to my Nara Murasa side. Nara Murasa, who ultimately committed adultery, then she became Bulgaris. So what's the halacha? She's judged with Chenek. Right? The Gemara says, why not skila? Because she changed from a Nara to a Bulgaris. The Kosh came Hacha, the Ishtani Lagan, right? And all the more so in this case where the change was complete. Hamir Biochanan, the Tani Tidon Biskila. So ultimately, again, so Rabbi Yochanan says the Tana, you're right, rather instead write that Allah Maisa subject to skila. Incredible. Also, what's the takeaway? The takeaway, sorry, I went a little bit quickly over there. What's the takeaway? The takeaway is like this. That Allah Maisa, if you have a case of Ben Sora Mora, the kid is brought to Beis Din, and then he escapes. And we find him later on, what do you do with him? So the answer is, it depends. If his verdict was passed, right, and he escaped before execution, when you find him, you execute him. If he escapes before the verdict was passed, then what do you do? It depends. If you find him before he's developed further signs of physical maturation, you can pass the verdict and you can kill him. But if he escaped before the verdict was passed and now he developed further signs of physical maturation, since he has changed, right? Things have changed. You can no longer judge him as a Ben Sora Mora. And just other cases like that. The Ben Noach who curses HaKadosh Baruch Hu and then converts. The Ben Noach who goes ahead and hits his friend, right, or commits adultery, then converts. Similar types of cases. Beautiful. Let's go. Ben Sora Mora. We'll say this is interesting. This Mishnah feels like it should have been at the beginning of this entire parak, but okay, because we're going to do it here. Ben Sora Mora. Nidon Hashem Sofo. Ben Sora Mora is executed not as much because of what he has done, but because of what we are concerned he is going to become. Gemara says, Yomos Zaka Val Yomos Chayiv. Ultimately, again, let him die innocent and don't let him die Chayiv. Don't let him die culpable. Nor why? Shemisasan Sharishan Hanalayim. I know the Olam. Because the death of the wicked is good for them. Because their death atones for them and it's also good for the world. The Tzadikim, Ra'lohem Baravi Olam. The death of Tzadikim is bad for Tzadikim and it's bad for the world. I will say, why is death bad for tzaddikim? It's such a profound Gemara Mishnah. Why is death bad for tzaddikim? Why? Because the Maisa, with death, they no longer have the ability to go ahead and perform nice and terrible. I will say, life is the greatest gift because as long as you're alive, you have the ability to just change yourself, change the world. So death for tzaddikim is a bad thing because with their death, they lose their ability to impact change. And it's bad for the world. Gemara says, Radiolo. So I'll say, listen to this, wine and sleep, for the Rishaim, it's pleasurable for them and it's good for the world. Why? Because if Rishaim are drinking and they're sleeping, it usually means that what? They're not bothering anyone else. Good. So be occupied with your wine, be occupied with your sleep, and go for it. But tzaddikim, Ralahem, Radiolo, I'll say this is incredible, but for tzaddikim, wine and sleep is terrible for them and terrible for the world. This isn't how profound this is. Why? Because when the tzaddik is drinking too much or the tzaddik is sleeping, he's not accomplishing. And if the tzaddik is sleeping and not accomplishing, drinking and not accomplishing, that's bad for him and it's bad for us. So here it is, right? This is a riot to what we do. Sleep is bad. Sleeping is bad, apparently. It feels so good. That's right. But apparently, again, it's not good if we want to beat tzaddikim. Incredible. Pizra the Rishaim, Hana Elohem Ba'ana the Olam. So we'll say Pizra means, again, literally, displacement. You must say scattering is good for Rishaim and good for the world. In other words, if Rishaim are not together, if they're not concentrated, it's good for them because then they can't collaborate with one another, and it's also good for the world. So that's tzaddikim, Ra'lohem V'Ravi Olam. For tzaddikim, obviously, again, it's not good. Because again, when tzaddikim are together, they're able to go ahead and collaborate, and they're able to be a force amplifier. So for Rishayim, Pizur is good. Ultimately, for Tzadikim, it's not good. It's also Pizur. So Pizur means literally again scattered. Pizur also means sometimes we'll say no, a person could be in one geographic place, but they're in a million different emotional headspaces. And when a person is like that, we all experience times like that. It's very disjointed. It's very disjointed, and it's very hard to accomplish something when you're not self-centered. Really, what Pizur represents, let's do the opposite. It's the opposite. The Gemara says kinos. Kinos, the Rishayim Rala and Rali Olam. So kinos means gathering. When Rishayim are together, that's bad for them and bad for the world, obviously. Because then they can collaborate. But let's tzadikim, hana Allahem, v'hana Ali Olam.
No one really knows
Tzadikim
for
is
sure.
good for them and it's good for the world. So this is incredible. So for tzadikim, kizu scattering is bad. Kinos is good. So of course, you can understand on a Pasha Pshat level. When tzadikim are together, that's great. They can collaborate. They can accomplish. It's a force multiplier. And when they're dispersed, again, they can only accomplish as much as any one individual can. But it's not just true for it's also true on a personal level. Sometimes in life, I'm in a state of Pizur. Pizur is I'm all over the place. When I'm all over the place, well, it's hard to accomplish when you're everywhere. When you're everywhere. Why? Because it will say Pizur means there's a lack of mindfulness. There's a lack of presence. Right? Kinos means there's mindfulness. Kinos means a gathering. I'm in one place. I'm mindful. I'm attentive. I'm there. It's interesting. Sometimes we like to think that when we focus on multiple things, we're accomplishing more. And we know this. When you multitask, maybe you are accomplishing more, but the quality of your work is significantly diminished. That's Pizur. Pizur is multitasking. So just know, again, it's not the best thing. Kinos is where there's mindfulness, there's attentiveness, I'm present. When that happens, it's good for me and it's good for the world. Incredible. Let's finish up. You want to say Shagat, tranquility. It's bad for his shayim, but it's tranquil Rishayim to do a lot more damage, and it's bad for the world. So the tranquil Rishayim of Shagat. Let's tzadikim hana Allahem v'hana Olam. For tzadikim, ultimately, again, tranquility is good for them because with tranquility, they can focus on accomplishing more. And obviously, if the tzaddik can accomplish more, and it's good for the tzaddik, and it's good for the world. There's so much to discuss about this Mishnah, but for a different time. Top of Ayin Day 72a says the Mishnah. Tanya, Rabbi Yosef Lili Omer. Because the Ben Solar Amora has stolen money and has purchased some meat and purchased some wine, he should be executed. You know, so it's $1 million question. Rather, the Torah knows what is going to happen with Ben Solar Umora. The Gemara says, why? That's why Shesof Mikmar Nichse Aviv. At a certain point, he's going to finish all of his father's money. And he's going to want to sustain his habits that he's formed. And he's not going to be able to. The Yotze the Parashas throughout the Moras and Sabrios, he's going to go out and he's going to become a robber. Amra Torah, Yamos Zakai Va'al Yamos Chayiv. The Torah says, let him die innocent. In other words, remember, has Ben Soramora, has he done something bad? Yeah. Does it deserve death? No. But the Torah sees where this type of behavior is going to lead to, and ultimately says, you know what? Kill him now. Kill him now before he becomes a real liability for himself and for greater society. He says, because the death of Rishayim is good for Rishayim. Again, kill this kid before he goes out and becomes a real menace to society, and it's good for the world. And also, by the way, this is so fascinating. But first of all, so this harkens back. I like that phrase, harkens back. Anyway, it's also so I feel like we see an accent. Anyway, so this is why we don't finish it up. So you want to say as follows. So remember, this goes back to yesterday's back when we saw the Machlokes. Did Ben Soramora happen? Did it not happen? So remember all of this together. So that's the Halav Machlokes. I was saying, but it struck me. Why do you say this, right? What's the whole story of Ben Soramora? He's going to steal money. He's going to purchase meat and purchase wine. And we're afraid that when he finishes his father's money, he's going to go out and steal. I don't understand. Maybe he'll just get a job. Maybe he'll manage a hedge fund. I don't know. First, why do we automatically assume that he's going to continue stealing in order to support these habits? So I'll say, what do you see from here? When you get used to not working, when you get used to handouts, when you get used to going ahead and supporting your lifestyle on the back of others, that is a very difficult habit to break. That's what's happening right here. So because this kid has never worked, in other words, it's one thing if he's an industrious young man. He likes nice things, right? You see kids like this. They like nice things. So what happens? What do? They hustle. They hustle. Oh, so he hustles and he wants nice meat and nice wine and nice color. Okay, you know what? That's fine. You're working hard for it. We're not worried about a kid like that. What we're worried about is someone who steals, who's trying to have it. You develop that type of mindset from when you're young, that like Magiali, the world owes me something, and you go out and you support yourself from other people's hard work. That's a terrible midah. And that's a midah that's not going to be broken. That's the kind of person that when he's running out of their father's sons, he's not getting a job. He's like, you know what he's doing? You know what he's doing? He's taking it from other people. He's taking it from other people. It's such a detrimental mindset. It's not just about the meat and the wine. It's about a feeling of entitlement. That you feel so entitled that you could take other people's stuff to support yourself. I'll say, you know the worst midah a yid can have? The worst midah? Entitlement. Magiali, you know, Rabbi Sachs. So the Father of Rafa pointed out that in Yiddishkeit, there are no rights. There's no Bill of Rights in Judaism, right? The Torah doesn't entitle you to anything. Rabbi Sachs and the next time Rafa writes that in Yiddishkeit, there are only responsibilities. There's 613 responsibilities. Responsibilities, not rights. Why? Because the Yid should never walk around feeling entitled. No one owes you anything. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't owe you anything. And I will say, by the way, it sounds strange. It's like, well, a second, that's not true. People do owe me something, right? People owe me a car. So I tell people owe me this. I say, the problem is, if you walk around feeling you're entitled, there's one thing you can be absolutely sure of, which is you will be profoundly disappointed. So you can feel entitled. Everybody owes me everything. Okay, and when it doesn't come, you're going to get upset, you're going to get offended, you're going to get hurt, you're going to all these other things. Or walk around, you know what? No one knows you anything. Don't walk around with a Magiali entitlement. And so once again, in marriage, don't walk around feeling that your spouse owes you something. Your kids don't owe you something. Your parents don't owe you something. Your friends don't owe you something. It's beautiful if they do something for you, and then when they do something, you will feel such a profound weight of Hakara Satov. That's beautiful. But again, you can dispense with so much life disappointment if you get rid of the feeling of entitlement. And that's what's happening over here. You know what the real danger of the Ben Sora Umora? It's not the meat and it's not the wine. It's the walking around from a young age with a feeling of entitlement. Jews don't have rights. Jews have responsibilities. Dispense with the feeling of entitlement in all of your life relationships and become much happier in all areas of life. Let's go back to it. So, Marcy, Vanal Tzadikim, right? Marcy said, Allah, Tzadikim, but Tzadikim, ultimately, again, death is bad for them and bad for the world. The Gemara says, Yayin, this is just repeating what we saw in the Mishnah. Yayin, Shina the Yayin, the Rishon, Hanal the Olam. Sleep and wine are good for Rishon because then they're not causing problems. Shina the Yayin, the Rishon, Hanal the Olam, the Tzadikim, rather the Olam, as wine and sleep is not good for the Tzadikim. Why? Because they're good for the Tzadikim if they're drinking or they're sleeping, they're not performing the mice and token. Sheket the Rishon, rather the Olam. Tranquility is bad for Rishon, bad for the world because it gives them time to engage in all their negative imaginations. The Tzadikim, Hanal the Olam. If a Tzadikim is good, Pizor, the Rishon, Hanal the Olam. So again, scattering, displacement is good for Rishon, good for the world. The Tzadikim, rather the Olam. Mishnah. Abba Maktaris, what's the switching gears now? Abba Maktaris is a thief. Abba Maktaris means a thief who comes in secret. The boss said that literally Maktaris, the way that Rashi understands it, the way Gemara understands it over here, is a thief who comes in through tunneling. He's literally again digging a tunnel right from somewhere into the house of the person he wants to rob. So Abba Maktaris, Midrash Hashem Sofa. So it says the halacha is if somebody, now the assumption is this is happening at night, this is happening in secret. The Torah says that if somebody breaks into your home, tunneling into your home, you're allowed to kill them. Now we'll see why that is. The Gemara says so. The thief is judged based on what we believe he is going to be willing to do. So let's say Reuben broke into my home. And when breaking into my home, he broke a barrel. Also, so what's halacha? If I'm not allowed to kill Reuben, and we'll discuss the parameters of this, then Reuben is going to be chayiv for breaking the barrel. In Amo Damim Potter. If at the end of the day I'm allowed to kill Reuben, then he's potter for breaking the barrel. And listen, now why is that? That's a kimmik b'derabim. Because since I'm allowed to kill him, he's chayiv that penalty. Because that's what he worked for. He's potter for financial damages. Says the Gemara, Amar Rabba, my time, the Machtaras. We'll say now, why is it that you're allowed to kill someone who breaks into your home? Like after all, again, the person is a thief. He's coming to steal stuff. So why are you allowed to kill the person? So you must listen to this. Chazaka in Adam Mamin Atzma Manoro. So you must listen to this. The Chazaka is people don't just let other people steal their stuff. Right? In other words, it's my stuff, and I'm going to defend my home. I'm going to defend my property. Behind me, a thief knows that. The thief knows that when he breaks into someone's home and wants to go and steal someone's stuff, that the homeowner is going to defend his property. So therefore, the thief says, "Amar iyazilma kailafai, v'lo shaviklei v'ikailafai katlinalei." So therefore, every thief knows that the homeowner is going to remain ready to defend his home. And therefore, what does that mean? Every thief, therefore, is ready to do what? Kill the homeowner. So therefore, a thief, and again, I will say, this is a thief. This is not like a pickpocket, right? This is a person breaking into a home in a secretive way. So everyone knows that a person is going to defend their home. Therefore, the thief remains ready to kill the homeowner if it requires. And therefore, the thief becomes a rogue. The thief, again, is essentially looked at as a murderer. And therefore, again, the Torah says, if somebody comes to try to kill you, you're allowed to kill him first. That's the Baba Machtaras. Incredible. So Amarav, Habab Machtaras, but not okay. The Yatzapat was interesting. This is fascinating. So let's say Reuben breaks into my home. Right? Reuben breaks into my home. And Halach again, he gets out, right? He gets out, and he takes some stuff with him. So Rav says something very interesting. Rav says Reuben doesn't have to return the items. Doesn't have to return it. Right? My time up. What's the logic? Since when he broke into my house, he was considered a road date. He's chayiv nisa. So because he's chayiv nisa, therefore he's potter for any type of monetary law. And therefore, he doesn't have to return the objects. If he gets it alive. Gets it alive, right? If he gets it alive and he takes my stuff, he doesn't have to return it. I will say, by the way, very similar also like we have this in our law, like castle doctrine, like this idea that people defend their homes. And there's an understanding that if someone breaks into their home, no one's going to say, oh, you know what? It's just stuff. It's just stuff. No, yeah, it is stuff. You know, it is stuff. But you know what? It's my stuff. It's my stuff. And I worked for it, and you didn't. So if I'm armed, I'm going to defend my home. And the law recognizes that as well, right? And you're not type to ask, but what exactly are you doing? Right? In other words, expensive stuff, inexpensive stuff, in the middle of something people don't call now. You know, there's no key. The understanding over here is I'm going to defend my home. You are going to defend my home, and therefore, if you're coming in, you're ready to kill me, and therefore, again, I'm ready to kill you. That's the halacha. So Rava says like this. So Rava says, but this is a pretty wild statement from Rav. So Rava says, Reuben breaks into my home, and he gets out alive, and he's holding my stuff. Rav says he doesn't have to give it back. Why? Because since he's subject to a death penalty, therefore he's subject to any type of monetary compensation, he can keep my stuff. So Rav's statement makes sense, but let's say the object is no longer in existence. All right, so he stole something and then it broke. He's not trying to make financial restitution. The Gemara says, "About not all of them." He has the object. Let's get back. Now look at me. Not true. Not true. Rav said even if the object is extant, still Reuben doesn't have to give it back. Incredible. The hayesh lo damim v'nen zuchayev alma b'rshusei kaima. How can I b'rshusei kaima? Because again, essentially, since Reuben the thief was liable to a death penalty, he essentially acquired the object through his death penalty. Like he's subject to death, he's not subject to any type of financial compensation, and therefore the object is now deemed to be in his rishus. Gemara says, "V'lo, this is not true." Gemara says it's not true. When we say that the object is in the rishus of the thief, that's for own sin. If something happens to it, the thief is responsible. But if Allah for an obligation of return, of course, if the item is still extant, the thief has to give it back to the owner. He needs to have a shal. He's no different than a shal. So we'll say, so you are suggesting over here is this interesting statement of Rav. So Rav says if the thief gets out alive with an object, he doesn't have to give it back. Rava says that's only if the object is not extant. But if the object is extant, of course the thief has to give it back. So that's last Tanan. Thief comes in, writes repetitiously, and he breaks a barrel. Yesh lo damim chayiv. So what's the lashon of yesh lo damim means? That the homeowner is not allowed to kill him in these circumstances. We'll see what those circumstances are. So if it's a case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, so the thief is liable for the damage to the barrel. Ain't no damim potter. But again, if Allah says I'm not allowed to kill him, then he's not chayiv for financial compensation for the broken barrel. That time of the Shiva. Now the reason this whole discussion is happening over here is because he broke the barrel. The Chi'im will come in Potter, where ultimately again where Ruben will be Potter from allowed to kill him. Hanatal law, which is something right, that had he taken the barrel, he would not be liable, seemingly supporting the position of Rav. So Gemara says, no. It's not true. Even if he took it, technically he'd be chayiv. The reason Mishnah framed it as a case of breaking the chavis is to teach us that Allah any case where I'm not allowed to kill the thief, even though he broke the barrel, right? I'm not allowed to kill the thief. Even though he broke the barrel, he's still going to be chayiv. So Gemara says, Pshita, that's obvious. Massive, he's a damager. Even if he did it without kavanah, he's still going to be chayiv. The Gemara says, Adam muad li'olam. Right, the person is always responsible for damages that they cause, whether they have intention for it or not. So Tanina, the Gemara says, Adam muad li'olam bebi shogi beim b'mezid beim ba'olas beim b'rasim. Person is always muad. First the Gemara says, right, Kasha, you're right. I don't know what to do with this. So Maser Rabbi Barabaye, I go in a case with Shabbos Chayyim. We've seen this case many times. Person Ruben steals my money bag on Shabbos. So Chayiv, so let's say that normally again. Now, what's the halacha? So Ruben steals my purse on Shabbos, then what does he do? Now, obviously, he picks it up and then he leaves my house. There's two things that are happening over. What are the two things? Number one, theft. Number two, Chilul Shabbos. Remember, for Chilul Shabbos, you Chayiv Nisa. But the halacha over here is he's Chayiv for both things. Why? Because there's no simultaneity. Why is no simultaneity? When does the theft occur? When he picks it up. When does the Chilul Shabbos occur? Only when he picks it out of the Magdalus. Because there's no simultaneity, there's no killing of Rav Minay, and therefore Allah is Chayiv for both. The Gemara says, but if you drag the money bag out, right? You dragged it out, so that remember, you're only chayiv for Geneva when you lift the object or move it into a different domain. In this case, there will be simultaneity because he's dragging it. Therefore, at the moment that it crosses my threshold into Rosh Hashanah, both theft and Chilul Shabbos occur together. Shari Isra Geneva, Isra Skila, Ba'in Ka'achad. The song. And it says, so the Gemara says over here, what do you see from here? You see from here that Allah right there is the truth. And ultimately, again, Rashi says over here, the violence of the bottom, Hadikani Patrick, the Shadinu Binara, the lesson. The case ultimately, again, where he said that it's Potter, it would be a case ultimately, again, where the object is thrown into the river and therefore no longer exists. So that's what the Gemara suggesting. Remember, all of this is in Rav, right? So again, what the Gemara suggesting is like this. Rav says that if a thief is chayiv nisa and steals an object and gets away with the object, he has no obligation to return it. Now, Rava and everyone else is incredulous about that. It doesn't make any sense. And now, what's Rav's logic? Rav's logic is killing with Rabbi Minay. Since as a thief, you're liable to death, therefore you are exempt from any other monetary liability, even if that object is sitting in your hand. Rava and everyone else says, what are you talking about? I understand that the object is destroyed, the object is lost, the object is broken, there's no obligation for restitution. But if the thief is literally holding the object in his hand, of course he has to give it back. So that's the only way. This Rava, so this is this. Rava, now remember, Rava was going to argue on Rav, and Rava had goats stolen from him. Right? It's repetition. Someone tunneled into his pen and stole the goats. What happened? Then the thief had to change the part, and the thief wanted to give it back. But Lo Kablimu, Rava would not accept it back. Why? Amar, since Rav said his piece, Rav said his piece. Now let's remember again. Now Rava argued on Rav. But Rava said, since Rav said that Allah, so when a thief steals something, he's not obligated to go ahead and return it. This was Rav's statement. And Rava says, even though I disagree with it, I accepted halacha l'maisa. Incredible story. So much to say about that, but for a different time. But listen, what I just want to point out is halacha l'maisa, though, just to be clear, we don't paskin like, we paskin like Rav, but only when the object is no longer in existence. So if a thief goes ahead and tunnels in, steals an object and gets away, so halacha l'maisa, again, he's going to be liable, right? He's going to be liable, but now, technically speaking, obviously you can't kill him after the fact, right? But l'maisa, again, if the object is no longer in existence, the thief is not obligated to make financial restitution. But if Reuben came in, stole my object, gets out, and then we find him, we find the object. If the object is still in existence, halacha l'maisa, we don't pass him like Rav, we pass him like Rava, and halacha l'maisa, the object itself has to be returned. Incredible. All right, let's go. Turn our on. Eino gamin mizarcha Hashem shalav. So the pasuk says that the homeowner, right, is not chayiv for killing the thief if the sun, literally again, if the sun is shining. I don't understand. The chi hashemesh alav b'levad zarcha is the sun only shining on one person. What's the meaning of the pasuk? Ella in bar lecha davar kishemesh she'in lo shalom uncha hargei. Rather, what it means is like this: if you know with absolute certainty that the thief is there, if it's as clear as the sun that the thief is there to kill you, kill him first. Then laugh, but if you're not absolutely certain, I'll target you. Don't kill him. Now listen, now watch this. That's Bryce 1. Bryce 2, Tanya Idach, Tzarcha Hashem Shalav, Gamin. Dechi Hashem Shalav Levad Tzarcha, Ella. In Barlacha Kishem Shiish, the Shalom Idach, rather, the same says like this. If it is as clear as the sun that the guy loves you and is not going to kill you, then don't kill him. But if it's not as clear as the sun, Hargei, kill him. You see what just happened over here? Listen, Bryce number 1, the only way you're allowed to kill someone is if what? It is as clear as the sun that they are going to kill you. But if it is not as clear as the sun they're going to kill you, you can't kill them. According to the second Bryce, only if it is clear as the sun that the guy is not going to kill you, then you can't kill him. But if there's any suffix, you can kill the person. Those are two pretty dramatically different vices. So what do you do with this? Look, Kasha, I'm a base. This, I'm a base. They are great. I'm a base, 10 minutes to go. I'm a base. Kan ba'aval aban, kan ben ala'av. Wow. Let's listen to this. Everything depends on who the thief is. Like, one is talking about a father stealing from his son. But listen, when a father steals from his son, it's absolutely certain a father will never kill his son. So if the son, now again, the father might steal from his son apparently, right? But the father is never going to kill his son. So if the son discovers, he wakes up, and his father's in his house, totally stealing stuff, the son is not allowed to kill his father. Because the son knows that a father will never take the life of his son. He may steal from his son. See, what you see from here is, parents sometimes do mistreat their children. Right? After all, you see over here that you have a case of it. You can't say that father won't steal from his son, because apparently that does happen. So sometimes parents, knowingly or unknowingly, mistreat their children. But one thing you count on is that a father kills his child. A father will never kill his child. On the other hand, if a son breaks into his father's house, that's so partial. Sometimes a son can kill a father. So it's such a heavy Gemara. And so therefore, again, if the thief is a father, the son knows with absolute certainty his father is not going to kill him, and therefore, again, the son has no license to kill the father. On the other hand, Allah says the son breaking into the father's home. The father, we don't know. We don't necessarily know what the son may be prepared to do. Incredible. Called the Asiyali Ma'ala Machtara, Havlina Le'lebar Ne'rab Chanina Bar Shila. This is interesting. So I've said, anyone who breaks into my house, I'm going to kill. Except if it's Rav Chanina Bar Shila. I'll say such an interesting compliment, right? In other words, anyone else who breaks into my house, I'm going to take them down. Except if the thief is Rav Chanina Bar Shila. Versus my time, what's the reason? Even should the tzaddik. Maybe because Rav Chanina Bar Shila is a tzaddik. Well, obviously, he wouldn't be such a tzaddik. When he breaks into someone else's house. Ella, you should be killing the Gabe, Shimerachim alai Kimerachim Avalabam. We'll say this is such a touching Gemara. Rav says, because I know that Rav Chanina Bar Shila loves me like a father. I want to say something different about this. I know that Rav Chanina Bar Shila loves me like a father, so I know that even if he were to break into my home, I know that halacha l'maisa, he would not go ahead and take my life. So what you also see from here is, apparently there could be other relationships outside of an actual father-child relationship where someone's love you like a father. So it doesn't exist. There's nothing like a father's love. I say the father's love is unique, a parent's love is unique, But apparently in life, there are other people who could love me with that unconditional, non-judgmental love, like a father loves his son. Incredible. It's incredible. So much to say about this, but I'm going to lose my job if I don't tell you. So tell me about it. So tell me love. Maybe before maybe Shabbos. Ain't no dumb day before maybe Shabbos. So what's the Gemara says all of these halachas. So essentially, what we have over here is as follows. The metric we adopt is like this: if someone breaks into your home surreptitiously, the understanding is that the person is going to stand up and defend their property, which means that anyone who's breaking into my home secretly is ready to kill me. Because ready to kill me, therefore, what I have the halachic obligation to kill them first. But when are you allowed to take life of the thief? Only when you are not 100% sure that they come in peace. If I'm 100% sure that they come in peace, then I can't kill them. The only real example of that is like a father or someone who loves you like a father. Otherwise, if you're not sure, defend your life and defend your life at all costs. And that's what the Lord says. These halachas apply both by Shabbos and by weekday. So the Lord says, "Ishlam and was going before the Shabbos before." So the Lord says, ultimately, again, I understand I'm allowed to take the life of the thief. Whether it's Shabbos or Tuesday, that makes sense. Why don't I need that qualification? Let's do it. It's not like time, We did how that we gave Basin. This is kind of like execution by Basin. Just like Basin was warranted to execute someone, so too if the thief is coming in, and I don't know 100% that he comes in peace, I'm allowed to kill him. So this is that I become like the Basin. I'm coming to Basin. So I might have thought if Shabbos look up, so I might have thought that Basin doesn't execute on Shabbos. Maybe I can't kill this thief on Shabbos. Kamash one was the first by line, that I can. Ella, Domim Lo, being the holding the Shabbos. But again, the case I'm not allowed to kill a thief. And there is liability for killing a thief. So now that halacha applies on Shabbos and during the week. So you must understand what's the Kiddush. Hashka b'chol the Shabbos midbari. If I can't kill him during the week, I certainly can't kill him on Shabbos. It means it's like this. Let's say somebody breaks into my home on Shabbos and then the wall collapses on him. Sif halacha is clear that he was going to kill me. I can't remove the rubble from him. The halacha is because he's liable to a penalty. But if I'm not sure if he came to kill me, or sure that he didn't come to kill me, halacha again, I could remove the rubble in order to save his life on Shabbos. Tamabani. Shehukah b'chol adam. Umeis b'chol misa. Shati yachol amiswas. This is incredible. Reuven breaks into my home. Now what happens? Shimon, my neighbor, sees Reuven breaking into my home. So what's the halacha? Shimon, my neighbor, has the right to kill Reuven. It's not just me, the homeowner, okay? Even someone else has the right to kill Reuven. Not only that, but he's allowed to kill Reuven. Anyone's allowed to kill Reuven. I kill Reuven with any way we need to. So you must understand so I understand why the Torah needs to teach me that anyone is allowed to execute Reuven. After all, why is that time? Because no one would have thought, I might have thought the license to kill the thief is only for who? Only for who? Only for the balabas. Only for me, the balabas. But other people don't have a right. Kamash from they do. Which by the way makes sense. Right? Kamash from the road they do, that be the achanat. Remember, once Reuven is breaking into my home, he has a status of what? Of a road date. Once he's a road date, then anyone has the right to go ahead and execute, even my neighbor. The Elamace. But Chavisa Shati Yochalam. So, Lama, I will say again, why do I need the special people that teach me to kill him? Anyway, you need to kill him. So I said, you don't say, I'm a murderer. What's not right? I will say, this is someone in general. So, right, when they killed Shimon, then we're going to be executed by Beis. There's a particular type of Nisa, right? The most whatever the type of Nisa, whatever, depending on the crime. Let's say Reuven is hired to cite decapitation. Well, let's say whatever the reason is, doesn't have a sword. So what do? You execute him. You execute him. So we must design your most I don't know that you can execute someone with a prescribed death penalty. How do I know that if I can't execute Reuven with the prescribed penalty, that I could go ahead and execute him however you execute him? Most you must become. Plus it says execute him however you need to execute him. To which the Gemara says, so therefore I will say, same thing over here. Buy the thief, kill him however you need to kill him. Krishna says, no, shiny Hassan, most you must. It's different. Because the execution authorities is the Lashon of most you must. And what is most you must? That double Lashon teaches me that even if you can't give the proper death penalty, Hazen has the right to execute him however you can execute him. So once you learn from this, learn from Rotseach, that Allah when someone is liable to the death penalty, Just kill them however you can kill them. There's also Gol Adam. Gol Adam, remember again, right? Reuven kills Shimon accidentally. The relatives of Shimon have the right to seek revenge from Reuven. By Gol Adam also, they have the ability to kill Reuven however they want to do it. Say, what do you have over here? You have two psukim that teach you the same concept. Yotzef and Gol Adam. What do they teach you? That whenever someone is liable to a death penalty, if you can't give them the prescribed death penalty, then what? You can kill them wherever you want. So we'll say, oh, what is this called? This is called Shnei Ksuvin Aboyin Ke'achad. I have two mitzvahs or 12 halachos that teach you the same thing. So the Gemara says, now what's the halacha? Before Shnei Ksuvin Aboyin Ke'achad, Ein Lalav. So let's say in general, whenever you have two psukim that teach you the same concept, you can actually eat the principle from them. Machteres any other machteres. Gadol katzeh dikapi from minayim. So we'll say again. But Allah says therefore we should say so again. We're going to very important halacha. Number one. Not only is the homeowner permitted to kill the thief, but who else is anyone else? Why? Because the thief has the status of a relative. That's halacha number one. Halacha number two. How do you kill the thief? How do you kill the thief? How do you kill him? However you need to. However you need to. Two part of the halacha. What's another part of the halacha? Machteres. Any of the machteres. I don't know if the thief is coming in. The Gemara says, Gadol, Chasero, Karfifo Minai. How do I know that it's coming through my roof, my chutzah, my carpet? How do I know? Or even if he's not tunneling, it's coming through a window that I can also kill him. Kawalomar, Yimatze Hadona Bikama. The Pasuk says Yimatze. However you find the thief, wherever the thief is found, without that. Im came, Matamo Machteres. That's east. Then why does the Pasuk say Machteres? The majority of thieves tunnel. Charges spoke back to normal that it's done. Tiny, you got Machteres, any Machteres. I only know that it's tunnels in. I don't know because the windows in the classroom is the roof. I came Matamor Machteres. So ultimately, again, if that's the case, then why does it say Machteres? Because Machtereso, Zohi Hasra also. Oh, as most like remember, if you're tunneling, just know that's your Hasra. If you're tunneling, the Torah itself has already said that Halach Lamaisa, you are warned. I was like, we have to stop a bit for today, but Lamaisa, this is not going to be end, it's going to be for the next week, which is, does the thief require Hasra? Is there Hasra in the sentence case? The Gemara suggests turning in, by definition, is your Hasra. No further Hasra. That's what we'll stop over for today. Oh, yeah. Okay, great run. All right, come on Zoom. I will get this back to all of you. Jerry, Mazel Tov on your granddaughter's wedding. Mazel Tov. Come on Zoom. Jerry will ask you right up his granddaughter today. London? Oh, okay. That's good. One question. Good. Okay, it's Mazel Tov. Shadayach, everyone. Sorry? It's only extenuating circumstances.
This is not a small thing. This maybe later on, but it doesn't when it comes for sure. You really think that the law is better? Games and demons and the law and all kinds of metaphors. And if God's really just a one in the center of all one space, making everything mechanically move around, do you create a church or something? You might not hear. It's when they tell you, right, if you're a wealthy doctor, wealthy lawyer, or a physician, wealthy public musician, and some guy comes along and says, you're do you leave your fancy job? Or do you go, yeah, that's all I'm going to say. Well, that happened. And many Jews felt that Maimonides led other Jews in conversion. He assimilated. Right? Think about all the things we talked about in history about how we as people love to hate one civilization. Well, this is a reaction in the Spanish Jewish world, especially the French Jewish world, where Maimonides really got people really polarized that. That's Maimonides. Well, one reaction to rigorous rational philosophy is a kind of romanticism. And we know that because it seems to happen over and over in history philosophy, right? Kant gave way, right? The Kant, Descartes, hyper-rationalism, people like Hegel, Leibniz, gave way to the romanticism. Something like Goethe, right? Shelley, in the 19th century German situation, right? You can imagine the Baroque ideas of Hegel as anything other than a response to the hardcore rationalism of certain time. So, romanticism is always a reaction to rationalism in some way. We see it actually play itself out here in the 13th century. Also, what's really important is Jews at the time in Spain are living under the administration, this time, are living under the administration of Alfonso X. Now, Alfonso X is one of these guys who never heard of, but is actually really important in the history of a lot of things. Because Alfonso X was probably one of the most tolerant, curious monarchs in European history. He allowed for the Jews to be Arabs, and to Latin. He encouraged artists and mathematicians. He was probably one of the most benign, polite, desolate, it was attempts to otherwise.
All right, say good morning let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning shift. To thank our those sponsors for the year of Tashin Day and Christmas Rock. Thank you all the shares Russians this year's schools from service levels for all of us. So, from the sponsors for the month of Adar, Abba, Living with Tova, Kali, Steve, let me know your turns. Father, that the house, Kali, Bush, Danny, Wilson, Akoli, the Sid, Ruby, and Bernie, Kali, Jeremy, Mr. Williams, Zid, Ben, Shmuel, Shmuel, Ben, Yisrael. And we have running sponsors, Newport, Adler, and Rabbi Tribute, Lucas, Esther, Bas, and Mozart, and we got more than all the shows that are the families in the camera, all those who are for shopping for holy himself, from 12 generation of more hostages, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful in all massive things. But with that, let us get in the lot to the thing of Hashem, we got this at the Tower 94. We are picking up on the beginning of the days 93. Rabba Amar Yomora Kabadoi. It is about 21 Japan of 40 kids. Why? It's Rabba Kabadoi. So he knows this is quite fascinating. So Rabba says, who had the ability, now really training, Mora Kabadoi, the ability to smell and judge. Mora Kabadoi. So who has the ability to smell and judge is ultimately fit to go ahead and be immersed. The sit alone on it, you know, you should go. The shot of the telling well, here, what does this mean? That someone is able to smell and to judge. So this idea is that one is able to go ahead and intuit. Rashi says over here, Michael, you can do more about God. The idea over here is that there are people who possess such an acute sense of judgment that they're able to perceive that which is right and that which is wrong, without even hearing all of the details, but are simply able to almost smell the MS. So the Gemara right here. The Gemara says, Bar Koziva. No, it doesn't know the story. Bar Koziva. Also known as Bar Kokhba. Bar Kokhba. So Bar Koziva, that she says over here, melting for Dusaya. He was one of the Herodian kings, like one of the descendants of Herod. So he was the king over Klal Yisrael. So Bar Koziva Malach Kartik Shir. So Bar Koziva lived for 2.5 years. He says that, I'm Mashiach. I am the Mashiach. Bar Kokhba, the Lord himself declared Mashiach. On the way, when Mashiach is sick, the Lord Adon. And Mashiach says that he's able to go ahead and smell judgment. He doesn't need to hear all the details of the case. Rather, he's able just to go ahead and literally smell that which is right and that which is wrong. So the Gemara says, so Bar Kokhba, if you think that you're Mashiach, let's see. Can you smell justice? Given the Hazid Lomar Vadon and Kakuru, once they saw that he was unable to smell justice, so they saw that he was a false Messiah, and they killed him. And this is interesting, right? Because there's some level of historical evidence exactly what happened with Bar Kokhba. Here the Gemara seems to indicate that Bar Kokhba was killed by the Jews. Other accounts have it that Bar Kokhba was killed by the Romans. So okay, so interesting either way, Bar Kokhba ultimately again leads the failed revolt. Just to point out, remember again, Rabbi Akiva thought that Bar Kokhba was Mashiach. So Bar Kokhba had a tremendous amount of support, not just as a leader of Klal Yisrael, it has the potential to say a figure as well. Okay, remember right there. The Neo, Chaim Shah Ba'azai B'Siguru, Asher Inba'am Kol the Tobi Mara, the Maskin B'Chokma, Chokma, Biyodei Bas Umedina Nada, Asher Koch Ba'am La'amo V'Echal HaMelech. The Rabbi Ram Sefer, the Lashon Tazdi. So also slow, this has to highlight the presence of Chaim Rishon Azariah. So we learn that goes through it. So again, Chaim Rishon Azariah. My Asher Inba'am Kol, what does it mean that they have no blemish? Now, we talk about Chaim La'amo Afilu, Kirikta, the Krislisa, Yohababu. They didn't even have like the puncture of a needle of blood letting. In other words, they were healthy. They never even needed blood letting. My Shakaf and my wondering if they had the strength to stand in the palace of the king, or in time of ready any of the energy, anything that's absolutely a smoke. When you Sicha, when you Shira. It means that when they were before the king, they would refrain from any type of laughter, from any type of frivolous chatter, from sleep. And they would abstain from going to the bathroom. They would hold back their knees with the Amos Malchus because of the reverence for the monarchy. So you ask yourself, so like, what's the shop like? What does it matter? Like, okay, it's interesting information, but you might say, what does it matter for us? So we'll say, on a very simple level, perhaps the idea of teachers like this, we're able to abstain from frivolous laughter, frivolous chatter, sleep, and even able to restrain their bodily needs because they were in the presence of the king. If they could do all of those things in the presence of the human beings, then Allah has kind of the ability that we have to exercise self-restraint, and the ability that we have in order not to engage in frivolous activity because we too stand before the king at all times. Incredible. However, Kulam Meyyubidim. So the Lord said that all of them, we're all from the Shevet Yehuda. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shmuel Bar Nachmani Amar, Yehuda Yehuda, Hanan Mishav Azayim Mishav Shvatim. So disagreement. So again, so Rabbi Shmuel Bar Nachmani said, the Lord was from Yehuda, but everyone else was from other Shvatim. And when that actually meets in the Machal, Asher told it Yikhu, Ba'ari Susim Yehecham Nalach Baba. So the Prophet says, from your sons that will come from you, the king will take them as Susim. Suisin, my Suisin was a Swiss. So that I'm a Suisin Amish. That's a very unique unit. Like the king will often castrate his servant, where they should not be distracted by anything, and be fully and fully devoted to him. And if anyone she starts having his other usually to have a desire was like cut off. Holizar was castrated during their days, and they had a successful ability to remove Holizar. She starts Holizar in and it's crazy being that says that Holizar was so to speak castrated during their days. And it's sick, the Kabal or Iti Bahol. I remember I'm Swiss and Mamish, my Kabal, not Iti Bahol. The crazy being that says that they were literally Swiss, so that's the chapter in the Pasuk. So you know it says, my Kabal or Iti Bahol, Kabal Delura. It means that ultimately again, the Kabal that fire had no effect on them. A reference to the Kif Shala'ish. The story of the Prophet we spoke yesterday. And that said, it means is again that there was no fire and there was the scent of smoke impact there as well. It's a great thing that Hamizana was cut off during their days. And you can see Kamar from the sun, so Shanishma Shaps of Sun, Alaman Yara, Swiss and Manish, the strike out the music the same people. The crazy thing that says is that they are Manish Swiss, so ultimately again, with the Pasuk of Hashem, makes that of this level of degradation, which means the heart of the it could be that we vote that really the king castrated them, but also they were able to cut off our desire during their days. Incredible. We might go like this. Go to which one I'm going to speak some Mamish Hindi Dixit, hopefully that's in the Mamish season. The Pasuk says, the base you will call us a Yad Bashim, told Libanim to Libanos. The Pasuk says that the meaning that they harvest for themselves is even greater than potential physical offspring. So when it says they have no physical offspring, Elman Damish will start Sabbath Mayhem, my told Libanim to Libanos. And then by Yitzchak, Libanim Shahayu Lahan Kibau in Yisrael. It's better, apparently, it better will be that according to the Swiss and by the kings, they had children. And unfortunately, again, those children predeceased them. The nine shame over after the Rosh Hashanah place. what is it, gives me טוענים או לא בכך, אבל ככה מדרש בככה בציבורי, זה ספר דניאל שנקרא על שמו. That's called Sefer Daniel. There's also, if you want Sefer Daniel is named, obviously again, by or for Daniel. It's not a decision question. It's not that I know that Sefer Daniel is named for Daniel. You know, it's an interesting question. Khalidi de Ezra Nechaya, and Chachaks, Khalidi de Ezra, Nechaya de Chachaya Amidu. So interesting enough, you know, it says pretty much all of the words, you know, what's one of the things that I should want to say. In our Tanakh, like we have Sfarim, Ezra, and Nehemiah. In reality, there's really only one Sefer called Ezra. It was divided out later on. So notice this is very interesting. Most of Sefer Ezra is actually prophesied by Nehemiah, so by Nehemiah. So that's the case. Why is it called Ezra, not Nehemiah? Which the most Nehemiah Ikri Sefer al Shmei. Why is it not called Sefer Nehemiah? And then the other religion, it's Sefer Yatzmo. Because let's look at again, Nehemiah took a little bit too much credit for himself. Shneimar, Zocher li Elokai l'tova. Remember me, my God, for good. I, the David Nami, Neymar Amra, Zochrini Hashem b'Sorecha, Haktim b'Shuasecha. I, David Nami, also says that much powerful. Remember me, taking credit almost like he had a little bit of requisite merits in order to go ahead and have his children. It's most David Rachel is Kabbalah. David was asking for that much. David Rachel to come Israel as well. And also in the day, she seemed to be used to show him. So I said, this is incredible. So Nehemiah doesn't merit to have the sefer name from why? Because he spoke disparagingly about the earlier ones. So what is this? Shneimar, והפרקוס הראשון לשבת עלי, הכבידו על העם, ויקחו מהם בלחם ויין והחכס ושתולים ארבעים. So what's this? This is incredible. That Ezra disparaged the leaders, Nehemiah disparaged the leaders that came before him. And ultimately accused them of exploiting their condition for personal gain. Now, what's fascinating also is, even though he may have been right, but it might have been that what he's saying was factual, you can't malign other Jews. You can't other Jews. That's what we said this in yesterday's daf. The opinion that says that Haran Yishon Azariah drowned in Salat, like he drowned in spit. So the Shom said, what does that mean? If you cause the nations of the world to speak negatively about how these folk for their non-baby, you can't speak negatively about Jews. You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, even if a point has to be made, a point has to somehow be made, always holding up the sanctity of the Jew, never has to show deconstructing the other. So that's like because Nehemiah, not truthfully, but nevertheless negatively spoke about Klal Yisrael, therefore he lost out having a sefer name in it. He must have furthermore, he spoke negatively about the world. When we know lines to go with it. Well, by the way, how do you know that the children of the Hadron is good women? So the Gemara says, so okay, we'll do a different time next cycle. One good woman, it said, Raisi ani Daniel Levadi, as Hamara, Vaneshim Shahayudini, Lo as Hamara, about Harada Gidon Nafrale, Hayudu Pehabe, Vaneshim Shahayudin. So the Gemara says, so how do you know that Daniel was greater than these other people? And the consequence was an episode where there was a dramatic vision. Daniel had the vision, and no one else saw it. No one else saw it but Daniel. The fact that Daniel saw it, no one else saw it, didn't teach us that Daniel was greater. The Gemara says, who were these other people who were Daniel in this situation? And when you move into it, Ivar Abba is a Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi. Then about this, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi. So when we were there with Daniel, they did not see the vision. They said, what's a Tzadik Tower in 94? In my people know, the EU understand that. So it's interesting enough in certain respects, Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi were greater than Daniel, and in other respects, Daniel was greater than them. How so? So the Gemara says, even though everything remained so ultimately at one day, Haggai is greater than Daniel, the evil would be, the evil road Nabi, the evil love Nabi. So this is interesting enough. So Haggai, Zechariah, and Malachi, which is going to be qualified with him, Daniel apparently was a little great in them. The evil Adif United, the evil Chazah, the evil no Chazah. And Daniel was greater than them because Daniel had this vision, and they did not have this vision. So let's say, the human after the cousin might time it is, well, again, here's the problem. It doesn't give you home division, like the real has. Why were they fighting? Why are they fighting? What caused the fight? So let's say it's very good. I'm sorry. Apagar the evil cousin, Nidi Mazala, sorry. Apagar the evil cousin, Mazala cousin. Even though they did sin, their master saw. Let's say, what does this mean? What does it mean, master saw? So often master refers to like an astrological sign. In this context, I think it uses as follows. Every person has a mala, like every person has like a ministry angel who advocates for them, who so watch, it's not watch, it's not watch for us, connect the sun to me. So sometimes there are things that my muzzle, that my mother sees that I don't see. That I see. But yet again, it is like this synergistic connection between myself and my mother. And this is not suggest over here that even though I don't see something in my mother sees something, she has an impact on me. So I'm not even trying to I meant the Madis Apagat the evil fuzzy, Maslay fuzzy. This is fascinating. Sometimes I don't know, sometimes a person can be gripped by fear, and the fear doesn't even make sense, right? The fear itself could be illogical. But what is the reason when a person is gripped by fear, like they don't know why? So what does that mean? That my mother saw something, my mother saw something, even though I could receive my mother saw, and it's having an impact on me. Incredible. So the most mighty content. So let's look at that. Let's person is gripped by fright. I don't exactly sure what the fight is, but I know that I want to be out of this situation. Lynch shot me good thing, Arbaganity. So what should you do? Jump away from your present spot, down on us. Jump away down on us. Inami, Vicky Shma, or say Shma, you eat pipe and Mokum Hamtunokas, and if ultimately again you're standing in a place where Havaka, let's say again, it's dirty. So you can't say Shema, what should you say? Lema Hafi, say the following. Iza de Nekata, Shema. The goat of the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. Okay, so as I said, what's exactly going on? So as I said, perhaps you might teaching us, or being teaching us, three profound ideas. There are times in life when a person is gripped by fear. And there are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is. And so what's the type of fear? Fear is paralyzing. That's why fear is a very scary thing, because fear has the ability to literally paralyze me and keep me in place. What do you do in life when you are seized by fear? So you have three possibilities. Number one, jump paralysis, which means move yourself forward. Number one is don't allow fear to paralyze. Move yourself forward, even if it's only balance. Whatever you do, don't in place. Because once this thing remain in place, what's going to happen? You remain in place. That is nothing happens. So first thing one sees by fear is literally move yourself, even if it's only a little bit of an amount, move yourself forward in life. Number two, say Shema. Say Shema. What is it? Anchor yourself in a Kodesh Baruch Hu. Shema is the anchor which I tell myself to Kodesh Baruch Hu. The greatest antidote to fear is your relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam. So you're seized by not unintelligible, paralyzing fear. Say Shema, connect yourself to Kodesh Baruch Hu. That could be the talk to move forward. And also, lastly, what should you do? Say the birth in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. What is that? What is that? Sometimes when they say fear is nonsensical. So sometimes the way to shake off fear is to say, this isn't real. This is not real. So that statement of the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. It's just like the statement is like, how do you feel when you say that statement? Once you actually say that statement, you giggle a little bit, right? It's like a smile, right? Like, the idea of here is so many times in life we're paralyzed by things that aren't real. They're not real. They're perceived. So sometimes what you need to do is you break the whole idea by saying something like a shtickle nonsensical. So say a little nonsensical, kind of like change the mood a little bit and be able to move yourself forward. You're gripped by paralyzing fear and move yourself forward, anchor yourself to a heaven powerful, and remind yourself that it's not real. If you do those three things, or even if it is real, it's not as real as it actually feels. If you're able to move yourself forward, even in the same way to mobilizing fear, incredible. So much remember. So the Gemara says, So, wir mal beim Scheuer schauen in Gates, wir haben von das bei Harry School, mit dem Mann, kommen schon bei uns der Pasua, dieser Satz in general, in general, of men in the middle of the puzzle. Right? It's open. It's open. And only remember the end of the world is closed. In this world, men in the middle is closed. People special about Colossus, Kiskio, Mashiach, supposed to be this this concept is about Kiskio. Kiskio became a believer. So if there's one father with Kiskio, Mashiach, they say, hey, we go with the mother. And then again, said Philip, who comes out to do battle with Kiskio, Hashem wanted to make him go with mother. And then again, there's this war of go with mother, which is this ultimate showdown between good and evil, which precedes the Messianic era. So Hashem wanted to make Kiskio, Mashiach, and Sanhedrin. God remember, all of these guys have been there for Shpach, don't show him. You might tell him that he's going to show him how much he wants to Shpach is the Banachar. You have to see some Mashiach. So you guys have been actually the strict justice towards the don't show him. Don't show him. Okay, so he's like a system of checks and balances, like a Havah Shpach. Don't show him he's ready to go and make his skill now. You know, against his boss. W is bigger than Kiskio, and you didn't make W Mashiach. So the Gemara says, well, also some Mashiach, Kiskio Shasis is a call Nisim. Right? So Kiskio Shasis is a call Nisim another. But no Amashim Mechalecha, Taseh Mashiach. So again, Kiskio, ultimately again, who we did so many miracles for. And yet, unfortunately, he didn't say Shia, but it's saying so much Shia. Take the feeling. Kiskio, you did so many miracles, so he didn't say Shia. You're going to make him a Shia? The cock was stopping, not for the men. Different men, right? The men which represents the Shia. The men was closed. It was closed. Hashem wanted to make Kiskio a Shia, and then the men was closed because the leaders had been shut it down. Preventing Kiskio from becoming a Shia. So what do you see from here? What do you see here? What prevented Kiskio from becoming a Shia? The lack of Shia. Seek a little power of gratitude for the Ribono Shalom. And the ability, the greatness of David Amara was not only Shira, but it was Shira at all times. Shira in times of good, Shira in times of challenge, Shira in times of happiness, Shira in times of tragedy. That is the Avodah of you, and that is the quality of your Shira. The ability to sing Shira talking no matter what's happening in life. The man was like, Riyad, plus the art for the Ribono Shalom. This is such a beautiful Gemara. Says Hashem, אני אומר לפניך משיח, אנא צדיק זה, ועשור משיח. Wow, ועשור משיח. So the earth says, please, make Kiskio Mashiach. He didn't sing Shira, I'll sing Shira for Kiskio. I'll sing Shira on his behalf. The Gemara says, Paskala Amashir, Bana Shneimar, Miknef ha'aretz Zmiros, Shor Tzvila Tzadik. Amar Tzara Olet Lefanav, Ribono Shalom Tzivyono Asa Tzadik Zeh. Ultimately, again, Sarah Olam, interesting when Rashi says, Malach Shatola Olam Masra B'Yada. So whatever this means, apparently it's like Malach, like, universe CEO. He's delegates him. So Sarah Olam said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shamani Tzvila Tzadik. Sarah Olam Asa Tzivyono Shal Tzadik. So Sarah Olam says to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, again, it seems like the universe is acting on behalf of his scientists. Let's ask for Amra, Razi. So let's say, so the Sarah owns it, kiss, let's go. Kiskio Mashiach. Razi first said Shira on his behalf, and he didn't say Shira on his behalf. The Basket Jonathan says, Razi, the secrets of the world are from you. So Shparakus says, I changed my mind to Yaakov, and Kiskio is not going to be a Shira. I'm a Nabi. I get no sign. So the Nabi says, woe to me, like for how long? Now the Nabi now is lamenting, and the Mashiach has not yet come. So he's saying, when the Mashiach comes, he has to say, Baskava Allah, and so again, literally their enemies and enemies of enemies, meaning the unfortunate things, God the Son has to suffer much until Mashiach comes. Nasek Doma and I call him Sir, Shomer Man Milaila, Shomer Man Emmanuel, I'm going to be open. Also, Hamura and Rufus, do not smoke. The man who's in charge of the winds, his name is Duma. So there's a let's get to call Rufus, it's a Duma. So all of the winds came to Duma. I don't know, Shomer Man Milaila, Shomer Man Milaila. So essentially, again, as if you take out the Rashi says over here, Sarah Rufus, Shalosh with covers outside. Behind massive Duma cat on a Duma rat. So you see that Rashi was saying that you don't have to hear that meaning. but instead Ruach is Nishamas. Nishamas. This is the Malach who's in charge of all of the Nishamas. So everyone comes to this Malach and asks him, Shomer Manila, Mad Davar, Masakin Tadil Lamar Uliaza. What is he doing? Also, it's incredible, by the way, to see the North Carolina over here. It's nothing clear. That we are the only ones, we, the mankind, God Israel, are the only ones constantly consistently pushing for the Shia. Which you begin to see something absolutely amazing. The world wants Mashiach. The world wants Mashiach. The universe wants Mashiach. And everything is constantly pushing for Mashiach. So you must have Amar Shomer, Asa Boker B'Gamayla, Intibayu Bayu Shur Hasayit. So what does this mean? So the Shomer says, so ultimately again, there's going to be, the broken will come. The broken will come, and at the end of it, only after it comes back. It actually says, the Fia. He's saying, the Asaboker with the Nefer Oil and Sar, Kaf, on the Shomer, and the Shparahu, Asaboker, Gula Tavan, the Gamrayla, and I'm going to see what God is happening. Morning will come, but before morning, there will be a great night. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Amar Shomer, Asaboker, the Gamrayla, Bayu, Yeshuva Asari. So morning will come. But when the morning will come, number one, if you yearn for it. You have to yearn for it. The Prophet is not going to give us anything if we don't yearn for it. And number two, Shuva Asari. Ultimately, you're going to get Futura. So it's like two elements. It's interesting. He's using many elements to do that. But here, the Malach who's in charge of the Neshama says, what is what we're waiting for? Anyone wants us to want it. If we don't want it badly enough, we're not going to give it us. Number two, to become Balachua. If we can have these two elements, then at the end of the day, Mashiach will come. Incredible time, sure, we got a lot of prophets. United who Chizkiyahu the Siyadusha on Mashiach, Hatshepah starts on Mashiach. What's the first one line that beyond that? It's a rabbi's line. It was embarrassing for Chizkiyahu that he did not say Shira until the earth came along and said Shira. Shira Amar, we can't find Shira, 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 Tzadi. Can't think of it all, man. The only Yisrael, so what's like other examples are situations where Klal Yisrael did not say Shira because someone else reminded us to do it. Naomi Yisrael, Baruch Hashem Yisrael says, Yisrael says, blessed is God who saved you from Yisrael. So when she's telling Shalom, when Papas, Nagri, Moshe, Vishisha, Rivo, Shalom, Amen, Baruch, Ad Shabbat Yisrael, Amen, Baruch Hashem. It was embarrassing for Moshe and Klal Yisrael. And Moshe and Klal Yisrael didn't say Baruch Hashem until Yisrael came along and said, now again, remember, Moshe and Klal Yisrael said Shira, as Yashim Moshe and Yisrael, but no one used the combination of Baruch Hashem until Yisrael came along. And that was embarrassing that Yisrael was the innovator of this, not Klal Yisrael. Bayichad Yisrael, so it says interestingly enough, Bayichad, what does that mean? Rabbi Shmuel, all right, Shehed and Cherev Tzada Al B'Sarav. He circumcised himself. Yisrael was so impressed with all the Klal Yisrael, all the generations of Klal Yisrael, giving something this means. Shmuel says, Shenasa Kadudin Kol B'Sarav. Got goosebumps. Why? Shmuel says, Shmuel says, it's interesting that the goosebumps are understood to mean the Yisrael was overwhelmed by what happened to Mitzrayim. Everything is trying. And again, as much as he was awed by what his father did, he was a member of the Most Holy One. He was a member of the nations of the world. And he was very overwhelmed by what he saw happen to the Gentile nations of Egypt. So he was Amrat, the Sifra, and Ushi, Yura, Adasar, and Galilee, the Aramoy Kameh. You see what very important to say. And as part of the convert, do not disparage Gentiles after 10 generations. So this is just such a fascinating idea. And when someone converts, what do you say? Don't you expect that you know what any person. It's true that he's any person. Don't say which is fascinating. That's because any person doesn't know about the past. Isn't the other about the past? Which is, I said, it's not even a contradictory, and every Jews can live in this world of contradictions. And you know what I'm saying? He said it's the facts about what you see about Gentiles in front of converts. Because at the end of the day, that's what you get from that world. So if you're disparaging of that world, that person is going to get up and say, Yisrael, remember again, Yisrael left everything right from Klal Yisrael. He's a get he circumcised all these things. And at the end of the day, that's the world he came from. And because of that, there was a sensitivity there. You know what it says? Be cognizant of that sensitivity. Fascinating. So you know what it says? Okay, Yishal Tzad Hashem Tzvah Lato Yishmael Avroto. I'm Yishmael Avroto. I'm not Yishmael Avroto. You have a Iskiel, Sheish, no Shmona Shelos. Yifra Misakim Shin Shashwashin. Let's just get it. Let's say, remember, there's a lot of illusions. You're going to see one over here. This battle between Sanhedrin and Hiskiel. So let Hiskiel, who has 8 names, let him come and conquer. To overcome the exact punishment from Sanhedrin who has 8 names. So I believe in other words, it's considered. This man could say, Ki Yolet Yulat Manu, Ben Utin Manu, Lati, Hamisha Ashikma, Vaikra, Bugashma, Eliyois, El Gibor, Atiat, Sashalim, I Varita Fiskio. Okay, the other is actually in Fiskio. Which was interestingly enough, Fiskio, my name is really nice and descriptive name. Shekhastu Kach. Fiskio means just descriptive name that was probably gave this word. Never after. Fiskio Shma. Fiskio, Shekizek is Israel into a Shalom. So let's say other possibilities. Once again, Fiskio is not really a descriptive name. I was of Fiskio. Ultimately, because he strengthened the bond between Klal Yisrael and the Prophet. We've seen about that just a little bit. Something that also his name, but still day, Tiglat Pileser, Glareser, Shalmaneser, Fool, Sargos, Asankar, Lava, Yekira. Okay, I agree. Because of here, what about Sahir? That was that we got about it. Which is where it says, also that's descriptive. Where it says, Shisichaso Yu. So he's very quarrelsome in the way that he spoke. Right? So here we're going to see spoken as quarrelsome fast and interrupt the call. Never after. Shasaf beneath her is calling Klati Amala. But literally again, he spoke and he was defiant with his words to our Kodesh Baruch Hu. All right, incredible. So let's all of the famous also Russian flow. So Asanka Lava Via Kira. So it says here's just interesting. So Sanhedrin, if you look at some of these names, Sanhedrin is actually giving some pretty significant highlights. This Asanka Lava Via Kira. So we aside Asanka woman. Lava Via Kira is great and precious. How is Sanhedrin dealing with it? If they show Siva, the music, so I will say this is wild. Because Sanhedrin, in fact, remember Sanhedrin, who caused much destruction, and yet he never spoke disparagingly about Eretz Yisrael. Shneimar, Hadboi Kalakati Eshem, Al Eretz Ka'artzechem. So I say this is incredible. Sanhedrin was exiling Jews. What did he say to the Jews? I'm going to take you to a land that is like your land. He doesn't say a land better than your land, but he says a land like your land. He was careful about how he spoke about Eretz Yisrael. So Rabbi Shmuel would say, so the Kadar Amel Pikeachaya, the Kadar Amel Pikeachaya, one said that Sanhedrin was very wise, and one said that he was very foolish. How so? The one that Amel Pikeachaya, according to the one who said that he was a smart king, we have a Adifan de Arahu, Kamishakris. So as I said, ultimately, the one who says he was a smart king is because Sanhedrin knew. Sanhedrin told the Jews, I'm taking you to a better land. There's nothing better than Eretz Yisrael. And they really dismiss his words as just being foolish. Like the Mandana of Tipei Shaya, so therefore the purpose is not to be to a man like your man. The Mandana of Tipei Shaya, the thing that says that he was a foolish king, I'm sorry, Mandana of Tipei Shaya, then came my Labuse. The only says that he was foolish is apparently he said he was trying to get the buy-in of the Jews when he was the chief. So if you're going to get their by communication to tell them that they're being moved to a similar type of land, why would they buy into that? You should have told them it's better, and it would have more readily bought into it. Okay, thank you. You want to say, maybe you should also still go down and put this is. That says that here is called with higher esteem by Kodesh Baruch Hu. Why? Because he did not speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. He killed Jews, he exiled Jews, he took out them, but he never spoke negatively about the land. Such an incredible idea. So one is like, the Hikah, and wrote this like they exiled the Jews too. So he wrote in Deuteronomy, La'afiki, and Elamar, La'harim Sulum. Obviously, fine, different things were exiled. Aval, Yisrael, Sikhu, the Yusuf Shah, Yisrael. Unfortunately, as much as I think we've never spoken negatively about Eretz Yisrael, Yisrael did speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. Kimatu Sos, when they came to this place called Sos, only Shabia Ki Alim. They called it Sos, they named it Sos because they said, oh, this new land is just as nice as our land. Kimatu Almin, when they came to a place called Almin, Alu Ki Almin. They said ultimately again, this is like our land as well. Kimatu Sos Trey, when it came to a place called Sostre, Omri Achad Shur. They said this is twice as good as Eretz Yisrael. So unfortunately, this has unfortunately been sometimes the downfall of Klal Yisrael afterwards. We find ourselves in new lands and we deceive ourselves into thinking that where we are is actually better than Eretz Yisrael. Now, not that it's okay, not that it's really just the right, but to think that even Chas v'Shalom somewhere else is even better than Eretz Yisrael. So again, something to be learned from everyone, even a Sanhedrin. So there was always careful about how he spoke about the Sanhedrin, about how he spoke just about the land itself. Incredible. So we might say as follows. Good. We might say as good. So we might is good. בסחס כבודו, כל כי כל חודש כבוד יוחנן, תחס כבודו ולא כבודו ממש. Rashi says it here. Tachas before mamach shaguf kindly neshama tzvah. So let's say this is talking about again when Sanherib's army was defeated. So how was it defeated? So what's tachas kvodo ולא כבודו ממש. Sanherib's army, what we want to see, their bodies remained intact. They were killed by having their neshamas incinerated. So you know it says Kihad Rabbi Yochanan. Correlated the mining to not do side. Like the real called his clothing, those things that give me honor. So it's actually very reminiscent of the Gemara that we saw yesterday. And even in a time of Sakana, a person should make sure to keep himself intact. Right? The most even when thrown into the furnace, they make sure that they're wearing proper clothing. Your clothing is called the thing that gives you honor. How you dress says a lot about the person you are. And how you dress for certain things ultimately telegraphs the message about the importance that you ascribe to that particular event. So as I say, therefore, your clothing is what gives you honor. ולא לקחת כבודו ממש, כסות הקטני ערי. מה לעלות סביבת נשמה בגוף חיים? כאן סביבת נשמה בגוף חיים. Listen, just like by the death of the Iron Sons, the death of the Iron Sons, so remember again, the Fire Kingdom incinerated their neshamas, but their bodies were intact. So too, when Sanherib's army was killed, their neshamas were incinerated, but their bodies remained intact. So notice, it's also going to be a show of Papa. Paro, Shehimit Ba'atzmo, Nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu Ne'evi Atzmo. This is incredible. Paro, who literally again blasphemed Hashem himself, like this. Paro says, Mi Hashem Hashem Mavikono. So Paro himself, to blaspheme, his punishment comes directly from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Sanherib, what's it on the base? Sanherib, Ayidi Shavia, and Sanherib ultimately again, will kind of blaspheme to your Shavia. HaKadosh Baruch Hu nifra mimenu, Ayidi Shavia. So ultimately again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu exacting punishment from him through a Shavia. Okay, so what's going on over here? That's the one that says, Paro K'sidei, Mi Hashem Hashem Mavikono. So Paro says, who is Hashem? So Paro directly blasphemes. Who is Hashem that I should listen to? Who is HaKadosh Baruch Hu Ne'evi Atzmo? HaKadosh Baruch Hu exacts punishment from him himself. K'sid, V'arinai Hashem Esnechai B'Soch Hayam. By Yamsuf, Hashem himself stirred the waters of Yamsuf. K'sid, Zarachta by Yamsuf Sefer. So David gets saved. Hashem. So ultimately again, so ultimately again, Sanhedrin says, in the hands of kings is the degradation of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So if HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Sanhedrin doesn't say straight out a statement of blasphemy, the congregation is coming indirectly. So therefore again, the Gemara says, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you know, I will be Shaliach. HaKadosh Baruch Hu exactly punishment from him, through Shaliach as well. See, by Yitzim Malach Hashem, היה במצב אשר מאה ושמונה וחמישים אלף. So it says, remember again, this would be just, this is like the incredible story where Chizkiyahu essentially said, like, there's probably, there is no way to fight or to defeat the army of Sanhedrin. So this is the thing, so Chizkiyahu goes to sleep at night and says, I'm going to go to sleep, and you work your magic. And miraculously, that night, 185,000 soldiers died in their sleep. Just died. So that, if you notice, the Russian of here is Vayitze Malach Hashem. It wasn't that Baruch Hu to be operating himself, but ultimately again, this was Malach Ani. This was said to Malach. Why indirect? Why indirect? So blaspheme indirectly, איפה הקדוש ברוך הוא ימצא את מה שאני אומר. אני דבר פאפה לא מקסים. מונון קיצור, הקסיד מונון קיצור, שלא שנראה לי כיפור. And he knows there's Mono Kitso, which literally means again the heavens. The heavens are used above. And then there's Mono Kitso. Mono literally means like a downside, like drumming. Right? Rashi says over here, Mono Kitso in Shaya, exceed Mono Kitso in the Nothing. Mono Kitso much more dear Shamata. So one talks about the dwelling of HaKadosh Baruch Hu on high, when on earth. Amra also Rasha, the Tila after Dira Shamata, the Africa after Dira Shamata. So you can see the unholy aspirations of Sancheriv. And Sancheriv says, first, I will destroy the house of God in this world. And then afterwards, again, I'll destroy the house of God in the celestial sphere. Originally, my B'sit Ata, Hamidala De Hashem, Havisi Alamako Azeh, La Shliso, Hashem Amar Elai, Allah Ala Aras Azos B'Shliso. So this is very interesting. So one of the fascinating ideas about Sancheriv is Sancheriv that he received divine instructions to go and destroy Eretz Yisrael. He thought that this was a divinely orchestrated message. So that actually says over here. So again, it's one of Rashi. So I said, Ata Hamila Hashem. So Sancheriv says, when I march against Yerushalayim without explicit instructions from God, Hashem Amar Hashem has said to me, come to this family, which is pretty wild. So Sancheriv is essentially saying that he's acting by the word of God. So my question, what are you talking about? Where do Sancheriv to describe it to someone? We've never heard such a thing like this. So he goes to the show of the Kama, Ya'al Kima Sa'anazah, Asmi, Ashima, Kahofim, La'ad, and the source Esratso, and Ben Ya'al. So as they saw it happen, so interestingly enough, so Sancheriv overhears the Navi. He hears the Navi talking, the Navi Yishai talking, and the Navi says essentially, Klal Yisrael has forsaken HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Klal Yisrael Ma'as, they've degraded HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and ultimately, again, it's Meshulach Ha'ochem La'azvat, they have forsaken the Shiloach waters, which flow gently, and instead they have gone ahead and taken to Ratzon Ben Imagor. So we'll see all of this means in just a little bit. I'm going to say, the Monik Tarfon behind Klal, no Havi Yadana Meklal. The nation says, not the explanation of this concept, we have no idea what it's talking about. Right? We have no idea what it's talking about. So what is this? So Mar says, my Kama. So Mar says, Kama, the cuts I'm not having the piece of the study. So this nation has forsaken the kingdom. As this nation has forsaken not just this study. The Gaga Lahoi did not have solution was in that. There are conjurer and speaking softly, the way the Shiloh was, the Shiloh was comes with the spring fed, spring full churches. So this nation was governed by Malchus Bistad, who governed them and looked after them in such a kind and beautiful way. And we do that a lot, right? They're forsaking that. This what you directly adopted by the knowledge. And instead of this, they go ahead and they go to other things. Or they go ahead and they go essentially grab what is left. I'm going to remind you, see, Ma'ala Hashem, so this is what we can hear. So Sancheriv, is another to do problems like that. And we feel like it's how does that be like that? Obviously, again, it's hard for them to use it, like which goes over much to you. So we go, I saw, I mean, that's what I say. Ma'ala Hashem, another tzaddik, Ma'ala Hashem, everything you do, that I think is the first one shares in the house of the Rasha. Zad, Hakak Peremallah. So I say, by the way, Hakak Peremallah was the king of the Malchus Yisrael. And he's the Malchus Yisrael, king of the Rasha. See, how is he such a Rasha? Over many side versions picking up Singa. He literally went 40 pigeons. What was it? Apparently, again, pigeons was a big dessert. It was a big dessert from Naki Kulifai, right? And so when I say, yeah, he would eat all of these pigeons and feed them people. It wasn't a what do you call that? Just imagine how easy it would be for them to have you. That's why I use Express VPN to save your time. It's you see an inside of Arizona, she didn't stick with me. Like, we're such a large thing, what's the difference between Arizona and Sasha? What's the difference between Arizona is unique God in your image. Arizona Sasha is a unique myself in God. What is everybody love about Arizona? Most of you go to Sasha, you know, very quickly. About Arizona is, even if I say worship Arizona, it's not like you stop worshiping Hashem. Very often, you're still worshiping Hashem in Arizona. So for worshiping Hashem, why do you need Arizona? Because Arizona is great. How does Arizona work? Here's how it works. Absolutely. But maybe you don't know some of these information. You want to spend $100, right? Step one is, write down all the stuff you want to do in life. Right? All the stuff you really want to do. Then there's the list of technology that allows for all of that. Right? So all the stuff you want to do, suddenly you're not only able to, but it's a neat step. It's not all the stuff that you really don't get a regularly, make up all the low cost things. Right? So all the stuff you really want to do, like, you like analysis, you like characters, you like this, like that, because all of the mixes. Right? That's our whole desire. That's our whole desire. So wherever you see our whole desire, you see how much fun doing this because that's all about. It's actually all about the theology. It's being about the theology. It's about that we're supposed to very high expectations of us. And therefore tells us we can't do a lot of stuff. Why? To hold us to a high standard. I always ask them, but I want to do that stuff. So create a new system of theology in order to allow all of that to occur. So if that's everybody else, it's all the separated. Because you only have a desire. Only have a desire. Just read it. Okay, whoever that did. You know, anytime you want to just go out and go. So I can literally get this either. You gotta go. So let's just be over here. Just get rid of the vegetables and you be full. You be full. Let's say, here's a kid. Here's a kid. You can have anything you wanted. But it didn't realize. You didn't realize. So let's say also say that sometimes when you come a little bit too wrapped up in the material, that may be an indication that our initiative is something might not be on the show. Let's say, remember, all of us have a point with an open really. We're always trying to put it. Usually just is if I'm having a relationship that comes properly, and I'm putting it with the right thing. I'm having a relationship properly, and I'm putting it with the color below. It's two colors. So you know those right there. You know, so like, hey, give me a show, now I know it's me, and now I should move on. I'm just going to usher. So when you put the price of welcome, as Hashem says in your bring against you, the king of Asher, see, the Hamlet Beirut, the Shepherd, the other outside of Nigeria. My time, and so it's a step again. So Sankeya is this, Sankeya is all this stuff. And here's the Nabi literally says, verse 25, Sankeya was the king of Ashur. The Nabi literally says, because of your non-compliance, right, because of your terrible thing, I'm bringing against you the king of Ashur. So Sankeya says, okay, God wants me to do this. So if God wants me to do this, he wants to say, if that's the case, I don't mind coming in, so why is he punished? So Sankeya actually did the will of God, why was he punished? You know, it says, Nabi says, Ashwakim is Nabi, even the exact conclusion, very simple. So here was the tool of Hashem to exact punishment against the 10 tribes. He was the one who was responsible to exile the 10 tribes. He had no business in Yerushalayim. And so he set his sights on Yerushalayim as well. And he so ultimately, again, so the Nabi Christ said, hey, you overstep. You have Rosette, let's do that punishment from the 10 structures, from the 10 tribes. You set your sights on Yerushalayim, so that's the best of them. And ultimately, again, literally, you cannot go ahead with the unhired, so the tired nation, there's a new tired nation, which is the probably still. It is tired nation. But it's just, not tired because of suffering, tired because we toil in Torah. Tired because we're constantly building a relationship with other people. So ultimately, again, the nation that's tired cannot be able to open in the hands of the enemies. You know, it says, my case, I mean, sure, I tell I says, when God said, I come back, and let's get back, hey, I can tell you how that is. Look at the show me, shaking my own Torah. So ultimately, again, we are not like the Orioles. This is nothing from Malchus Israel. To draw from them the yoke of Torah. Aber nachdem, was das wieder, שביגה in Torah, und haroni לעשות להם isso overreage, o que gosta de reagir. Você desgasta isso. So you can have control over narcissism slow. Why? Because narcissism starts through off your control. And you start your control. You have lack of divine protection, but you have no control ultimately against over narcissism. So that narcissism, they took upon themselves the control, and they were deserving of miracles, like literally again, like the splitting of the unseen and the splitting of the ideas. So the narcissism closes the middle, they love and also love body and body. So hey, if you turn back and you don't go to war against narcissism, then you'll be fine. If not, ultimately again, I will turn you into a degradation amongst the nation. Like Rashi says over here, closing us like here, but not as such and very like to the God of the Papa, they return a source of degradation. It's like the laughing stock. I'm like, this is okay. So what's this? Interesting enough, so they did have a divine mission of the Pentecostal democracy stuff. That is, the spirit is going after democracy, we don't go after the mission, it was not usually. So you know the writer. So after הדברים, והאמס האלה בס לכם מלך אשר, ויבוא יהודה, וייתן על הארון המציאות, ויאמר נבחר אליו. So ultimately against them, and basically escape. And he goes ahead and he marches on Yerushalayim. So the Gemara says, "Hi, Krishna, la'aytan Rasha." She says over here, if he was being governed Kazan, the other Kazan, if he Misha and Fiskio, that's okay. So everyone asks an interesting question: why was Fiskio deserving of this? Right after all, Fiskio was a big topic. So why was Fiskio deserving of having such things as this?
What up, Skeezer?
What up, Batman?
How you living?
I want to introduce you to my friend.
Excellent.
Hold on, that's the wrong way. Give me a minute. No, I should the camera.
What happened?
What up? How you living, Jesse? I appreciate it. Excellent. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Yeah, Jesse's a goat.
Okay, we got a lot of goats here. What are you guys up to?
Rabbi, you don't know Rabbi. Rabbi, tell them how famous you are.
Doug, I've been live streaming my life 24/7, 365 for more than 4 years. I'm live right now on more than 20 different YouTube streams. This is the biggest event of the industry.
Tell them how famous you are.
I am. I've been live streaming 24/7 for more than 4 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. I have more social media than any person in global history, and I have more content than any person in global history. Oh, way bigger than Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast doesn't have 1% of the content that I have saved on YouTube. Yeah, no, that's probably true. But Mr. Beast doesn't do a lot of live streaming. I can't hear myself right now. Just one moment.
That after Yaakov found out that Joseph was alive, so the Señor Shabbos says,
just one moment. I need to refresh my browser.
That Joseph is alive. That's so beautiful. Everything worked out well. But I have a counter proposal. Instead of everything working out well, why don't you instead what? Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. And you can spare me ultimately again 20 plus years of doing something. That's why the pasuk says that Yitzchak offered up kabbalas to Elokei Yitzchak Avis. And Yaakov offered up kabbalas to the God of his father. What was Yitzchak? Yitzchak was Midas Hagin, strict justice. Sometimes strict justice says we don't understand why Hishpach does things. So it's interesting because over here, Hishpach means that had he divulged his plan to Hiskiel, and if you did Hiskiel and said, God, sounds great, but don't do it. Don't do it. If everything's going to end happily ever after, just leave things alone. I've listened so many times a night. We have this fundamental question. Yeah, things work out. I'm in a stressful crisis situation, difficult situations. It turns out well. And I have such hope God. So there's like this piece in me that thinks But why did you do it? Very nice you brought the salvation, but the same God who brought the salvation is also what? The same God who brought the crisis. So I became the ones of Hashbaz. Don't bring the crisis, and you won't need the salvation. So that's the Hashbaz of Hashbaz. That's where the emotion runs the world, and somehow the crisis was necessary. It's not just the resolution.
All right, let's try that again.
The crisis itself was necessary.
All right, let's try that again. All right, let's try that again.
So don't worry, everything's going to be okay. And the yoke of Sancheriot will be lifted upon you with Shema. I want to say Shema means literally means the oil. What's the oil? So it's already expecting that. This is beautiful. Chova Olsha Sancheriot Mishma Shefiskiel. Literally again, the yoke of Sancheriot was lifted upon from Kav Yisrael because of the oil of Fiskiel. What's the oil of Fiskiel? Listen, this is beautiful. She'adoli gave out the Canadians about the Midrashos. It was constant oil, constant like oil represents light. Constant light burning in the body Medrash. It was Medrash all over Machushidim and during times Fiskiel. Ma'asa, what did Fiskiel do? Na'atz Chayav Apesah Beis He put a sword at the entrance of the next Medrash. And he said, Ba'amar.
All right, let's try that again. Is it working now? I think it's working now.
He stabbed with the sword. He stabbed with the sword. Now, don't say, what is this mean? Is it going to kill people that place Medrash? No, it's figurative. What Hiskiel was trying to tell Klal Yisrael was the following idea. Torah is not a recreational pursuit. Torah is life. Torah is life. And if you don't have it, then you won't have life.
All right. Let's try this again. Not working.
It's beautiful. Dr. Eric Frisky has a beautiful he says, he points out, which says, it is intriguing how he's really talking about how people fall asleep during the drasha. So that's what it is. So people fall asleep during the drasha. So it's not a new phenomenon. It's Minag Yisrael. Minag Yisrael, right? But it falls during the drasha. So can you imagine, right? You're lost in a bad neighborhood. I said, these are the days. This is a David Marshall. It's 4 days. You're in a bad neighborhood, and you go to a gas station to go ahead and get directions. And the guy's giving you directions. And can you imagine the what directions are like this? Right? It says, never is nodding off. And you know why? Because that's going to save your life. So if you realized that words of Torah literally are life-saving, that words of Torah are life-saving. I'm saving, hey, then we never nod off. Sometimes the other speaks too long. Right? And it's not everybody is in order to. Okay, it's fair. Right? But the Lisa, a lot of it is us. It's easy to blame someone else for not being entertaining enough or engaging enough. A lot of it is us and how we read Torah. And the truth is, like as you think, oh, it's a beautiful thought. It's a beautiful insight, a beautiful idea. It's not a beautiful thought. It's not a beautiful idea. It's life-saving directions. That's what the skill was trying to hide. The sword was there, not as a punitive measure, but to show Torah is something nice. Torah is life-saving. If you have it, it will literally save yourself from making such bad decisions or mistakes. If you don't have it, then unfortunately, again, that's the show I can find myself in such many extremes. So you know the
Yo, can you hear yourself? Yeah, I can hear myself. Just testing. Yeah, this thing needs to be restored.
Yeah. And everyone was well versed in the laws of Tumah and Tara. Incredible. First of all, just to understand the level of scholarship which existed during the days of Hiskiel. Everyone was versed. Everyone was knowledgeable. Everyone, again, what's that? Whether you want. One sex blackness. One can't look Shabbos. We're looking at referring to it here. Right now, locus of Tumah and Tara. What's that? What happens when we get to Tumah and Tara? What happens? Come on, what happens? You look ahead and say, how long is this going on? All right? Those days, the Gemara said, I have very simple material aspirations. right? They had a cow, they had sheep, and they were having لكمطر شوية شوية ألف جبل بيقولوا كسب this one the Russians أعطى في شيء ألف جبل بألف كسب this one Russians so you're happy you're very small things material and furthermore they had barns that had thousands of dollars worth of wheat and it just kind of lying waste. Why did it lie waste? People were neglecting their fields. Why were they neglecting their fields? Because they put their whole focus on the things. Now let's say it was the oil which represents the ongoing commitment to spiritual growth during the days of Christiana of Judah that ultimately are going to allow them to be successful over Sator Baruch Hashem. Let's say that's much more to say. Let's stop here. Let's say, Shkaya. I say, every week we end up where we need to end up pretty much. Shkaya, for when it's kind of a recovery. Stop.
William, so it's been a while since we've seen you. Welcome to Austin. How was your trip to Austin?
Man, I thought I was having a heart attack in the airplane.
Why?
I got really sweaty and dizzy.
All right, you guys going to be trying this
What
everywhere.
did you do before getting on the airplane?
I don't know, I had to take my sweatshirt off.
Oh, that was it. You just were.
I got a little better.
Wow, I thought there was going to be a big twisted story. Turns out it was like a big baby.
It's got real hot.
Too many clothes on, huh?
Yeah, too many sweatshirts.
So how did you spend your holiday, William? We haven't really gotten the
All right,
chance
so let's say good morning. Let's begin.
So nice.
Beautiful dot ahead of us today. Today's dot is Sadiq 95. We are picking up by the Sadiq dollar on the days of
Birthday.
or D, and we are picking up Amar Rafuna 246 lines up from the bottom. Our show this morning is dedicated by these several members of by SD. Esther Bassima, the Hill, Mayor Cohen, Secretary Meristar, and Torah, and Shalom, and the Family. The show is dedicated by Adam Lee Konzep, and dedicated to shooting and charges this month, and the Stop. Amar, Esther Masos, Nasa, Ursula, So back to Santeria. So Santeria went ahead and traveled 10
All right, let's test this.
10 journeys.
Let's test this. Yo, dog.
Over the course of that day.
Yo, let's test this.
From Yeshaya.
Is it working better? Seems that way.
Abu Ma'abra, Yeva Malo Manu Arda Harama Gira Shona, Sali Orik Bas Elina Shiri Laisha, Ania Anasis. So let's listen, we can understand over here. There's one more. Naja Madima Yoshi Agabi, all the Ramo, yet Ramo, Dinoki, Yoga Harabayis, Givas Visha, we're going to define each part of the test. But the idea of the more picture is ultimately there are 10 stops that sound even on the and the Tuvahadra, there is more than 10 steps in which things possible. To which the Gemara says, Sali Khalif Basgalim, Navi Bukikana the Knesset Israel. So we'll say that last statement ultimately again, Sali Khalif Basgalim, when you raise your voice, Bakgalim, the daughter of the waves, is a message that the Navi is saying to Klal Israel. Sali Khalif Basgalim, Vita She'avim Yitzchak Yaakov, Sha'asum Mitzvahs Kigali Hayat. That's actually quite beautiful. As the Nabi was saying, listen to Bakgalim, daughter of the waves, is a reference to promise. Right? I shall come Bakgalim, daughter of the waves. So, daughter of the ones who did mitzvahs in the luminous canal, like waves. They did waves and waves of mitzvahs. Adam Mitzvah Yaakov, who did waves, abundant amounts of mitzvahs. Akshiva, so the Gemara says, Akshiva. Laisha, Mehalo Tistafi, and the Istifi, Minabu Hanetza Harasha, the mystic, the muscle Kahariya. So, and the Nabi tells Klal Yisrael, do not be afraid of Sanhedrin, who is like the lion cub, but instead be afraid of the Hanetza, who is like the roaring lion. Shemai, Allah Amin, so my, was a top of Canada, my Aniya Anasos. What does it mean? Literally, Aniya Anasos, let answer Anasos. So the Gemara says, Asif Yirmiyah ben Hilkiah, Umisnabi, Asif Yirmiyah ben Hilkiah, Umisnabi Alame Anasos. So it's a Yirmiyah ben Hilkiah, who's Rabbi Yirmiyah, who's ultimately going to Allah to prophesize from the city of Anatot. So the great Anatot today, Anatot is right outside of Yerushalayim. Right past Piskatza, it's actually this beautiful place called King Prat, which is a beautiful necklace from right in the city of Anatol. That is where Moshav Anatol. That's where Yirmiyahu prophesies. So Yirmiyahu prophesies from Anatol. Siv Divrei Yirmiyahu ben Yom Anatol. I Hashem Anatol. So you must meet them. Hasam Hari. Lion. One pasuk it says lion. Another pasuk it says lion. Top. Amar Yochanan. Shisha Shalom Seisavi. A lion is known by 6 different names. Elohim, these are the names. Arik, Gir, Lavi, Lai, Shakma, Shakmas. Irafi, Basru. If that's the case again, then ultimately again we're still are more than 10 locations mentioned in the lesson. So there are more than 10 locations ultimately mentioned by the stop of San David, which the Gemara says, excuse me, there are less than 10, excuse me. Which the words Avru Ma'abra are actually 2 different places. Okay? My old Ayom Benov Lam. So what is the pasuk mean?
Yo, baby. Here we go.
It is still day to stand in Yod. It is still the day in which Yod stands. What does that refer to? Usayo was at that day when Sanheriv marched on Yerushalayim, Yishtayer Me'avona Sharno. Was that the sin of Nov was still in existence. Now, what's the sin of Nov? Remember, again, this goes back to the episode of David show. David is coronated as king. Shaul has been effectively deposed as monarch, and he refuses to obey his throne and admits his mistake with Amalek. So what happens? He pursues David. David chooses to run away. He's not going to fight. He's not going to fight his father-in-law. He's not going to fight fellow members of Province. So he runs. And he can't tell anyone about what has happened. So what does he goes to the city of Nov, which is one of the city of the Mishkan is there. And what happens? He sets down a secret mission from the king. I need food and I need weapons. They give him food, they give him weapons. In fact, the only weapons they had was the sword and shield of Goliath, in the Mishkan. David takes it. Who sees all of this happening? We'll discuss all this. A man by the name of Doeg Hadon, who is one of the trusted servants of Shaul, and comes back and tells Shaul that the city of Nov has sided with the rebellion of David. The Haram of Nov had actually no idea that there's any rebellion. They think that they're helping the king's son-in-law on a secret mission. So what happens is they go very long story short. Shaul brings some of the soldiers to Nov. They wipe out the city of Nov. There is one survivor from the city of Nov, as we discussed. They wipe out the city. This was a huge stain you see on cars on Shaul and on David for reasons we'll discuss. So the Gemara says over here that on that day, look at Rashi for just a moment. Was it 4 lines down the short lines of Rashi? Because Chalisha killed out the Haram of Nov, called out the Baruch Onish as Osayom. The Osayom killed out the Shtayim Mishmara Onish, he the Milcham Mishmara Osayom, Hayakosha. Was it amazing? So Moshe has a particular window in which he was going to the exact retribution for Providence for the massacre in Nov. The last day of that window was the day that Sanheriv marched on Yerushalayim. And had Sanheriv attacked on that day, he would have been successful against Yerushalayim. Says the Gemara. So the day that he marched was the last day in which God was able to exact retribution for Providence for the Nov massacre. And therefore, had Nebuchadnezzar, had Sanheriv attacked that day, he would have been victorious, as he would have been the rod of HaKadosh Baruch Hu to exact punishment for Providence for the city of Nov. Now get ready for this. This is amazing. So the Gemara says, I'm not going to also understand the verse on that. I'm like, Kaldoi. So, interestingly enough, so on the day that Sanheriv shows up with Yerushalayim, outside of the wall, outside of the his astrologers tell him, if we march now, we will be successful. So what happens? The Elo, no Yaakov stuff. But ultimately, again, if we go to wait till tomorrow, we will not be successful. So the Sanheriv responds, Orcha, Uvoy, the Sanheriv, sorry, Yola. So Gemara says, I'm sorry, the Elo, no Yaakov stuff. Orcha, the Bari, the Sanheriv, sorry, Yola. Saga Bachayom. Furthermore, when coming through Shalim Sanheriv, the journey was short. The journey that would only take 10 days took 1 day. Kimat Yerushalayim. So also the idea over here is there's the perfect storm. The recipe is perfect. First, Sanheriv to conquer Yerushalayim. He makes incredible time getting there. And number two, this is the last day of no retribution. He went to Yerushalayim. When he came to Yerushalayim, Shadidu, this guy, he had the son of Yosef, Yeshua, had the Chazul, the Kuli Yerushalayim. What's what happens? So Sanheriv shows up in Yerushalayim. What he does is he keeps piling rugs, one on top of the other, until it's high enough that we can see over the walls of Yerushalayim. Very good. He looks over the walls. He is for the image. Essentially, when he goes in, he sees the city. He says, it looks tiny in his eyes. Amar, hello, door. He carried to Yerushalayim. He says, is this it? Is this the medicine? Is this Yerushalayim? The Allah Argishis from Sharsi. That for this I went ahead and I moved my whole army. The Allah Kavshis called me Gilda. And for this I went ahead and I conquered all of the countries until now. Hello, this is you the Kaloshim, called Karki Hamamaya, the Kavshis, the Takov Yodim. See, he says ultimately again, this is the weakest city out of all the cities that I conquered. So he said, Allah becomes the manipulation. Mobile to my Sibia, they are Turdish and refresh to the Tzion, Ba'alazati Yisham. So what happens? He waves his hand dismissively across the Shalayim Arabai. So Sanheriv is exceptionally unimpressed. Exceptionally unimpressed. He happens to it's just going to sound no time for this. No time for this. So, you're cooked. You put your characters up on. Tried very hard to attract wealthy businessmen from Europe to relocate their businesses to Eretz Yisrael. So it's a story that's told that one time there was a particular beer from Poland who had come to Eretz Yisrael to check it out, to see the land. And so he goes around his whole tour, he's about to leave, he needs a cook. The cook says, it's to move on one thing about it. So, of course, he says the truth is, it's not so beautiful. It's not so beautiful. It's garbage on the street. It's this, it's that, it's not so beautiful.
I was thinking about it earlier today. Is directly proportional to the amount of spiritual but their dick is really good. So it's
you possess much spiritual beauty, you see the beauty in the world. If you don't possess spiritual beauty, you see garbage. And that is actually the nature of Eretz Yisrael. You have to see Eretz Yisrael with Kedusha big eyes. If you don't see Eretz Yisrael with Kedusha big eyes, is it the most beautiful land? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. But when you see Eretz Yisrael with natural eyes but with your neshama, there's nothing more magnificent than in the entire universe. So the Gentile eyes. So Gentile eyes see it, and Gentile eyes see it. That's it. And you guys, he's doing this whole campaign. This soldiers have been on the road for who knows how long. This is it. It's like one shot in the stone. This is the whole thing. So he says like there's a huge. And by the way, couple this with the fact that he was also a ridiculous guy. He was ridiculously arrogant. So like he says, like this is ridiculous. This is what I marched for. So he goes on. He says the following: Amri, nishte beyada ha'idla. So listen, see, you have to understand something. So everyone knows this cloud government life. Where there is great arrogance, there is great downfall. So you see the soldiers begin to say, oh, this is not going to end well. The astrologers are saying, go now. Sanheriv is saying, this is nothing, this is a cake, it's easy, like piece of cake. So the soldiers say, king, let's go now. We're ready, let's go for it. I'm alone, tell me some, you know, I'm a bit tired today. We'll go tomorrow. The Malka, I see Rico, Gomer. Tomorrow, each of you will bring me a piece of the wall. So it's incredible, guys. And once you understand, here's the downfall. Right? What's the downfall? The downfall is that day was his window. That day was his window. That day was the last day for retribution for the city of Nob. That day was the window. Had he marched, he would have been the center of Yerushalayim. But as most things in life, God gets in the way. Miyad, what's the memory again? What happened? He said, you know what? Rest tonight, or relax tonight, tomorrow. What happened that night? You already know yesterday. That night is when the Malach Amalek comes along and kills 185,000 sleeping soldiers. Miyad, that night, comfortably confident of the victory the next day, the Malach comes out, kills Mea Ushmona Hamisha Alek. Rashkim of Loker, being Kuna regarding this. They wake up in the morning and there are a few survivors to discuss. They find 185,000 corpses. Come back up. How you done this? What's your doctor says, this gives us a very important lesson. Bashkina, Batalina. Which of us has really needs to be Rashi towards the end of the short line. Bashkina, Batalina. Kiban Shalon Ina Batalani. Sometimes when you don't pass judgment, the fight goes away. Which is another way of saying that it was like when you procrastinate, you lose your window of opportunity. Procrastinate, you lose your window of opportunity. The only way to figure it out is use the second. You miss this opportunity today. Again, we're talking about Christ, but at the end of the day, it's dramatic how the devotion gives him pizza sandera. The devotion gives him that food that he tried and he squanders it. Because again, we're really because of guy. The message is procrastination leads to loss of opportunities. The Yish people though, was a get like this is amazing. The Yish people know Asher Yilidi Harpa. So what's it now? The Nabi of this Ishmael days speaks about a man of Ishbi No, who was of the descendant of Harpa. Harpa is Arpa, we will see in just a moment, the sister of Rose. The Mishka Kilo Shoshmios, Mishka Makoshas, who Chadra Hadasha, Ayara Lahakos and Dab. So we're going to see Yishbi was the brother of Goliath, the brother of Goliath. After David kills Goliath, so Yishbi has what they call a blood feud. Blood feud with David, and again, he's a big man himself. His armor, spear, everything. And he says he's going to kill David. So the Gemara says, "My Yishbi, what does that mean?" The Yishbi, so the Gemara says, "I'm going to read the Amarav Ish Sheva of Iskino." What's like, get ready for this Gemara. Rashi said he was a man who came to David and Aleph because of the episode of No. Now, what does David and Aleph have to do with No? Get ready for this. Only after starting with David. He says, David says, David, how long are you going to hide this sin of No? Wow. Through you, the city of No was wiped out. Because of you, Yitzchak Goikadon. Remember again, Goikadon wasn't done because of massacring the city of No. Because of you, Shaul and his three sons died. Remember again, how did Shaul and his three sons die? They died in war against Christians. They died in war against Christians. So the 12 doesn't all of this stuff. What does this mean? So the thing that this means, he says that Satan is responsible for negative things that happen as a result of his actions, even if his actions were not good. So at the end of the day, David's actions set off a chain action of events that result in the next to correct. No, now David Amalek was trying to do his best, ultimately to shield the people of God. He was doing his best to try to operate under it, but at the end of the day, it was his actions that caused their death. So it was this is a dramatic idea, because then Yoda says that after sometimes in life, you go ahead and do something, and there's a negative repercussion. Now that wasn't my intention. And again, I acted in good faith, I did. But understand that if as a result of my action, someone else encounters pain, someone else suffers, even though again that was not my intention, and I acted in an appropriate way. It just happens to be a byproduct of my action. If someone else is being in suffering, there's a schedule. There's responsibility for that. Now, obviously, by something that's amplified pain. So the Rebbe Shalom says, David, your actions set off a chain reaction of different events that ultimately result in that of the death of Zoe, and ultimately the death of Shaul and his sons. Remember again, Klal Yisrael loses the war against the Philistines. Klal Yisrael loses the war against the Philistines. Why? Why did Klal Yisrael lose the war against the Philistines? Remember from your extensive studies, Right? Why Klal Yisrael was working on this thing? Because Shaul diverted all of the resources of Klal Yisrael to pursue David, because he was reckless and irresponsible with his military resources. They were under. They're chasing David. Shaul gets word that the Philistines have invaded. He thinks twice. Should I continue to pursue David, or should I go after this? That's what's still messed up. Everything is that David has fault. It's not his responsibility to let the even the unintended repercussions of his action. So it's a dramatic idea. So the Gemara goes like this. The Gemara says, so guys, you have all this responsibility. Here's the choice. David, here's the choice. Listen to this. Listen to this choice. I can either wipe out all of your descendants, or you can suffer. Which one is it? Your children are going to suffer, or ultimately again are you going to suffer? Which one is it? So the Gemara says, so David says, I would rather suffer than Chas v'Shalom have my descendants right now. Let's get ready for this. Yom Echad, one day, one day David went out hunting. Let's say again. So he went. Rashi says, Safar B'Zoi, Rosh Hashanah Safar. He went out to hunt, and again, hunting for food, not hunting for sport. Asa Satan, V'Itni Lekitavi. So what happens? So Satan came along and appeared to David as a deer. Chassid V'Tiva, V'Lo So what happens? David shot an arrow, but he missed the deer. So the Gemara says, Mash, so V'Lo Machi, Mash,
Thank you so much, Capybara. Is this the same Capybara coin that was launched maybe like 3 or 4 years ago, or is this a different iteration?
All by himself, without army, and the Pasha does not to be armed. He doesn't have to love him. So what happens? If it has a Yishbi Bino, who does he run into? Yishbi. Yishbi, Goliath's brother, is the first guy who happens to run into in Philistine territory. Amar, so Yishbi sees him and says, how do you hide the calculate with Goliath? This is the guy who killed Goliath, my brother. What does he do? He grabs David, ties him up. What is interesting thing that he did? Ostate Mishaji Usate Haja. He ties David up and he puts him in between the two stones of an olive press. So what does he plan to do? He's going to sit up. So Yishbi is a big guy. He's going to sit on the olive press and essentially going to crush David on that. Is Abdullah Nisa, Makale Aram Tusay. So a miracle occurred in what happened. The ground underneath the bottom of the press became soft. So Yishbi sat, the press sunk instead of crushing David on that. So the Gemara says, any to say, Karafit Sadi Kakdori, Madu Karsurai. Haruya, what's this guy? David Amalek says, so either way. So Yishbi realizes he leaves it for later, but he's tied up in between the grass.
Thank you for answering my question.
So we'll say that day was Erev Shabbos.
No, I remember maybe like 3 years ago there was a capybara coin, and I think I'm still on the Telegram, and I didn't know if this was the same iteration of that or a totally different project. So you answered my question. I appreciate it.
Casino casting drops of blood in the water. And he understood that what means he saw it wasn't touching. So something's going on. Even the Asayona Ikit coming, others say that it fell louder by the wind and started like flapping its wings in a violent manner. Amar Kinesi Sal Yona a mistake. Shneimar Kantayon Nekhavit said, Shmani David Malko Yisov Sire. So what happens? He sees the blood, he sees the dog flapping around. He realizes Kali does compared to a dog. It must mean Kali Saul is in trouble. Now, Kali Saul is just fine. So who must get this to the king is in trouble. What's the response to this? Also, they say, Lashmi is the palace. That king's out, king's at home. And it's Erev Shabbos. So Amr, Sinan, in Rosh Hashanah, then Yoshua Kiso, then Mishtamshin Bishadis. Bishas HaSakara, what the halacha is, you cannot use the king's horse, you cannot sit on the king's throne, and you cannot use the king's scepter. So part of the covenant of Mount is that you can't use the king's staff. Bishas HaSakara, what about when the king is in danger? You king is in danger. So what Abishai is the king had the fastest horse, which is the fastest mule. So can I ride the king's horse or not? That was the Shaila. So we'll see what happens. Also, Shalbin is Russian. He goes to ask the Shaila of his nephews. Amrulay, Bishas Sakana Shafir. Ultimately, again, time of Sakana, yes, you can go. You can use it. So we'll say, first of all, it's an amazing idea. The Jew always has to know what the halacha is. Always has to know what the halacha is. You have to ask the Shaila. I shot some kind of this, of course, I'm trying to do it. I have to be back in Russia's last everything in our lives is governed by halacha. Everything in our lives is governed by Torah. So a person when they make a Quranic decision, right, has to ask themselves, not what do I want to do, what does the Torah have to say about this? What's the Torah voting on this? So sure enough, he gets the psak. You guys are not in the hard day. Good morning, Mr. Shulman. He goes ahead and he jumps on the mule. Come ba'azil kaf tzali. Listen to this. Come ba'azil kaf tzali adam. Someone says he has an incredible miracle. He says that he gets to Eretz Yisrael very quickly. So ba'hadid kamasri. Chazi la arba in a characters. Listen, this is like a what do they call it? The star-studded cast of characters. So as he's riding, as he enters the Plishti area, who does he see? Arpa. Arpa. Who's Arpa? Arpa was the mother of whether this is actually he sees Arpa, right? Arpa was the mother of Tobias and the mother of Ishmael. So what happens? So Chazi Arpa Davanabla, she was spinning while she was reading. So what happens? Chazi say
Very well. Do you have a link tree?
So what happens? As Arpa sees Abishai and Suri, so Arpa must have known that Ishbi had captured David. Arpa now sees Abishai and Suri are running, she realizes he's on a rescue mission. She takes the spindle and she throws it at Abishai in an effort to kill him. So she misses him. So after she misses him, she pretends that she has no ill will. Amrale, Alam, I sleep hard. She says, excuse me, young man, I dropped my spindle. Would you mind getting it for me? So what happens? She sure does. He brings it back to her, throws it at her head, and kills it. Fine, Arpa's out. She says to the Gemara, so the Gemara goes like this. So we'll say what happens. So now David HaMelech shows up ultimately again. Now,
very cool. I appreciate that. And if I may ask, why did you choose Capybara as the mascot?
Because this is part of David HaMelech's punishment for that which occurred in Noah. So the Gemara says what happens? He's Ishbi, but no, Amar Hashda, Habu Beitrein, the cut. So what happens? Now Yishbi realizes when he sees Abishai coming that he's going to be outnumbered. David and Yishbi together is a bit too much to handle. So what happens? He goes there, he says, now I'm going to be outnumbered. So what does he do? Get ready for this. So Paskila David Elay, Virat L'Ruche. So what's coming in for Ali Binitz? He wants to kind of get out of here. So what does he do? He throws David up in the air, which was an incredible display of strength. Puts his spear down on the ground, obviously the thing facing up. I figured David up just to land on the spear and was done. So what happens? Who shows up just in time? Amar Abishai Shem. Abishai comes right with David up in midair. He says the Shema for Shem Hashem. Ultimately, David being Shemaya La'arab. So ultimately, again, he says the Shema Mefurash and suspends David HaMelech mid-air. Suspends David HaMelech mid-air. Let's get ready for this. Get ready for this. Says the Gemara. So the name of you, why did David say the Shema? David also knew the sacred name of God. So again, why did David say the name in order to suspend himself? Because it was like the incarcerated individual cannot extricate himself from his jail. It was an incredibly important research. Again, following the sometimes again we go on Shabbos. Sometimes when you are in a situation you can't see the trees from afar. We spoke about this in Mishnah Basila Halal. Now again, Rab doesn't have to be a red book. Like Rab just means someone who's precise through your life, someone who can see your life, can see you outside of you. David HaMelech is in the thick of this. He cannot think clearly. He cannot act clearly. And therefore, he knows the same shame of words that Abishai understands. So let's get ready for this. I'm really, my advice off. So the first thing
well, I appreciate you inviting me those links. I'm going to take a look at them and
what are you
Just
doing
if
here?
I think that it's a prudent investment, you may have a new member
So he
of
tells
the
them,
community.
tells
And thank
see,
you so much
so
for the time that
he
you
would have
took
thought that was
to share.
this, and I was
And I
chasing
hope you have a
here,
wonderful
and
day.
I ended up here. How does the Rama realize that this is Hashgacha Pratis? So he tells Abishai the whole story. What's the whole story? The whole story is God told me I'm going to be punished. He asked me, do I want to get the punishment to my kids? So I said, I'd rather get the punishment than have my kids wiped out. Amrle, Apoch Selu Se. So Abishai says to David, change around your tefillah. Ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu to punish your children and not you. So listen to this. He says, Bar Berech Lisbon Ba'achlot Tzedar. He says, people say, better for my grandson to sell wax, but I should not suffer. He says, what is that? You know, it's a natural bonus on parents to have a bonus on their children. So what the Pshat will say? So I think the Pshat is like this. What Abishai ben Tzuriya says is, listen, all you can plan for is the present. Right now, the Baruch is giving the opportunity to Sheket, Shalom, Shalom, your present, so take it. A lot to change between now and the future. You have plenty of time, even if the Baruch is going to be punishment about your children, you have plenty of time to speak and to write your future. If the Baruch is giving you the opportunity for tranquility now, you grab it, you take it, use it to change your circumstances going forward. So swap your tefillah around, switch it around. Amalei, so Marciaki, Saya Bahadan. David said by Azra Abishai and Sriya. So we'll say ultimately, David says, I'll David, but Abishai, can you help me, David? And this is what the pasuk says, that Abishai and Sriya helped him. Amr Abihuda, Amr Sha'azu B'tefillah. Abishai, David, together with David, to have Xer in the person. Amr Abishai, so Amr Abishai, sorry. Amar Abishai, but Ak say, Avakar did Basrayim. So Basai, so what happens? So Abishai and David now run away. So Yishbi is running after them. Kimata Kubi, when they come to the city of Kubi, Amar Kumbe, they had a thought for a second, let's just turn around and fight. Kimata betrayed, Amar betrayed Gurion Katwala Aryeh. So they said, then they had a second thought, they kept running. And when they got to Betrayed, they said, you know what, two lion cubs cannot defeat the man. You know they were two, and Yishbi was one, Yishbi was much stronger. So you guys were Amar Zeal. So what happens? Once they then they realized, however, at some point in time, they couldn't keep running. So listen to the plan they did. Amalei, so they turned it out and they said to him, Zeal ishtachach la'arba imech b'kibya. Why don't you go visit the grave of Arba, your mother? Now what they just told him was what? Like, we killed your mother. We killed your mother. So listen to this. Ki adkura le'shnei b'imech, kachash elei v'kachah. And they mentioned the name of his mother, the fact that she was dead, it weakened his strength, and they were even so wicked. Sometimes, even the hardest of people, or even the hardest of people, everybody has a soft spot for something. So for Yishbi, he was a mama's boy. He might have been a big warrior, but he was a mama's boy. When he picked up his money and Abraham was killed, it hurt him. It hurt him, and at the end of the day, we came in there, they were taken, and he killed him. And he said, so listen to this. This is the name of the pasuk. As Nishbu Anshin David Lamor. Well, can't say, oh, you can only come out, well, sit fast there, so listen to this. So they said to David, after this event, they swore, and then after David said, you are not going out anymore, you're not going to battle anymore, well, sit there as there Israel. And ultimately, again, the light of Israel was essentially what it is. The king of Israel is grounded. The king of Israel is grounded. His soldiers say to him, you're not going hunting anymore, you're not going to war anymore. You know, Rebosha saved us all this time, but you're not traveling without a detail. It was an amazing house. Amazing. Just to know that because the story is overwhelming, because so many incredible lessons just from one little story. There are three parts. There are three people listening who had the miracle of who had the miracle of having a long journey short. Who were they? Eliezer Eved Abraham, Yaakov Avinu, Abishai ben Tzur. So Abishai ben Tzur, Abishai ben Tzur, we just spoke about. Eliezer Eved Abraham, Eliezer son of Abraham says, "Va'avo hayom Abraham." I came that day ultimately again to the Ayin to the well. L'meimra Daru Yom Hanafa. So this is
What up, Tim?
What up? last day. I traveled
Kicking
from
ass, taking names, bitch.
to Haran and I made it the same day.
Thankfully, what's done with you? Oh, no shit. No shit. Why do you want to work there? Okay. Did you get, did you apply?
I just found out actually.
Look at you. Okay. Have you ever worked in coatings or paint? Okay, so you know what's up.
Decided to go back to Harabais. So
Do you know anyone who works there?
He decided to have some he got to Harad. He said, I can't believe I got Harabais like that. He wanted to go back. Rosh was a miracle, and I had to get back to Harad to Harabais. So I had to go to
So what's that job consist of? Just like making paint for people? But you don't actually do the painting, right? Oh, okay. And is it like commercial and residential?
I'm sure.
Interior and exterior?
So the Harabais usually also at home.
Do they do like sprayers and stuff? Oh, tight. Is that like an exciting job or is it just...
Yeah, that would be. That was
Okay. Yeah, those are cool. Look at you.
Also, after the episode of
How has the Discord world been to you? Why is that?
The second
Okay. Have they been kicking you out, banning you, just meet you? What's going on?
First, I said, social physical punishment upon my children, but let me not suffer. So where do we see that the Arab's children indeed suffer? So he says, they say, Va'atalya im Achazyo, Ra said so it's Atalia, who was a crazy, maniacal woman. She was a mother who went crazy with grief. Her son Achazio was killed. So Kinistela, that Talgam Batoba is called Zerhalabah. So she decided she wanted to be queen. She wiped out all of the other male heirs to the throne. She wiped out pretty much the remaining members of the Davidic family. That was the punishment of Ramal. Children were wiped out. So it's actually children were wiped out. It's okay because from the city of No, there was also one survivor, calling by the name of Elias. The city by Mori so far as also because there was one survivor from No, there was one survivor from the family of Amr the Mawla the Shtair of Yasser where the Shtair is also from the Sorry. Therefore, again, it says, well, it's not that there were one survivor from No, right? Akimara, of Yassar, that one has the entire family will be wiped out. Amr Now, the officers brought with them their princes, their princesses, and their harlots.
Who won the competition? Do you remember? Nobody won. You won. You
There was
won.
some conflict
20 seconds
about
later, it's like a bunch of dudes are jerking off.
part of Yerushalayim, but they brought their women. Like you never, like no one ever brings their women to the battlefield. They're so confident. They brought their women with them. So the Shmonim Elef Barim Yusha Shom Yuva, and again they had another 80,000 strong soldiers wearing coats of iron. Well, the Shishin Elef Akizei Kaya brought to the fire, and another 60,000 but Shad Russian, the bow. Fine, the shot question. I would try to as well. We'll discuss the size of the army, or the soldier, the size of the army between the eight ball that bow was the same size force, which marched against Abner, because he's got more words of it right. But he has seen level of almost in armies of this size would be even true by both of them. He has decent time. Orech Machabeu, our Babilonian person, was essentially the length of Sanhedrin's army camp was 400 cars. Rocha Saba Susa, the width, right, of the total necks of the horses are 20 cars, 40 cars. Saf Machabeu was the total number of people in Sanhedrin's camp was Masayim Nishishim Ribo Apayim Kassertai, was 2,600,000,000 minus 1. Was obviously this is the so because what he was talking about is they never saw such a large army. Remember again, that is that something close to season. This is really, can you imagine taxpayer dollars into this? The good thing is that it was addictive. But the nice, again, the lovely discussion with my friend over here is an army the size that no one has ever seen. I'm sorry, this is before the all this is before the battle. So you guys via by so what is this in minus 1? Chassi real or chassi chad alpha or chassi male chassi chad doesn't mean less than millions, less than 100,000, less than 100, less than 1, which means people. But when the enemy wants to take over the enemy, who cares? I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, we're not asking the other this one. I don't think we have to ask the other. The point over here that the Gemara has is, like I said, this is a huge art. So the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara describes this army passing through the Jordan River. So that's like the pass through the Jordan in order to get to Israel. So what happens? Get ready for this. So the first group who passed the Jordan was Shapir. So the first group who passed they had to swim through the Yarden, and son of the Tacoma, the second one who went, they didn't have to swim, but they had to stand correct while passing through it. They diminished the body of water. You take water, when you walk through water, you automatically need some of that water just with your clothing. So the first group had to swim. The second group had to walk. שנאמר עד צליה, האחרונים העלו אחר רגליהם ולא מצאו מים בני לשלוש עד שהגיעו מים ממקום אחר ושסו. שנאמר, אני קראתי בשסי סימן. So listen, the third group who came, they were kicking up dust with their feet. Which was that means like right by the time the third wave passed through, there was no water left in the Jordan.
Set up the camera here, and see how it goes. So this could be the video which.
So they had to bring water from elsewhere to be able to get the harvest. I've helped see Vayen Simala Hashem Akim Hashem Shmon Chamishmaya. I do a Shmon they call it flood coverage. What's the problem? What does that mean? The Pasuk told us we're talking about 2,600,000,000 person army. Represented a lot of flights out of 185,000 soldiers. And that was the size of the camp. So which one is it? So which one is it? Yavah says, Halolu, Roshei Gayasos. Those 185,000, those were the commanding officers. So what the Malach did was, the Malach wiped out the leadership of the army. Once you about leadership of the army, then what? Everyone else is going home. I'm going to actually do the sick. The Mishmanav Razon, Mishmanim, that's what the Pasuk is. Mishmanav Razon, literally again, you gave the fat to the skinny, Mishmanim the Istim. And the fat one is a reference to the officers who were the commanders. I'm not reading. They came out with the Siva Yishnak Hashamalak, like the people, Kayo, Vayavo Prince Halacha. We had say me Av Shamit Yudibachel. Shmamina, the Maggie, so also Snag Gemara goes back and says, what did the Malach kill the soldiers with? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Elazar or Biyad. Rabbi Ezra says the Malach killed the 185,000 officers with his hand. Shneimar, Ayari Rishal Yad Abdullah Shasino Lipan Shasino. Kali saw the great hand. The great hand that ultimately would reject the tradition from Sasino. But the Shora Etzra says the Malach killed the army with his finger. Shneimar, Ayoma Chashimuna Haro Etzpa Elohim. Cartoon said the Paro, this is the finger of God. Ia Etzpa. This is the finger which will ultimately get the tradition from Sasino. The rest of the Moshe Yosef Omer, Amlech from Gabriel. Magel Panutusha. So if the drop to Gabriel is your Magel, is your sickle ready. So Gabriel was dispatched to kill the army. Your sickle ready. So it's Elefant Moshe Panutusha, Barmedes, and Sheish Regulations. So Gabriel says essentially, I was born ready. Right? I was right. My sickle has been ready since the 6 days of creation. Shneimar, the time of year was the time when the crops became ripe. So I'm going to talk to Gabriel to shop the Yosef Bashafeos. So Gabriel apparently is the Malach who's in charge of agriculture as well. When you go out and check on the fruit, Haskei, go ahead, take your sickle and take care of them as well. Shneimar, leave the Abu Yudaf with friends to the Boker, Aloka, Yadu, the Yom, the Laila, Bayrak, Zohar, and Shira. Mura, Papa, and that inches what people say, Agav, Orche, the Balgabak, for Ishtam. So this is what people say that in general, when you have an enemy, so make sure to say good morning. Right, when I was go past by your enemy in the morning to say good morning, it's very disorienting. Also, the idea of you, as well as the Gabriel, when you're going out to do your work and checking on the food, also take care of these serious these it's also, by the way, is incredibly soaked in general about how to deal with conflict. The way you deal with conflict, if possible, is you diffuse it. And the best way to diffuse conflict is don't fight. Don't fight. You have an enemy, you say good morning, you say shalom aleichem, you say how are you. I'm not entering into conflict with you. I'm choosing not
That
to
was
fight
amazing.
and it's disorienting for the other individual, especially if they're not just going for it. These are the others say that Gabriel breathed into the nose of the soldiers and that's how they were. He makes it stand out. They got not shut up yet. So you remember Amar Kapai Safak Lam Mesu. Others say that Gabriel
It's not too bad looking, folks.
they got Ani Aka Akabi Akabi when he grew up on he's going to Amar Azan Gilan. Sorry, he's going to say he allowed them to hear. What did he allow them to hear? The Shamu Shem Bichayos Mesu. They heard the song of the angels of the Chayos and the result of Veshin Anar. The Ramas Hanaf Sugoyim. The communist time was how many soldiers were left. So at the end of the day, the Malach lights up in charge of the army. How many soldiers leave behind? Not Allah Sarah. Not just 10 soldiers. Shneimar. Ushar is Yair Mispayu. And now you can Kamalar. Yacham Yacham Asara. Fine. Also, we have to have projection. That's the house. Shmuel Matisha. Shmuel says 9. Where do we get 9 from? The Nishaba Oros, Kinok and Sayas, Shnayim, Shosha, Gagan, Verosh, Amir, Arba, the Hamisha, the Secret. So that is Arba, Hamisha, 4 and 5 is 9. That's what he's talking about. Usually, Omer, Arba is 14. Shnei Mar, Shnayim, Shosha, Arba, Hamisha. Was like the out of all the numbers mentioned, it comes to 14. Rabbi Yochanan Hamisha. Rabbi Yochanan says 5. Who are the 5 on the side? Sancheriv was spared. Shnei Baruch, his 2 sons were spared. Nebuchadnezzar would have been spared. What's like, can you imagine this? These are the 5 people who are spared. Sancheriv, his 2 sons, Nebuchadnezzar, and Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar, Kimara. So how do you know these are the 5? So in tradition, Nebuchadnezzar is a Kimara. What's like, Kimara means in tradition. You have the sword and the Nebuchadnezzar was spared. Nebuchadnezzar is saved. The Rava, the Revi, Dama, the Bara. So what's that? Because remember, we recorded this concept before. After Hanan and Mishael and Azariah told him for the Kivshon, so Nebuchadnezzar says, I see 4 people, and one of them looks like an angel. How does Nebuchadnezzar know what an angel looks like? Beloved, because he may not have a Yaga. How does he know what an angel looks like? Because Nebuchadnezzar saw the angel that night when everyone else was wiped out, and he was spared. Sanchev and his 2 sons could see, like the Mishtachabad, the Nisro, Kayatav, Alahov, Ba'adamelech, Vishar Atzar, B'nah, he called the Herod. So we'll say ultimately again, because we see Sanheriv and his two sons, excuse me, we see that Sanheriv and his two sons are alive here on because ultimately again his two sons killed. So we'll say so the fact that his two sons assassinated, which takes place after this event, tells us that Sanheriv and his two sons were spared from the wipeout of the entire Syria. So we'll stop over here. That's not really fast here, so we'll pick up here tomorrow.
Okay. Hell yeah. Square up to the audience a little bit so they can see you there. It's good. It's good. Trevor, you have a good look to you. You're Han Solo's son, right?
I am Kylo Ren.
There you go. You get that line.
All right, the website, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank our Talmud sponsors for the year of Tafshin Tayyib, the Tosin Shmach, dedicating all the Shurim Drashos this year's Chus from Sarah Sebas to all of our Yisrael, our Talmud sponsors for the month of Adar Haba, leading the Tova, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of his father, Dr. Harry Kern, Hirsch Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv Levin and Berman County's memory of Mr. William Ziv Ben Shmuel, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael. And our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther, Bas, and Lazar, Sephora, and American Tom Torah, all of them from the family, the families in the family, all those who need Rick Bush, Shadow, the Community Church, which brought the Shemir Hashem, being Roman hostages, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful with all Nazi. Once we're back, let us begin with a lot to read today, Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Sadi Gala 94. We are picking up on Sadi Gimel on the days 93b. Rabba Amar the Morach Vadai. It is about 10 lines up from before it gets wise. Rabba Amar the Morach Vadai. So you know, this is quite fascinating. Rabba says, who has the ability? Now, literally translated, Morach Vadai means the ability to smell and judge. Morach Vadai. Someone who has the ability to smell and judge is ultimately fit to go ahead and the mercy. The civil Maraina Yishko, the Shaka Vitzana, tell him, go get up and make sure what does this mean? That someone is able to smell and judge. So this idea is that one is able to go ahead and Rashi says that we are might be able to do more about that. So the idea of the Shofi, the idea of the idea is that there are people who possess such an acute sense of judgment that they're able to perceive that which is right and that which is wrong, without even hearing all of the details, or are simply able to almost smell the MS. So the Gemara was like this. The Gemara says, Bar Koziva. The Gemara tells an incredible story. Bar Koziva, also known as Bar Koziva. Bar Koziva. So Bar Koziva, Rashi says in the year, Malke Hordusaya. He was one of the Herodian kings. He's one of the descendants of Herod. So he was the king over Klal Yisrael. So Bar Koziva Malach Tartin Shnei. So Bar Koziva knows for 2.5 years. I'm a Mashiach. I am the Mashiach. Bar Koziva was the self-declared Mashiach. Amalei, when Mashiach said, the Morabadon. And Mashiach, it says that he's able to go ahead and smell judgment. Doesn't need to hear all the details of the case. Rather, he's able just to go ahead and literally smell that which is right and that which is wrong. So the Gemara says, let's say I'm on Morach Badon. So Bar Koziva, if you think that you're Mashiach, let's see, can you smell justice? Given the Hazid Badon, once they saw that he was unable to smell justice, and so he was a false Messiah, and they killed him. And once again, this is interesting, right? Because there's some level of historical exactly what happened with Bar Koziva. Here the Gemara seems to indicate that Bar Koziva was killed by the Jews. Other accounts have that Bar Koziva was killed by the Romans. So, okay, so it's interesting. Either way, Bar Koziva ultimately again leads to the failed revolt. Just to point out, remember again, Rabbi Akiva thought that Bar Koziva was Mashiach. So Bar Koziva had a tremendous amount of support, not just as a leader of Klal Yisrael, but as a potential Messianic figure as well. Okay, remember that there. Daniel, Hanan Yishal Ba'adari B'Sivu, Asherim Bahem Komu'un B'Kavi Marad, ومسكين الخوخمة خطمة بيوتي باس بمدينة النعلة أشياء فهم لعمل بغيصة العمالة. The long them safer Lashon Kazis. So once it's not this concept highlighting the phrases of Karai Rishon Azaria. So Gemara now goes through it. So Daniel Chananel Shalazai. Maya Sha'in Bahan Kamum. What does it mean that they had no nourish? Now become about Chananel Amar Afilu Kalifta to Kislisa Lo Havabu. They didn't even have like the culture of a needle of blood. In other words, they were healthy. Baruch Hashem, they never even needed bloodletting. My Bashakach and Lama Be'echal. What does it mean that they had the strength to stand in the palace of the king? Or in Kama Bredi Chanina, Marani Shul Umsinas Atzma Minasnif, Minasicha, Minashina. So it means that when they were before the king, they would refrain from any type of laughter, from any type of frivolous chatter, from sleep. And they would abstain from going to the bathroom and pull back their knees because of the reverence for the monarch. So you ask yourself, so like, what's the pshat? Like, what is it matter? You might say, what does it matter for us? Let's say on a very simple level, perhaps the idea is teaching us like this: that we're able to abstain from frivolous laughter, frivolous chatter, sleep, were even able to restrain their bodily needs because they were in the presence of the king. If they could do all of those things in the presence of the human king, then Allah has the ability that we have to exercise self-control, and the ability that we have in order not to engage in frivolous activity because we too stand before the king as incredible. I don't know so the laws said that all of them, were all from Shaded Yehuda. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shmuel Barak Mari Amar, Jinel ben Yehuda, Kananim Mishal Bazayim Mishal Shvatim. So disagreement. So again, so when Shmuel Barak Mari says, no, Jinel was from Yehuda, but everyone else was from other Shvatim. When Asher Yitzim Nechal, Asher told the Yikhu, Bahayu Suisim Nehefa Melach Bada. The Pasuk says, from your sons, that will come from you, the king will take them as Suisim. Suisim, my Suisim, what's a Suis? So Rav on the Suisim Namish. Rav says it literally means like a human. Like the king will often castrate his servants in order that we should not be distracted by anything and be fully and fully devoted to him. And Chanina Amar, Shin starts out with Rabbi Meir. No, it means is that the Zara was like cut off. While the Zara was castrated during their days. In other words, they had a successful ability to remove Avodah Zarah. According to the Piyam, it says that Avodah Zarah was, so to speak, castrated during their days. And you can see the Chaval or Iti Bahol. According to the Piyam, that says that they are literal Swisim. What's the pshat in the pasuk? So the Gemara says, "My the Chaval Isi Bahol, Chaval Derura." It means that ultimately, again, that fire had no effect on them, a reference to the Kivshana Ish, the story of the furnace we spoke yesterday. That's fine. It means is again, there was no fire, nor did the scent of smoke impact them as well. The French speaking that says that Avodah Zarah was cut off during their days. I know that Sid Kamar from the sun, so Yishmael Shatsu San. Element the Amar, Swisim Mamish, the strike out of Musa City. According to the opinion that says because they are Mamish Swisim. So ultimately, again, with the pasuk that Hashem makes reference of this level of degradation, which the verse is Habaha, could be that in both. That's literally the king passing with them, but also they were able to touch up these are very days. Incredible. The Gemara goes like that. The Mishnah on the speaking Mamish Penny Dixie, particularly says that they're Mamish speaking. So the Pasuk says that they see when it's almost like Yad Bashing, Tov Libanim Umibanos. The Pasuk says that the name that they established for themselves is even greater than potential physical offspring. So it makes sense they had no physical offspring. Alman Damish starts up with Zarbi Mayhem, my Tov Libanim Umibanos. And then by Yitzchak Libanim Shahayu Lahem Kvar Umibanos. Better. And apparently, could very well be that before they were made Swiss and by the king, they had children. But unfortunately, again, those children could be deceased. Umay Shem Olam Etu Vashaloi Paris. What is it that we're giving them 20 and 90 heart? I'm not talking about Shvaka, but it's Zes Sefer Daniel, Shenikra Al Shmoi. That's called Sefer Daniel. Because ultimately, again, Sefer Daniel is named, obviously, again, by or for Daniel. Miftish, Shmuel asks the general question. It's not that I know that Sefer Daniel was named for Daniel. Shmuel asks an interesting question. Miftish, Kalmudi Ge'ezra Nechemia, Ben Chachatz, Kalmudi Ge'ezra, Nechemia Ben Chachaya Amridu. So interesting enough, Shmuel says pretty much all of the words, what's I want to point out, in our Tanakh, like yes, fine, Ezra and Nehemiah. In reality, it's really only one Sefer called Ezra. It was divided out later on. So the rest is very interesting. Most of Sefer Ezra was actually prophesied by Nehemiah. So that's the case. Why is it called Ezra, not Nehemiah? So it's the rest. My comment of Ikri Sefer al Shnei. Why was it not called Sefer Nehemiah? Because ultimately, again, Nehemiah took a little bit too much credit for himself. Shneimar, Zochra li Elokai l'Tova. Remember me, my God, for good. I, the David Nami, Neymar Amra, Zachrini Hashem B'Tzorecha, Paktini B'Shuasecha. I, David Melech, also said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, remember me. Taking credit almost like we had a little bit of requisite merits in order to go ahead and have this achievement. David Rachmi Chabay. David was asking for Achos. It was like Rachmi for Klal Yisrael as well. And also today, Shasira V'Gnusa Shalosholim. Was that this is incredible. So Nehemiah doesn't merit to have the Sefer named for the bride because he spoke disparagingly about the earlier ones. So what does this mean? Shneimar, והפרופוס הראשון אשר לפני, הכבידו על העם, ויקחו מהם בלחם ויין והכסף שקלים 40. So I must say this is incredible that Ezra disparaged Nehemiah disparaged the leaders that came before him, and ultimately accused them of exploiting their position for personal gain. Now, the fascinating about it is, even though he may have been right, it might have been that what he said was factual, you can't malign other Jews. You can't malign other Jews. Listen, we saw this in yesterday's document that says that the Hanan Yishon Azariah drowned in saliva, right? They drowned in spit. We saw it from our show. We said, now what does that mean? The big cause the nations of the world to speak negatively about Klal Yisrael for their non-belief. You can't speak negatively about Jews. You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, even if a point has to be made, a point has to somehow be made, always holding up the sanctity of the Jew, never has to show people's trust in the other. So therefore, again, because Nehemiah, perhaps truthfully, but nevertheless negatively spoke about Klal Yisrael, therefore he lost out having a secret of the Yidden. The Gemara said furthermore, he even spoke negatively about Daniel. And we know him to go to Daniel. Now, by the way, how do we know that Chicago Daniel? How do we know that he's scared of him? So the Gemara says, so okay, we'll do it different time. Next cycle. Non Daniel could say, Raisi ani Daniel Levadi as Hamara, Vanoshim Asher Hayuni Lo as Hamara, Halod Gidol Nafla Aleim, Ayibruchu Be'echabe, Vanoshim Asher Yolo. So the Gemara says, so how do we know that Daniel was greater than these other people? Because the Pasuk records an episode where there was a dramatic vision. Daniel had the vision, and no one else saw it. No one else saw but Daniel. In fact, that Daniel saw it, no one else saw it. He felt that Daniel was greater. The Gemara says, who were these other people who were with Daniel but didn't see the vision? The other prophets, Chagai, Zechariah, Malachi. So they were there with Daniel. They did not see the vision of the Yosef. Also, it's Tzadik Tal without 90 pray. Inu Adikim Nayu, V'ilu Adikim Nayu. So it's interestingly enough, in certain respects, Chagai, Zechariah, and Malachi were greater than Daniel, and in other respects, Daniel was greater than them. How so? So the Gemara says, Inu Adikim Nayu, so ultimately again, they, Chagai, Zechariah, Malachi are greater than Daniel. The Inu Nabi, the evil low Nabi, the evil love Nabi. So as I say, interestingly enough, so Chagai, Zechariah, Malachi were considered to be bona fide with him. Daniel apparently was the lower grade one. The evil Hadis Naidu, the evil Chazab, the evil low Chazab. But Daniel was greater than them because Daniel had this vision, and they did not have this vision. So Lord says, Vakina Akad Lo Chazab, my time up. It is, well, again, here's the problem. If they didn't have the vision that Daniel had, then why were they fighting? Are they fighting? What caused the fight? So also it's very interesting. Shmanim, I'm sorry. Afagav the Inu lo chazu midi mazlayu inside. Afagav the Inu lo chazu midi mazlayu chazu. Even though they didn't see anything, their Muslims saw. Listen, what does this mean? What does it mean Muslims saw? So often Muslim refers to like astrological signs. In these times it's happening in using these colors. Every person has a malach, right? Every person has like a ministering angel who advocates for them. So watch, not watch this, but the sign to me. So sometimes there are things that my muscle, like my malach sees that I don't see. But yet again, there is like this synergistic connection between myself and my malach. And therefore the Gemara suggests over here that even if I don't see something and my malach sees something, so that has an impact on the Gemara. So I'm not even shmanim now. Hayman did not this afagav the izu lo chazi mazlei chazi. This is fascinating. Sometimes in life, sometimes like a person can be gripped by fear, and the fear doesn't even make sense. Like the fear itself could be illogical. But what does it mean sometimes when a person is gripped by fear, like they don't know why? Sometimes that means that my Muslim saw something, mother saw something, even though I didn't see my mother saw it, and that's having an impact on me. Incredible. So the Gemara my takante. So what's the takana for that? We're supposed to, let's say a person is gripped by fright. I'm not exactly sure what the fight is, but I know that I want to be out of this emotions. Lin shof midukte arba gamidi. So what you should do, jump away from your present spot, dalaramis. Jump away, dalaramis. Inami, if you feel shma, or say shma, the ikai b'makom hamitunokas, and if ultimately again you're standing in a place where halacha say again it's dirty, so you can't say shma, what should you say? Leimahaki, say the following: Iza the beitapcha shmini. The goat of the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. Okay, what exactly is going on? So perhaps you are teaching us, or he is teaching us, three profound ideas. There are times in life when a person is gripped by fear. And there are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is. I always say, what's the chat of fear? Fear is paralyzing. That's why fear is a very scary thing, because fear has the ability to literally paralyze me and keep me in place. What do you do in life when you are seized by fear? So there are three possibilities. Number one, jump around, which means move yourself forward. Number one is don't allow fear to paralyze you. Move yourself forward, even if it's only balance. Whatever you do, don't remain in place. Because one thing is clear, if you remain in place, what's going to happen? You remain in place. Right? Nothing. The first thing we're seeing by fear is literally move yourself, even if it's only a little bit of amount, move yourself forward in life. Number two, say shema. Say shema. What is it? Anchor yourself in that Shema. Shema is the ultimate, which I tell myself the greatest antidote to fear is a relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam. So you're seized by not unintelligible, paralyzing fear. Say Shema, let yourself to HaKadosh. That will be the clock to move forward. And we'll say, lastly, what should you do? Say the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. What is that? Sometimes we'll say fear is nonsensical. So sometimes the way to shake off fear is to say, this isn't real. This is not real. So that statement of the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me is just like a statement that I can't. How do you feel when you say that statement? What's the best reaction when you say that statement? You giggle a little bit, right? Like a smile. Like the idea of here is so many times in life we're paralyzed by things that aren't real. They're not real. They're perceived. So sometimes what you need to do is you break the hold of fear by saying something like shtickle nonsensical. So say a little nonsensical, kind of like change the mood a little bit, and be able to move yourself forward. Gripped by paralyzing fear, you can move yourself forward, open yourself to the and remind yourself that it's not real. If you do those three things, or even if it is real, it's not as real as it actually feels. You'll be able to move yourself forward, even in the midst of the most immobilizing fear. Incredible. So the name Rav. So the Gemara says, Lamar Baham Shor Baham Shalom indicates the Tankum Dash Makam is for it. With a man called Mem Shada Emsa Tiva Hasua, is that sauce in general will say, general of Mem in the middle of a pasuk. Right, is open, and only remember the end of the word is closed. Yet in this word, mem in the middle is closed. Because Mashiach, supposed to be incredible. So these concepts by Kiskio. Kiskio is the king of Yehuda. So Hakadosh Baruch Hu wanted to make Kiskio Mashiach the Sancheriv goes to Mother. Remember again, Sancheriv, who comes out to do battle with Hiskio. Hashem wanted to make him go to Mother. Remember again, there's this war of Go to Mother, which is this ultimate showdown between good and evil, which proceeds from the Snare Chalas. So Hashem wanted to make Hiskio Mashiach and Sancheriv go to Mother. I want to meet this as a little bit ומטר מלך ישראל, שומר כמה שיעות ששפחות לפניך, לא עשית משיח, so the midas has been actually with strict justice because it's almost like there's like a system of checks and balances, like the Hadar Baruch Hu. Moshe was ready to go and make Hiskio Melech. Midas means his what? Somebody was greater than Hiskio, and you didn't make David Mashiach. So the Gemara says, "V'lo asisa Mashiach, Hiskio shasis lo kol nisim." Right, so Hiskio sha'asa kol nisim alavu. V'lo amar shir lefanecha ta'aseh Mashiach. So again, Hiskio ultimately again he did so many miracles for him, and yet unfortunately he didn't sing Shira. David sang so much Shira. Tefatilim. He's doing so many miracles, and he didn't sing Shira. You're gonna make him Mashiach. So Kach Nistak the mem. Therefore, the mem, right? The mem which represents Mashiach. The mem was closed. It was closed. Hashem wanted to make Hiskio Mashiach. And then the mem was closed because the Midas had been shut it down, preventing Hiskio from becoming Mashiach. I'm going to say, what do you see from here? What do you see from here? What prevented Hiskio from becoming Mashiach? His lack of Shira. His lack of Shira. You see from here the power of gratitude to the Ribono Shalom. And the ability, the greatness of David HaMelech was not only Shira, it was Shira at all times. Shira in times of good, Shira in times of challenge, Shira in times of happiness, Shira in times of tragedy. That is the avoda of the Yidden. That is the quality of Mashiach. The ability to sing Shira to Hashem no matter what's happening in life. The Gemara goes like, "Miyad paska aretz v'amar l'fanav ribono shalom." This was such a beautiful Gemara. The earth says Hashem, "Ani omeres lefanecha Shira kachas tzadik zeh v'aso Mashiach." Wow, v'aso Mashiach. The earth says, "Please make Hiskio Mashiach." He didn't sing Shira. I'll sing Shira to Hiskio. I'll sing Shira in his behalf. The Gemara says, "Pascha Amar Shir leFanav Shneimar Nikneh Haaretz Zmiros Shor Tzilat Tzadik." Amar Sarah Olam leFanav Ribono Shalom Sivyono Asa Tzadik Zeh. So ultimately, again, the Sarah Olam. Interestingly enough, Rashi says, "Malach Shekola Olam Masra B'Yadav." So whatever this means, apparently there's like a Malach, like universe CEO. He's the who delegates him. So the Sarah Olam said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shamanu Tzilat Tzadik. Sarah Olam Shawar Asa Tzivyono Shel Tzadik. So the Sarah Olam says to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, again, it seems like the universe is acting on behalf of the Tzadik. Let's have asked Amra, Razi Li, Razi Li. So the Sarah Olam says to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, okay, so let's go. Make Hiskio Mashiach. Now the earth has said Shira on his behalf, and he didn't say Shira, earth said Shira on his behalf. The gospel came out and said, Razi Li, the secrets of the world are for me. Trump says, I changed my mind to be up, and Hiskio is not going to be Mashiach. Amar Li, Amar Navi, Ayli, Ad Masai. So the Navi says, woe to me, right, from how long? Now the Navi now is lamenting, the Mashiach has not yet come. So I'm saying, when will Mashiach come? Yazis Abbas Kava Amra, Bogdim, Badu, Bagad, Bogdim, Bagad, Bogdim, Badu, what is it? Amra is already stuck. At the Asu, Bozizay, until again, literally there are enemies and enemies of enemies. Meaning that unfortunately, God Yisrael has to suffer much until Mashiach comes. Master Doma like Kori Yisir, Shomer Man Yelaila, Shomer Man Emmanuel. I'm going to be open on. Also on Hamura Rufos, Duma Shmo. The Malach who's in charge of the winds, his name is Duma. So the Lord says, let's cap Tukla Rufos, Eitza Duma. So all of the winds came to Duma. Hamurlo, Shomer Man Yelaila, Shomer Man Yelaila. So essentially, again, I would say, if you take a look at Rashi says over here, Sarah Rufos, Shamishamos Nifkados Hetzlo, Bahinu Masa Duma Kach, Amar Duma Elai. So interesting enough, Rashi understands that Ruach over here is not wind, but instead Ruach is Nishamas. This is the Malach who's in charge of all of the Nishamas. So everyone comes to this Malach and asks him, Shomer Mamilel, Mad Davar, Masai Kitsa Gula Malach Lielza. When is Gula come? It's incredible, by the way, to see if you guys highlighted over here. We often think that we are the only ones, we, mankind, Klal Yisrael, are the only ones constantly and consistently pushing for Mashiach. Which we begin to see is something absolutely amazing. The world wants Mashiach. The world wants Mashiach. The universe wants Mashiach. And everything is constantly pushing for Mashiach. So we must Amar Shomer, Asa Boker B'Gam Laila, Intibayim Bayim Shuv Asayu. So what does this mean? So the Shomer says, Asa Boker B'Gam Laila, Intibayim Bayim. So ultimately, again, there's going to be, the Boker will come, the dawn will come, but at the end of the day, only after a place like Rashi says, Asa Boker B'Tmiyah. This one will Kasabul B'Nachar Amar Asar Kach Amar Shomer HaKadosh Asa Boker Gula Tavel B'Gam Laila. Adam Tiyah Tavis. Morning will come. Morning will come, but before morning will be a great night. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Amar Shomer Asa Boker B'Gam Laila Intibayim Bayim Yeshuva Asayu. There's two things. So right, morning will come. But when will morning will come? Number one, Intibayim. If you yearn for it, you have to yearn for it. The Prophet is not going to give us anything if we don't yearn for it. And number two, Yeshuva Asayu. Ultimately, again, we have to tshuva. So we'll say two elements. It's interesting. There's many elements to tshuva. But here, the Malach who's in charge of the Neshama says, what is the Shemar waiting for? Number one, he wants us to want it. If we don't want it badly enough, he's not going to give it us. Number two, we come back with tshuva. If we can have these two elements, then at the end of the day, Mashiach will come. Incredible. Rabbi taught us. Get married in Chizkiyahu, the Siyai Dushla, Amushira, Hatshapasta, Amushira. Let's say first white line at the Yalanda. It's the whitest line. It was embarrassing for Chizkiyahu that he did not say Shira until the earth came along and said Shira. Shema'emar, it's Knaf Arz Miro Shemano Tzila Tzadi. Keltim Dara Atomer. The Yom Yisrael is supposed to say other examples of situations where Klal Yisrael did not say Shira until someone else reminded us to do it. The Yom Yisrael, Baruch Hashem Yisrael says, blessed is God who saved the Klal Yisrael. And there's a time when Rabbi Papis united the Moshe Beshish and Rivon, Shalom Omni Baruch, Ad Sheba Yisrael V'Amar Baruch Hashem. It was embarrassing for Moshe and Klal Yisrael. The Moshe and Klal Yisrael didn't say Baruch Hashem until Yisrael came along and said, now again, remember, Moshe and Klal Yisrael said Shira, as Nashi Moshe and Yisrael, but no one used the formulation of Baruch Hashem until Yisrael came along. And that was embarrassing that Yisrael was the innovator of this, and that's Klal Yisrael. Vayichad Yisrael. So once I say interesting, Vayichad, what does that mean? Rav Amar, Sheheber Cherev Chada Al B'Saro. He circumcised himself. Yisrael was so impressed with all of my father, so he wanted to join the race of Klal Yisrael. He gave himself this meal. Shmuel says, Shenasa Chadudim Kol B'Saro. He got goosebumps. Why? So the Gemara says, Amarav, so we'll say, it's interesting that the goosebumps are understood to mean the Yisrael was overwhelmed by what happened to Yisrael. Everything is trying. And again, as much as he was awed how his father did, he was a member of the Ummah Solomon. He was a member of the nations of the world. He was very overwhelmed by what he saw happen to the Gentile nations of Egypt. So the Gemara, we see from Inshi, Yura, Hagasara Daila Tivza Aramai Kameh. You see a very important facility. That in front of a convert, do not disparage Gentiles throughout the 10 generations. So listen, this is just such a fascinating idea. And in one year, when someone converts, what do we say? Gershon is guy, you're a new person. It's true that he's a new person. I say, but it's fascinating. Just because I'm a new person doesn't mean I don't have a past. Which is it's not really contradictory. It only means to live in this world of contradictions. The Gemara says, be sensitive to the fact about what you say about Gentiles in front of converts. Because at the end of the day, a person came from that world. So if you're disparaging of that world, that person is going to feel like they say Yisrael. Remember again, Yisrael left everything. One from Yisrael. He said, get rid of circumcise all these things. But at the end of the day, that's the world he came from. And because of that, there was a sensitivity there. The Gemara says, be cognizant of that sensitivity. Fascinating. So the Gemara says, L'chein, Yishalach Adon Hashem Tzvakot V'Mishmarav Razon, Shmaim Mishmarav Razon, Amar Hashbarach Hu, Yavach Chizkiyahu, Sheyish Shmona Shemos, Yifra L'Sechem Sheyish Shmona Shemos. Remember, there's a lot of allegiance. We're going to see more over here, this battle between Sancheriv and Chizkiyahu. So let Chizkiyahu, who has 8 wings, let him come and conquer, actually overcome, the exact punishment from Sancheriv, who has 8 wings. So really, now we're just considering Chizkiyahu could say, Ki Yeled Yulad Manu, Ben Nitin Manu, Gati Hamishra Al Shifmo, Vayikra Shmo, Heliyoetz, El Gibor Abiad Sashalom Aiva Chizkiah. Okay, what about his actual name Chizkiah? First one is interestingly enough, Chizkiah might not have been his real name, might have been a descriptive name. Shechasku Ka. Chizkiah really just descriptive name that he probably gave him straight. Number Achar, Chizkiah Shma. Chizkiah Shechizek is his father Yishmael. So we'll say other possibilities. Once again, Chizkiah is not a real name, it's a descriptive name. Why is it called Chizkiah? Ultimately, because he strengthened the bond between Klal Yisrael and the Prophet. We'll see more about that in just a little bit. Sancheriv, what is Sancheriv? All Sancheriv is named. It's Tivbei, Tiglas, Pileser, Planeser, Shalmaneser, Pul, Sargon, Asanpar, Rava, Yakira. Okay, I agree because Sancheriv. What about Sancheriv? This is where it says, no, also that's descriptive. The word says, Shesichaso with. He was very quarrelsome in the way that he spoke. And Shakir, we're going to see, spoken in quarrelsome fashion as well. Shesat, Benicher, Farim, Klapping, that literally, again, he spoke and he was defiant with his words to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. All right, incredible. So much honor be upon him. The Masach also actually grows up as Santa Rava Viyakira. So says here's this interesting. So Sancheriv, if you look at some of these names, his name Sancheriv is actually given some pretty significant titles. This Asanpar Rava Viyakira. So leaving aside Asanpar, Rava Viyakira means great and precious. How was Sancheriv given these names? This is wild. Because Sancheriv, right now, remember Sancheriv, who caused much destruction, but yet he never spoke disparagingly about Eretz Yisrael. Shneimar, Hakboi Pelakachti Eskan, Al Eretz Ka'artzichem. So I'll say this is incredible. Sancheriv, when he was exiled in Jews, what did he say to the Jews? I'm going to take you to a land that is like your land. He doesn't say a land better than your land. Rather, he says a land like your land. He's careful about how he spoke about Eretz Yisrael. So Rabbi Shmuel, once said. So Chadar HaMelech B'Keachaya, Chadar HaMelech Tikei. One says that Sancheriv was very wise, and one says that Sancheriv was very foolish. How so? The one HaMelech B'Keachaya, according to the one who said that he was a smart king, Yahav Aminu Lu Adifa Me'arachu. Amru Kamishakris. So also, ultimately, the one who says he was a smart king is because Sancheriv knew if he would tell the Jews, I'm taking you to a better land, he's making better than and they would dismiss his words as just being foolish. Like the Mandar Melech Tipei Shaya, so therefore, in purpose, he said, I'll take you to a land like your land. The Mandar Melech Tipei Shaya, the opinion says that he was a foolish king. Yeah, Aminu Lu'adif Me'araifu. I'm sorry, Mandar Melech Tipei Shaya, in came my Rabusay. The one who says that he was foolish is apparently says that he was trying to get the buy-in of the Jews. So if you're going to get their by equivocation to tell them that they're being moved to a similar type of land, why would they buy into that? You should have told them it's better, and they would have more readily bought into it. Okay, in the Gemara says, Lahecha Azinu, where did he say, so point out how incredible this is. But says Sancheriv is held in higher esteem by Hashbar. Why? Because he did not speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. He killed Jews, he exiled Jews, Shabbat said, but he never spoke negatively about Sancheriv. Such an incredible idea. So the Gemara was like, Lahecha Azinu, by the way, Sancheriv exiled the Jews too. So the Gemara said, Razutra Ami, La Afriki. So Afriki, and Kanina Amar, La Harin Suluk. Very slow. Fine, different ways we exile them. Aval, Yisrael Sifru begins to show Eretz Yisrael. Unfortunately, as much as Sancheriv never spoke negatively about Eretz Yisrael, Klal Yisrael did speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. Kimatu Sos. When they came to this place called Sos, Amri, Shavya Ki Arim. They called it Sos. They named it Sos because they said, oh, this new land is just as nice as our land. Kimatu Almin, when they came to a place called Almin, Amru Ki Almin. They said, ultimately, again, this is like our land as well. Kimatu Sos Trey, when they came to a place called Sos Trey, Amri Al-Khad Trim. They said, this is twice as good as Eretz Yisrael. So unfortunately, I'll say this is unfortunately being sometimes the downfall of Klal Yisrael throughout the ages. We find ourselves in new lands and we deceive ourselves into thinking that where we are is actually better than Eretz Yisrael. Now, not that it's okay, not that it's maybe just as nice, but to think that even Chas v'Shalom somehow it's even better than Eretz Yisrael. So again, something to be learned from everyone, even a Sancheriv. So Karen was always careful about how he spoke about the same thing, or how he spoke just about the land itself. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. The Gemara says, good. Check. Good. V'sachas kivoldo, kod ki kontish Rabbi Yochanan. Tachas kivoldo v'lo kivoldo mamish. Rashi says here, Tachas kufo mamish shaguf kain hu nishamas rechas. This is talking about again when Sancherich's army was defeated. So how was it defeated? So the Gemara says, Tachas kivoldo v'lo kivoldo mamish. Sancherich's army, we're going to see, their bodies remained intact. They were killed by having their neshamas incinerated. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan, correlate the manim to the side. Like Rabbi Yochanan called his clothing those things that give me honor. So it's actually very reminiscent of the Gemara that we saw yesterday. That even in this time of Sakana, a person should make sure to keep himself in path. Like the even when thrown into the furnace, they make sure that they're wearing proper clothing. The clothing is called the thing that gives you honor. How you dress says a lot about the person you are. And how you dress for certain things ultimately telegraphs the message about the importance that you ascribe to that particular event. So as I say, therefore, your clothes, essentially your clothing, is what gives you honor. The Moshe Veloz, Ramatakas, Kvodo Mamish, Sefas Mine Ayin, Mala Alon Sefas Neshama V'Guf Chaim, Afkan Sefas Neshama V'Guf Chaim. So I say, just like by the death of Aaron's son, by the death of Aaron's sons, remember again, the fire came in, incinerated their neshamas, but their bodies were intact. So too when Sancherich's army was killed, their neshamas were incinerated, but their bodies remained intact. So you must essentially do the Shulman Kafa. Paro, Shechinev Ba'atzmo, Nifrak Hashbrach, and Melody Atzmo. This is incredible. Paro, who will be again blasphemed. Hashem himself, like this Paro says, Mi Hashem Asher Eshma B'Kolo. So Paro himself, to blaspheme, his punishment comes by that of the Hashbrach. So Sancheriv, what's the Amadeus? So Sancheriv, Ayideh Shabbat, and Sancheriv ultimately again, because of blasphemy, HaKadosh Baruch Hu nifrach mimenu, nifrach Hashbrach mimenu Ayideh Shabbat. So ultimately again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu exacted punishment from him through a Shabbat. Okay, so what's going on? That's the message. Paro could sit there, near Hashem Hashbrach B'Kolo. So Paro says, who is Hashem? So Paro directly blasphemes. Who is Hashem that I should listen to? Nifrach Hashbrach mimenu Ayideh exact punishment from him himself. Hashem himself stirred the waters of Yom so Aaron gets saved, so ultimately again, so ultimately again, so Aaron who says, in the hands of kings is the degradation of our punishment. So again, so Aaron doesn't say straight out a statement of blasphemy, but rather again, he says it indirectly. So therefore, again, the Gemara says, Nifrach Hashbrach Mimenu Ayideh Shabbat. The Shmuel exacted punishment from him through Shaliach as well. Siv, Vayetze Malach Hashem, Vayach B'machane Asher Mea U'Shmonu V'Chamishu Hayach. So it says, remember again, this was the, just, this is like the incredible story where Hiskiel essentially said, like, there was no way for the Pfizer to defeat the army of Sancheriv. So he continued to start with Hiskiel, goes to sleep at night, I'm going to go to sleep, and you work your magic. And miraculously, that night, 185,000 soldiers died in their sleep. Just died. So he brought it up. So that, if you notice, the Lashon of yours, Vayetze Malach Hashem. It wasn't that Mishpah Kivyachol did it himself, but ultimately again, like you said, this was Malach for the Ani. Mishpah sent the Malach. Why indirect? Why direct? So here, last week directly, therefore Mishpah exactly punishment directly. And even about Papa Rami says, Mono Kitzo, said Mono Kitzo. So Ramah says it's very interesting. So the Gemara says Mono Kitzo, which literally means again the heavens. The heavens are his abode. And then it says Mono Kitzo. Mono literally means like a downside, a dwelling. Right? Rashi says over here, Mono Kitzo b'Yishaya. It's the Mono Kitzo in the Lofer. Mono Kitzo mashma tira shamnata. So it says, so one talks about the dwelling of HaKadosh Baruch Hu on high, one on earth. Amar also Rasha. The Tila after tira shamnata. Yachaka after tira shamnata. You can see the unholy aspirations of Sancheriv. And Sancheriv says, first, I will destroy the house of God in this world. And then afterwards, again, I'll destroy the house of God in the celestial sphere. Whatever shall maybe. Might sit Ata, Amidala de Hashem, Alisi Alamako Azeh, La Shliso, Hashem Amar Eli, Allah ala Araz Azos Bishliso. So I say, so this is very interesting. So one of the fascinating ideas about Sancheriv is Sancheriv felt that he received divine instructions to go and destroy Israel. He thought that this was a divinely orchestrated message. So Rashi says that here. So again, the Korea Rashi. So I said, Ata Amilah Hashem Avisa Makalazeh. So Sancheriv says, would I march against Yerushalayim without explicit instructions from God? Hashem Amar Elai, Alei Ala Aretz Azos V'Shlisa. Hashem has said to me, come to this land of Israel. Which is pretty wild. So Sancheriv is essentially saying that he's acting exactly by the word of God. So my question is, what are you talking about? Where did Sancheriv give Makadosh Baruch Hu to destroy Israel? We've never heard such a thing as this. So he wants to Shmuel and Navi Kamar, Yan Kimasa Amazad, Asmi Ashivach Hahofim La'at Ubesos Esrasa Liben Lemalga. So what's this? So what happened? So interestingly enough, so Sancheriv overhears the Navi. He hears the Navi talking, the Navi Yishai is talking, and the Navi says that essentially Klal Yisrael has forsaken HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Klal Yisrael Ma'as, they've degraded HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and ultimately again it's Me'ashilach from the Akad. They have forsaken the Shiloach waters which flow gently, and instead they have gone ahead and taken to Ratzon Ben Umayol. So we'll see what all of this means in just a little bit. I'm not going to say, so Molek Targum the Haikra, Lo Habi Yedem. So Yosef says, were it not the explanation of this pasuk, we would have no idea what it's talking about. Right? We have no idea what it's talking about. So what is this? So the Gemara says, my comment. So the Gemara says, Chalaf, because so this nation has forsaken the Davidic kingdom. Right? This nation has forsaken Malchus based David. That are kind to them and speak to them softly the way the Shiloach waters flow. Right? The Shiloach water comes with spring fed, it flows gently. So this nation was governed by Malchus based David, who governed them and looked after them in such a kind and beautiful way, and they gave that all up. Right? They have forsaken that. The Israel and instead, ultimately, again, they go ahead and they go to other things. Right? They go ahead and they go essentially to Avodah Zarah. Here is so Sancheriv hears the Navi taking Klal Yisrael to task, and he feels, okay, Klal Yisrael's not doing the right thing. Obviously, again, it's time for them to do that which they hold most dear. It's a Mikdash, Eretz Yisrael. I don't know if America said, Ma'aras Hashem Bebeis Rasha, and Navi Tzadik Yehovah. Ma'aras Hashem Bebeis Rasha. What does it mean again? That ultimately the person Hashem is in the house of the Rasha. Said Pekach ben Ramayal. So what's it about that? Pekach ben Ramayal was the king of the Malchus Yisrael. And he used to go Malchus Yisrael. He was a Rasha. See how he is as a Rasha. Also, many saw those speaking. He would eat literally again 40 pigeons. For dessert. So apparently again, pigeon was a big dessert. Was a big dessert from Nakati, right? So the nice again, he would eat all of these pigeons and it still would not be full. It wasn't what is that highlight? What is that highlight? It's like a gluttonous type of lifestyle. And it was like when Avodah Zarah, in general, whenever you see Avodah Zarah, what do you see alongside Avodah Zarah? Hedonistic behavior. Like if Shem Shlof Alers brings that, what's the feeling between Avodah Zarah and Avodah Hashem? What's the feeling of the feeling? Avodah Zarah is you make God in your image. Avodah Hashem is I make myself in God. What is everybody love about Avodah Zarah? If you go to special very good about Avodah Zarah is even when guys who worship Avodah Zarah, it's not like they stopped worshiping Hashem. Very often they were still worshiping Hashem with Avodah Zarah. So if you're worshiping Hashem, why bring it Avodah Zarah? Because Avodah Zarah is great. How does Avodah Zarah work? Here's how it works, right? Not sure what it is, but if someone needs this information. If you want to start your own idolatry, right? Step one is write down all the stuff you want to do in life. right? All the stuff you really want to do. Okay, then make a new system of theology that allows for all of that. Right? So all the stuff you want to do, suddenly again, everyone is a mutter, but it's a mitzvah. A mitzvah, and then all the stuff that you really don't care about not doing, make that all the law assassins, right? So all the stuff you really want to do, like you want arayas, you want tarfus, you want tumah, that becomes all of the mitzvahs, right? That's avodah zarah. That's avodah zarah. So wherever you see avodah zarah, you see a heightened form of humanistic things. That's what it's all about. It's actually not about the theology. It's really not about the theology. It's about that Hakadosh Baruch Hu has very high expectations of us. And therefore, it tells us we can't do a lot of stuff. Why? To hold us to a high standard. I've always said that I want to do that stuff. So I create a new system of theology in order to allow for all of that to occur. So Pekach ben Remayo is eating all of his pigeons, but he can't be satiated. Why? Because he's an only Avodah Zarah. Only Avodah Zarah is a Hebrew. Okay, so we're going to the next side of the Gemara. Second Gemara, she'ochel litra yarek besuda. It's incredible. What was Hiskiel's meal? Hiskiel would eat a little bit of vegetables, and he would be full. He would be full. Listen, he was a king. He was a king. He could have had anything he wanted, but he didn't need a lot. He did not need that. Which also says that sometimes when we become a little bit too wrapped up in the material, that may be an indication that our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu might not be as it should. Listen, remember, all of us have a void. We have an emptiness in life, and we're always trying to fill it. The issue just is, if I have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and I'm filling it with the right things. If I don't have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then I'm filling it with all of the wrong things. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, "V'lachein, hine Hashem mala alei esmei hanar ha'atzumim ba'alam nesmelach Ashur." So again, because of Klal Yisrael's righteousness, Hashem says, "I'm going to bring against you the king of Ashur." Ksiv, v'chamlach b'Yehuda shatef v'avar atzav yagia. Ella, my time, and so it's therefore again. So Sancherib hears this. Sancherib hears all this stuff, and here's the Navi literally says. What's the sort of point out? Sancherib was the king of Ashur. The Navi literally says, because of your non-compliance, right, because of your terrible behavior, I'm bringing against the king of Ashur. So Sancherib says, okay, God wants me to do this. So if God wants me to do this, the Gemara says, if that's the case, my talent is punished. The Sancherib actually did the will of God, and God wants to be punished. The Gemara says, Navi says, Shlotim is Navi, Ihu Yordat Yerushalayim. Sancherib was the tool of Hashem to exact punishment against the 10 tribes. He was the one who was responsible to exile the 10 tribes. He had no business in Yerushalayim. And so he set his sights on Yerushalayim as well. In other words, so ultimately, again, so the Navi tells Sancherib, you overstep. You're at Moldor, what's the exact punishment from the 10 tribes, the 10 tribes. You set your sights on Yerushalayim so that you don't have any power on it. Right? Ultimately, again, literally, you cannot go ahead. The Am Ha'ayif, so the tired nation. I say, who's the tired nation? It's interesting. It's Klal Yisrael. We're the tired nation. But interestingly enough, not tired because of suffering, tired because we toil and toil. Tired because we're constantly building a nation of responsibility. So ultimately, again, the nation that's tired cannot be handed over in the hands of an enemy. Where it says, "My case, I shall our church. Regards and upon the Achron, the Darachayam, everything Galo Hagayim, Loker Shonim, Shekilim Aleim Al Torah." So ultimately, again, we are not like the only ones. This refers to Malchus Yisrael, who threw off from them the yoke of Torah. Aval Achron, Malchus Yudah, Shekilim Aleim Al Torah. So I'll say this is fascinating. So Sancherib, you can have control over Malchus Yisrael. Why? Because Malchus Yisrael threw off the yoke of Torah. And when you throw off the yoke of Torah, you have a lack of divine protection, but you have no control ultimately again over Malchus Yehuda. Because that Malchus Yehuda, they took upon themselves the yoke of Torah, and they were deserving of miracles, like literally again, like the splitting of the Yam Suf and the splitting of the Yarden. So the Gemara says, "In Choser Bamudov, the love and he asked so low, Golil Badbani." So Sancherib, if you turn back, right, and you don't go to war against Malchus Yehuda, you'll be fine. If not, ultimately, again, it will turn you into a degradation amongst the nations. Right? Rashi says over here, in Choser Sancherib, you'll become a source of degradation, like a laughing stock amongst it. This is Sancherib. So it's interesting enough, Sancherib did have a divine mission of the 10 tribes of Malchus Yisrael. But his mistake was going after Malchus Yehuda, was going after the base of Yerushalayim. So the Gemara goes right there. So Achari Hadvarim, Va'emas Elabasa Melech Ashur, ויבוא יהודה, וייחן על הארם הבצורות, ויאמר לבקעם אליו. So ultimately again, Sancheriv makes the mistake, and he goes ahead and he marches on Yerushalayim. So the Gemara says, Hay Rishna Lahai Parnasha. Rashi says over here, if you being Daran Kazeh La'adon Kazeh, if you Mesha Emes B'Chizkiyo plus Sancheriv, so we'll say, now the Gemara asks an interesting question. Why was Chizkiyo deserving of this? Right after all, again, Chizkiyo was a big tzaddik. So why was Chizkiyo deserving of having Sancheriv marches? In other words, we'll say, as much as Chizkiyo is successful over Sancheriv, there's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of difficulty. So Chizkiyo is such a tzaddik. Why did he deserve to have this fear of Sancheriv marching? So I'm Rabina the Achar Shekafas and So let's listen to this. What happened? So Hakadosh Baruch Hu swore that Sancheriv was going to come on, was going to go ahead and march against Chizkiyo. What happened over there? Amar, Chizkiyo, my sinless Sancheriv, umesar galei biyada. So I say, here's what happened. Hakadosh Baruch Hu says like this: if I tell Chizkiyo that I'm bringing Sancheriv against you, but don't worry, because you're going to be successful. What is Chizkiyo going to say? Amar lo hava beina, lo bisus beina. Hakadosh Baruch Hu, do me a favor. I appreciate what you're trying.
Every day is a holiday. Every day is a feast. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Just a question that I heard you guys discuss earlier about Spider Pig. So you mean to tell me that this guy rugged that whole project after shilling for like 90 straight days or whatever it is, or is there more to it?
Let's call it even, right? Don't bring Sancheriv and don't bring salvation. Right? There's too much anxiety, too much fear that it's going to cause. Just leave it alone.
All right, you answered the question.
Therefore swore and he said, no, I'm bringing the Sancheriv. Shnei Amar, Nishpa Hashem Tzavachos Neymar, Elo Kasher B'Nisi Kein Haisa, V'Kasher Ya'atz B'Hi Takum, V'Shpor Ashur Ba'artzim.
I completely remember that. I remember it was December 6th.
So Hakadosh Baruch Hu said, "Yavos Sancheriv V'Siyaito, Yasa obviously V'Siyaito. I'm going to bring Sancheriv, because Sancheriv and his chevra, they're going to become like a trough, like a trough for Chizkiyo and his kingdom." So I want to point out one of the profound Gemara, right? But sometimes, right, we say, we have this stuff sometimes. In the Sefer Siduro Shel Shabbos, he brings this down by Yaakov Avinu. That after Yaakov found out that Yosef was alive, so the Siddur Shel Shabbos says, "His father came to Yaakov. Yaakov would have thought to himself like this: his father, I'm so happy that Yosef is alive. It's so beautiful. I really worked out well. But I have a counter to it. Instead of everything working out well, why don't you instead what? Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. And you could have spared me ultimately again 20 plus years of doing something. That's why the Pasuk says, he offered up Karbanos to Elokei Yitzchak Aviv. And Yaakov offered up Karbanos to the God of his father. What was Yitzchak? Yitzchak was Midas Hagir, strict justice. Sometimes strict justice says, we don't understand why Hakadosh Baruch Hu does things. So it's interesting because over here, Hakadosh Baruch Hu knew that had he divulged his plan to Chizkiyo, Chizkiyo would have said, God, sounds great. But don't do it. Don't do it. If everything's going to end happily ever after, just leave things alone. And of course, there's so many times in life we have this fundamental question. Yeah, things work out. I'm in a stressful crisis situation, difficult situation. It turns out well. And I have such hope, but there's like this piece of me that thinks, well, why did you do it? Very nice you brought to salvation, but the same God who brought to salvation is also what? The same God who brought the crisis. So I have a counterpart of the problem. Don't bring the crisis, and you won't bring the salvation. That's the conclusion of that's where the emotion runs the world. And somehow the crisis was necessary. It's not just the resolution that's necessary, but the crisis itself is necessary. Sometimes those are things that we just will never understand. It's well over right there. Says the Gemara, Yasser Siblo Me'ashif Lecha, Va'olom Me'alecha Tzavrecha, V'choveh Ol Mipnei Shman. So don't worry, everything's going to be okay, and the yoke of Sancheriv will be lifted upon you. Mipnei Shman. And what's the Shman means? Literally means the oil. What's the oil? This is beautiful. Chovel Ol Shel Sancheriv Mishmar Shel Chizkiyo. Literally, again, the yoke of Sancheriv was lifted upon from Klal Yisrael because of the oil of Chizkiyo. What's the oil of Chizkiyo? This is beautiful. There is constant oil, constant light. Oil represents light. Constant light burning in the bottom of this medrash all over Malchus Yudah from the times Chizkiyahu. Ma'asa, what did Chizkiyahu do? Na'atz cherev apesach beis hamedrash. He put a sword at the entrance of the Beis Hamedrash, and he said, "Va'amar, kol mi she'ena osik b'Torah, yidaker b'cherev zu." He says, "Whoever leaves the Beis Hamedrash will be stabbed with this sword." We stabbed this sword. Now, what does this mean? Is really going to kill people left the Beis Hamedrash? No, it's figurative. What Chizkiyahu was trying to tell Klal Yisrael was the following idea: Torah is not a recreational pursuit. Torah is life. Torah is life. And if you don't have it, then you won't have life. That's what he was saying. But like, sometimes we look at Torah, and what's Torah? It's very nice. It's beautiful. After very first, he has a beautiful. He points out, which he says, it always intrigued him how he's talking about how people fall asleep during the drasha. So these people fall asleep during the drasha. So it's not a new phenomenon. It's Minag Yisrael. Minag Avosinu B'Yadinu, right? But it's also during the drasha. Can you imagine? Like you're lost in a bad neighborhood. Or say these are the days. This is a dated drasha, before rain. You're in a bad neighborhood, and you go into a gas station to go ahead and get directions, and the guy's giving you directions. And can you imagine the real direction would be like this? Right? It says no one's nodding off. And you know why? Because that's going to save your life. He says if you realized that words of Torah literally are life-saving. The words of Torah are life-saving. Life-saving, hey, then you never nod off. Sometimes that mistakes God, right? Or whatever. So, and not everybody is an orator. Okay, fair, right? But the a lot of it is us. It's easy to blame someone else for not being entertaining enough or engaging enough. A lot of it is us and how we relate to Torah. And the truth is, sometimes we think, it's a beautiful part. It's a beautiful insight, a beautiful idea. It's not a beautiful part. It's not a beautiful idea. It's life-saving directions. That's what Chizkiyahu was trying to hide. The sword was there not as a punitive measure, but to show Torah is not something nice. Torah is life-saving. If you have it, it will literally save yourself from making such dramatic bad decisions or mistakes. If you don't have it, then unfortunately, again, I'm going to find myself in such a negative state. So the Gemara goes back, let's finish up this process. The Gemara says, but when we talk about Beersheba, they checked from Dan until Beersheba, from the Matzu Amaretz Mikvas Vanatikus. There was not an Amaretz, there was no one who was ignorant to the words of Torah, all the way from Mikvas until Antipas. From the Matzu Tinok Vitinokes Ish Isha, Shalom Hayu Bikin Belochos Tuma Vatara. And everyone was well versed in the laws of Tuma and Tara. Osadar Omer Vayabayamahu Yekish Aglas Bakar Ushti Zon was so one minute. So let's say so incredible. First of all, just to understand the level of scholarship which existed during the days of Chizkiyahu. Everyone was versed. Everyone was knowledgeable. Everyone again. By the way, in what? Not mistakes, brachas, right? Not no shots. We'll look what they're referring to over here, right? Kalofos of Tumah and Tara. What happens when we get this? We get Tumah and Tara. What happens? Come on, what happens? You look ahead and you say, how long is this going on for, right? When is this going to be over? We'll say those halachas mean everyone, men, women, children, were versed in the halachas of Tumah and Tara. And also, again, in those days, the Gemara says, people had very simple material aspirations, right? They had a cow, they had 2 sheep, and they were having the Omer. Listen to this. So they were happy with very small things materially, and furthermore, they had vines that had thousands of dollars worth of grapes, and it's just kind of lying waste. Why was it lying waste? People were neglecting their fields. Why were they neglecting their fields? Because they put their full focus on the fields. And let's say it was the oil, which represents the ongoing commitment to spiritual growth during the days of Chizkiyahu that ultimately, again, allowed them to be successful over Sanher Baruch Hashem. It's much more to say. We'll stop where I was saying. Okay, pretty much. Incredible. All right, Kevin, good Shabbos, everyone. Sure. That's right. So in one source. Okay. Go ahead. Start. Yes. Good morning, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show today. Our annual Comic-Con sponsor. The Culture Stock of Arts Israel, who dedicated all the show instructions this year as is a place for the service covers for Am Yisrael. And Comic-Con sponsors for the month of Adar Haba, Living with Tovar, Harry and Steve Zinn, Elon Yomi, Harry's Father, Dr. Harry Frank, Steve Hirsch, and Yosef Akoin, Ziv and the Good and Bunny family in memory of William Ziv, Zed Shmuel, Ben Yisrael. A week of morning sponsors, names are in that Anarchist, in the name of Judy Golden, Yehudi Esther, Bash Arlozer's Shmuel Yochel, and of the Armenian sponsors, Rudy Rakowski in memory of Ira Kasatsky and Lillian Blackstein. All of the shows having on your families in the common. All of those who need a fish have to come for each other to dispel Christian leadership and hope all of our hostages and our home saviors should be successful at all to try to save them. Is it that? Let's go. Today's back inside the door 93. We are starting on the side of days on the dollar 92A. 14 points up from the bottom, but we got this. The Lazar, let's pushing the hands money from the Lazar. Anyone who does not, living again, allow Hamid to benefit from his possessions will not see bracha forever. Meaning, it's another way of saying, that a person is supposed to share his possessions with Hamid Tamim, meaning support Torah. If a person does not use his possessions to support Torah, they never go ahead and receive blessing from those possessions. So let's allow that video. We're talking about someone who does not want to utilize his resources to help Torah. If he's up by not doing them, he'll have more for himself. So therefore, the Allah says it doesn't work that way. If you don't use your resources to go ahead and help Torah, at the end, ultimately you will just have less for yourself. And Ace really upload, really upload to vote. The Ace really upload, coming to share, season Shem, correct, I'm going to love it, we're going to tell us. Thank you, the China Pasha, for the Russian of the world. If at the end of the meal, you don't eat over bread on your table, you will not see blessing. Which means, in other words, make sure to only keep over some bread on your table. Okay? So you know, on the other hand, you might say, my Ace really upload, I can't help you. Yes, I'm not a loser. When the Shire of the season on Shulchan, she will only have over there. That's what the Lozer said. Whatever we get of bread, literally pieces of bread on the table, ultimately it's as if he wants to take out the street. Sometimes, obviously, you believe in what bread is not a good thing. So we must say, she may not open to the bag of Shulchan. In the money last time, well, Kasha, how can you show the hot dog that day? How can I show the hot day? Supposedly, the way about the result of this God. Because when you worship it was, little pieces of it together with the whole loaf. So we need little pieces with the whole loaf. That's what it's like about the Torah. But just go ahead and leave pieces, that's what we're seeing bracha. So what's the shot that eating over bread? Eating over bread represents the same bracha in one's house. So first of all, it's going to be a little bit more of almost like a Havdalah type motif of overflowing the cup. Right? The idea is that there's extra. So say when we overflow the cup of Havdalah because again we want it to be, but normally our cup runneth over. That's like we want to soak it over extra. That indicates that there's surplus in the home. That's one possibility. The other possibility, is that halacha l'meisik is leftover bread. That means a person didn't eat everything. If you didn't eat everything, that means I exercise some level of self-control. What's to control? Let's go into you. The Rambam says, Kadesh is absolutely Kadamash Torah. Is moderation. It's even not to turn around from mutter. Also, even in the world of that which is mutter, I limit myself. I moderate myself. So that's the shot as well. If I have a meal and I don't eat briefly, if I eat a little bit over, that's ultimately again, that's a display of moderation. And when there's moderation, ultimately there's kedusha. Okay, I don't know about that. Kalmashik, really good. You know, only one is off. Which we are off. Now, if you read translated, Rashi says that the Kalmashik, really good means a person changes his voice. which means it's not like a person that's trying to create skills like everybody, but if you do nothing to be good, you're also just being a person that doesn't keep his word. So whoever doesn't keep his word, it's as if he worships idolatry. So I used to be able to assess it. To Hassan, Hava Ahima and Massive Catchment. No, listen. Ushtiyala for Tony Stackle, the Ervot, Kashto in Eres. So literally translated, whoever looks at an Ervot, whoever looks at Ervot, and we'll discuss what this means in just a moment, Kashto in Eres. His bow is empty. What does that mean? Literally, Rashi, Kashto in Eres, Rashi says over here, Mark, so the Gemara says, I'm sorry, Koach Ishu Eva Shalom, Minal She'elamoni. So Rashi says he's going to discuss what Erva means. But if a person looks at Erva, he says something is Kashton in Erva. Rashi understands this geometry that literally he becomes infinite. He becomes infinite. Right? So come on, so Koshi Eva Shalom, so get about She'elamoni, She'elamar. Area there, catch the area shots and study about manuscript vessel, keep our catch the other and the stackle and the Hashi Barayas, the Ish, catch the word. So, first approach of Rashi is that literally no one looks at something they're not supposed to be looking at. Right? If I look at things I'm not supposed to be looking at, well, our second approach of Rashi is that a person thinks about a married woman. Maybe even when he's in his own life, he thinks about a married woman. Either we're talking about some type of either illicit sports or illicit or actually illicit looking at things which are illicit and appropriate. What's inappropriate? What's the inappropriate? Catch on the head. His bowl is empty. Now again, so actually said he's almost like living like a left-hand dysfunction. Okay, he's just not going to be able to father children. That's also on a deeper level. What I'm saying is like this: that the thing about alliance, the thing about immorality, is that it's all consuming. Like when a person has a lust of culture and desire for alliance, it takes over the individual and literally it can sap a person of all of this living. Every single one of us has a reservoir, a certain amount of strength, a certain amount of vitality. That's what we got, right? In other words, you only go so long without sleep. Like, we feel like this hour in the morning, right? Because I can only play as much as I want to sing that potential is limitless, which is true, my thought is not. I feel like at a certain point in time, there is no more gas in the tank. I think it has our telling us is, what you use your energy for, because there are certain things that are all consuming the number of energy. Including alliance, immorality, one of those things, it'll empty your bowl, right? It'll empty the tank. It'll go and sap your all your vitality, and therefore, not only am I engaged in Avera, but at the end of the day, there's nothing left in the tank to be able to do good things as well. You can't do that. That's why we only have the cover of the time. First, it's always be humble. Now, stays over here, be humble and you will live. Humility is the key to longevity. That's how we got it. Zero. Ba'isapa in host in a colonna stilas nigo shmanila. Which the other I just put to this is, there's a concept of mugibati, which means the home that saras. But interestingly enough, the only for home that saras is if you can get natural light in the house. Culture, your home does not have windows. You don't start putting in candles or lanterns to be able to see whether or not there's saras on the home. So the idea is a home without windows represents humility. Home without windows can't get saras. A person who is humble saves himself from a lot of life's afflictions. Humility is the secret to longevity. I'm going to put I'm going to share my sin. That's the meaning of the pasuk that says Sha'ol lo itzerepel eretz lo severmai. So the ima'in and Sha'ol itzerepel. What's the connection between Sha'ol is the grave, Lechem is the wound. What's the connection between the grave and the wounds? All over the pasuk, you guys say Ma Lechem Machlis Umercy. Just like Lechem, just like the wound takes in, like the wound takes in the semen, and ultimately again emits the baby. Sha'ol, Machlis Umercy. So to the grave takes in, you bury the dead, the Motzi Yes, and listen. Carlos from California, Uma Records, Makisi Motokashai, Motsi, also the Coca-Colas, so the room which creeps in quietly, yet ultimately emits with great cries, first the lady. So she also Makisi Motokashai, in addition, she will see another Coca-Colas. So the grave, which again is someone's buried, when something comes into the grave. There's much crying. What we call restless crying. So to the mix, I listen, is going to be using greater cries of joy. You can't show what only is restless in the prayer. Ultimately, then you want to say, this isn't conclusive proof, or just restless. What's the ones we're going to see? The fixated and putting the worship resolution. You know, it's like, this is a good guy. How do you know? So we can talk like the proper lot of this, in the closing record. So it's passing how as you can rock those cars and you're supposed to go ahead and do that part. Yes, I listen. Here's the most worship. Let's hear it. Will not die. Stress it, okay? All these questions come up. And of course, let's see on the classes. We just missed resurrection of the dead. Okay, which is incredible. Incredible. So, do people die afterwards? So, you want to say, Sadiqim don't die. Once the Sadiqim are resurrected, they remain alive. שנאמר והיה אלישע בציון בנות ירושלים קדוש ביום רבו חלקוס וחיים ירושלים מה קדוש ביום רבו קיים אז יהיה קיים so the Gemara is possible compares Sadiqim to Kadosh to Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Just like the Rebbe Shalom is eternal, so can Sadiqim come back to life to be an element of eternality as well. On the days, then Domar, Osam Shlomo Shalom Kadosh Baruch Hu Bahem, Kadosh Baruch Hu Shemai, Miska Hashem Levado by your knowledge. And so this is pretty wild stuff. So we're going to talk about this idea of that there is this concept that at a certain point in time, the world will stop. Like we have this, we see this, the world is good for 6,000 years. After 6,000 years, the world stops. What happens after it stops? Take two. Or three, whatever number you're up to, right? The focus is to recreate another world from you, which sounds like everything that exists will be erased. But the focus will start again. Start again. What happens is that you can, during that cosmic rebirth stage, where did they go? So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, the purple says that finally to the shine, shut it up in their mouths. Not only is going to say you can wings like birds and they fly above the water. Birds will say, what's the water? So the Pashtus of words will be created. What's the original state of creation? Right? So the world will go back to water, and the Sadiqim will be given wings, and ultimately, again, those wings will propel them over the water. Which was said that it's such a Shneimar, Akulo, Yira, Bahami, Eretz, Pinot, Chalim, and Yamim, Shema, Kavan, Yishlan, Tzad. Maybe they'll say they have Tzad, maybe they'll have difficulty during this time. However, we call it Hashem Yahabit Korah, Ya'aber Eir Ken Shalim. So we will be given wings like eagles, Yaritzu, V'lo Yigol, Yechu, V'lo Yasu. Ultimately, again, we will go, we will run, and we will not be tired. We will walk, and we will not be right there, and we will not be tired. And then it means to see, as well as so ultimately, this is such a beautiful research. Some people will be given wings. Because that's what we do as a new ways. The great I've heard of becoming excited, or the great benefit of becoming excited is sometimes the ability to transcend everything that life throws your way. God has such everything. If you move ahead, you're able to literally transcend all of the difficulties and challenges. So you will be able to use and check your test, right? So you might say as follows. So what about the ability to story? We reference this already. What about the dead like the Pesco brought back to life? Like the Pesco did to us, listen. Now, after the Pesco brought those people back to life, they died again. So they died again. So shouldn't that be a line that even the Tzadikim who come back to life will ultimately die? Will die. So you might say, someone like Mandana, that is much higher. This is interesting. You have to hold the opinion that the story of the test, like that someone said, the value of dry bones, that was a muscle. So it was a muscle. Didn't actually happen. That's why they get into kind of like a Sunday. So this in of itself is something rather dramatic, my fault. It's a Sunday. And the ones that were Mason Sheffield, the festival, I'm going to run around the Shiva in Mason. The people who festival brought back to life, they stood on their feet, they sang Shira, and then they died again. Not Shira, I mean, what did they sing? Mashiach Alu, Hashem Nemes B'Tzedek V'Mechayim V'Rachim. And Yeshua Omer, Shimazu Alu, Hashem Nemes V'Mechayim Moed Sha'ol V'Ya'al. And Yehuda Omer, Yehuda says, Emes, Mashal Haya. But Yehuda says, now when I say Lashon is very true, Emes means true. Mashal Haya is as a parable. So much it doesn't make sense. Well, I'm looking at in Emes Lama Mashal, in Mashal Lama Emes. Which way is it? If you tell me it's Emes, Emes means that it really happened. So if it really happened, it really happened. Otherwise, if it's a mashal, it's a mashal. If it's a mashal, it's going up to it. Then you might say, Ella, the MS mashal. Rather than in reality, the whole thing was a mashal. Right? So we'll say, by the way, it's fascinating my focus about whether or not the episode of the festival with the investigation did it happen or not. Did it happen or was it simply a mashal? Fundamental my focus. It was me that showed yesterday evening. Yisum Sheikh, a festival, all you law is Francis, right? We must see your shoes. Well, we do come in the borders. Incredible. So I'm saying, what really happened? Really happened. And by the way, he didn't die immediately after seeing Shiva. Why? What happened? The festival brought them back to life. They saved Shiva. They went to Israel. They married their kids. Their kids. So he went to Amar. He didn't say, Amar. אני מפני ביניהם, ועלות יצפנו שהניח לי אבי אבונה. So kind of, we're going to say, I'm a descendant of him. I'm a descendant of one of the people who brought back to life from the festival. And ultimately, I'm going to use the tefillin that I received from my great grandfather. So beautiful. So I should remind you of this in Sheffield Festival. By the way, who were these people? Who were these people who died in this valley? Right? Who were these individuals who the festival brought back to life in this world? I'm not even Ephraim, Shemona Keats the Torah. This is incredible. So let's say there was a not so well known story that there were a group of Jews who tried to escape from Egypt earlier than the rest of Klal Yisrael. They were members of the tribe of Ephraim. Ephraim's members are lower than relatively lower than other tribes. There was a group of Ephraim that tried to escape from Egypt early, and they were killed. So you know, what happened with them? They made a mistake. They were good people, they just made a mistake. And the Ephraim, Shisela, the Barak, the Sachas, the Barazan, Sachas, the Shisela, the Israel, the Harvard, and Shedat, they were killed by people of that. See, by Saleh Ephraim at the end, by a bow after the Nachman. And ultimately, again, so there's more. Father Ephraim was like, what's what happened over here? They made a mistake. They made a mistake like a calculation. Remember, by this way of time, the children will be enslaved for 430 years. The clock actually started from the birth of Yitzchak. They thought the clock started from the actual brisket had started. So in near 430 comes, they think, oh, it's time to go, and they leave. So, unfortunately, they were wrong, and they were killed. And so, those who got some investigations, they actually test out what's back to life. Incredible. The Master says, anybody out there to cover the pessimistic. So, let's say, couple of Israel, shots, but say the opposite continue. So, again, Shmuel says, these were people who denied pessimism. Interesting. They denied pessimism, and then they brought back to life. These individuals, unfortunately, who have not even a thing, so there are no mitzvahs, not Russian, but Russian is like the moisture on mitzvah. It didn't have any element of mitzvah moisture associated with it. So now, had someone say, hey, just shooting by a shot, mitzvah, the says, hey, the others, people say, hey, how can we start in the Ramasi? These were people, unfortunately, denigrated and degraded the Israel. שנאמר, ואופו בערב יהיו חוקב נפרס ובהירו שקט חמינו בישראל, שחוקה להשאיר סבב, ופסיק הסן, ולראה עליהם סבב סבב. Okay, if you're trying to look at it, it says, Mesi Shebika Dura. These are the people ultimately, again, who died in Bikas Dura. Now, what's Bikas Dura? Now we're going to get to a fascinating story. These were Jews who were killed by Nebuchadnezzar. Right? So remember again, so and the first couple of the what happened in Bikas Dura. We now Isha as Aglavas, Bikas Dura. Shemishal Shehiva Nebuchadnezzar Ashas the second white line, and the bottom of the things on these ones to be with flying. So listen to this. When Nebuchadnezzar went ahead and exiled Bani Israel, so what happened? So how you buy a bathroom, how you Janet as a family of men. You're a group of young men who were so exceedingly handsome that really is so beautiful. They put the sun to shade like the sun specifically like that. I think the sun showed beautiful luminescence. These boys, these young men were so handsome, but ultimately again they put the sun to shade. So what happened? Behind the Castiles, the laws also you show fast the suburbs. And what happened? So the Castile women would see them and literally again they experience a blood flow, a zaba flow. And again, there's this concept in halacha called daim, which means that sometimes at a point of incredible arousal, a woman could also go ahead and leave. So these Catholic women saw these Jewish boys and they experienced this flow. I'm going to sometimes they told their husbands, and sometimes the husbands told the king, see, I'm not a husband. So the king killed them. Apparently they didn't want such good looking Jews to be alive. But then when you show us, but still even as corpses, these young men were very handsome. So what happened? See, the king had the bodies trampled so that the boys would be disfigured. Overwhelming story. So when it says these are the bones that the test brought back to life, and all of these happened in pick back to that. That thing will do with that. The short ship of the Canada is not a committed to Canada. We must transition to an incredible stories about the Canada. So then again, so about the short ship, we go to the Canada shop. As Canada and shop as I appreciate, so remember context. The Canada's primary advisor, actually, we're going to see that actually the Canada's department was Daniel. Right? The contemporaries of Daniel were Canada, Michal, and Azariah. So the Gemara tells the story that Canada had erected an idol of himself. You can imagine, everyone is forgot down to it. Canada, Michal, and Azariah refused to bow. As a result, their thrones were fiery furnace. So he says, Shalom is not when he has gone. It's like, so you should actually have people with the parents at times, some guys out of the age. I'm not going to talk to the Casco. Make that, it is a bit of Dula. So again, at the time the time Shana is not going to the furnace, this is when Hashem tells the Casco, the Casco is contemporary of Daniel, Hananiah, Mishal, Azariah, and it's incredible how they forget to all of these big men. So as Hananiah Mishal is actually referring to the Kibshan, Hashem tells the Casco, go and bring back the dead in the valley. Leadership also. So actually bones were brought back to life. So apparently it wasn't just the bones that were dying. All the bones of the people who had died were brought back to life. So interestingly enough, apparently it's crazy as this sounds, that the Chinese had fashioned like a goblet out of the bones of some of his victims. So as the bones are brought back to life, he's drinking his wine. One of the bones from his goblet slaps him in the face. Slaps him in the face. So the Amar says, Amar Mati Bamshailu. So he says, hey, what's up? What's going on here? So I will know, in the biggest deal. So he said, the friend of these guys being Kanaim Shanajaya, is bringing back the dead in the Dina Valley. Kasa, the Amar Asoi coming up with him, because no Kamatakip in Lapisa Lapis Amar, who shall come in Garabadar. Let's say in this moment, it's incredible. In this moment, so in the Kanata, it brings the same Shira to Hashem. It's pretty amazing. If you look what he says, this God, look how great he is, look how strong he is. His monarchy is a monarchy forever, and his dominion is from generation to generation. So literally again, both of these words should be poured into the mouth of the hands. In other words, shut him up. Shut him up. Why? So mother will come out of the situation. You get you know, especially as a struggle, showing that he's in the face. This is a problem. Had the mouth not come and struck him on the face, actually, as I you cannot say with the same way beautiful sons than that. Right? Even the stone. So as his left has a beautiful as everything about it, really, you cannot say look to the feeling more beautiful. Unless you see yourself, how can the root on that side make you really feel better? So it's a simple question. Remember, the greater the evil, the greater the power. Every person is special. If you cannot have, he is so evil that he could destroy the Ruth and exile all these stories and take everything. All these type of things. If you were to harness that power, if you were to harness that power and channel it towards good, it was going to come with you to incredible. More like Rabbanon, Shisha Nisim Shayam. 6 miracles happened that day. We're talking about the period that Shemai Yishon Azariah was going to keep Shemai Yishon. And number one, it's a Hadisha. Those are really the causes is actually the roof was on the ground. It rose above us that everybody would be able to see the miracle that was happening. That's the effect that it's part of the wall of the Kisha factory that people could see into the Kisha what was happening. Shemok said on the foundation side, Yafak Salam Afra, the big Ayora Hashaf, and the Yafak fell on his face. The Lucifer Aronopoulos, Leslie Aronopoulos, also with his 4 other kings who were allies of the Nebuchadnezzar, who incinerated that day. The half year of Pesach, I listen because the Pesach brought back the dead in the Dura Valley. The Dura ultimately, again, all of these are tradition, all these miracles we have are tradition. But Aronopoulos proxy, we know about the death of the 14th in the Apostle, what is the Apostle say? And the Kenetzah Malka Shalom from Mithrosh, the Rakish Taharimya, Sakina Fakusa, Adar, Lucia, Yiflai, Gaia, Dukavaria, Tavasia, the all Shatuni Midiyasa, exceed PC, even you don't exceed, Miskanchi, Ashtabania, Sagania, Fakusa, Bajini Malka, Cousins of the so this is in the first passage, this 4 sounds like it says there, in the first sukkah, in the first passage, is 4 more names, and the second passage is less names. We shouldn't think that's a bit, ultimately against some of this allies with God. They will find the other also. Come at the beginning of the also. So Yaakov, Afilu B'Shachas Zacharon, is in Karen tomorrow. So coming in the also, then Yaakov, Afilu B'Shachas Zacharon, then you shun others, Atzma Mirabah, Shalom. Even in a time of danger, a person should not go ahead and change his dignified ways. שנאמר, תעדו גברה אלא תפסו בסבליהם השתר כבסור. כלומר, נשאר עזר יגור לזאת מקיף של האיש, the war were distinguished clothes. אבל זה מתאים בגלל זה השם מהבוס, שלום, שאחר לפעמים נשאר עזר יכול לבושו בדיוק כתרתם, כשלושו מקיף של. So, when nishar azar יכול מקיף של, it's still wearing the royal clothing, unified clothing. So, it says, so how you share shloim and the Fukot is Baishin Sola Nipara. What's the incredible Gemara? What else we have to say? A person must always remain dignified, even in the case of a person. Sometimes when we are under our circumstances, so again we become more understanding, more confused, and we lose it. As a result, we ourselves act in an undignified manner. Gemara says the power of the youth is always to maintain dignity and level-headedness, even in the midst of overwhelming circumstances. So, when we show Azariah, what did they do before they rose to Kisha? They fixed the Betheshes, the egg, and then they had, they straightened themselves out, and they were ready. They were said, by the way, this is the story of the Jews throughout the ages. Throughout the ages, the ability to improve a dignity and refinement, because deep down I know it's not my enemy who controls my fate. It's a condition Baruch. And because I'm always in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I can keep level-headed. I cannot use my wits to improve my dignified posture even in the face of overwhelming circumstances. Incredible. I'm going to be off. What's the topic? Try to get off. All right. I gave you 3 8. So if you don't get it, you say, okay, sure, this is me. So we can. I will be in my work. Chanel, on I bought Shani in the house in the Corina. The problem is the whole, the Rabia TV, but don't about it. So the fact is, next to the house of the whole lot. The website, which will be that it's not a tradition. Of course, the site you can upgrade it in my work. It's not even Shayla. That is why. So it's not nothing, don't have you go get grow. A lot of those have the ability to change. A lot of those have the ability to transcend adversity or overcome adversity. So it doesn't touch it. But of course, something to upgrade it and go on. Incredible. I'm not trying to come back anyway. The church gets a very short I got to do for age. False in my soul, when the touch was for age, so you step out here. It's incredible. When Canaan and Tanzania came out of the kitchen and they came out of the furnace, so I think all the creatures in the world came along. The top for the soul shakes out there. And literally again, this trust is struck the enemies of Claudius, ultimately again on their face. And if they begin the patch, the UN says, "Follow that, Yesh Lakan, Alakat Hazeh, that is happening in Israel." So it says, this was a Muslim Claudius. And Karen is on Zaria, here at the kitchen, the ancient world said to the Jews, what is the matter with you guys? You have a God like this who saves people from the fiery furnace and you're worshiping idols? Incredible, right? That's like sometimes the greatest worship that we've seen is the Muslim relations in the world. Yeah, possible. I mean, the concept of stuff that the London books are part of the religion. I'm not sure what I know. So America sees me in the Amarti is beautiful. So Amarti, I love it. Amarti, all exactly says Sana. So it says, what's the meaning of the passage that says, I said, I will go up on the palm tree, but I only take hold of branches. Only take hold of branches. What's the shot? So the Lord says, Amarti, I love it. Amarti, so again, the time of the comes to the end of the Bible essentially says, my goal, my desire, is to hold on to the palm tree of the power. That's what I want more than anything. Is to hold on to the palm tree. The action of all of the other signs of the approach of and unfortunately, I can't wrap my hand around the time. Why? Because the problem is rejected me. Instead, all I have are a couple of branches. For my branches, also if I get a canary show or something. It's the better way to tell you. You want to think it's very funny. Because sometimes in relationships, you find yourself very disillusioned by relationships, feeling so let down that people who count on branches. What is it confusing? It's important to understand, such as nature relationships, that's quickly, right? So always have expectations. The expectations ultimately again are holding on to the entire time. So you gotta go, you didn't get the whole time. You get the part, you didn't get the whole time. What does he get? You get a couple branches, it's no branches, beautiful branches, wonderful branches, but just branches, sometimes again not getting exactly what you want, what you have to experience in relationships. I think that's one of those outfits. I don't know, ما يصير ويصير على دي يشتغل بس هذا وأمي دي مع الناس الشمال سوا وفي من الدستوري بس دستوري this is the fire. I saw my drink a man riding on a red horse. He was standing between the those that were in the swamp. Now the truth is, the thing goes on, right? When goes on, he said that afterwards I saw other red horses and white horses. But so my research, I realized that everything was right. Now, if you get to talk about this, come on, it's going to happen. Trump was ready, was disenchanted with how mankind was unique. He was ready to go ahead and turn the entire world into a destroy the world. Even Israel, the man was like on horse, who's the man? Israel, Hashem, Hashem Ishmael, Kama Hashem Shimon. Asus at the original of that horse. You think Israel will have a Shara only people with that, just by mine. Hashem is ready to turn the entire world into blood. Previously, it's like a kind of Shabbat this kind of dialogue. But as soon as he saw Isaiah, ultimately again he calmed down Shneimar, will everything have that's not Shem Yitzhak. See amongst the little branches in the swamp. What's the little branches? That's not Tzadikim. The little branches, those are Tzadikim Shneimar, like the only as Hadassah, the ancestor. In the Sula Elefava, what's the swamp? The swamp is Baal Shneimar. Over the Sula, everything out except for Ojish Miyad, you'll get massive shortly back here. So now, I'm sorry, that didn't say that. I'm not talking about Shlamina, Susia, Hidra, Mali, by the way. So the red horses represent destruction, the white horses represent salvation. So good to know if you see white horses in your dreams, that is the good sign. Listen, it's just a tremendous person has to be there. The ocean is ready to go and destroy the world. Destroy the world. So change his mind. To change his mind was trying to show us how three people changed the whole father's mind about the entire world. As I sometimes just think to myself that all the good individual doesn't matter. Just one person. How much do I need to know? Listen, matters more than the other. The glory of the other. So now you're showing us out. By the way, I want to point out, the reason for saying this, they weren't even the greatest people of their generation. Like, there wasn't the Neo, there wasn't Vespa, there were other people. And yet, again, they see the world. Listen, there's no telling what our actions can do for the world as a whole. Tremendous. That's what I think. So, after Benai Nishana Zani came out of the kitchen, where did they go? But like, kind of like, what do we do after that? You know, so what do we do? Like, where do you supposed to go? You know, you ask me, so fascinating. After that event, we never hear about them again. So where did they go? You know, so Amara, the Ayin Hara is the guy. The guy is not the Ayin Hara. The Ayin Hara, what is this name? It is subject of so much attention. And the piety between the subject and so much attention, that level of attention is not healthy. The guy is a result of Ayin Hara. So, you know, so the Shmuel says, the rope tablet, they drowned in spit and saliva. Now, what is that? It's also an incredible marshal here. So, the marshal says this doesn't make any sense. He says this. The fire should get a marshal, that yeah, the keeper shall always go so by the relational, so this is outside very quickly. Because everything might just say, well, the final sign is I came along. Came out. So the issues were wrong, like a little bit like nobody beat up on the Jewish people and said, oh, this is not easy, but why are you worshiping other gods when your God is so great? So the Mashal says, what do you mean that Karim Shah is drowned in the saliva? It meant that, so to speak, that the Jews were subject to the verbal abuse, theological verbal abuse of people's everybody. So that, you know, instead of when people talk, so it is spoken of it. So the idea is that the Jews were being like, even have a little more over, and they're being embarrassed. So what is it that Karim Shah Azariah died in the saliva? It means that in the Karim Shah Azariah, it's something so beautiful and so spiritually low. What they did, what they did caused the embarrassment of Christ. And because it caused the embarrassment, that's the saliva. That's what's always spitting at Christ. Not spitting, but talking, giving the mitzvah, that embarrassment caused them to die. Listen, see what's happening over here? When we're trying to tell you, what do they do? All they do is remove the right accusation. But what the kids ended up resulting in the embarrassment of Christ. And the embarrassed Christ, his culpability, even if it's fundamentally totally unintentional. But see, when you see this, how careful we have to be with each other's feelings, how careful we have to be with how we talk to each other, how we relate to one another, how even again unintended embarrassment and hurt of another Jew has such dramatic consequences overwhelming. So you might say, like, no, oh yeah, it's so much special, but we do better about it. Those are such dramatically different attitudes over here, right? So first thing they didn't say they died. Second thing they said, no, what are they going to do now? They don't get it to sell, like they're tied to sell, they got children. Mas literally, mas na própria história, Allah says the ayin paramisu and Yeshua Allah is the rest of the people want to share now. Shimona Yeshua Kohen Gadol Atok Atok Yoshi with the Hashem. Ki Anshe no Fesima. So this is not talks about Yeshua Kohen Gadol. We need to try to get a plan which are as I thought I did. And the Bible believes that Yeshua Kohen Gadol is sitting with his friends. We did miracles. Who are his friends who did miracles? Angel and Russian translator, things like all that. Say, Hanania, and Shalom Azari. So this is a miracle for Hanania Azari. After his beatification, moved out to sell, back night and had families. Okay, but the real name for us, by the way, we was the real. We was the real one. And the real was more trusted advisors of the time. He was the senior prophet of the time. Where was he? When Hanan Kanazaria were for the H. Amara, Nikra, Nara, that's the said. So the Hanan actually dispatched him to go and create the big river, like the big body of water into the river. Okay, he was on like a civil engineering project. He's one of those who got PhDs, that's hot stuff, but he was there to begin to work out an import contract. Right? For Spasta, so look at that, to bring in Spasta to the body, look at Sweet Federal Science on Israel. He was there to bring Chazir, to bring pigs from Alexandria. So apparently again, Alexandria, like Egypt, has the best Chazir, the best pigs. And he had to negotiate the contract to bring those animals into Babel. Is that true? But Tanya, we told this other first, I'm going to eat part of the Chazir, you're to know Alexandria, which I'm sure, called Tina Inshallah, the church looked at it. No, I will say it's fascinating. Alexandria, they would only sell livestock after moving the uterus of the animal. Why? Because they did not want people to, they did not want their animals to reproduce outside Alexandria. They cornered the market. They cornered the market on a certain type of robust livestock. So you couldn't, they would sterilize the animal. Sterilize the animal. Before they would try to get them out. So how would they be able to import these animals? So okay, I think you can check out. So what did he do? So says, Zuchi I see below the power. He brought the young ones, Simon had a having with a mating when he trying to introduce them. Okay, point is, he wasn't involved with all of this. Come on, social also, there are few people involved to ensure that the meal was not present. When the story plan which on as I have, we'll see why he's going to do it, right? I was trying to put the name with it. So as far as what I use of the name of the rain group is series nuts. So it's really again, the real thing to the watch is the real was there. The real also would have been thrown into the fire furnace. Why? Because he too would not have died. The issue is then when they were speaking, that it would have been people would attribute the salvation to them. Daniel, and not the Korean Isaiah. And this was Hananiah, Mishael, and Isaiah, this was their moment to shine. This was their moment to shine, and therefore again, Daniel couldn't be there. Next, Gemara says, the Daniel is a Rachot, and the kind of these Daniel also says, you know what I gotta get out of here? The Shia said, how to get a combination that he too would have gotten thrown into the furnace. They did not want the downfall of the financial see that's the downfall comes to me. He also wants to come to Korean China's either. With the Nebuchadnezzar, Yezel, the Nehaka, who will later call you the Kavanura. So it's interesting that Nebuchadnezzar also sent Daniel away. Why? Nebuchadnezzar had a sense that this was coming to a head. He was going to ask Daniel to bow. Daniel wasn't going to bow, and then he would have to play Daniel into the good age. He didn't want to do that. Why? Because he looked at Daniel as a god. And we did not want to throw his open God into the furnace. So how do you know the ourselves? And we had to say, like, how do you know that we didn't finish what we did? God could say, God did not do the furnace, and not on our point of the rest of it. 20,000 million. Come on, I'm not going to do this, I'll ask up Ben Kuyo, but Sikia the Nasia, and the view of the planet, the Shmi, the Shaka. Now, this is all happening at the same time. At the same time, it's very in John Isaiah. What is obviously again, so there were other people who also wanted to be a prophetic stature. So there's two guys, Ahab ben Priya and Sitya ben Masia. And we also posed as prophets of the Lord of Shepherd. See, from the character of the whole publishing, I feel like you see, I think you can tell that I'm a publisher. So I'll share some. I share some with them. I love so we're going to see this morning. These two false prophets, Ahab and Sitya, also burned in the furnace. So this is who they were singed. They weren't totally burned, but they were singed in the furnace. So the Lord says, what happened here? I'm going to be a furnace show material. And I'm going to shop such a furnace. They're made like roasted grain. It's roasted grain. Not totally incinerated, but singed, burned. So there's a man shall not also the Bible itself. They're not going to share. So what's the do my offer? What they do that was so bad because of the returns the first thing you do. My offer. Also that is actually the most inside. They always go down and look at us. Ahab Amala, Kona Hashem, Hashmina Sitya. It's Sitya Amala, Kona Hashem, Hashmina Ahab. Interesting. These two guys calling it prophets, don't forget them with Hanessa. So Ahab says this. Guys, join them with Hanessa. I'm a prophet of God. And so I'm speaking the word of God. God has told me to trust you. There were Sitya propositions you. You should give yourself to him. Give yourself to him. And Cynthia goes over to her. I come to you with the word of God. When I have petitions you, right, you should give yourself over to him. Okay? So the Gemara says, so Azla Amala Labia. First of all, I sort of find out something amazing. It is interesting that you see the regard to which they call it to be a prophet, right? It doesn't say, like, get out here. But rather it says, okay, he takes this to her father. Who's her father? So Amala Elevation and a son of Zeno. Look at what this is. Something doesn't sound right, right? Because the God of this people, he hates immorality. So the notion that he will instruct you, like to give yourself over to the end, doesn't make that much sense. So what happens? You also look at what you're doing about it. So look at this, you're going to do it. Next time you come here, right? Send them to you. Send them to you. Yes, we'll go back. So the thing about our, they're showing up again when they come back. So So I'm going to send them to the book. So I'm going to remind, I'm going to put some man, I'm going to check them down. See, yeah, I'm going to do this. I'm going to go. I have a friend, so I'm going to do it, but I'm going to ask them. But you guys, listen, guys, they will back checking. I asked them from that side. I'm sorry, I asked them from the side. That gives a prophecy. And it's only fake news. It's only fake news, right? Never happened. So what's going on over here? And you're right. And none of the people outside, this is true. So CK and CK, I'm not going to say, well, what's happening? Why is Ferrari, why are they trying to guide it for too much pointing out? We're profits and we're profits. Okay, so again, because just because Ferrari trying to say it's not true, doesn't mean it's not true. We're profits also. So we don't maybe go, I'm going to go, I'm going to guide it, speak to them, that's what's us. I'm going to go, I'm not going to get back to people. In case we got to get back to see the Ferrari trying to guide it. So you're going to say, you know what, I get you. Go ahead and check out the one you saw in Zion's prophetic credentials. Well, a little tiny things there. If you guys don't mind, you'll subject you to the same test. If you come out okay, you get the first thing your word is saying. I thought I answered you say, hold up there. I'm ready. He was lost to Havu, but I'm sure it's not fair. It's not fair. We were saved because there were three of them. And in Tanzania, there's only two of us. I and Ezekiel. So I'm a little bit sorry. I think people can say, the code and not give up your survival. Phone a friend. Like, you know what? You get your guy. You can do what you want. Let me want for the free. Every phone is giving. Go ahead. You know, absolutely no problem. Choose whoever you want to go to the private phone. Let me just say that. I'm going to say, you know, you choose your short-term level. Somebody may see it. They're not just excited. I want it. So they say, okay, we're going to choose your short-term level. What's your number again? We just heard your short-term level. One different level. I remember again. He was friends. He just wanted to so seeking Alpha said, okay, we choose your short-term level. Let him come into the furnace with us. Fine. So let's see what I do. Your short level, if we can minus. So what happens? So if you into the furnace, I come and see kiloburn. And you're sure it was really unscathed except one thing between the cities. Okay, شنو معناتها يعني زي شخصية برضه قوي بس ما راح عشان تصير كمان شيء على سطر يقع عشان الفاس يقع عشان الدفاع رغم انه يشامل زي ست لا على ما يتعامل عين بقى كنت ميلا. So again, so now when we come into six with Yeshua, this is Yeshua. Obviously, I know. And so I said, we're going to say, understand what Alpha and Ezekiel are burned, because obviously they're getting the false prophets. But my question is, my time, I'm going to have for the Yeshua is obviously righteous. But what is it that you're holding out of the In other words, with the Kanesa's mind, if you're righteous, then what? You should escape the flames in totality. So why is it that you totally survived the fact that you're holding this stage? So the Gemara says, and I need Shara Zaya, well, 100 of the 12. The Kanetsa says, you know, I can tell you, and I need Shara Zaya, your holding wasn't even singed. You know, I said, can you imagine like you said that? Like, stop talking about Kanye Shara Zaya, right? I got it. It's great, it's everything, you're fine. Right, so the Kanetsa compared everyone to Kanani Shara, Kanani Shara Zaya, that holding wasn't singed at all. So you know, you're short from that, but obviously you're a great guy, you survived the furnace, but the holding was singed. What happened with the way? On the way, what's the hard way about your fight? So your show says pretty simple. They're combined marriage of three people. I'm only one guy. I'm going to go Avram, Yochitava, Sa'at Avram was only one. So that's how you explain it. Right? He says, but Avram was going to the fire furnace, there's only one thing. And yet he emerged totally unscathed. حصل حول الشام بعدين فلو إسلام الشو السلمية حق الشام بعدين إسلام الشو السلمية. So as I said, ultimately again, so future something that says here's the difference that ultimately I was thrown to the furnace by myself. Therefore, the fire had no ownership at all. I was thrown to the furnace with the shine. The fire had wishes to have an impact on them. Once the fire was given some level of secret, some level of control, it impacted his knee as well. I was on the issue, straight into the issue, the fact that he was open the issue. That's what people say, the famous adage. If you have two dry sticks and one wet one, the dry one's to ignore the wet one. There is normally a wet stick is impervious to fire, but put enough fire around it and ultimately again, the wet stick begins as well. A person who is very righteous wants to the wet stick is the tzaddik. So the wet stick to be very righteous. But surround the wet stick by enough shine. And unfortunately, again, there is shown an impact on the tzaddik as well. Incredible. The impact was surrounded. So listen, by the way, my timing was what's the real reason? So you feels that that's not the real reason. But if you're sure on level, is really excited, then at the end of the day, the fire should not impact him at all. Why did the fire impact him? On the Abba, Sheribana knows from Russian Sherry has this year. Only Chalai. Because the sun's individual deputy. You're trying not to marry anyone, you're not married. And you're sure the father said it enough. Failure to exercise parental right, paternal prerogative, failure to enter and parental control, ultimately is become curse. You're not even sure I love it to them, sorry. You're sure it's very stressed. If you got to say, sure, it wasn't right, sorry. I'm not sure the bottom knows the notion of this, if you're not, follow me, Chabad. I'm going to come from Garish Bakapra, it's equal. My text was in the passage. She has only my even not sonny. So what's in give us this goes to the gift of Boaz, and literally in the passage says that Boaz gave her 6 barley's. 6 barley's. So what is my shape as well? What is 6 barley's? Even if she's so non, it literally gave her 6 barley kernels. So you must be back on Shabbat, we think my whole shape story. If Boaz just give us one person 6 barley kernels, that doesn't make any sense. It looks like David gave her on the days 93D. Ella, she said, yeah, we gave her 6 saw. Now that's a lot of barley. So the key doctor said, you got a shake said, is women can be able to carry back 6 saw. That's a lot of barley. Ella Rama's love, she should want to love those relation, it's not going to shake the office. So it says, in fact, what the says, in fact, he gave her 6 barley kernels. Why? It was a reminiscence, it was a metaphor, an illusion that she was going to have 6 sons who would each be benched with 6 blocks. So it wasn't meant to be a sustaining gift, but rather it was meant to be a symbolic gift. So the Gemara says, listen to this, who are the 6 sons? But anyway, this is who are the 6 descendants? Who get each of them blessed across their name? David, Mashiach, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishal, and Azariah. And that's it. By the way, this is Russ's pedigree. Russ's pedigree. And also got a Russ Tracelotti, the pivotal moment when the Ami came back to Canaan, right? And the Ami said, don't come with me. And Arthur goes back to Noah and was supposed to Canaan. Sometimes in life we stand at a crossroads, and the decision we make at that crossroads impacts not just us, but impacts us for generations. Sometimes we're aware at crossroads, sometimes we're unaware they're at crossroads. But this is the importance of living life in incredible mindfulness, so that when we stand at crossroads, we know that you're in the moment of a pivotal decision, and you choose wisely. Incredible. So let's go through this. Here we go. David, it's it. I saw this right, this son of Yishai, your dad nagging, the Gibot Kaya, the Ishmael Kama, the Nabon, right to the Nabon Gabak, the Ishtar. So it's about Shemina. So 6 rocks, and they're just fine with each of these. I just remember these are the 6 actually 6 rocks. But I'm not really on that part. Once I got that, well, I would do it out of Russian. Once I know this was said from the Doran, he was one of the advisors. This is one of the advisors of Shaul to Shaul. And let's say, now, going from that, let's say somebody compliments someone, it's really disparaging. This was a compliment that is meant to be disparaging. It meant to be disparaging. It meant to create animosity. Here we go. You're there now. You wasn't there for the music. She was there to shut. He knows how to ask questions in Torah. Gibon, she knows how to answer questions in Torah. Ishmael Chama, she knows how to Torah. He knows how to do the give and take in the battle of Torah. Ishtar, Shemar Chana He's a beautiful appearance, but he knows how to assert himself in Halacha. The Nabon, never knows how to do himself. He's a Nabon, and he understands how to extrapolate knowledge from one area to apply to another. That's something more guidance with him. Shalach is the most of the Ultimately, whenever God says Halacha, the Halacha always follows him. People already notice in all of these areas, Shaul said this is beautiful. And our son Yonasan has these same attributes. Kevan Ba'ala Leba Shem Emo, Nurses the Day, Nani Lo Haladay, how much time to the tiny day. But ultimately, again, when it's always said that Shem Emo, the Shem Emo, like Allah always follows David. But David always has like an impeccable sense of truth. Shaul didn't have that, and neither did Yonasan. That's when Shaul became jealous, and that, of course, sets off this entire dynamic where Shaul sees David as a threat and literally tries to kill him. So the Shaul says, by Shaul, it says, wherever he is set, his eyes are really desolate, from his enemies. The David said, wherever David will turn, ultimately again will be successful. So again, both are the shoulders of success. But David Amalek has an elevated form of success over Shaul. Incredible. You know the joy. How do you know whether the joy is these things? So there's a Siva Kabayana Kamera Aram Yuka Shamil Aram. Siva says, the Shik Ishmi Abdi Shab Yoma, Neta Hashem Shmuel, Blog Adomi, Abdi Har Aram Shab. Look, next to that's Mashiach. Next. So therefore, I will say, the point of the earth, Russ is descendant. Remember, Boaz gives Russ six points of barley to highlight. Shows have 6 descendants, where each benched themselves with 6 brothers. Now, just on that, enough of those descendants, and the 6 brothers are done. Mashiach, they sit. So it says, if you have a what's the rock on Mashiach? So beautiful. Incredible. But now, I love Ruach Hashem. Right? Ultimately, again, the Ruach Hashem will really rest upon him. Ruach Chokmah. So these are the brachos of Mashiach. These are the brachos of Mashiach. I want to say these are the qualities of Mashiach. It's not that we put Yiras Hashem. Ultimately, again, the inspiring Yiras Hashem. Fulani Shekhinah mitzvahs yisur purified. This also teaches us ultimately again that Mashiach, I want to say, is someone. And what Mashiach is saying is going to be loaded with mitzvahs and yisur and suffering. And we're going to say, what is the primary quality of Mashiach? The primary quality of Mashiach is the ability to maintain spiritual fidelity despite overwhelmingly difficult life circumstances. This goes back to what we saw yesterday about ultimately, okay, if you learn Torah, if you don't learn Torah at night, your house is consumed by fire. At the end of the day, that's the most important aspect we have in our Yiddishkeit is the ability to maintain fidelity or a Yiddishkeit even in times of overwhelming adversity. That's the quality of Mashiach. Mashiach is someone who is loaded with mitzvahs, loaded with spirituality, but also loaded with incredible suffering. And Rabbi says, the more that's not dead, Mashiach is very interesting. Right, so you know what, we're going to stop what we refer to today. Right. I'm going to say, I'm going to point out. All right? Good. I got it. We need to finish it up. We need to finish off, right? But I'm going to say, but now at least, we look normal. We look normal. I feel last time we looked abnormal. But we're much more enraged. It's stressful. It's tremendous. All right, so then here, the day to everyone. All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning to thank our annual Torah sponsors. It's also Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the Shurim this year as a course for the Solar Snowballs for Am Yisrael. Our Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Abba, Aviv, and Tova, Kari, and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Kari Chavi, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, and Yosef HaKohen, Ziv, Yevin, and Bunny families in memory of William Ziv, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael. Our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Hanford, in memory of Jacob Goldman, Mercedes, Esther, Bas Elwaz, and Tony Rocco. And our learning sponsors, Ruben Rakowski, in memory of Ira Kasatsky and Lillian Blackstreet, one of the Blackstreet that are merit of our Talmud Torah. All of them are telling how we are standing in the Talmud. All of those who need to finish having to get told for each other to discuss the Shemir, all of our hostages and all the soldiers should be successful with all of the hostages. Let's do that. Let's go. Today's class is Sadik 93. We are starting on Sadik Days Amid Aleph 92A, 14 lines up. from the bottom, but we got this. Rabbi says how anyone who does not, literally again, allow family to benefit from his possessions will not see Rafa meaning another way of saying that a person is supposed to share his possessions with Talmidei Chachamim, meaning support Torah. And if a person does not use his possessions to support Torah, he'll never go ahead and see blessings from those possessions. In other words, what's the logic over here? We're talking about someone who does not want to utilize his resources to help Talmidei Chachamim, to help Torah, thinking that by not giving them, he'll have more for himself. So therefore, the halacha says it doesn't work that way. If you don't use your resources to go and help Torah, at the end, ultimately, you'll just have less for yourself. Shinei Amar. Ein Tzvidi Atla Akin Lo Yachal Tuvo. The Ein Tzvidi Elephant. Kamim Shnar Asvid Mashra Hashem Korei Kamra Velasra. Lazal says follows. Interesting halacha. Koshem Mishnayir Chasal Shulchana Erasim Vachiyom. If at the end of the meal you don't leave over bread on your table, you will not see blessing. Which means, in other words, make sure to always leave over some bread on your table. Okay? So the Gemara says, on the other hand, the Gemara says, Shneimar in Svidi Achlo, Akilo Yachal Tivachah. The Gemara says, Amar Velazar, from the Shayir Pesisim An Shulchano, Kilo Ovid Avodazara. Because Rabbi Lazar said, whoever leaves over bread, literally pieces of bread on his table, ultimately it's as if we worship idolatry. So it sounds like, obviously, the leaving over bread is not a good thing. So the Gemara says, Shneimar Ochem Legad Shulchan. Apparently, the way of Avodah Zarah God, is the way you worshipped it was little pieces of bread together with a whole loaf. So if you leave little pieces with a whole loaf, that's what it looks like Avodah Zarah. But just go ahead and leave pieces, that's what you're seeing bracha. So what's the pshat that eating over bread represents the sin and bracha in one's house? So first of all, this could be a little bit more of like almost like a Havdalah type motif of overflowing the cup. And the idea is that there's extra. So similarly, we overflow the cup of Havdalah because again we want it to be that literally our cup runs over. That's what we want. So leaving over extra red indicates that there's surplus in the home. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that halacha l'maaseh, if there's leftover bread, that means a person didn't eat everything. If you didn't eat everything, that means I exercised some level of self-control. What's kedusha? What's kedoshim to you? The Ramban says, kadesh is atzlucha b'mashem l'torah. Is moderation. Is even not just showing love is mutter. So even within the world of that which is mutter, I limit myself. I moderate myself. So perhaps that's the pshat as well. That if I have a meal and I don't eat everything, but I leave a little bit over, that's ultimately, again, that's a display of moderation. And where there's moderation, ultimately there's kedusha. Okay. Now, literally translated, Rashi says over here, means a person changes his voice, which makes it sound like a person is trying to conceal his identity. But the truth is, Matzah could also just mean a person doesn't keep his word. So whoever doesn't keep his word, it's as if he worships idolatry. So literally translated, whoever looks at an erva, we'll discuss what this means in just a moment. His bow is empty. What does that mean? If you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, so the Gemara says, Koach Kishui Ever Shalom, Ninar She'ena Modi. So Rashi seems to be over here, and again, we'll discuss what erva means. But if a person looks at erva, which means some type of something illicit, Kashton in erva. Rashi understands this theoretically that literally he becomes impudent. Right? So Koshi Eber Shiro, getting on shit, and you're not shaking a moment. Area Mayor, Kashka, Area Shah, Shabba, Mamish Rebasa, Tutar Kashka, and Stanko on the Kashka Baalaya Ish, Kashka word. So, first of all, Rashi is that literally one looks at something they're not supposed to be looking at. So, if I look at things I'm not supposed to be looking at, or second version Rashi is that a person thinks about a married woman. Could be doing in his own way, he thinks about a married woman. Either we're talking about some type of either illicit thoughts or illicit or actually illicit looking at things which are illicit and inappropriate. What's inappropriate? What's the result of it? Kashton Eres, his bowl is empty. Now again, so actually understands it being almost like a erectile dysfunction. Like he's just not going to be able to father children. Perhaps also on a deeper level, what he's saying is like this: that the thing about arousal, the thing about immorality, is that it's all consuming. Like when a person has a lust, a person has desire for arousal, it takes over the individual and literally it can sap a person of all of their strength. Every single one of us has a reservoir, a certain amount of strength, a certain amount of vitality. That's what we got, right? In other words, you can only go so long without sleep. Like, I feel that. I feel that this hour in the morning, right? Because I can only put in other words, as much as I want to say my potential is limitless, which is true, my cost is not. In other words, it does come a certain point in time where there's no more gas in the tank. I think what Chazal is telling us is, be careful what you use your energy for. Because there are certain things that are all consuming the realm of energy. And the truth is, halayos, immorality is one of those things. It'll empty your boat, right? It'll empty the tank. It'll go ahead and sap you of all your vitality, and therefore, not only am I engaged in Avera, but at the end of the day, there's nothing left in my tank to be able to do good things as well. Profound Gemara. Let's go. Person should always be humble. Rashi says over here, be humble and you will live. Humility is the key to longevity. Fascinating. This is, there's a concept of nige batu, which means a home could have tzaras. But interestingly enough, the only way for a home to have tzaras is if you can get natural light in the house. Ultimately, a home does not have windows. We don't start bringing in candles or lanterns to be able to see whether or not there's tzaras on the home. So the idea is a home without windows represents humility. A home without windows can't get tzaras. A person who is humble saves himself from a lot of life's afflictions. Humility is the secret to longevity. Amr of Tavi, Amr Yoshia Maitzit. What's the meaning of the passage that says Sha'ol lo tzarech eretz lo tzareh mayim? So the key masculine is Sha'ol tzarech. What's the connection between Sha'ol is the grave, Rechem is the womb. What's the connection between the grave and the womb? Ma Rechem machnis. See, right? Just like the Rechem, just like the womb takes in, right? The womb takes in the semen and ultimately again emits the baby. Sha'ol machnis u'motzi, so to the grave. So to the grave takes in, you bury the dead, but motzi tvias hamesim. La'alot van kavachomer umar rechem shemachnisim b'chashayim motzi also b'cholikolos. So the womb, which takes in quietly, yet ultimately emits with great cries, first the baby. So Sha'ol shemachnisim b'cholos in addition shemotzim meno b'cholikolos. Certainly the grave, which again when someone's buried, when something comes into the grave, there's much crying. Right? There's crying. So too when it emits, i.e. Tchias is going to be even greater cries of joy. You can't show the owner in Tchias in the Torah. Ultimately, then the Gemara says this is a conclusive proof that there's Tchias. So also once again you see the fixated on proving the notion of Tchias. The Gemara says this is a good guy. How do you Tzadikim shazak and Paracholak in a floating reference. So this is fascinating halacha. Tzadikim, who HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to go ahead and bring back life during the Moshe Mashiach, Messianic era, will not die. It's fascinating, right? All these questions come up when it comes to Messianic times. It's going to be the resurrection of the dead. Okay, it's going to be incredible. So the people die, and afterwards, there's no sense. Tzadikim don't die. Once the Tzadikim are resurrected, they remain alive. שנאמר בעיה, נשאר בציון בנות ירושלים, קדוש יאמר לו, חלקוס לחיים ירושלים, מה קדוש לעולם קיים, עד לעולם קיים. So the passage compares tzaddikim to kadosh, to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Just like the Rebbe Shalom is eternal, so too the tzaddikim come back to life. There'll be an element of eternality as well. Other days, then Gomar, Osam Shan and Shasra HaKadosh Baruch Hu Bahem, as Osam Shan Shasra HaKadosh Baruch Hu, L'Kadosh Baruch Hu Shneimar, the Niska Vashem Levado by Yom Ahu. And so this is pretty wild stuff. So we're going to talk about this idea in greater depth. That there is this concept. That at a certain point in time, the world will stop. Like we have this. We're going to see this. The world was created for 6,000 years. After 6,000 years, the world stops. What happens after it stops? Take two or three, whatever number we're up to, right? This problem is going to recreate another world from new, which sounds like everything that exists will be erased, and the problem will start again. What happens to tzaddikim during during that like cosmic rebirth stage? Where did they go? The Gemara says. So we must mind ourselves. The problem all of a sudden finding to the Sharon, shutting up in their mind. Moshe makes for the tzaddikim wings like birds, and they fly above the water. Those of us say, what's the water? So the Pasha said, the world's going to be recreated. What's the original state of creation, right? So the world will go back to the water, but the tzaddikim will be given wings, and ultimately, again, those wings will propel them over the water. So once they heard it, such a Shnei Amar, Akilo, Mira, Bahamir, Eretz, Vok, Kabim, Yamim, Shema Kama Yishlan Tzad. Maybe we'll say they have Tzad, maybe they have creative difficulty doing this. And Talmud Omar, we call it Hashem Yachavish Torah, Ya'aver Ever Kin Sharim. So people will be given wings like eagles, Yarutzu, V'lo Yigo, Yilchu, V'lo Yasu. Ultimately, again, they will go, they will run, and they will not be tired. They will walk, and they will not be they will not be tired. In the other places, so ultimately, this is such a beautiful use of tzaddikim that you can wings. With this, that's what tzaddikim has, tzaddikim have wings. The great approach of becoming a tzaddik, and the great benefit of becoming a tzaddik, is sometimes the ability to transcend everything that life flows through life. Regardless of tzaddikim, the wings they have to be able to literally transcend all of the difficulties and challenges. The Mason Shekia Cheskel. So the Gemara says as follows. So what about we're going to talk about this for a little bit. We've referenced this already. What about the dead that Yecheskel brought back to life? Right, Yecheskel did listen. Now, after Yecheskel brought those people back to life, they died again. So right, they died again. So shouldn't that be a raya that even the tzaddikim who come back to life will ultimately die? Will die. So the Gemara says, "Savalot man Amar the MS Mashal Haya." This is interesting. He actually holds the opinion that the story of Yecheskel, right, the Atzavos Hayaveshos, the Valley of Dry Bones, that was a mashal. It didn't actually happen, but rather it was a parable of Sanya. So this in of itself is a dramatic maflok. It's a Sanya. And those Omer, Mason Shekia Yecheskel Amdor Adayim Amdu Shira Mason. The people that just brought back to life, they stood on their feet, they sang Shira, and then they died again. Mashira Amru, what did they sing? Mashira Amru, Hashem nameless Tzedek L'Chaye Be'ach. Yeshua Omer, Shira Zu Amru, Hashem nameless L'Chaye Monish Sha'al Bayal. So Yehuda Omer, Yehuda says, MS, Mashal Haya. But Yehuda says, Mashal MS, Mashal Haya, it was a parable. So Mercy doesn't make sense. All over the Fender. In MS, Lama Mashal. Then Mashal Lama MS. Which one is it? In other words, if you tell me it's MS means that it really happened. See, if it really happened, it really happened. Otherwise, if it's a Mashal, it's a Mashal. What's going on here? So the Gemara says, Ella, the MS Mashal. Rather, what he means is, in reality, the whole thing was a Mashal. Right? So we'll say, by the way, a fascinating machlokas about whether or not the episode of the Yecheskel with Yatzalas Yaveshos did it happen, or was it simply a mashal? Fundamental machlokas. Mason Shehake Yecheskel Allah Alu La'arif Eretz the Nasu Nashim Validu Banu Banos. Incredible. So others say, no, it really happened. And by the way, they didn't die immediately after singing Shira. Right while what happened? Yecheskel brought them back to life. They sang Shira. They went to Eretz Yisrael. They married. They had kids. So the Gemara said, I'm going to be with them and say, Aurangel Ba'amar. Ani Mipnei B'neihem. Ha'alodu Tfilin Shemiach Li Avi Abanu. So the very serious things up and says, I'm a descendant of them. I'm a descendant of one of the people who brought back to life from Yecheskel, and ultimately again these are the children that I received from my great grandfather. So beautiful. So in my memory, by the way, who were these people? Who were these people who died in this valley? Right? Who were these individuals who Yecheskel brought back to us in this was Amarat Ibn Ephraim Shemanu Lekitz V'Tov. This is incredible. I will say there is a not so well known story that there are a group of Jews who tried to escape from Egypt earlier than the rest of Klal Yisrael. They were members of the tribe of Ephraim. That's why also Ephraim's numbers are lower than relatively lower than other tribes. There's a group of Ephraim that tried to escape from Egypt early and they were killed. They were killed. So he wants to what happened with them? They made a mistake. They were good people, they just made a mistake. Shnei Mar, when they find Shusela, Bara Beno, Pesachas Beno, Barada Beno, Pesachas Beno, Zbana Beno, Shusela Beno, they Israel, Lazarel, Bahardin, Anshe Gat, Melodibai. They were killed by people of Gat. See, I saw the Ephraim of Yom Yomim Rabim, by Avo Echav Benachalos. And ultimately, again, so there were more. Father Ephraim mourned for them. What happened over here? They made a mistake. They made a mistake about the calculation. So remember, by Restream, Hashem says, the children will be enslaved for 430 years. The clock actually started from the birth of Yitzchak. They thought the clock started from the actual Bris Milah B'Sayim. So when year 430 comes, they think, oh, it's time to go. It's time to go. But of course, unfortunately, they were wrong and they were killed. Those are the Atzamah shows that Yecheskel brought back to life. Incredible. So Shmuel says, "Even the others should cover the Chesed." Shnei Rabbi Yomer Elei Ben Adonai Tzol say that. Chok Beis Yisrael, Hema Hena Omer Yavshu Atzma Tzul Ba'avdei B'Kasenu Nitzur Allah. So again, Shmuel says these were people who denied Chesed. Interesting. They denied Chesed, and ironically enough, they brought back to life by Yecheskel. Rabbi Yomer Rabbi Amar Elei Ben Adam Shein Bam Lachlizus Shal Mitzvah. These are individuals, unfortunately, who had not even they had no mitzvahs, not like the moisture of the mitzvah. They didn't have any element of mitzvah moisture associated. Shnei Amar, Hatzalos Legeishos Shilu Divar Hashem. This is what Shnei says. Everybody Adam Shechipu Asahekal Kulun Shkatzim B'Ramasi. These were people who, unfortunately, dedicated and degraded the mitzvah crush. Shneimar, va'avo be'erev v'hinei kotav nisronis v'behem sheket from Yudi Deis Yisrael v'fukal akir sabir Sif Hasam v'yiran aleim sabir Rabbi Yochanan says Elu Nesim Shem Bika Dura. These are the people ultimately again who died in Bikas Dura. Now what's Bikas Dura? Now we're going to get into a fascinating story. These were Jews who were killed by the Nebuchadnezzar. Right? So remember again, and Yecheskel brought it back. What happened in Bikas Dura? Rabbi Yochanan, Minar Isha Ad Rabas Bikas Dura. Shebishar Shehilo Nebuchadnezzar Ashas Yisrael. So it's the second white line, and the bottom of the case when these 92b were flying. So listen to this. When Nebuchadnezzar went ahead and exiled Klal Yisrael, so what happened? So remember, so Hayu Bahem Bachrim Shehu Nagnim Shehayu Ganim Esacham Abiyaflon. There were a group of young men who were so exceedingly handsome that literally, this is so beautiful, they put the sun to shame with their beauty, right? The sun is considered to be like that, a quintessential, beautiful luminescence. These boys, these young men were so handsome that ultimately, again, they put the sun to shame. So what happened? And what would happen? So the Castilian women would see them, and literally, again, they would experience a blood flow, a zava flow. Listen, again, there's this concept in halacha called dam chiluk, which means that sometimes, at a point of incredible arousal, a woman could also go ahead and bleed. So these Castilian women saw these Jewish boys, and they had experienced this flow. I remember Baalei, sometimes they told their husbands, Baalei the Melech, and their husbands told the king, Siva Melech Laharkin. So the king killed them. Apparently they didn't want such good-looking Jews to be alive. But still, even as corpses, these young men were very handsome. So what happened? The king had the bodies trampled so that the boys would be disfigured. Overwhelming story. So the Lord says, these are the bones that Yecheskel brought back to life. And all of this happened in Bikas Dura. It happened in the Dura Valley. So the Gemara transitions to some incredible stories about Nebuchadnezzar. So remember again, so remember context. Nebuchadnezzar's primary advisor, actually we're going to see that actually Nebuchadnezzar deified him, was Daniel. And contemporaries of Daniel were Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. So the Gemara tells the story that Nebuchadnezzar had erected an idol of himself. He commanded everyone to bow down to it. Hanani, Mishael, and Azariah refused to bow. As a result, they are thrown into a fiery furnace. So the Gemara says, so Amar Kodesh Baruch Hu Cheskel. Sorry. So Bishash people the Bukhara Eschanim Mishal Bazari the Kishna age. Amar Kodesh Baruch Hu Cheskel. Leifach Gemisa Bikas Dura. So again, at the time the Chaim Mishal Bazari went to the furnace, this is when Hashem calls the Cheskel. Cheskel's contemporary of Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, Azariah, and it's incredible that we mention all of these great men. Says that as Chaim Mishal Bazari is being thrown into the Kishon, Hashem tells the Cheskel, go and bring back the dead in the Dura Valley. So what happened? So after the bones were brought back to life, so apparently it wasn't just the bones that were in the valley. All the bones of the people who had died were brought back to life. So interestingly enough, apparently, it's crazy as this says that Nebuchadnezzar had fashioned like a goblet out of the bones of some of his victims. So as the bones are brought back to life, he's drinking his wine. One of the bones from his goblet slaps him in the face. Slaps him in the face. So the Amar says, Amar Mati Val Sha'ilu. So instead of saying, Nebuchadnezzar say, hey, what's up? What's going on over here? So Amru Lo, Charareinu Sha'ilu Mechayim Yisim Bikas Tura. So he said, the friend of these guys being Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, is bringing back the dead in the Dura Valley. Pasak Amar Asoli Kamen Ravrin, with Asmoi Kama Takifin, Mafusin, Mafus Olam, Vishaltani Darvadar. Also in this moment, it's incredible. In this moment, so Nebuchadnezzar begins to sing Shira to Hashem. It's pretty amazing. And if you look what he says, this guy, look how great he is, look how strong he is. His monarchy is a monarchy forever, and his dominion is from generation to generation. So there will be again, molten gold should be poured into the mouth of Nebuchadnezzar. In other words, shut him up. Why? Had the Malach not come and struck him on the face, Nebuchadnezzar would have sang more beautiful songs than God. Right? He would have discovered. So also, that's the concept. As beautiful as everything that Malach did in Tehillim, Nebuchadnezzar's Shira could have been even more beautiful. Now, listen, you say to yourself, how could a Nebuchadnezzar make this greater Shira than Malach? So it's a simple question. Remember, the greater the evil, the greater the powerful. Every person has lost it. Nebuchadnezzar, who was so evil that he could destroy the base of Mikdash and exile Klal Yisrael and subject our people to all of these terrible things. If you were to harness that power, and channel it towards good, there was no telling what he could accomplish. Incredible. 6 miracles happened that day. We're talking about the day that Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah were going to the Kishon instructor. Number one, it's not a Kishon. There's another, the cauldron was actually was underground. It rose above the ground so that everybody would be able to see the miracle that was happening. Next, Nifas HaKishon, part of the wall of the Kishon cracked open so that people could see into the Kishon what was happening. Chumar Sodo, the foundation crack. Nepach Salam Al-Khan, the big idol of Nebuchadnezzar, fell on its face. The Misrafu Agamaflos, ultimately 4 other kings who were allies of Nebuchadnezzar were incinerated that day. The half-yearly Cheskel, as I said, because the Cheskel brought back the dead in the Dura Valley. Ultimately, again, all of these are tradition. All these miracles we have are tradition. But Abu Malchios trucks it. We know about the death of the 14th when the Apostle was about to say, and the Nebuchadnezzar now Mashal from Mithra, without the Shtafarnio, Sagino, Pusad, Adar, Zina, Gad, Vario, Ditavario, Tafasio, the whole Shatuni Medina. So, Sid, moving you don't Sid, misconnection, Ashtafarnio, Sagania, Pusa, Badir Malko, Cousin Gavela. So, what's interesting is in the first conflict, this sounds like a second, so again, in the first conflict, there's 4 more names, and the second conflict is less names, which indicates that ultimately against some of this allies with Tana Division also. And Yaakov, Afilu B'Shas and Sachel was used to cover tomorrow. So Tana Division also, then Yaakov, Afilu B'Shas and Sachel, but Yishem others, Atzma Mira'adan is Shem. So it's incredible. Even in a time of danger, a person should not go ahead and change his dignified ways. שנאמר, ועזים גברה אילה תפסיד סבליון, אשר קבלסון. Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, even when referring to the Kivshon Aish, they wore their distinguished clothing. Now what is this? Take a look at that. Shalom, say best fashion. That I shall not bonus. Shalom, shahari kaim shabbat azari the holiday. We should be dating fartem. We should look kivshan. So when kaim shabbat azari went to kivshan, they were still wearing their royal clothing, dignified clothing. So the Gemara says, "So all you shana shloigir and mefuad and mefukad and mespaish and son of mukayim." Let's say this incredible Gemara. What is Yaakov saying? What is Yaakov saying? A person must always remain dignified, even in the face of adversity. Sometimes, when we are overwhelmed by our circumstances, so ultimately, again, we become understanding, all confused, and we lose it. And as a result, we ourselves act in an undignified manner. Gemara says the power of it is always to maintain dignity and level-headedness, even in the midst of overwhelming circumstances. So for Nayim, Yishal, and Azariel, what did they do before they were going to the Kishon Ish? They fixed their bekishas, and they went ahead, right, and they straightened themselves out, and they were ready. They were ready. I will say, by the way, this is the story of the Jew throughout the ages. The ability to maintain a dignity and refinement, because deep down I know it's not my enemy who controls my fate. It's HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And because I'm always in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I can keep level-headed. I can not lose my wits, and I can maintain my dignified posture in the face of overwhelming circumstances. Incredible. I'm ready to open. I want to say, God, what's the Gimel? All right. 93a. So if you don't know the Gimel, so I'm like, this is beautiful Gemara. Keep so are we agreed with the Nagel? I bought Shani in the house before you wrote. The whole around the divide, come on the fire. So it's not mentioned the Pasuk before the Malach. I will say, the truth is that it's not a Kiddush. Of course, the Tzaddikim are greater than Malach. It's not even a Shaila. Right? Why? Because Malachim don't have the ability to grow. Malachim don't have the ability to change. Malachim don't have the ability to transcend adversity or overcome adversity. So it's definitely passionate that, of course, Tzaddikim are greater than Malachim. I'm going to have time to come back on everybody. Bishash gets a kind of Shabbat, I make you age. Well, so all of the tough so he's so up there. This is incredible. When Chanaim Mishal Azariah came out of the Kivshan, and they came out of the furnace, so what happened? All the nations of the world came along. The tough Kulisonim Shay up there. And literally again, they struck the enemies of Klal Yisrael, ultimately again on their face. In other words, they gave them a package. The Gemara says, Yesh lachem elokah kazeh, da'atem ishtachlim l'salam. This was a Muslim Klal Yisrael. In other words, when Chanaim Mishal Azariah came out of the Kivshan, the nations of the world said to the Jews, what is the matter with you guys? You have a God like this who saves people from a fiery furnace, and you're worshiping our gods. Incredible, right? I say sometimes the greatest worship that we receive is the worship of the nations of the world. Yeah, possible. But Amru, the Chashem, and Tzedakah, the London culture is trying to together. I'm not sure I'm trying to understand. This is really a puzzle. And Marty is beautiful. And Marty, I love it. Amar, oh, Zev, the San Sana. So I say, what's the meaning of the pasuk that says, Shir Shir? Literally, again, I said, I will go up on the palm tree, but I only take hold of branches. What's the pshat? So the Gemara says, Amarti Allah b'tamar Eli Yisrael. So again, the tamar, the palm tree, represents God. So the Baruch essentially says, my goal, my desire, is to hold on to the palm tree of God. Right? What I want more than anything is to be able to hold on to the palm tree. But unfortunately, I can't wrap my hands around the palm. Why? Because Klal Yisrael is rejecting me. Instead, all I have are a couple of branches. Where are my branches? Ultimately, I get Chanaim Mishal and Azariah. So by the way, I can't tell you. You notice like this is very funny. Because sometimes we find ourselves very disillusioned by relationships and feeling so let down that people who we count on don't come through. All these different feelings. And it's important to understand such as the nature of relationships. That's completely worth it. There's probably set expectations. And expectations ultimately again of holding on to the entire pond. But yet again, he didn't get the whole pond. Even if Baruch didn't get the whole pond. What does he get? He gets a couple of branches, beautiful branches, wonderful branches, but just branches. Sometimes again, not getting exactly what you want, what you had anticipated in relationships. Are for the course. Margo's like it. Rabbi Yochanan, Remind us, said, right? You see, Alayla b'nei Ishmael. Think about Sus Adam, who Omer ben Hadassah Hashem Yitzhak. So I was thinking of this story, right? This is Nebuah, obviously. This is from Zechariah. I saw in my dream a man riding on a red horse. He was standing between the nobles that were in the swamp. We're in the swamp. Now the truth is, it then goes on, right? It then goes on to say that afterwards I saw other red horses and white horses. What does that mean? What does that mean? I saw it, right? Because the Baruch was ready, with how mankind was behaving. He was ready to go ahead and turn the entire world into stone, destroy the world. The man was riding on the horse. This is the man. Hashem ish milchama, Hashem shemar. Asus Adam was on a red horse. First white line. Hashem is ready to turn the entire world into blood. Is Karadaita. As soon as he saw Chaim Shon Azariah, ultimately again he calmed down Shneimar, who Omer ben Hadassah Hashem Yitzhak. Still amongst the middle branches and the small. What's the middle branches? Ben Hadassah and Tzadikim. The middle branches, those are Tzadikim, Shneimar, Agi Omer es Hadassah. Yes, that's the Ben Sula Elababa. What's the swan? The swan is Baba Shneimar. Homer Sula, Kergin Arasaka, Ovish Miyam. We'll get to some short about it. So now, I'm sorry, Dadum Nasa, Arababa, Shmamina, Susio Hibra, Mother of By the way, so red horses represent destruction, the white horses represent salvation. So good to know, if you see white horses in your dreams, that is a good sign. I would say just tremendous positives in there. He's ready to go and destroy the world. Destroy the world. So what changed his mind? What changed his mind was, Three people changed how to start his mind about the entire world. So sometimes we think to ourselves that what we do as individuals doesn't matter. Just one person. How much do I really matter? Listen, we matter more than we do that. More than we could ever imagine. 3 men, Hanai, Mishan, Azari. By the way, I want to point out, excuse me for saying this, they weren't even the greatest people of their generation, right? There was Daniel, there was Yechezkel, there were other people. But yet, again, they see the world. They say there is no telling what our actions can do for the world as a whole. Tremendous. That's what I think. So, for Rabbanon Lehechas, and what's Rabbanon Lehechas, this is great. After Kanai Mishal Azari, the kids show, where did they go? Like, kind of like, what do you do after that? You know, so where what is it? Like, where do you, what's it? What we ask them? After that event, we never hear about them again. So where did they go? So the Gemara says, Amarav, the Ayin Haram, they died. They died as a result of Ayin Haram. Ayin Haram. What does this mean? They were the subject of so much attention, and their piety became the subject of so much attention. At that level of attention was not healthy. They died as a result of Ayin Haram. So the Gemara says, Shmuel says, the rope tuffy, they drowned in spit and saliva. Now, what is that? This is an incredible marshal here. So the marshal says this doesn't make any sense. He says this the fire should get a marshal. The idea is keep the shell of the family spell by renovation. Also, what's this outside very, very, very quickly. Remember the Gemara just said before that the time Shal Azari came along, came out. So the nations of the world, literally verbally beat up on the Jewish people and said, what is the matter with you people? Why are you worshiping other gods when your God is so great? So the Rashah says, what does it mean that Chaim Mishal Azari drowned in saliva? It meant that, so to speak, that the Jews were subject to the verbal abuse, theological verbal abuse of the Goyim. So sometimes when people talk, so they stick a little bit. So the idea is that the Jews were being beaten up by the Umosa Olam, and they were being embarrassed. So what does it mean that Chaim Mishal Azari died in his saliva? It means that even Chaim Mishal Azari did something so beautiful and so spiritually heroic. What they did caused the embarrassment of Klal Yisrael. And because it caused the embarrassment, that's the saliva, right? It was all them spitting at Klal Yisrael, not spitting, but talking, giving them muster. That embarrassment caused them to die. So this is what's happening over here. Chaim Mishal Azari, and what did they do? All they did was a willingness to give their lives up to the mission. But what they did was resulted in the embarrassment of Klal Yisrael. And when you embarrass Klal Yisrael, there's culpability, even if it's fundamentally or totally unintentional. Let's see, what do you see from here? How careful we have to be with each other's feelings. How careful we have to be with how we talk to each other, how we relate to one another. How even again, unintended embarrassment and hurt of another Jew has such dramatic consequences, overwhelming. So the Gemara says, Yochanan says, no, all the Eretz Yisrael, but us Russian, let's say such dramatically different narratives coming here, right? So first opinion say they died. Second opinion said, no, what are they not doing that? They went to Eretz Yisrael, like they tried to Eretz Yisrael, and they had children. But Peter, the Gemara says, Makol Kisrael, Rabbi Elazar says, Ba'ayin Paramesu, Rabbi Yeshua, Rabbi Rabbi Allah is Shimona, Yeshua, Kohen Gadol, Akta, Yoshim, Hashem, Ki Anshe Mofes Meim. So those is Gemara talks about Yeshua, Kohen Gadol, who lived at the time, again, at Kohen Yishon, as I thought I was just living, and the Pasuk relates that Yeshua, Kohen Gadol is sitting there with his friends who did miracles. Who are his friends who did miracles? So what is he from here? The Mishal Azariah, after the story with the Kivshon, moved to Eretz Yisrael, got married and had families. Okay, but Daniel here also. By the way, where was Daniel? Where was Daniel? Right, Daniel was the most trusted advisor on the side. He was the senior prophet of the time. Where was he when Chanai and Azariah were being thrown into the Kivshon H? Amrab, Lemithra, Nara, Labutreya. So the Nebuchadnezzar actually dispatched him to go and create a big river, like a big body of water in Tiberia. Okay, he was on a like a civil engineering project. But he was there to begin to work out an import contract. Right, for Aspasta. Aspasta is like a type of animal food. To bring in Aspasta to Baba. He was there to bring chazirim, to bring pigs from Alexandria. So apparently, again, Alexandria, like Egypt, had the best chazirim, had the best pigs, and he had to negotiate the contract to bring those animals into Baba. Is that true? Tanya. No, I'm going to say it's fascinating. Alexandria, they would only sell livestock after removing the uterus of the animal. Why? Because they did not want their animals to reproduce outside Alexandria. They cornered the market. They cornered the market on a certain type of robust livestock. So in other words, they would sterilize the animal before they would go to take the animal out. So how was Daniel able to import these animals? So again, I couldn't get the check up. So what did he do? So he says, Zutri I see below that time. He brought very young ones, so no one had to have a meaning that he was mating them and trying to reproduce them. Okay, point is, he wasn't involved when all of this occurred. There are three people involved to ensure that Daniel was not present when the story of Chanai Mishal Azariah happened. We'll see why he's doing. Who were they? Daniel and Nebuchadnezzar. So remember again, Daniel couldn't be there. Why? Because if Daniel was there, Daniel also would have been thrown into the fiery furnace. Why? Because he too would not have bowed. The issue is then when they would have been saved, people would have attributed the salvation to you, to the merit of Daniel, and not to Chanai Mishal Azariah. And this was Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. This was their moment to shine. This was their moment to shine, and therefore again Daniel couldn't be there. Next, so the Gemara says, but Daniel is so the Kanye be Daniel also said, you know what, I gotta get out of here. Because he also apparently had a premonition that he too had gotten thrown into the furnace and did not want the downfall of Nebuchadnezzar's downfall to come from him. He also wanted it to come from Mishal Azariah. So it's interesting enough, Nebuchadnezzar also sent Daniel away. Why? Nebuchadnezzar had a sense that this was coming to a head. He was going to ask Daniel to bow. Daniel wasn't going to bow, and then he would have to throw Daniel into the Kivshon H. He didn't want to do that. Why? Because he looked at Daniel as a god. And he did not want to throw his own God into the furnace. Now, how do you know the Gemara says? I mean, I how do you know that Nebuchadnezzar looked at Daniel as a God? It said, the Hagid Mother Nebuchadnezzar, not on a final Daniel Sagilai. Finally, down to the Come Hashem Tzvakos Al Yisrael, Al Achab Ben Puyol, Al Tzitya Ben Masiya, and Adim Lachem B'Shmir L'Shachar. So now, this is all happening at the same time. At the same time as Chanai Mishal Azariah. So obviously, again, So there were other people who also wanted to do a prophetic statue. So these two guys, Achav ben Puya and Sidkia ben Maasiyah. And they also posed as prophets, although they were to be a shepherd. Said, the Lokeh ben Chav, the Chol Chol Suda, Asher Av Lemar, the Simcha Hashem Kitziv Yoka Achav Asher Chol Chomer Chava V'ish Asher Safam. So Asher Safam. Lo Ne'emar, sorry, Asher Safam Lo Ne'emar, Elo Asher Chol. So you're going to see in just a moment. These two false prophets, Achav and Sidkia, were also thrown into the furnace. So interestingly enough, they were singed. They weren't totally burned, but they were singed in the furnace. So the Gemara says, what happened over here? I'm going to be a furnace, and they're made like roasted grain. Roasted grain, not totally incinerated, but singed, burnt. So Gemara says, Yan Shabbat, Aslan of all of these stuff. So once they do that was so bad, they caused them to be burned from the furnace. This is Ismail. But I was looking at me back to the Nebuchadnezzar. They went to the door of Nebuchadnezzar. Achav Amarlah, Kamar Hashem, Hashmiel Tzidkiah. Tzidkiah Amar, Kamar Hashem, Hashmiel Achav. Interesting. So these two guys, as prophets, go for the daughter of Nebuchadnezzar. So Achav says, listen, guys, daughter of Nebuchadnezzar, I'm a prophet of God. I come speaking the word of God. God has told me to instruct you that when Sidkia propositions you, you should give yourself to him. Give yourself to him. And Sidkia goes over to her. I come to you with the word of God. When Achav petitions you, right, you should give yourself over to him. Okay? So the Gemara says, so Azla va'amra la lavua. She also, by the way, I feel like point out something amazing, which is interesting, that you see the regard in which they held the Jewish prophets, right? She doesn't say, like, get out of here. Rather again, she says, okay, and she takes this to her father. This to her father. So Amrullah, Elohim shall Ehu, Elohim son and Zimu. The kind of says something doesn't sound right, because the God of this people, he hates immorality. So the notion that he will instruct you, like to give yourself over to these men, doesn't make that much sense. So what happens? Next time they come your way, send them to me. Send them to me. So sure enough, again, when they come back, so send them to the Nebuchadnezzar. So I'm going to tell me, who gave you this message? Listen, guys, a little fact checking. I asked the Nebuchadnezzar. I asked the Nebuchadnezzar about your supposed prophecy, and they told me fake news. They told me totally fake news, right? Never happened. So what's going on over here? I'm relaying. And Nani, this is great. So Sidkia and Achav say, well, 1 second. Why are Nebuchadnezzar's work more important than ours? They're prophets and we're prophets. Okay, we're all Chavirim. So again, just because Nebuchadnezzar say it's not true, doesn't mean it's not true. We're prophets also. So if you don't, if you don't, God didn't speak to them, God spoke to us. I'm not beginning to So the book says, you know what, I get that. So where I checked out Hanani Mishal Nazari's prophetic credentials was just a little fiery furnace test. So if you guys don't mind, it's exactly the same test. If you come out okay, who cares? Of course, then your word is gold. So Achav and Achav and say, hold up there. It's not fair. They were saved because there were 3 of them. Hanani Mishal Nazaria. There's only 2 of us, Achav and Sidkia. So I'm a little, as a people guys just, no problem. Phone a friend. Right? Phone a friend. Like, no worries. You know, like, get your guy. Choose anyone you want. Whoever you want for your furnace muzumin. Go ahead. You know, absolutely no problem. Choose whoever you want to go into the fiery furnace. So this is crazy. I said, so they said, you know what? We choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Sabi Lesi Yoshua, not for Suicide. So they said, okay, we're going to choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Listen, remember again, we just heard Yoshua Kohen Gadol was the Kohen Gadol at the time. Remember again, he was friends. He became friends with Ryan Shalazarda. So Sidkia and Achav say, okay, we choose Yoshua Kohen Gadol. Let him come into the furnace with us. Fine. So Yoshua Gadol Ichlifu Mane. So what happens? So they threw him into the furnace. Achav and Sidkia were burned. And Yoshua remained unscathed except his clothing. His clothing became singed. Okay, Shneimar by Anius Yeshua Queen Adal only the Malach Hashem see Remember Hashem Allah Satan Yiga Hashem B'chas Yiga Hashem B'chol V'amalei Yidan It's Tzidkiyah At my time I hang it Porta Nura. So again, so now the financial seeks is Yeshua. This is Yeshua. Obviously, I know. And so the kind of says, understand why Achad and Sidkiah were burned, because obviously again they were false prophets. But my question is, my time I need to call Porta Nura. Yeshua, you're obviously righteous. But why is it that your clothing got a little bit singed? In other words, in Nebuchadnezzar's mind, if you were righteous, then what? You should escape the flames in totality. So why is it that you totally survived the fact that your clothing was singed? So the Gemara says, Nebuchadnezzar says, as I tell you, their clothing wasn't even singed. You know, it's like, can you imagine, like, it's like that moment, like, stop talking about Kanai Mishan Lazaria, right? I got it. Okay, great. It's a big, they're fine. Right, so Nebuchadnezzar compares everyone to Kanai Mishan Lazaria. Their clothing wasn't singed at all. So obviously you're a great guy, you survived the furnace, but your clothing was singed. What happened over here? So Yoshua says it's pretty simple. They have three. They had to combine merits with three people. I'm only one guy. I'm related to Avram, Yochid so I bet Avram was only one. So the financial I knew was Torah. Right? He says, but Avram, he was also thrown to a fire furnace. So it was only one thing. He emerged totally unscathed. Hasam Lahavar Rishon Bahadei. Below is Yahir Rishus Nura. Hachav Rishon Bahadei. They established Rishus Nura. So ultimately again, so Tush Yoshua says, here's the difference that ultimately Avram is thrown to the furnace by himself. Therefore, the fire had no rishus at all. I was thrown to the furnace with Rishayim. The fire had rishus to have an impact on them. Once the fire was given some level of shlita, some level of control, it impacted his me as well. Straight into Yedishi, the Chag Utiva, Oktan Yedishi. That's what people say, the famous adage that if you have two dry sticks and one wet one, the dry one's going to ignite the wet one. In other words, normally a wet stick is impervious to fire, but putting a fire around it and ultimately again, the wet stick will be like as well. A person will be very righteous. So the wet stick is the tzaddik. So the wet stick can be very righteous. But surround the wet stick by enough Rishayim, and unfortunately, again, the Rishayim has an impact on the tzaddik as well. Incredible. The impact of our surroundings. So the Gemara says, by the way, my timing radish. What's the real reason? So the Gemara feels that that's not the real reason. Right? If you're sure Kohen Gadol was really a big tzaddik, then at the end of the day, the fire should not impact him at all. Why did the fire impact him? Because his sons behaved inappropriately. They were fine, married women where they were not allowed to marry. And were sure the father said failure to exercise parental right, paternal prerogative, failure to unfortunately parental control, ultimately is become fish. You remember Yeshua, your mother's begun himself. Yeshua was wearing soiled clothing. If you got Yeshua was wearing soiled, I want to say, but I'm not so much in a place. You know, follow me for that. Already time from Darsh Barkat, it's a quote. My text was in the other passage. Sheish has Orima in the Nasani. So we'll say Megillas Rus. Rus goes to the field of Boaz, and literally again the passage says that Boaz gave her 6 barleys. 6 barleys. So where it says, my Sheisha Sar, what does it mean 6 barleys? Even if she's some man, he gave her 6 barley kernels. So the Gemara said, if Boaz just gave a part person 6 barley kernels, that doesn't make any sense. It was like Tzadik Gimel Amud Beis 93b. Ella, Sheikh Sin. Rather, he gave her 6 saw. Now that's a lot of barley. So he got the Sheikh Sin. The woman's going to be able to carry back 6 saw. That's a lot of barley. Ella Ramaz law, Shasidim Shisha Banamates, and the back of the Sheikh Brachas. So we'll say, so in fact, interesting that the Gemara says, in fact, he gave her 6 barley kernels. Why? It was a remez. It was a metaphor, an illusion that she was going to have 6 sons who would each be benched with 6 brothers. So it wasn't meant to be a sustaining gift, but rather it was meant to be a symbolic gift. So the Gemara said, listen to this. Who are the 6 sons? Who are Russ's 6 descendants? Who again, each of them blessed with 6 brothers. David, Mashiach, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. And let's say, by the way, this is Russ's pedigree. And I will say, by the way, you know what you trace it all to? That pivotal moment when the Ami was going back to Kinan, right? And the Ami says, don't come with me. And Arpa goes back to Moab, and we're supposed to Kinan. Sometimes in life we stand at a crossroads, and the decision we make at that crossroads impacts not just us, but impacts us for generations. Sometimes we're aware we're at a crossroads, sometimes we're unaware we're at a crossroads. But this is the importance of living life and the part of mindfulness. That when you stand at a crossroads, you know that you're in the moment of a critical decision and you choose life. Incredible. So let's go through this. Here we go. David, the Sid, Dayan, Echad, Na'anarim, Dayomer Hinira, Isi, Ben, Yishai, Beis Halachim. I saw this, right, this son of Yishai, Yodea Nagin, the Gibar Chayil, the Ishmael Chama, Bin Rabon, right, the Rabon Davar, the Ishtar, so that's about Shem Imo. So 6 brachas, again, we'll define what each of these are in just a moment. These are the 6 brachas, but I'm Rabbi Yehuda, or Rav Pasek Hazet, or Abu Doig, and Lashon Hara. So let's say, now, this was said from Doig, who was one of the advisors. This is one of the advisors of Shaul to Shaul. And let's say, now, Doig meant it, when somebody compliments someone, it's really disparaging. So this was a compliment that was meant to be disparaging. It meant to really, not even disparaging, it meant to create animosity. Here we go. Yodea Nag, he knows how to play music. Shiodea Rishon, he knows how to ask good questions in Torah. Gibar, Shiodea Lahashim, he knows how to answer questions in Torah. Ishmael Chama, Shiodea Lisa Litin U'Nacham Teshal Torah. He knows how to do the give and take in the battle of Torah. Ishtar, Shemara Panadavachot. He's a beautiful appearance, but he knows how to assert himself in Halacha. And Nabon, he's a Nabon, and that he understands how to extrapolate knowledge from one area to apply to another. Hashem Imad, God is with him. Shalach Gemos B'chol Makom. Ultimately, whenever David says Halacha, the Halacha always follows him. In all of these areas, Shaul said, this is beautiful. And my son Yonasan has these same attributes. But ultimately, again, when David said that Hashem Imo, Hashem said the meaning that the Halacha always follows David. That David always has like the impeccable sense of truth. Shaul didn't have that, and neither did Yonasan. That's when Shaul became jealous, and that, of course, sets off his entire dynamic where Shaul sees David as a threat and literally tries to kill him. To the Shaul said, by Shaul, it says, wherever he was set to his eyes, he would decimate, talking about his enemies. David said, wherever David would turn, ultimately again would be successful. So again, both are the shoulders of success. The David HaMelech has an elevated form of success over Shaul. Incredible. We know the Doig. How do we know that it was Doig who said these things? So it says, good. Next. So therefore I will say, the point over here is, Russ's descendant, remember, Boaz gives Russ 6 corners of barley to highlight. We're going to have 6 descendants who are each benched themselves with 6 brachas. Right? So I've got those descendants and the 6 brachas of David. Mashiach, that's it. So I say, what's the bracha of Mashiach? So incredible. And now I love Ruach Hashem, right? Ultimately, again, the Ruach Hashem will literally rest upon him. Ruach Chachma, Vina, Ruach Chachma, Vina, Ruach Itza, Ukivura, Ruach Das, Viras Hashem. So these are the brachas of Mashiach. These are the brachas of Mashiach. I want to say these are the qualities of Mashiach. Ultimately, again, the inspiring as Alexandri, this also teaches us ultimately again that Mashiach, I want to say, is someone who's going to be loaded with mitzvos and yisur and suffering. So we say, what do you mean what? What is the primary quality of Mashiach? The primary quality of Mashiach is the ability to maintain spiritual fidelity despite overwhelming and difficult life circumstances. This goes back to what we saw yesterday about ultimately, again, if you don't learn Torah at night, your house is consumed by fire. At the end of the day, right, the most important aspect we have in our Yiddish life is the ability to maintain fidelity and allegiance to our Torah, even in times of overwhelming adversity. That's the quality of Mashiach. Mashiach is someone who is loaded with mitzvahs, loaded with spirituality, but also loaded with incredible suffering. Rava says, Tomorrow Kvadoy, Mashiach is very interesting. Right, so you know what we're going to do when we stop over here for today. Right. I just want to point out. Good. I got it. We didn't finish with that. We didn't finish all the way. But I will say, but now at least, we look normal. We look normal. I feel last time you look a little abnormal. That was they were much more in range. This guy went tremendous. Tremendous.
Oh my god. She fucked up her credit. Oh, she's fucked up her credit. Yeah? Oh, so she fucked up. Oh,
All right, Shabbat, you have a great day, everyone.
you're the favorite.
Yeah.
Look at that. Maybe look at that. You were a little boy and now look at you. That's it. You really are. You're one of the, I mean, you're right up there with some of the greats. I mean, you could be Amy Schumer's stunt woman
All
at
right,
any
so
given moment.
good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this leadership. To thank our annual commentary sponsor, placing a couple of to help dedicated all this really director as we just for the service for this behind this day. Thank our very sponsors for the month of August, February to June, and everybody for the starting that's how it's time. Only Repa, C. Bush, Ben Yossi, Tony, and Z. We've been and Benny families in memory of William Z. Shmuel Ben Israel, for the Buffalo Family. That's about Contour. All of the shows have you the families of the track will bring all of our hostages home and our police soldiers will be successful. The whole not safe either. Yes, we'd like to let us know we have a lot to do today. Today's back is Savage Day 92. Yeah, because not on Savage Island, on the island, he lights up from the bottom. I'm going to continue this day, I think. Again, but incredible still, most have a beautiful tomorrow ahead of us. This year we got rain Sunday, like 8 years. But give it an extra 6 months to get through this. But listen, so you know, we're talking about a lot of rain we want. Other than Yadi Rankin, other than Angelina's Yadi. Listen, so we're going to have a number of different conversations between Becky and Angelina. So Angelina's was a woman official. A little bit of respect over the exactly who Angelina's was he a Caesar, was he someone else? So just go ahead and he was one of the Caesars. So fascinating, he developed a relationship with them. We don't know exactly. It's a very important multiple conversations between the two men. You have tremendous respect for one another. And Angelina actually helped out Levy on a number of occasions. So Angelina is a good partner. We're going to show up. We're going to talk to them about this. This is incredible. The body and the soul have the ability to kind of exempt each other from judgment. Meaning, essentially, the writer is saying, body and soul have the ability to blame each other for failure. I'm so pleased. All right. The Shalom HaKadosh, the body can say it's clearly the Shalom's fault that I've sinned. Ourself, but it isn't his judgment. Shalom Shapiro, and how we look at that, and going together, because the body can say, look, I showed the liar. From the time that the Shalom left me, I have not gotten myself into any trouble. Like, the moment that the Shalom left, running like one of his running around the day. So clearly, again, who is the instigator of all of my life problems? It's clearly like the Shalom. So the Shalom can say, it's fucked up. No, it's the body that's there. What's the proof? Shalom Shapiro, how did he pull up us the idea to seek her? Because the Shalom said, look at me. From the day that I left that frustrating about me, look at all I'm flying to heaven like a bird. I'm free like a bird. Like the body says it's clear, the Shalom's fault. The Shalom says it's clear, the body's fault. So it's good. So Angelina's was asking, well, what's the question here? Angelina's was questioning, so what is the mechanism of divine judgment? How does it involve the person accountable? But essentially, a person is composed of these two opposing forces, and it's not clear who had a responsibility, ultimately the value of man. So this is beautiful. I'm sure the commercial now that there. That is an engineer. I believe in a message.
What's an aviary?
I'm giving it a much. Not that we're going to do this in good. Another person that showed the Haggis Nest. The king had a beautiful orchard. The Haggis on the day seed there, volleyball, the players knows, and in the orchard, in the field, the king had very nice dates. The players knows, very nice dates. Those were very nice dates. But what she mentioned showed now the king was put there to watch over the field. After he gave the aspect to us, one of them was crippled, the other one was blind. So I wanted to say, okay, so Yes, you got to discount. I'm saying, yeah, so these people watch me for this year. So you watch other people so people run they sent to the sumo. So the first knows honey that I see that there's some really nice things in this field. But the rest of the being off. So the clippers the system says to the young watchmen, let's do this, put me on your back, we use your legs in my eyes, and together we'll be able to partake of the faith. So show up, rock up, you know, I got to see what they're doing, show up again, the chicken one down the back of the ground, right? And then together we can see the clippers. The other dog tigers, the same kind of the owner of the field comes around, and he says, oh, and the forest was so clear, what are these? Sometimes we get a person's job pursuing the things, and eat a lot of things in order to be so like the time or the long enough time. So the only thing that's better is where are my pigs? So I will assume from your stream and also sorry, I will figure from your stream and I will assume you reach in 9 meters. So again, what happens? So watch things in our library, our real library. So the blind guy said, I have sight in the vision. The crippled guy said, I have light. Clearly couldn't be. So what does it all ourselves? Here, I got this field of them also happen. So the owner of the field literally again put the crippled one on the back of the blind wife and judged them as one entity. So as individuals, there's no liability. But as a joint unit, you actually have responsibility. Making the Shema, the Zark of a book, is done on some Catholics. So the essential is right. The body by itself and the son by itself, the both potentially deny liability. So what does Hashem do? He brings the Shema and literally he throws it into the book. The gun also Catholic. And ultimately again he goes ahead and he judges them as one entity. Shemar, Yikra al-Shamayim al the Al-Aretz Mother Hana. Yikra al-Shamayim al we call to the heavens above it. Is in the Shema, the Al-Aretz Mother Imo, and he causes the coast of the earth for judgment together with it. So what's really fascinating? So I'll tell you something amazing. It really is something that you should. It's a good segment that is let's start right there. Why should the Neshama be held liable for the sins of the body? As at the end of the day, it's not the Neshama that sins. It's the good that sins. So why wouldn't the Neshama be held accountable for the sins of the body? This is what the Bible says. This is drastic that really gets fun. The Bible says, because the Neshama didn't try hard enough.
Absolutely.
Because sometimes what happens is
every day is a holiday, every day is a feast. I heard the discussion and wanted to contribute one of my favorite hypotheses, if you don't mind.
I want to be part of this. I want to be involved in this. And the Shema of the sense itself. The really says the Shema, how dare you? How dare you? A chutzpah. You upset yourself and your body is struggling.
Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral. When I do, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link's available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever had more content concept than any person ever. You also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we're approaching 3,000 members of our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller and want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Thank you. Absolutely. So this is a hypothesis that was proposed in 1991 by Herbert Illig. It's known as the phantom time hypothesis. And if you haven't heard of it, it's the claim that the years AD, or the Common Era, 614 to 911, never occurred. It suggests Holy Roman Emperor Otto III, Pope Sylvester II, and possibly Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII fabricated this 297-year period to place themselves in the year AD 1000, or the Common Era 1000. This theory alleges that the Carolingian period and Charlemagne are fictions. So this was an argument that the early Middle Ages were extended by 297 years, meaning the current calendar year should actually be in the 1700s, not the 2000s, which is really wild to think about. The Phantom period, the theory asserts that the 297 years from 614 to 911 were added to the calendar through forged documents and ancient evidence. And there's a lot of, believe it or not, architectural evidence for this as well. That much of the architecture, especially in early Europe, reflects more the Roman style and does not have as much development as would be expected. This is also one of the reasons why it's many times discussed as the Dark Ages, because there's just not a lot of information regarding this period of human history. The conspirators, the scheme is attributed to Holy Roman Emperor Otto III, Pope Sylvester II, and possibly Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII, who supposedly wanted to rule during the to them significant year of the year 1000. And while this isn't a theory that necessarily is extremely popular, I find it to be absolutely fascinating. I don't feel that any subject out there is ever debunked. I feel that one of the extremely wonderful opportunities that we have as humans is to always dig into events even further, and scientific advancements as well. And so, for those who have never heard of the phantom time hypothesis, well, you may not be able to go to your local university and espouse this theory. It is a theory that is, or at least a hypothesis that does exist and has existed for almost 30 years or so, and I find it to be fascinating. So, thank you for letting me contribute.
Because workers and travelers also was a good reaction. We should call it. Il ne craint pas le match شركة شفافة لأنسى كيا من بيوسف يصير شتاي الشخص بيوم فيحاول الشغل أشياء كمان بيجرب ما في حاجة يودي ما سيعشق لكن here's the problem. If the sun is setting in the sky, zero seconds for nothing. The way the sun currently works is the sun goes down gradually. People know, right? The workers know that the working day is coming to an end. Travelers know that they only have a certain amount of daylight left. If the sun were to set while it's mid-sky, this would curtail the workday. This would create a problem for the workday. This would create the problem for travelers. If not for travel, in order to allow people to work, and in order to allow people to travel, allows the sun to continue across the sky and set more gradually in the west. So the sun setting in the west really serves a twofold purpose. Number one,
Excellent question. Well, I have quite an interesting take on this, I think. So, if you don't know who Bob Lazar is, he was a whistleblower from Area 51, specifically Area S4 of Area 51, who came upon some documents during his briefing in the late 1980s when he took a job as a contractor for advanced propulsion. And without going into his story and reverse engineering of UFO craft, one of the things that he discovered in his briefing in the documents was that perhaps Earth has been seeded like a zoo by some type of extraterrestrial species. Specifically, it's argued that it's the people or the beings from Zeta Reticuli, and that they've done at least 64 major DNA alterations. So, meaning that on the human genome. So, it's one of the reasons why we as humans may have seen some development and evolution, especially with the size of our brains and the ability to have complexities like language and problem solving in a much faster amount of time than would be expected. I think that this type of a theory may have some credence and some credibility. Now, the idea, what you're talking about in the brain, as I understand, is bilateral symmetry, and it is not something that is unique to humans. So, this is something that we do see in other species. As I understand, it helps with things like multitasking and also increases the capacity of the brain. Also, as I understand it, it helps with sensory and balance control. Now, we're not alone, so other higher intelligent beings, at least on Earth, have it, so things like dolphins, certainly things like other types of primates. And I think that maybe this might be some type of evolutionary development for survival, so that if something does happen to one hemisphere of the brain, perhaps the person or the being may be able to function. But I do not necessarily throw out the idea that we may have been shaped by some type of extraterrestrial being. And in fact, I think there's a lot of evidence for this. And so, for anyone out there who thinks that this may be hocus pocus or pseudoscience, I highly recommend that you look into the Bob Lazar story and also just into the theory that humans may not be alone. And in answer to our friend Fuego 100 question, I think that the bilateral symmetry of the brain may be both an evolutionary development that may have had some type of extraterrestrial or extra additional assistance from some type of other species, perhaps, than I really know. So I know that's probably not the normal take that you'll hear, but that's what I feel. So with that, Fuego, does that answer your question?
See, interestingly enough, if you have the question, is it in the family that the embryo that the fetus is from, baby is from, or is that you're seeing those flashes, or this time the baby comes out of his mother, exits his mother. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm going to reach out to Tira, so he says, I responded. When the time that the fetus is formed in the world, then that's when it is, I'm going to say business sense. I'm going to give you the answer. If that's the case, the fetus will kick its way out of its mother. Which is also, so the universe, see, the baby had an Sahara, kick its way out of his mother, which tells you something does the Sahara do? What does the Sahara do? The Sahara causes us to kill. It causes us to kill. The entire essence of the Sahara is to break down boundaries. Like, so the Sahara says, okay, I know that this is us, so I don't care. I don't care. I know that I'm not allowed to do this, I don't care. That's not top the Sahara. But here's the interesting idea. The Sahara has a very profound use as well. Because if I somehow am able to take that energy of the Sahara, channel it in the right way, then certainly I have a part inside of me that breaks my boundaries, which by the way, is the most incredible invention of the world. Like, everything is that humbling harness that power. So again, Antonino says it can't be the baby has the inside of his little weakness, it's where the power is. It must be that it seems to be when it comes into this world. Other shots, everybody says, cover them down after this. So everybody wants to get these guys, and he says, you're right. He says, you're absolutely right. Right? It must be that the baby sees the way exiting, and it's on the side, and always look like it is a hustle that supports the situation. And the Katas buildings. The Pasuk says that again, sin awaits you at the entrance. Of course, again, this is talking about timing. Like timing, it's a metaphor. It's at the opening, at the entrance of the world. Sin catches the Sahara there. And also, this seems to be about the heart of our interesting. But the Sahara comes about ultimately again when we enter into this world. But also that this is so. First of all, it's interesting to see.
That's okay. So you're basically saying, as I understand, like ways in which we can either transform our consciousness or connect to higher levels of dimensions. Is that what I understood?
I want you to think of it like, so from either que sea algo que verdad, which says, as you got it, I said, this sort of one tranquilo, you need to read my mind in a home dialogue. So as I say, this is really not super
yeah, so that's an excellent question. So, I'm not an expert in any of this, but these are just my thoughts as a limited individual. So I'd like to preface what I say with that. So, as we are, we're Homo sapiens, and I think we're transitioning to a new type of being. It has yet to be named yet. Some people within the transhuman community have called it techno sapien, and there's some other names for it, but essentially we're moving into a new type of species, and what Fuego is referencing is basically have we lost some of our capabilities, or maybe we don't utilize some types of capabilities that we once had, specifically with being able to communicate using non-standard modes. So perhaps telepathy is one of them, and I do think that we have lost that connectivity for several reasons. We don't depend on them. Firstly, like we once may have when we were perhaps roaming the plains and paths, being able to basically interpret small signals of those around us because our lives depended on it for catching, for hunting and perhaps catching animals, or perhaps being able to just for survival. I do also think that the idea of telepathy is not studied in higher academia currently. It's seen as somewhat pseudoscience, but I do think that there is a lot to the study of telepathy that perhaps has been done in non-mainstream ways, and we see it done with animals quite often. Everything from echolocation of bats, if you don't consider that to be a type of non-verbal communication or non-sound communication, or at least some type of sonar, or using non-standard ways of communication to just packs of wolves and how they can communicate. And, there are some strange feelings that you can get when you're around some people, and these may be primitive ways that we're interpreting some type of energy. I really think that's a key point of this is energy. What ways we're able to perhaps interpret energy of ourselves, and also I think of other species. There are people out there who feel that they have a connection with their animals, like a dog, a cat, or something like that, and almost like the dog and cat can communicate with them just by a look, or even without a look, just the mere sense that they're there. And I feel that what really prevents us from being able to study this is a tool to be able to measure brain waves of both the animal and the human with any type of accuracy. But I think probably within the next century, we will find that humans are able to communicate some information, perhaps telepathically, and animals as well. And also, there may be some way of communication between animals and humans through telepathic means. There are things called voice of God weapons. I don't know if anybody's heard of these, but essentially, they are ways that militaries can communicate with people without having any sound be emitted, yet voices are heard within the person's skull. And these are something that are not really well understood in the mainstream, but in the clandestine world are used for perhaps certain advantages on different populations. But essentially, what I'm saying is that you can use energy to be able to communicate with people without any sound being made. And oh, absolutely, 100%. Yeah, this is, yeah, so if you're not familiar with what MK Ultra is, this was a series of experiments, and it was a program run by the CIA, specifically from the early 1950s until the early 1970s, so for about 20 years. It was driven a lot by the fears of the Soviet Union during the Cold War, but some of the things that were experimented were high levels of LSD on individuals, brainwashing techniques on individuals. If anyone here has ever heard of the Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski, he's actually an extremely intelligent man at Harvard University who was part of these MK Ultra experiments, and there have certainly been, in fact, his brother even claimed as well that there perhaps was manipulation of of him psychologically to perhaps either put blame on him or have him run some of the events that he was blamed for. Other things that were used: MDMA, mescaline, hallucinogens, basically trying to find a truth serum. That was a really important aspect of this program. Is there a drug out there that will allow you to be able to go to the enemy and get all of their secrets? Other things, psychological torture. There was things like sleep deprivation and like repetitive sounds in a room on people. I mean, really, this is a terrible thing that the United States did, and was brought to light during something called the Church Committee that came before Congress in the 1970s that brought a lot of this information into the public. And it was supposed to have ended because many of the subjects were unwitting. They didn't know what was happening to them. This was done a lot on college students and also the people who may be feeble or maybe were in a mental institution. So, as I understand, the CIA director at the time, in 1973, Richard Helms, ordered the destruction of much of the materials that were gleaned from this program, so we don't have all of the information that was actually uh, understood. But once the public became aware of this, there was a lot of pushback that these types of programs needed to end. Did they end? No, they didn't. They just had the names changed on them and continued in other ways and in other populations, not just in the United States, also in Canada. McGill University was a major area, in addition to Harvard University and some of the other echelon academic institutions in North America. And really, while many may say MK Ultra is done, it just basically, in my opinion, adapted. So, in answer to your question, that's what MK Ultra is. Does that answer your question? Before we go.
It doesn't say
Can you repeat that about the what?
Moshe and his son, so rather future tense. What's the future tense? You come, you can't say this in the Torah. This is a big translation. Like future tense, I think that goes, will deep on the future, the Moshe Klal Yisrael will say. The answer is that I see you again after all that. As you can, Yeshua is back for Hashem. Yeshua will kill on his back for Hashem. One of them, I start to say, don't do that every year. You can't express anything in that also with his representatives. It is something in the future where these great people will do these things. But we in the future, the Moshe will the same. Moshe is God. Sabbath will be the same. Our night, that's this. Yeshua will build. I Yeshua is dead. Sabbath Yeshua build. That's what it is. I don't know. As we can show up on the Moshe Shabbos Lord. So it's interesting enough that the Pasuk says that Shana is actually the Pasuk. Shana built on his day out for Moshe. Was the age is what the idolatries of love are inadequate. That means that Shona was no good actually get to that love.
So I didn't know what you were saying. So Polybius is now what I know. So this is a game. I just didn't understand what you were saying. I know that there is some legitimacy, perhaps, to these types of psychological warfare being waged on the American public. And for those of you who don't know, this is essentially there is some legitimacy to it, perhaps, but it may be an urban legend of an arcade game that appeared in Portland, Oregon in 1981. And basically, this was supposed to cause people amnesia, insomnia, night terrors, those kinds of things. This video game. There's not a lot known about it, to my knowledge. Fuego, if you know more about it, please fill us in. But I can tell you from my knowledge of these clandestine organizations, they'll stop at nothing. I mean, there's a famous phrase of one of the CIA directors. I want to make sure I get the right one. The dude's last name. Go ahead. Sure.
That's all happened. So that's sometimes the person is is there like a TV, is there like a Shrek coming, is there is that it? Like, is that it? So that's why you see, that sounds really good. All in love is very useful. It's at the end of the day, you found your relationship actually over present. If a relationship with that Baruch is less my priority in this world, then Olam Haba doesn't look all that appealing. Because all Olam Haba is connection to Hashem. So that is something that I value in this world, and I strive for in this world. Olam Haba is something else. Olam Haba really is much more about all about the material. They're all about the eternal, they're all about the stuff, they're all
to some extent, I probably don't. I'm not an expert in it. If you'd like, I would be privileged if you could expound upon your question because I am not an expert in this.
As well. If you see Shiva in this world, that's right. If you're worthy, this life is about connection back with Father. But at the end of the day, all we have all the world. All we have, all we have is really just about the material or just about the mundane. All we have doesn't sound all that exciting to you. Oye, mira, oye, pero esa dice la tela, Shema, uno puede decir la tela, Shema, posso dar a nossa call, lá para lá, really when I'm out of the time, it's got the answer of so once again, the voices of Tobacco don't come with something new, like those who see it, right? They will go out and call out the enemy, they will face you, digitize, once again, digitize that person, so you feel about it, I see them come with you, only Shiva doesn't call that from the future. All of them being will say Shiva with one voice. Shiva and I called some back a massive called Black That's how you call it. All of them being speaking in one voice. Right? All of the leaders of Christ, right? Speaking in one voice. How incredible is that? How overwhelming is that? How beautiful. That's the essential. Okay, I'm not getting it. As you saw, remember, every worship that we saw before, it's never just speaking in one unified voice. I'm not using other Kalmaya hava politikalı, Şii'nin gözlerine farsa so it says, the president is capable of teaching Torah, but withhold your Torah from your Talmud. Withhold Torah from your Talmud. Everyone says, this could be a Rebbe, this could be a parent, this could be anyone, right? I agree, those who impart Torah upon someone. But those who I withhold it.
So that's certainly a fascinating take. I have heard some similar theories or hypotheses in regards to Skynet. Just the idea that AI eventually will be intelligent enough to know who aided it in its development and may perhaps punish those people who did not aid it or did what they could to actually prevent its development. These are all certainly theories that could come to fruition, especially when you get into the idea of mind uploading technology. Many people might say, hey, once I die, and that's it, and that's fine. Though there may be ways to revivify a once dead individual, but with the development of mind uploading technology, where the brain can be scanned like a CAT scan on an MRI, knowing where every atom is in the central nervous system and peripheral nervous system for later download, that you perhaps could take this data and put it into some type of system that could potentially punish someone into perpetuity. With the idea of the Earth moving closer to the sun, is this because of the sun's expansion? Because I mean that okay, and that would be consistent with general physics. As I understand it, sun will eventually expand to the point where its diameter actually extends past what Earth's orbit currently is. And long before that event occurs, we will be fried essentially on this planet. So we will eventually have to get off world. Uh, so perhaps there may be some type of way that we will have some type of simulation where some entities may feel that they want to punish people who may not have acted in the correct manner. That I don't know. This is certainly a fascinating hypothesis, and I appreciate you contributing. Absolutely. And in just to revert back just for a moment, I just want to think of the CIA director who had a there's a famous quote attributed to him, which is, "We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false." And this, to me, is a very scary idea that maybe perhaps the CIA was founded in the late 1940s for the sole purpose as to be a complete disinformation and misinformation entity and is not for what it was originally intended to do, which was essentially to be the foreign intelligence arm of the United States, basically a foreign entity to complement the domestic entity of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI. And it's quite scary. I mean, this is one of the reasons why President Kennedy allegedly wanted to break the Central Intelligence Agency into 1,000 pieces, and why he perhaps, or it may be related to why he was assassinated November 22nd, 1963. I don't know. I don't know the absolute answers for this, but when you do have some of the torture programs that the CIA has run, certainly things like waterboarding and sleep deprivation, there are a lot of red flags that certainly arise, and we don't really know too much about how it goes about with many of its tactics. The only way to really get any information is regarding FOIA, making FOIA requests, and it's very easy for any entity to say, due to national security concerns, we cannot provide that information, and we have to be, as American citizens or just citizens of the world, satisfied with that answer. I never have been. I quote President Kennedy, or at least take his words in a free and domestic, a free and democratic society. Secrecy is an enemy, and those are just kind of my beliefs, and I feel that free exchange of information is beneficial.
Blokuje już nasz szpil. I masz szpil, ale jesteś szpil, jesteś właśnie, ale masz szpil, ale so it's like, well, so what's the shot?
I'm certainly not an expert enough to be able to give a learned response.
That was the entire essence of Yosef. And Yosef, after everything that he had been through and every way to say, forget about the rest of you. Let's do it. I'm not going to take revenge. I'm not happy. I'm not doing anything for you. But instead, every single one that is Yosef's way. What does he do? He takes it and he uses it to help the other. That was Yosef. That was Yosef Batzali.
Absolutely. Come to my Discord. The Discord link's in my profile. I'm live 24/7 in there. I'm live 24/7 in there. And for anyone who really is interested in what I do, I want one person in here. I'm asking this. One person who knows who I am, knows that I'm a live streamer, knows that I'm not pulling a scam on anybody. Go to my YouTube link in my profile. Click it. Look how many live streams I have going right now. It's really unbelievable. I want somebody to click on it, see what I'm doing, and be like, whoa, Rabbi is right. He's live on like 20 different streams right now. You can see, you can hear this conversation that happened there. If you want to talk to me even further, my Discord link's in my name. Come there. I'm live 24 hours a day. The current call I have going in that VC in my stream is like 4,706 hours. And the only reason why it's not longer is because Discord had an outage, actually. So I have like the longest VC call going on Discord right now. I'm always available to you. I want to help you. I want to be able to get to the bottom of some of the secrets of the world. So anyone that wants to connect with me, please join my Discord. But somebody look at my YouTube link in my profile and see how many streams I have going right now. It's really unlike anything you've ever seen before.
So first of all, because again, the notion of yes and listen is such an incredibly important episode that the Gemara wants to find as many pieces for it as we can. So Yechi Ruben va'al Ruben v'Ruben will not die. How does that keep? Yechi Ruben va'al Razeh. No, not Hashtaiki. Sorry. So it's not Brachot. It's not the Brachot. It's Yaakov. It's the Brachot. It's Moshe. Yechi Ruben va'al Yonos. Yechi Ruben va'al Razeh. Ruben will live in this world. Va'al Yonos v'Olam Haba. He will not die in the world. He will honor Upper Rabbi Yisrael. The Rabbi Moshe Admas Upper Yakitsu. Elu Chai Omer. Elu Chai. The Chai Oshim Zilo. So it's incredibly enough. A number of these psukim from the Real are actually quite explicit, right? So many of those who sleep in the earth will wake back up, some for the world to come and some for degradation. The Rashi on the Hagalash this year, the Ata Lake locates the Tanakh, the Talmud of Allah, and Kitz Hayamim. And now also, if you again, you go to your place and rest, but stand right in the middle again. The eternal God is a return to your destiny at the end of days. What is actually interesting because one of these psukim we actually say the Kula. This section of passage that we say after the Kula is completed. Before we are able to leave the Keva and walk back to the shore, walk back to the Divine, we actually it's not halacha, but it's like many of the Lord to actually recite this passage blessing to the Neshama. Other words, how tiny is Shemani is and Sigavinas. Therefore, we can learn about any leader who leads his flock, who leads his seabirds. The Nefassim, what is Nefassim? Nefassim is the Gentiles. The Gentiles not yelling, not screaming, not fighting brimstone, not singing, they're not. The Nefas is such a person like this, is therefore to lead that seabird Olam Haba as well. I will say, these images seem to indicate that Olam Haba will be reference to Messianic era. And post-class and Nisan era. Shema'amar, Kimatim, Hagin, Ba'amaru, Mayruna. Now the water. The door there, Sharif Kevin Shteosios. There, wisdom. Now we're going to define what wisdom is. Wisdom is great. Why? Because it was given between, literally between two letters. What it actually means is between two names of Hashem. Kel Deos Hashem. So what's it? See that? Deos is mentioned in the middle of Kel and Hashem. So that's incredible. If something is given over between two names of the Rebbe of Obama, Reggae Mikdash. And he said, if this is great, Shemitah and great Sheretz, because it was given over between two names of Hashem and Hashem, Ha'alta Hashem Mikdash Hashem. So it's the Mikdash sandwich between two names of Hashem. Maski Teravada, that's massively of Adam Kakuna, and after we don't become Shemitah and Sheretz. Oh, you use that model, then we come of vengeance. Vengeance is also great, because vengeance is given between two names of Hashem. It's good. Kel Nekamas Hashem. Right? The Pasuk says that Kel Nekamas Hashem, Kel Nekamas Sophia. Alright, the Lord said, vengeance has its place. Absolutely. Vengeance, as much as we don't say that vengeance as a negative thing, vengeance is not a negative thing. Sometimes vengeance is very powerful and very appropriate. Stay on false halal. So why do I need two revelations? Or fall right through like a revelation. So what two revelations? That doesn't say revelation twice. That just says with 4 words. So it says Muhammad twice. So it says two revelatory in the common moments. So what is that mean? So we have this Afas, the Nida Torah, the Afas, the Nida Torah. So one ultimately available to be like a vengeance, the living of vengeance for us. So vengeance for good to be like a problem. Is good. Like to think of sometimes vengeance is good. Sometimes vengeance is in our favor, especially when it's taken out on those who have oppressed us. And sometimes vengeance has a certain pretty punitive nature. So I'm going to call other church with there, this is good for you now. Any person who is there, who has understanding, can remove the base of English beyond. Because if the base of English was built in his days, Shazam is the reason why. Shazam anything makes you ourselves, is anything making ourselves, because ultimately, again, as I said before, there are two names of Hashem and we push the vision. Now, what that means, any person who has there, his wisdom, this is the base of English was rebuilt, and we'll come back to that tonight. So we underline, we'll go back to it after we get done breaking the definition of really what there means. Fine. Okay, yeah, give it 2 minutes. I'm going to actually so other cheese for there, the silk is actually. Any person like there will become wealthy, Shema'amar, will be fast having the mother cover, the carbon on the water. So other She'im for there, also that there. Any person who doesn't have there, ultimately again, you can't have less monos on. Shema'amar, Kilo Ambinasu, Akibo Yakamana, Save your toilet. Complimenting people who shouldn't go there. You see by a lot. Trying to gives breath to someone who doesn't have prayer. Ultimately, again, bad things will happen. So we'll say it's very interesting. It says, you can't have compassion upon someone who doesn't have prayer. You can't go ahead and give your breath to someone who doesn't have prayer. So let's say, what's the shot with this? What's the shot with this? So let's say, it's going to go instead. What is we translated it as wisdom. No one said, well, what is just from a basic perspective? What is the core component of wisdom? Right? What is like the most basic part aspect of wisdom? What's wisdom? So it's interesting. Remember again, Hazal, right? No one says brachas. It speaks about Havdalah Shmona Esrei. Hazal says, where did Hazal put Havdalah? Where does Havdalah go? Atachonim la'adam das. The most basic concept of das is the ability to be marked, the ability to distinguish between Chol and Shachar. Das is most before you get into all the deeper layers of what wisdom actually means, what wisdom means on its most core level is I can distinguish between right and wrong. I can distinguish between Chol and Shachar. I can distinguish between Tamar and Tar. And I will say that is something that every single person has the ability to do. You know, to be a chacham, right, is because remember again, there's chachma, there's bina, there's okay. So chachma, bina, those might be higher levels, and maybe not every person has the ability to access it. But to have das, to be the kind of person who knows what's right and what's wrong, and to make the right decisions in life, every single person has the ability to meet that threshold. And failure to do so is only one person's fault, and that's mine. And that's like Chazal said, if somebody doesn't have Torah, don't have Nachmana Sunday. Don't have Nachmana Sunday. Why? Because they're hurting themselves. You're not a victim of anything. They're hurting themselves. If someone doesn't have Torah, don't give them bread. Right? Why? Because you are enabling an old lifestyle. So they say a person has to have a basic moral compass, in which they know what's right and what's wrong. And if they don't have that, if you help them, you're enabling them to continue on that breaking path. And that's like what it says over here. As I always say, every person who has day up, can you live the base and live the right? Ultimately, again, listen to every day. There's only really one thing I need in this world to be successful. I want to know what's kosher, what's true, what's tamid, what's tahar, what's kodesh, what's short, what's wicked, what's asset, what's holy, what's law. As long as I have that, I'm good. And the rest I will try what I want. But as long as I have there, I will be successful. And mostly, if I don't have there, then what if I don't do it, it's my fault. Don't blame any of us. If I don't have there, it's my fault. But failure to acquire it, I don't understand what person is the public entity. To the point, you can't even help that person. Such an overwhelming incredible demand. That's why you have to say, because you help you out. I'm not going to answer. How much people you should look at? It's so many of them. That's why I get. If you give your back to someone who doesn't have data, the giver will suffer. Why? Because you are enabling someone. You are enabling someone to continue down the wrong path in life. Shemana, not from the fire. I've seen it once. Right? Kaftecha, כיצרו במזו על ייסור שמנה, היה אברס חייב, you guys know, I'm not going to say. However, she even there, several that person doesn't have there, want to be exiled. It's a lot of sense, right? You know what I'm saying? If I don't have there, chances are I won't be able to build a solid life. I won't be able to build relationships. Because if you don't know what's right and what's wrong, you can't build relationships. It's as simple as that. But it's like there are people who don't refuse, not that they can't, they refuse to see right from wrong. They make every single excuse why what they're doing is okay, even though it's clearly not. Can't build relationships, can't build a home, can't build a life. That's really the self-gola. Self-gola, what do you want to share now? Looking gola, I mean, you got someone like that. But I should even do it now, which one level I love. Each of us, I say, every level you that's Gera. Also, this is the ridiculous Gera. Any home in which the words of Torah are not heard at night, any home in which is not tolerating at night, each of us, a fire will consume it. Shemana, Kosha, Shemana, Spinat, Kafir, Ish, Yara, Sirga, Allah. There is Sirga, and Papa, with a fire, Shemana, it is Sirga, Shashan, Kore, Papa. What does that mean? Any home in which Torah is not learning at night, fire will consume it. It's a pretty statement. First of all, it's like, podcast is very important to read. In addition to making sure it's the lightsaber, and you'll be the first person which again, everybody has an obligation to lightsaber, right? Even if it's for 15 minutes. I don't think that has an obligation to lightsaber, it's not a shot and stuff like that. Should see her husband learning Torah. Children should see their father learning Torah. The words of my food should see me learning Torah. So what's the shot in the Torah says over here? That any home in which Torah is not Torah at night, fire continues absolutely like this. Light is always a metaphor for difficulties. That's why light is always a metaphor for difficulties. That's why light is like this. Whole fires. So any Torah is Shmuel and Torah. So any home in which Torah is not Torah, anything, when things become difficult, the Torah stops. The Torah stops. Okay, and as soon as it becomes light, as soon as light becomes difficult, the first thing that kind of goes away is Torah. Just understand, it's wrestle. Fire, little fire. Fire is also destructive. Destructive forces in the streets. If during difficult periods of life, the first thing that gets stopped is spirituality. Just understand the fire of certain negative circumstances will consume sponsors. The staying power of a home, the staying power of anything in life is rooted in its connection to witness. So even during the light periods of life, there is Torah in my home, there is Torah in my life, then I will be safe from the ravaging effects of even the most difficult of life circumstances. Conversely, if in the moment that difficulty set in,
Houston, Texas. Are you guys ready to start tonight's open show?
If they shall listen, they'll find every single difficult circumstance that will be consumed, consumed over the circumstances. Stop it.
Tonight's guests, two of my favorite human beings. Welcome to the greatest Coltonian guest of all time, Mary Hart. Mary Hart will open the show on a Saturday night. Remember, much shorter show is a sellout theater act. I did the words for you as I presented you multiple time award. Without a doubt, arguably statistically, the greatest guest in Coltonian history and the first ever regular in Coltonian history. Tonight's guests, ladies and gentlemen, are Adam Ray and Ken Cortez. Oh yeah.
All right, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. We thank our annual comic book sponsor. Telson Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael to dedicate all the Shem and Russians this year as his host for the Soros Kavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talatorah sponsors for the month of Adar Tari and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of his father, Dr. Harry Khan, his holy Racha, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef Hakoin, and Ziv Levin and Burnt Twin families in memory of William Ziv Shmuel Ben Yisrael, and the merit of our Talatorah. All of the Neshamos having Aliyah, the families in it, and the Kishbaruch will bring all of our hostages home, and our holy soldiers will be successful. The whole Maaseh Yidin. Okay, so with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Today's daf is Tzadik Beis 92. We are picking up on Tzadik Aleph, 3 lines up from the bottom. I'm really entering this letter. We have an incredible, still more incredible, beautiful Gemara ahead of us. It should have made definitely like 8 years. But we've given like an extra 6 months to kind of work through Gemaras like this. But all right. Okay. Good. So let's say, so 3 lines up from the bottom. Tzadik Aleph and Aleph 91a. Amarle Rabbi Rantu. Amarle Antoninus the Rabbi. Let's say, so we're going to have a number of different conversations between Rabbi and Antoninus. One of the Antoninus was a Roman official. A little bit of a sparkle debate exactly who Antoninus was. Was he a Caesar? Was he someone else? So we'll just go with the idea that he was one of the Caesars. So fascinatingly enough, you develop a relationship with Rabbi, and so the Gemara records multiple conversations between the two men who had tremendous respect for one another. And Antoninus actually helped out Rabbi on a number of different occasions. So Antoninus says the following: Go for the Shalom. This is incredible. The body and the soul have the ability to kind of exempt each other from judgment. Meaning, essentially, another way of saying, body and soul have the ability to blame each other for failure. So, Kesad, Guf Omer, Neshama Chatasa, the body can say it's clearly the Neshama's fault that I've sinned. How so? Better listen to this especially. Shem Shapir Shemedi, how are you for Kevin? Don't make Kevin. Because the body can say, look, I'll show you the Raya. From the time that the Neshama left me, I have not gotten myself into any trouble. Right? The moment that the Neshama left, what am I doing? Just laying here in the grave. So clearly, again, who is the instigator of all of my life's problems? It clearly was the Neshama. When the Neshama could say, Guf Chata. No, it's the body that's sinned. What's the proof? Shemim Shepirash Kemimeni, Harini Korachas Ba'avir Kitzipah. Because the Neshama said, look at me. From the day that I left, that shit in the body, look what happened. I'm flying through heavens like a bird. Feel like a bird. Right? So the body says it's clearly the Neshama's fault. The Neshama says it's clearly the body's fault. So listen to this. So Antoninus was asking, what's the question here? Antoninus is questioning, so what is the mechanism of divine judgment? So how does it start to hold the person accountable? But essentially, a person is composed of these two opposing forces, and it's not clear who has responsibility over the failure of man. So this is beautiful. I'm sure the Chamash will not have done. So let me give you a muscle. Let me give you a muscle. I'll give you a little mushroom. Listen to this, this is great. The Melech Pasha Gam Shayla Chadisra. The king had a beautiful orchard. The Hayabo on the days rooted out already. The Hayabo before those knolls, and in the orchard or in the field, the king had very nice dates. Before those knolls, very nice dates. Right, very nice dates. The Hoshi Shom. Now the king put there two watchmen to watch over the field. One of them was crippled, one of them was blind. So I'm going to say, okay, so this is that stuff. You know, again, so these were the watchmen over the field. So the I don't know if we were going to see them. So the crippled one said to the blind one, it's almost now anymore. I see that there's some really nice trees in this field. But so the crippled watchman says to the blind watchman, put me on your back. Use your legs and my eyes, and together we'll be able to partake of the things. So sure enough, sure enough again, the crippled one got on the back of the blind one, and they went together and they consumed the figs. Women bought some kind of ruler, the owner of the field comes along, and he says, "Oh, the photos knows, hey, come here, we're going to do this." Apparently, they did a pretty good job consuming the figs, and eat a lot of things in a relatively short amount of time, or whatever, for a long amount of time. So the owner comes back and says, where are my figs? So I'm going to assume, Kumish Limandios, also, I'm sorry, Amalo Higa, Kumish Limagai Mahalifan, Amalo Sumo, Kumish Limandios. So again, what happened? So the watchman denied liability. How did they liability? So the blind guy said, what do you want from me? I don't have sight. The crippled guy said, what do you want from me? I don't have right. Clearly couldn't do this. So what does the Baba Sabra do? Here I got the slow, but then also so the owner of the field literally again put the cripples one on the back of the blind one and judge them as one entity. So you're right, as individuals, there's no liability. But as a joint unit, you actually have responsibility. Making the Shema, the Zark of a group, the Zark of some Catholics. So every essentially says, right. The body by itself and the soul by itself, the both because we no liability. So what does Hashem do? He brings the Shema and literally he throws it into the book. The gun on some Catholics. And ultimately, again, those that had hands, he judges them as one entity. Yikra al Shamayim Me'al, Ve'al Ha'aretz Lovdin Amo. Yikra al Shamayim Me'al, he calls to the heavens above, Zun Shema, Ve'al Ha'aretz Lovdin Amo, and he calls to the earth for judgment together with it, Zehaduf. So what's really fascinating? So I'll tell you something amazing. Maybe it's like a position, it's so good, like it says, but still, it's not fair. Why should the Neshama be held liable for the sins of the body? I said, the end of the day, it's not the neshama that sins. It's the guf that sins. So why wouldn't the neshama be accountable for the sins of the body? This is what the Rebbe says. This is classic of the Yitzchak. The Rebbe says because the neshama didn't try hard enough to stop the body. Because sometimes what happens is when the body gets all revved up to commit the sin, the neshama's like, I'm out. That's not a bad thing for yourself. You understand, right? In other words, like, I'm out. I'm not doing this. I'm just like, I don't want to be a party to this. I don't want to be involved in this. And the neshama upsets itself. The lady says to the neshama, how dare you? How dare you? A chutzpah. You upset yourself and your body is struggling. Dafka, when the guf is struggling, that's when you need to be there even more. Dafka, when the fire are burning, that's when you have to be there even more. A chutzpah that you decide to walk away because now it's a little bit difficult. That says the Rebbe is why the neshama is held accountable for the sins of the body as well. You should have tried harder to stop them. When the struggle is most acute, that's not done. When you don't walk away, listen, there's such a profound saying, such a profound so human nature is I'm willing to be present, let us present in a relationship with other people, I'm ready to work on myself, whatever it might be. Until when? As long as it's okay, as long as it's manageable. But how often in life do you walk away from things because they get too difficult? Now again, obviously other friends in life you have to walk away from difficult circumstances. Of course. But more often than not, says the Rebbe, Dafka when it gets hardest, is that is when you have to be most present and you have to try hardest. The neshama is held culpable because when the body was struggling most, that's when the neshama really needed to be there. But instead the neshama upset itself. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. I'm going to do this Levi. I'm doing this at Levi. We're doing math. I'm going to use this. I was like, yeah, it's impossible. This is, seriously, for me, this is like with me either. It's like, you're switching to Amidiyom into the end of Sanhedrin, then again, Hashem, we'll put up the rest of the problems to us. And this is, I'm going to do this Levi. I'm doing this as Levi. And what's the fact that you see from these questions, these are not, I'm saying, sometimes more important questions between Jews and non-Jews and Jews. The questions are often baiting questions meant to somehow, poke holes in our theology. If you notice that, that's not the nature of these questions. Antoninus has actually like a real theological curiosity. It's just like a real world curiosity, which is why, by the way, Rebbe takes the time to answer so many of these questions because he recognizes this is not this is how far humanly curious.
That's good. So how did you find out about me?
How'd you find out about me? And set in the West.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I was.
Appreciation for this.
Oh, word, dog. Yeah. And you sent me a message.
Yeah, I sent you
Okay, let me make sure I follow you back. Yeah. Okay, so let me just make sure I understand who you are, what you do with Isaac Nash, and I'm following you back. Okay, so you are in the cryptocurrency, and all right. So let me send you a message that will kind of give you everything I tell you is free. But I want you to read it through, and it should make a lot of sense to you. You've already done some of the things that I advised in this message, which is like join my Discord. So if you would, go look at the message that I'm going to send you 4 messages. 3 of them are really long, so it'll take you a little bit to read through them. But once you're done, then I want you to
right? Rashi took over both sides. So if Rashi needs both sides of the
Let me,
debate,
yeah, let me know what you think. And it should be good advice for you to be able to expand your network and get a job and all the other good things that there are to do in life. So read through the message, go to your Twitter messages, and read through the 4 messages that I sent you. 3 of them are really long, 1 of them short, and 1 of them just kind of a concluding one. And then let's talk. Then you let me know what's going on, okay? Make sure that it makes sense to you.
At the end of every day. So beautiful. Shneimar, Tzva Shem Chamishtacha. Arle, Sisi Alga, Sisi Alga here, the TK Shem Hotel. So understand this. So ask Antoninus once again, why not allow the sun to come like mid sky? So rise in the east, come to mid sky,
Yes, sir.
bow there. So
Yes.
not bow there. In other words, bow there and then just set.
I already sent it. Go look at your messages in Twitter.
I understand it needs to make its way from east toward west.
Wait, right here. You let me know
Let it just
if it makes
come to the
sense.
sky, so to speak, bow down to like a set right there. Question which the Gemara says we should call them the overage drachim because of workers and travelers. I will say what does that mean actually? We should call them Dilukan Chayam Makshif Pitom. שכשפעמה באמצע רקיע מאירה ביוסר, וסור שעדיין יש שעות ביום, ויפול שם מלאכתו, עד שכשך עבר דרכים, נתנו היותם, מסע יחשוב, לבקש. Here's the problem. If the sun was set in the sky, so let's say this for practice. The way the sun currently works is the sun goes down gradually. People know, right? Workers know that the work is there, is coming to an end. Travelers know that they only have a certain amount of daylight left. If the sun were to set while it's mid-sky, this would curtail the workday. This would create a problem for the workday. This would create a problem for travelers. Therefore, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in order to allow people to work and in order to allow people to travel, allows the sun to continue across the sky and set more gradually in the west. So the sun setting in the west would serve a twofold purpose. Number 1, it bows to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and number 2, it allows the maximum amount of time for the travelers and the workers. So let's say what a tremendous Musar skill. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu want to maximize time for? What is that maximizing time for? Working and traveling. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants more than anything for us is to work hard and to work for as long as possible and to maximize our hours of productivity. Otherwise, it could cause the sun just to set in the middle of the sky. The whole reason why the sun travels from east to west and sets gradually, the whole reason is to give us more hours in the day to work, to give us more hours in the day to travel. What does it mean to travel? I'm at location A, I want to get to location B. Life is all about the travel. Life is all about the journey. Life is all about moving myself forward. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu maximizes time because what he wants more than anything from us is to work. He wants us operating on all cylinders. He wants us maximizing the workday. I'm talking about your career, like it could be your material career and your spiritual career. He wants us to journey. He wants us to stay in place. So he maximizes the way that the sun works. Incredible. So profound questions. So Danina says, by the way, when does the neshama come into the body? Which, by the way, just enough indicates to us that Antoninus believed in the neshama. He believed in the soul. So he asks, when does a person receive their neshama? Mishas Pekida or Mishas Isira? So I'll say, so Pekida means literally again at the beginning of the pregnancy. Now, Rashi points out, remember again, the beautiful Gemara in Sefer Nida, the Gemara says that when a woman becomes pregnant, so the malach takes the tipa. So the tipa sounds like literally again, I don't know, what do you call it? At the beginning of pregnancy, what is it? Fetus, embryo, a blast. Okay, good. Fantastic. So the malach takes the blast and he goes ahead and he brings it before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And he says, what is this? That's called Pikita. Because Pikita means to remember, that's where the malach is saying to Hashem, what is this baby going to be? Santinius asks Rebbe, when does the baby get its neshama? Is it at that moment, like when it's the blast? Or maybe no, when it takes on, Sira means literally again, is more of like a form of a human being. Like the baby looks, or the fetus looks like a baby. So the Gemara says, so Rebbe says it's from the time that the baby is more well formed. Okay, so Amalei, so Anthony says doesn't make any sense. Extra chaticha shabasa omedesh lo shiyomim v'lo melach. Veina masrachas. So again, he says it can't be. This is, for example, a piece of meat, right? You can't leave a piece of meat out for 3 days and it won't go bad. In other words, it needs salt. It needs a preservative in order to keep it. So Antoninus was saying was everything that exists needs a preservative. So just like meat needs salt, so how does the blast, right? How does the fetus exist at any point in time without a neshama? It must be instead. It must be Allah Mishas Pekida. So Antoninus says to Rebbe, it must be that the neshama comes into the fetus already from the time that it's a basra, from the moment of inception. So Amar Rebbe said, Davar Zen Andani Antoninus. Look at this. So what's this incredible? Rebbe said, Antoninus, you're right. Right, singlet. Right. And furthermore, there's a pasuk that backs up Antoninus. What's the pasuk? So the Gemara says, Rebbe Shnei Amar, Upekuda Sefa Shamra Ruchi. So literally again, so the darshan from Pshas Pekida, from the moment of Pekida to the moment of Malach, brings the peak of the track of our Baruch Hu, Shamra Ruchi. My ruach preserves me. My ruach keeps me. Which I was say seems to indicate that the neshama is given to the entity in its initial blast form. Incredible. Maybe say it's harsh about that. Okay, so now that we spoke about neshama, so when does a person get the Yitzhara? So mishas yitzira or mishas yitzia? So interestingly enough, so here the question is it from the time maybe that the embryo, that the fetus is formed, the baby is formed, or is that there's sinews, there's flesh, or the time that the baby comes out of its mother, exits its mother. Says, I'm sorry, Mishas Yisira, so Rabbi says, I responded, from the time that the fetus is formed in utero, ultimately, and that's when there's Yitzhara. So then it says, doesn't make sense. When the came born to my if that's the case, the fetus would kick its way out of its mother. Which I will say, so to hear this, see, the baby had a Yitzhara, the fetus had a Yitzhara, it would kick its way out of its mother. Which tells you something amazing. What does the Yitzhara do? What does the Yitzhara do? The Yitzhara causes us to kick. It causes us to kick. The entire essence of the Yitzhara is to break down boundaries. Right? In other words, so the Yitzhara says, okay, I know that this is us, so I don't care. I know that I'm not allowed to do this, I don't care. That's not the Yitzhara. But here's the interesting idea. The Yitzhara has a very profound use as well. Because if I somehow am able to take that energy of the Yitzhara and channel it in the right way, then suddenly now I have what? I have a cloth inside of me that breaks down boundaries, which, by the way, can be the most incredible engine of growth. Like, everything is about how you harness that power. So again, Antonina says it can't be the baby has the Yitzhara, because literally it would kick its way out of the womb. It must be that it receives the Yitzhara when it comes into this world. Rebbe says, so Rebbe once again agrees with Antonina, says, you're right. He says, you're absolutely right. Right? It must be that the baby receives it when exiting. And ultimately, again, there is a pasuk that supports this as well. Shneimar, the pasuk chatos yovetz. The pasuk says that literally, again, sin awaits you at the entrance. Now, of course, again, this is talking about Cain. This pasuk is by Cain, but it's a metaphor. The pasuk chatos is at the opening, at the entry to the world. Chatos, sin crouches. The Yitzhara is there. And I must say, this seems to be the adopted approach. It's not very interesting. That the Yitzhara comes about ultimately again when we enter into this world. I will say that this is so that first of all, it's interesting to see, and we know this from our own lives. Now, what does the Yitzhara do? The Yitzhara gets me to kick down boundaries. But again, if I can harness that, if I can channel that, then what a profound engine for personalistic growth. Our Gemara says, Rish Lakish is contrasted to Psukim. And one says on one side, so Bam, Iver, Kisea, Arav Yobadas, Yachta, Uksiv, as Yitalik, Ayo, Kisea, literal Basham, Ilang, Shinifku, Midbar, Nai, Binafalim, Barava. So one says, interestingly enough, two different Psukim that refer to the Messianic era. So the Gemara wrote it together. So one pasuk seems to indicate that people come back with all of their physical blemishes. The other pasuk seems to indicate that people come back healed. Which I will say is one of the questions that we have. We started writing yesterday that, like, how do people come back to discuss and make clothed, unclothed? Do they come back with their injuries, with their blemishes, with their disabilities? Like, how do people come back? To which the Gemara says, you're right, okay, it's only the reality, we come back again with our movement, but then we are healed back, which is powerful. Incredible. I will say now, why not just come back healed? Because again, there's a greater appreciation when you come back with all of your injuries, right? I come back with all of my broken kite. I come back with all of it. And then in Trias Amisim, who goes there and heals me, that's true.
Yes, sir.
That's what I do. Ula Ramim Ula brings down to say second white line. And Tzadik Aleph on his Ula Ila Hamal is that's after Mach Hashem.
You're welcome, my friend. Now go do it. And if you have questions, come back to me and I'll help you, okay?
Okay, sir. I'm gonna go right now.
Excellent work, my man. You just come back here.
One puzzle seems to indicate there's
Excellent.
no
Sounds
more
like a
death.
plan, man.
Other puzzles seems to indicate that no, there will be death. But when a person dies at 100,
Take care,
it'll be
my
like
friend.
the death of a young person. There's something will be much longer, but there will still be death. So which one is it? Lokasha, can be saw come out big go. What is about Jews on not Jews? Apparently, again, by Jews there will be death, by non-Jews there will be death. I have over there go up in Mabao Hassan. What are non-Jews doing in Yemos Mashiach? Like what? Or just interesting. Like, is there testing for non-Jews? Like, what is that? So the Gemara says. My Baal Hassan. Hanak Tsibahu. Va'andu Sarin. Ru'usan Achan Ibnineka and Karmakor. Because again, apparently there will be non-Jews. First of all, there's a whole discussion in terms of like righteous Gentiles. What they have, both in Olam Haba and Yemos Mashiach. And interestingly enough, this person to reflect the idea that Yemos Mashiach is much more of like a spiritual experience in which we will have others to tend to our material needs. So there'll be a Gentile population to attend to the material needs of Am Yisrael. We'll be fully focused ultimately again on the spiritual growth. But what's interestingly enough, this is embedded in the whole sub-mathematics, which is what is the Messianic era and what is it? Is it like this supernatural world, or is it pretty much all of the regular world? So again, that's the backdrop of this discussion. That's the backdrop to like what happens with sickness, what happens with death, right? Clothes, unclothed, all of these things are being embedded in that backdrop as to what exactly does the Messianic era look like. Because whenever the Gemara has these machlokes, the Gemara always quotes the same passage, which is I am the Rasa and I never saw it except through Yeshua. In other words, we have these machlokes, these questions are fascinating, but at the end of the day, what's the answer? What's the answer? We'll know when we know. We'll know when we know. Okay. With this one, it's it. But this is what I also context of Susan. The Kafar Labara, who both Shah, Kimala Hashem Sivatas, Siv, Vaya Arhavana, Torachama, Borachama, you Shiva Sayin, or Shiva Sayat. What is interesting enough. There's two different super. First person seems to indicate that the luminaries, the sun and the moon, will actually be darkened in the Messianic era. The second person seems to indicate that they'll shine even brighter, and even the moon will shine as bright as the sun. So which one is it? Which one is it? The Gemara says it's hard. Lokasha, Kalimos Mashiach, Kalolam Haba. As also this is interesting. One is talking about the Messianic era, and one is talking about ultimately again. Yemos Mashiach. So what does this mean? So apparently, Yemos Mashiach in Olam Haba, there's the light of Hashem. Where there is only the light of Hashem, the light of the luminaries is dim. Yemos Mashiach, that's when all the luminaries will shine bright. Shmuel, the Amr Ein Bein Olam Hazal Yemos Mashiach, Other Shiva Dolios Birbat. But according to Shmuel, he says that there is no distinction between this world and the Messianic era, except Shiva Dolios. It wasn't Shiva Dolios literally means we're not in a state by any other nation. But more than that, it means everyone leaves us the heck alone. Right? Everyone leaves us alone. Which, by the way, would be the greatest good of all time. Right? We don't need your help, we don't need your love, we don't need this. Just leave us alone. That's Shiva Malchus. Plus, of course, there's a recognition, ultimately, again, of the oneness of our perspective. So how do you understand this whole thing about the luminaries? Lakasha, Kamamaka, and Sadiqin, Kamamaka, and Shina. Which is beautiful. So to speak, in the world to come, in the camp of the Shina, so you don't need to the devotion of itself shines bright. In the camp of the Sadiqin, that's where the luminaries shine even brighter. Incredible. Rava Rami Sid, so Rava contracted with Sukin, Ani, Anisra'ak, now Sid, Machatzti, Ani, Erba. So what's interesting? So the Pasuk says, literally Hashem says, I brought death and I will bring back to life. Machasti, I broke and I will heal. So the Gemara says, Mashi name is Ani Chaya, but other Mashi Mechazdi Ani Erba. Shmuel says, that which I took life from, I will give life to, and that which I broke, I will heal. This is back to the Gemara said before. But how does Tchias and Mason work? Where Tchias and Mason works is first, they are brought back to life. They're brought back to life with all of their health issues, handicaps, problems, challenges, and then what happens? Then HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes and heals them. Almost like to amplify the miracle of Tchias and Mason. That again, they come back how we were, and then ultimately again it's very process. Of course, those are the one part that we don't discuss every year, which is interesting. It's the $5 million question. How old are we? Like, when we come back, like, what is it? I come back a little younger. You know, like, it'd be nice. So that, again, so I was like I said, remember, as many of these questions, there's a million other things, right? You know, Hashem is asked, like, a person who's married more than once, right? Who do they come back with? It's a little awkward, like the nice, like how does that? Like, so there's like a lot of stuff, or what if you want to have it the first time around? Like again, like the second chance, they do things a little bit differently. So there's a lot of discussions with this. So like I said, the Gemara is not attempting to give us insight and give us a window, but at the end of the day, remember, it's always going to be the picture is always going to be incomplete. So the Gemara goes back, I'm the stock, yeah. So ultimately Hashem says, I caused death when I bring back to life. Sorry, maybe it means Hashem causes some people to die, other people to live. So the Gemara says, yeah, Shalom Noah. So Hashem says, literally, I broke and I will heal. Not making it to report back on, just like breaking and healing is talking about the same person. So too again, life and death is also in the same person. You can't show the woman being Tchias and Mason. And I will say this serves as a proof to Tchias and Mason. Incredible. Tanya, I'm already there. How do we know about resurrection of the death in the Torah? I will say this is fascinating because here the Gemara is now quoting the passage from the Torah. Right, up until now, most of the psukim, except for most of the psukim, as you can see, are from nothing. How do we know it doesn't love you? How do we know? Because we have no idea what they're talking about, right? So that's the first shiraya that it's from nothing. Right? So the Gemara says this follows. So now I have a passage from the Torah. Yashir Moshe Yisrael Shira Hazos. So then, right, then it says, then Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. Sharlo Yamar. It doesn't say they sung, right? It doesn't say as Shar Moshe and Yisrael. Moshe and Yisrael sung the song. Rather, Yashir, future tense. What's the future tense? We can. This is a proof that right? Future tense that there will be a time in the future that Moshe and Klal Yisrael will sing. Yosef and Baba singing again. As Yivnei Yoshua Mizbeach Lashem, Yoshua will build on his back for Hashem. One of them, I thought you say, he built rather every year. We come into so what this represents is maybe something in the future when these great people will do these things. There'll be a time in the future when Moshe Rabbeinu will sing. Moshe Rabbeinu is dead. So how Moshe Rabbeinu will sing? Because Yoshua will build. Yoshua is dead. So how did Yoshua build? As even Shlomo interestingly enough, the pasuk says that Shlomo Melech is actually a crazy pasuk. Shlomo Melech built a mizbeach for Kamosh, who was one of the deities, one of the idolatries of Moab. Does that mean that Shlomo will build an actual mizbeach for Avodah Zarah? Elo ma'ala ala pasuk. That's a different pasuk. Shlomo Melech never had to build a mizbeach for Avodah Zarah. So why does it say Shlomo Melech did not curb the Avodah Zarah appetites of his wives, and as a result, his wives worshipped idolatry in his home, and he did nothing to stop it. Because he did nothing to stop his error behavior in his home, it's how accountable as if he did it himself. Incredible. I'll never show you. From where do we know about Tchias and Mason? Torah says the Shneimar Ashrei Yoshvei Veisecha Od Yalalu Chaseva. It's a beautiful telling. So literally, praiseworthy are those who dwell in the home. All the Yalalu Chaseva, right? They will go ahead and praise you. So the Gemara says, in the Lucha Lomar, it doesn't say they praise you present, rather what does it say? Ela Yehalalucha, future tense. They will praise you. They will praise you. They come from us missing that Torah. So what is this future praising? Future praising is without Mr. Tkesam. So beautiful. Says the Gemara, show lady, beautiful Gemara. Paul says, whoever says Shira, in this world, will be privileged ultimately again to sing Shira in the world to come. Shne'emar, Ashrei Yoshe Yisrael, Odiyav L'Chasal. So there's so much to say about this Gemara. What does it mean if you sing Shira in this world? You sing praise in this world. Ultimately, again, you'll see it because it's one of those pieces. And all the Haba, and all this, though, when you say, the only Haba you have is a direct reflection of the Olam Hazeh you create for yourself. There's another piece to this as well. Let's say, what is Olam Haba? What is Olam Haba? Rambam writes, Olam Haba is Tzadikim Yoshvim, Va'ataraseyam Barashem V'neren is V'ashkina. So ultimately, again, the righteous sit, like they sit around the deeds of the eternal, the good deeds on the head, and they derive benefit from the Shekhinah. That's all happened. I will say, there's sometimes a person gets down there, is there like a tea room? Is there like a shleki coming? Is it full of liquor? Is that it? Is that it? A lot of times you see, yeah, that sounds really good. Right. Olam Haba is at the end of the day, you value a relationship with Hashem and Olam Haba. If a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not my priority in this world, then Olam Haba doesn't look all that appealing. Because all Olam Haba is connection to Hashem. So if that is something that I value in this world, and I strive for in this world, then Olam Haba is something amazing. But if Olam Hazeh really is much more all about the material, and all about the enjoyment, and all about the stuff, and all about the acquisitions, which are beautiful and important, but if that's pretty much what life is all about, Olam Haba is a big letdown. So what's this? It's interesting. If you want to enjoy Olam Haba, the Olam Hazeh has to look a certain way. And that's the best thing over here as well. If you see Shira in this world, if your world, if this life is about connecting to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but at the end of the day, Olam Haba is great. If not, Olam Hazeh really is just about the material, or just about the mundane. Olam Haba doesn't sound all that exciting to you. Now the guest and Asim in Torah, Shneimar, we don't there's no support Torah, Shneimar, called to Pach and Nosu called Yachta Yirayim. Really low Ne'amar El Yirayim. The time with guest and Asim in Torah. So once again, the voices of Sofach are those of the Nevi'im, of those who see you. Right? They will go ahead and call out Yirayim, they will praise you future tense. Once again, future tense not present. So if you have Abba Amar Yochanan, Asidim called Nevi'im, Omen, Shira B'Kala. It's so beautiful. In the future, all of the Nevi'im will say Shira with one voice. Shnei Amar, called Sofach and Nasi, called Yachtav Yonim. Those are happy to finish that. All the Nevi'im speaking in one voice. Right? All the leaders of God speaking in one voice. How incredible is that? How overwhelming is that? How beautiful. That's the most interesting. And now, again, as you saw, remember, every Nevi'im was different. We saw this already before. It's nevertheless speaking in one voice like this. I'm reviewing Amar Kol Moya Halacha B'Kamid. He goes home and not for us ourselves. So this is the president is capable of teaching Torah, but withholds their Torah from their Talmud. Withholds Torah from the Talmud. Now, we'll say this could be a Rebbe, this could be a parent, this could be anyone. I have the ability to impart Torah upon someone, but I don't do it. I withhold it. It's as if you're stealing that person's inheritance. So we'll say, so again, I have the ability to convey Torah to someone, I don't convey it. It's as if I'm stealing their inheritance. Shneimar Torah Tziva Moshe Morasha Kizilas Yaakov. Morasha is the phone from Sheish Meirusha. So listen, you hear how that was Torah. So Morasha is an inheritance. It's our inheritance from the beginning of time. From Sheishes we made Meirushes. Rashi points out there rising in Sheishes Meirushes. So again, Rashi points out the Sid Meirushes Bara is Shira Torah Shneimar Meirushes. So Rashi first Rashi and Sarah. Gracious Bara, what is the gracious? In the beginning, Hashem created The shvit rachis is a contraction. The shvil rachis. Because of that which was created first, HaKadosh Baruch Hu created the world. Torah, the world was created for Torah. Torah was given to Klal Yisrael, and therefore, again, if I withhold the Torah from someone, like you give it to me, it's I'm taking their inheritance. I'm not going to buy from Israel. I'm not going to Chasidah. Kalmanei halacha b'Talmud. If a Rebbe withholds halacha from a Talmud, no, a Rebbe has the ability to teach a Talmud, and he doesn't. So, I feel a bridge to a night you know Talmud says. Such a Rebbe is cursed even by fetuses in utero. Thanks. Shnei Amar, Monei Bar Tabet Tzadik Beis, Monei Bar, Yikavolo. Ve'im la'ol ala uprin la'omi different fetuses Shnei Amar ula'ol la'omi amatz. Ve'im kavo ala klala kavo in his presence Shnei Amar ma'akol. No kavod here by the they bar on the Torah, right? Bar in search and bar, lush to bar pen. So what's that? What does this mean? What does this mean? Someone who doesn't this is like someone who's Michal Shabbos, who's cursed even by fetuses. So the Rebbe didn't teach the Torah, and therefore what? And therefore he's cursed even by the fetuses. What's the shock of that? This is sometimes the worst thing that a person can do is opportunity from someone else. We make the mistake that sometimes the greatest things we accomplish are things we do for ourselves. And that's not true. Sometimes the greatest things you do in life is the growth that you enable in the other. When you do something for someone else, what is it we're talking about here? A Rebbe has an opportunity to teach a Talmud. A Rebbe has an opportunity to give over halacha to a Talmud, which means you have the ability to be the enabler of someone else's growth. And I don't do that, that's an abdication of the highest level of personal responsibility. That's my avoid. Our avoid in life is not going to enable our own growth, but to enable the growth of others. And failure to do so, the world curses you for that. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like, Ula bar Yishmael Omar, Menakvin also tikava. If you don't if you withhold Torah from a student, literally again, so it means they pierce you like a sieve. Okay, I was saying that what Rashi points out is when you pierce like a sieve, it means you forget your learning. Just like that, if you put something into a sieve, the contents filter through. A Rebbe who doesn't share his Torah with other people loses his learning. Because if he doesn't share it, then what does that show? It shows that he thinks that his Torah is his. Torah is not yours. Nothing is mine. Nothing belongs to us. Everything that Hashem gives me, whether it's my money that He gives me ultimately to do good for others, or again, it's my Torah that He gives me to convey to others. That's the whole of life. And therefore, if I don't share my Torah with others, ultimately, I lose it. Ula bar Yishmael Omar Menakvin knows, but Ksiv Hafa, Yikavu La'om, Ksiv Hasam, Vayikov for the Dalto. Va'omar Abaye, Ki Ochla Yikitsiv. Literally perforated like a long word. All right? In Lumdo, and what happens if you teach someone Torah? Shema says, this is all the punishment if you withhold Torah. What happens if a Rebbe fulfills his obligation and teaches his Talmidim Torah? What's his reward? Amar Shei says, Zocha Lebirchas Yosef. Rachos Ki Yosef. This is incredible. So such a Rebbe, and when we say a Rebbe, I just want to point out, a Rebbe doesn't have to be a rabbi, doesn't have to be a Rebbe, right? A Rebbe is anyone who has the ability to give over Torah to someone. So you take your Torah and you share Torah. I can't tell you how important this is. One of the most incredible things that sometimes we don't realize that we have the ability to do is to have a chavrusa with someone. And especially sometimes, again, there are different types of chavrusas. Sometimes there were some chavrusa and both of them are on the same level. When you have chavrusa with someone and you have the opportunity to really help someone grow in their learning, you become a Rebbe. It's a Rebbe chavrusa. It's a Rebbe chavrusa partnership. And I will say that is the most profound thing. We think whenever we see these Gemaras, we automatically shift. Oh, he's talking about a Rebbe, a rabbi, a Rebbe. No, this is every single one of us. If you take all of us have Torah, and all of us can convey it. And if you convey that Torah, what happens? Zocha L'Birchas Ki Yosef. You are privileged to have brachos like Yosef, Shnei Amar, the bracha l'rosh mashpir, ve'in mashpir elo Yosef. That's what it says, Shnei Amar, Yosef Rashalit ala Aretz. So what's the pshat? What's the pshat if someone shares their Torah, they get brachas like Yosef? Why not bracha like Avram? Why bracha like Yosef? What was the entire abode of Yosef? Yosef took his brachas. What did Yosef do with his brachas? What did he do with it? He shared it with everyone else. That was the entire essence of Yosef. But Yosef, after everything that he had been through, had every right to say, forget about the rest of you. If I'm not going to take revenge, I'm not helping you. I'm not doing anything for you. But instead, Every single bracha that comes Yosef's way, what does he do? He takes it and he uses it to help the other. That was Yosef. That was Yosef Hatzaddik. Rav Sheshes. Kalamalami is beautiful. Kalamalami Torah Ba'olam Hazeh. Zocha u'malam b'di olam haba. Wow. Once they ever teaches Torah in this world, is Zocha to teach it in the world to come. Now, by the way, what does that mean? Again, once again, remember, we always come back to our question of what's olam haba. What does it mean? Is olam haba where you go when you die? Is olam haba the messianic era? Either way, it's really good. Either way, it's really good. Right? They also say that if you teach Torah in this world, because you're going to teach Torah olam haba as well. Which will say, hopefully means also that the people you learn Torah with, that the American Shem will be so to learn in this world the next world. Also, can you imagine if we have our Chabura, if we have our Shem in olam haba? I feel like we'll be able to move faster, right? I don't know to move faster. But American Shem will say, how incredible would that be? So you know, goes like the Shnei Amar. Pasuk says, so Malam there's no time in Olam Haba. At least in the afterlife of death, right? That'll be better. So Umar Gam Uyora. Amarava. So once again, you see this fixation. By the way, for Tchesanes, right? I don't know if there's any other Gemara that tries to bring so many rayas for a concept, right? This is now already 3 blot. Feels like 7 blot. That's actually 1.5 blot. Right, so 1.5 blot in, right? That again, minayim. So first of all, because again, the notion of Tchesanes is such an incredibly important episode that the Gemara wants to find as many proofs for it as we can. So that's Tchesanes min haTorah. Shnei Amar, Yechi Ruven va'al Yamos. Ruven will not die. Parshas Vayechi. Yechi Ruven ba'olam hazeh. No, not Parshas. Sorry. So it's not bracha. It's not the bracha. It's Yaakov. The bracha is the Moshe Rabbeinu. Yechi Ruven va'al Yamos. Yechi Ruven ba'olam hazeh. Ruven will live in this world. Va'al Yamos li'olam haba. He will not die in the world to come. You know, Amar Alpha. Rabbeinu says from here. The Rabbi Mishir had masafar yakitsu. Elu lechai olam ve'elu lechar fosu l'diron. So say incredibly enough, a number of these attributes from Daniel are actually quite explicit, right? So many of those who sleep in the earth will wake back up, some to the world to come and some for degradation. Rashi only Rashi says from here, the Atal Lech indicates the Taroch v'tamol l'garlech ha'kitz ha'yam. And now ultimately again, you go to your place and rest, but stand right, literally again, return the Garalacha, is a return for your destiny at the end of the day. So it's actually interesting because a number of these psukim, we actually say the Kfura. This is actually the pasuk that we say after the Kfura is completed. Before the Avilim leave the kever and walk back through the shul, walk back through the line, we actually, it's not halacha, but it's a minute. Many have the minute to actually recite this pasuk, addressing it to the neshama. However, Lazar, called Parne is a shamanic as a siva v'nachas. Any leader who leads his flock, who leads his tzibor v'nachas. Now, what does nachas mean? Nachas means with a gentle kite. A gentle kite is not yelling, is not screaming, is not fire and brimstone, not meaning, they're not v'nachas. So such a person like this is zocha to lead that tzibor olam haba as well. I will say these Gemaras really seem to indicate that Olam Haba is a reference to Messianic era, right? Post Tchias Mason era. Shnei Amar Kimerachim in Hagim Va'amagui Ma'ina. Remember that, you go there. Shnei Token Shnei Dea. Wisdom. Now we're going to define what wisdom is in a little bit. Wisdom is great. Why? Because it was given between, it literally means between 2 letters. What it actually means is between 2 names of Hashem. Shnei Amar Kel Deos Hashem. So once they see that, Deos is mentioned in the middle of Kel and Hashem. So the Gemara says that's incredible if something is given over between 2 names of the Rebbe. Says Gadol Mikdash. They say Mikdash is Shnitan Dein Shnei Osios because it is over between 2 names of Hashem. Shnei Alta Hashem Mikdash Hashem. So the Mikdash is sandwiched between 2 names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Maskif le'Ravada, Maskif le'Ravada, Karchino Elamei Gidol Nekama, Shenitva Ben Shnei Osios. Oh, you're going to use that model. Then Nekama, vengeance. Vengeance is also great because vengeance is given between 2 names of Hashem. Siv, Kel, Nekamos, Hashem. Right? The pasuk says, right? Kel Nekamos Hashem, Kel Nekamos Sophia. So Amalei, the Milse, Achinam, great. By the way, vengeance has its place. Absolutely. Vengeance, as much as we always think about vengeance as a negative thing, vengeance is not a negative thing. Sometimes vengeance is very powerful, very appropriate. So why do I need two revelations? Hofah, right, means like a revelation. So why two revelations? That doesn't say revelation twice. That's just as Sophia works. And it says Nakama twice. Almost like two revelatory Nakama moments. So what is that mean? So the Gemara says Achas Lamida Tova, Achas Lamida Paronis. So one ultimately again will say could be like a vengeance for good and a vengeance for bad. So a vengeance for good could be like a Baruch will repays good. Right, to take revenge means to or it can also mean that sometimes, like we said before, sometimes vengeance is good. Sometimes vengeance is in our favor, especially when it's taken out on those who have oppressed us. And sometimes vengeance has a shalom can be punitive in nature. So I'm Rabbi Lazar, call Adam Sheish Bodeh, of course, is beautiful Gemara. Call any person who has Deah, who has understanding, it's as if the Beis Hamikdash was built in his days. Shezeh, the Gemara says why? Shezeh nitim ben shnei osios, v'zeh nitim ben shnei osios. Because ultimately, again, as we just said before, Deah is between two names of Hashem, and Mikdash is between Hashem. Now, what that means, what exactly that means, any person who has Deah, has wisdom, which is the Beis Hamikdash was rebuilt, we're going to come back to that Gemara, so you can underline it and go back to it after we get a working definition of really what Deah means. Fine. Okay. Yeah. To give it a few more minutes. I'm Rabbi Lazar. Actually, right now. I'm Rabbi Lazar. For Adam Sheish Bodeh, the Sof and Sasha. Any person who is there will become wealthy. Shnei Amar. Ubidas Arudim Yimadu Kolhom. You carve in them. I'm Rabbi Lazar. For Adam Shein Bodeh, Aslu Lakanara. Any person who doesn't have Deah. Any person who doesn't have Deah, ultimately, again, you can't have Rachmanis on him. Shnei Amar. Kilo Ambinasu. Akim Bo Yirachamenu Aseo B'Yotzei Leifon. Rabbi Lazar. Called Hanosim Pita Mishin Bodeh. You swim by Allah. Where it gives bread to someone who doesn't have Deah, ultimately, again, bad things will happen. It's very interesting. You can't go and doesn't have Deah. I'm saying what's the shot with this? What's the shot with this? What's the Deah? What's this? So what you think about this, just from perspective, what is more component of this? Right? What is like the most what's wisdom? So let's remember again, Chazal, notice how much we about Havdalah in Esrei. Chazal says, where did Chazal put Havdalah? Where does Havdalah go? Atachonin la'adam ba'as. The most basic concept of balance is the ability to be not the ability to distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. That is in its most before you get into all the deeper layers of what wisdom actually means, what wisdom means on its most core level is right and wrong. I can distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. I can distinguish between Kodesh and Chol. And I will say that is essential. That every single thing has the ability to do. You know, to be a chacham, because remember again, there's chachma, there's bina, there's okay. So chachma, bina, those might be higher levels, and maybe not every person has the ability to access them. But to have doubts, to be the kind of person who knows what's right and what's wrong, and to make the right decisions in life, every single person has the ability to meet that threshold. And failure to do so is only one person's fault, and that's mine. And that's like Chazal say, if somebody doesn't have Deah, don't have Rachmanis on them. Don't have Rachmanis on them. Why? Because they're hurting themselves. They're not a victim of anything. They're hurting themselves. Someone doesn't have Deah, don't give them bread. Right? Why? Because you are enabling an early lifestyle. It was a person has to have basic moral codes through which they know what's right and what's wrong. And if they don't have that, if you help them, you're enabling them to continue on that broken path. And that's what the Gemara says over here. As I always says, any person who has Deah, right? Ultimately, again, because we said at the end of the day, there's only really one thing I need in this world to be successful. Deah. I have to know what's kosher, what's trade, what's tamei, what's tahar, what's kodesh, what's chol, what's mutter, what's asr, what's tov, what's ra. As long as I have that, I'm good. I'm good. The rest, I'll acquire or I won't. And as long as I have Daya, I will be successful. Conversely, I don't have Daya. I don't have Daya. Number one, if I don't have Daya, it's my fault. Don't blame it on anyone else. If I don't have Daya, it's my fault. For you to acquire it, it's the highest level of personal is the point. You can't even help out a person like that. Such an overwhelming and incredible Daya. And that's how the Gemara says, sorry, this is like the Gemara. I'm not realizing it. Let's say people shame about Daya. That's why again, if you give your bread to someone who doesn't have Daya, you, the giver, will suffer. Why? Because you are enabling someone. You are enabling someone to continue down the wrong path in life. Shne'emar, lach l'chal yasimu mazor tachtecha, be'tfuna be'mazor al yisur shne'emar, vayar varis chayav, yihudas nazar, v'amar v'lazar. Kol adam she'im bo deya, sofa gola. The person who doesn't have deya, all to be exiled. Makes a lot of sense. Why? Because they will say, if I don't have deya, chances are I won't be able to build a solid life. I won't be able to build a relationship. You don't know what's right and what's wrong. You can't build relationships. It's as simple as that. Because like there are people don't refuse, not that they care, they refuse to see right from wrong. They make every single excuse why what they're doing is okay, even though it's clearly not. Can't build relationships, can't build a home, can't build a life. That's something called self-gola. Self-gola. We'll be one under Shneimar, Lachin Gola Amin Mikvita, some of us are Kalai Shein Bodiri Torah, Shma Babalai, Esham Ross, once another family That's data. Once like this is a ridiculous Gemara. Any home in which words of Torah are not heard in at night, so any home in which there's not Torah learning at night, Ish Ochrasa, fire will consume it. Shneimar, Kol Choshech Tamil Tzfunav, Tohleo Ish, Nanofeach Yara, Surid Ba'al Halot. Vein Surid Al Ham Chacham, but fine. Listen, so what does that mean? Any home in which Torah is not learned at night, fire will consume it. That's a pretty strong thing. Especially as it tells us, it's very important to read, in addition to coming to shul for night singing. Beautiful inspiration, which again, everybody has an obligation for night singing. Even if it's for 15 minutes, everybody has an obligation for night singing. It's not a shed, it's not like, I'll dabble in this. It's a hard call now, but give a chamuros, right? So you have to have night singing. Really, it's actually not something that I need just to come to this even if it's just for a couple of minutes. I stop my money with this medrash. But in addition to that, the person also has to learn at home. The person has to have Torah in their house. Right? And it's so important for so many different reasons. A wife should see her husband learning Torah. Children should see their father learning Torah. The walls of my home should see me learning Torah. So what's the pshat when the Gemara says over here that any home in which Torah is not learning at night, fire consumes it? Perhaps it means like this. Night is always a metaphor for difficulties. Like that's like Laila is always a metaphor for difficulties. The rest of the Gemara is like this. Kol bayis, she'ein divrei Torah nishma'an kol bala. Right? So any home in which Torah is not heard at night. In other words, any home where things become difficult, the Torah stops. Like in other words, as soon as it becomes Laila, as soon as life becomes difficult, the first thing that kind of goes away is Torah. Just understand, Eish of Lasa. Fire, not literal fire. Fire is also destructive. Destructive forces will consume it. If during difficult periods in life, the first thing that gets stopped is spirituality, just understand the fire of the negative circumstances, around the circumstances, will consume that home. The staying power of a home, the staying power of anything in life, is rooted in its connection to this. So if even during the Laila periods of life, there is Torah in my home, there is Torah in my life, then I will be safe from the gravity effects of even the most difficult of life circumstances. Conversely, if in the moment that difficulty set in, the first thing that goes is Torah, the first thing that stops is Torah, then Eshach Rasa. Then the fire of every single difficult circumstance will ultimately consume me, consume my home, and consume all the circumstances. So we'll have to stop over incredible tomorrow. We'll have to stop over here. Shkoya. Fathers of the Bible, we did more than a blot today. Fantastic. Right, wrong blot, but that's a detail. I think much shorter. Gemara. Everyone. Such a not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Oh, what's it? All right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like bisexual, it means that you love to be just
So again, you see that we're trying to go coloring. This is when we're going to the studio of trying to find some type of scriptural illusion to get some take from the that this is going to color. So when we ever last yesterday, there's a passage that says, in the second millennium of Trumas Hashem is Aaron of Christ. You shall get Truma to Aaron. Now what was it? Very interesting. Aaron received many things in life. One thing he never ever received was Truma. Why? Because Truma only brings no something he goes out to serve. And Aaron never made into others to serve. So at the end of the day, the only thing what he received, but ultimately again you give Truma to Aaron. So you were again looking at the possibility that cancellation. So the Gemara says the Jewish, so one of those guys, when you talk about Aaron, so what does it mean? You have to give Truma to someone like Aaron, you know? Not Aaron, but Akon or Khalil. Just like Aaron is a couple, it's just like Aaron is a couple. And therefore knows how to go ahead and deal with Truma in the appropriate way. So certainly when you have to get to the couple. I'm sure I'm going to do it. Let's say that you're going to play a lot of how do you give Truma to a couple years later. So right now, the only ocean is right. Let's say, most of the time, we will get less capacity because again, the way the possibilities is, you give them the behind, so it should be strong in the Torah of the Lord's Lord. How do you call Maxi B'Shas Hashem? Whoever is holding it, worthy of him, the Lord's Lord, each one of us has a portion of Truma to say the Maxi B'Shas Hashem, whoever is not holding strong in the Torah of Hashem's Bible, there's a something, you really tear the heart to need it so much of you give chino to a point on the second, really sees the individual really gets a big point. And you have to after before you give chino to it, is causing the death of that person. It makes you point you on so it's fascinating about all of this is just a very interesting motif how again these cases, you think that giving too much of the point, of course, is an objective. So give is only something they knows what to do with it. Don't have to handle the gift. I said, in fact, why you're going to legacy sold their life about when you give what to be sold a heritage, not give your children a beautiful brother for a parent to give something as long as what? The child who knows the biggest technology to go and be attractive and nice at the end. It's not the parental gift, and instead it's creating tremendous liability. One goes back to kind of, and so somebody says, United States is in a type. Where can we find, again, a biblical illusion to transformation? Shinema, the Ghana community as species, very interesting. The Eton will six Lohen as Eretz Canaan. The Pasuk says, and I will establish, I will uphold my personal covenant with them to give to them Lohen to them, right? Does Lohen mean Lohen? Very interesting. The Pasuk doesn't say, the Shvatim doesn't say, I'm upholding my covenant to give you Lohen, rather it says Lohen to them. Please the them. If you look at Rashi, you see Rashi on the right side, about halfway down, Elohim, actually a little more than halfway down. Elohim, the Mashma Shefia HaKadosh Baruch Hu La'avasihu, Avram, Yitzchak, Yaakov, Sheyitin Lahem Eretz Yisrael. V'chi Lahem Yitno, Alo L'bnei Yitno. So the Pasuk makes it sound as such a thing to the Pasuk that again, Abraham was talking to Adam Yisrael, who was alive at the time, and he was Lashon of what? Of Lachem, to you. Lachem means to get. And what do you see? The ultimate Yitzchak and Yaakov units. Yes, amazing. So the Gemara says, fine. Beautiful. Yes, I can have the conversation with us again. You're going to see these terms in colors, how they interchange. As we're going to see that they really refer to different levels of etiquette. To say, people who don't believe in certain sources and distinctions. Show the meanings from the Obiya. So the meanings of the Obiya. You know, shows the We'll see what happens later. So number one, let's describe the type of sin. One shall no shake. In the faith, in my Messiah, come. So, as Hashem says, no shake, you are going to look and die. You are really to think about. You're putting the camera in the wrong place. I mean, the Dilma, the Kamha, Azam, Zana, but that's not a social. You're going to die. The people also got you. The same was Akitsu Vanya Shoglaka, the Arab 21. So what's it saying? It's positive this phrase. So the last shot will to sleep in the dust of Akitsu, one of the sleepers flash house. It's a really good stage. So go on, it's in checking the cast. Maybe that's a break to the cast, but the cast has their top right. You can get cast coming back right. Top up from a segregation, right? That's the value of drivers. So we got the specific episodes. Next, in shape 2, it says, if you get that TI approach, homework the resident shows, don't get a 6-cent machine. So it was on the bus. Yeah, the bus was the shit. So it was on the place. Don't get a 6-cent show. the lips of those who speak the speak reference to that. Lips they remove during the reference to the reference that they speak. Więc listen, the people of which reactions was about the US lyrics to the meaning said to look at the meaning said to the meaning said yes, like the real somebody get back to somebody the lips of the dead and the what do the lips of the dead to the And when you die, while this one is going to go. Okay, so you know, so this one I'm going to look for the sugar right here. Right? The ranch is well for the kindness and the ranch has the voice. So it's just like, you know, ask which one I like to do. I don't know. Struggle with the things that I'm like. And how long will I say no to this thing? Which you know, in fact, so picture of a setup, it comes with your relatives, that's the most I mean, you're cheap, like one to die, but you're kind of so you want to go back to Kenya, I'm not really up to what I see. It doesn't that. See, yeah, it's sick for you. So you're actually saying like this. This is before separate hurricanes, I really feel it. I really fortress also. So I don't know. It's remember again, because sometimes he said, here's the resurrection. Here's the resurrection. And I feel I said to them, see, I prayed for last night. But then I at least said, yeah, I prayed for. But then I forced to tell them, before you tell them, I'm going to go. So I told them, so I can only make this and I told them, I'm going to pray. Sure, you know, there's a listen. And there's this funny, and Ticaris Nefashani Abonaba. So that's what it is. Double watching of Ticaris. Shiny double watching. Because says, I'm sorry. That's just the colloquial expression. Okay, kids are right. So that's it. You don't look this door. It's the colors. The colors don't look like the colors. They're like the Kiba. The Kiba is every double washing. The colors, you cut off in the smoke. The colors, they want to come. They're like Kiba, they're like small. But look right now, as I show you, they're going to look for yourself. The Christ says is last thing you will show will be cut off. If you show shot of one leash, out of the three words, will click on the expression will be cut off. There's no other way. So there's a beautiful dagger, and I'll look this all over my flag. But we cut off in this world. We cut it the over my ball. So that's why we cut it, right? We cut we want to come. And we cut it the colors. These are all the colors of the Adam. This is the first thing the color speaks. Okay? Being a Bishma and a Akiva, I will not fall my Akiva, but both people the Kiva Bishma. What did you phrase of Abba the king saying this is beautiful. Yako, Akiva, Asachuva, you might have thought this here, be cut off, even if it's Chuva. So the Gemara says, when is the sin cut off? Only when it's Abba, when the sin remains within him. Allah, the Gemara says, Allah is not Shabanaba. Not having sin is correct is when the sin remains within him. And if the sin does Shubha, then ultimately he is not cut off. We kind of what they say. So really fascinating. So again, the point that you begin to see is, we mentioned this way, there's really one concept that says there's pessimism. What we have is a series of biblical, actually say calamitous, not biblical illusions. Telling you receiving different delusions, different things, different ideas. Beautiful. That's what I finished it. Show us in this world. Show us. We are Pashra, Malkisha, everywhere. We are Pashra. Usually the podcast is the primary question of everywhere. I'm not missing coverage of sushi. Like some places that the culture is the kings, the color is the kings. So this is not a, this is not like a, this is the color, you start with it, but how does a particular person, but this was more of the other shots as you see it, you see the shots, you see one, your title, and everything else, and then people. So Cleopatra asks Vladimir, She said, I know that the dead will come back to life. I'm sorry, I know that the living will die. Let's assume their case and all that. I know sometimes. I know that the living will come back to life. The doctor said, I was interested in this, right? It's the doctor. I knew you guys in this. I'm going to take them to go back to life. She goes to the house and we have 6 in the year. It's a cause. Because again, the Pasuk says that literally it will sprout up from the sea and from the future life, like the grass comes out of the earth. So what was the thing? This Pasuk is actually not quoted in our previous conversations, but Cleopatra quotes this Pasuk from Tehillim. Like, so I know that the day will come back to life. So what's the Shaila? Ella, Kishem, Omidin, Arun, Omimadu Shein, fascinating. When the dead come back to life, do they come back unclothed or do they come back in their clothing? We've got to know. So I'm not. So he marries his back to Cleopatra. Kavakoma Nikita, Kavakoma from a flame of the house. So the Gemara says, Umakita should be put out of Rumon. So the Kavita, right? The green is buried unclothed. What if I mean? When you burn wheat kernels, when you plant the seed, it's just the seed. There's nothing else but the seed. And yet, Yotza become a revolution. Then it comes out with many layers of clothing. Now, what does that mean, many layers of clothing? That means that again, the kernel itself has many layers. That is a husk. It has different things on top of it. So you see, anywhere it goes, just like the seed goes into the first unclothed. Ultimately, again, it comes out with many layers. So we might just tzaddikim Shem Kvarim V'Nekurim Shem. But tzaddikim ultimately again, who are buried in their clothing, Allah has come and come. Tzaddik ultimately again is buried now, not that clothing, but that thing for betrayals. So tzaddik is buried in clothing, all the more so he will come out clothed as well. So it's such a fascinating. First of all, you just establish a fascination question. And then again, I believe I mentioned it again, how exactly does this work? So again, come out of what is it? Clothing. So it's interesting also because the clothing. Just don't see it so far as a little mystery. Like this is God, and for all these people that come on we show ourselves in the show. And all times that you're clothing these lights, that you're clothing lights.
Miss Aquarius.
Oh, it's sad. You heard about that at the airport?
Yes, ma'am.
Then all these cancellations with delays and stuff. Looking at the blogs, girl, they was going from Florida. They had to drive. I'm going to from Florida, Orlando, Florida, to Buffalo, and they had to go home. They had to get a rental car from the bush because their bags was sent to Buffalo instead of Ohio. So they had like 2-3 up there in the rental car. And stay they drove home. They had to drive to Buffalo, get their bags, and they drove home.
That's why. Now, I heard what you said. They drove from Orlando to Buffalo because of what happened at LaGuardia. Were these friends of yours? Oh, a blogger.
They was on vacation in Orlando from next to the LaGuardia Airport. So this is way before this happened. So they've been there for a whole week. My dad was doing baseball. So I think they were yesterday or something like that, trying to get on the plane. But their bags had already been on, and then they had delays. So they wasn't going to get on to like they didn't go in. So that's how it happened. They got into that. They didn't have to do that. They've been in Atlanta for a whole week.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
Hartsfield? Oh yeah, you did. What am I talking about? Yeah, not Atlanta. Yeah, no, I know you. I got you. Okay. Okay. Did you work at Hartsfield? And you met T.I. Oh, dude, how was Queen Latifah? Very cool. Very cool. I know. He's got a thing for you, Miss Aquarius. All right.
And you have to go all in on her. Like, this is between you and T.I. This dude ain't have no business. They ain't going to go on and try to this. I ain't having to do that. She ain't doing that. 50 Cent got some issues with her life. He really do.
Let's see here. Curtis Jackson. Gotta get his stuff together. Curtis Jackson, when you watch this stream in the future, you need to calm the F down, according to Miss Aquarius, according to Rabbi. All right, Miss Aquarius, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Tell me, you need to calm down.
You know it's bad that Miss Aquarius is getting after you, Mr. Jackson.
They said it's what you do though. You just don't hear everybody. Why you just don't rap? Why you just got the word on paper?
Nice spare. He's making documentaries now, isn't he?
What is doing, baby? You know, just go in on people, just attack people for no reason.
Give me this. So you what? He had some hits. So you what? He had some hits back in the day.
Yeah, well, all that stuff you take people. How you take that stuff and take it? It don't make sense, that.
You would figure he was shot, what, 9 times? You would think that he'd have his stuff figured out, not to cause beef.
Right. And then you got to put T.I.'s like in y'all beef. Like, everything they had, then you want to go in and kill them. You just take it off for somebody. They don't say something about it. You know, they got other stuff to do. You gotta get yourself together. I don't care. They sure. They talk about it.
Is this T.I.'s son is king?
and half person
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
open in streets. Next day,
Tell somebody no.
comes complete
I don't know what you said. I don't know.
transformed from earth into flesh. Shema Kamar is loving it, but let's go to
I
the
don't know what you said. I just know that he
all of
protected her.
Nice strike. That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Get it, Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius. That was phenomenal. That put
He's right there. He can come in, okay?
calm down. I'll be with you in a moment, my man. You're not done. You're not done. So I know you're excited to tell me that you're done. But my man, you're not done. You had 30 different social media platforms to create. How many did you create? Okay, but you got to do them all, my friend. So continue to work on them. If you need help or you have questions, come back to me. But I don't want to, we're not moving on to the next step until you have at least 27 of the 30 done. So just continue to work on them. Absolutely, 100%. Exactly. If you have trouble, that's okay. Move on to the next one. Excellent, my friend. Miss Aquarius, excellent work. You're welcome. You're welcome. Oh, Miss Aquarius, I have this conversation quite often with people. Nice bear. Basically, here's what I tell you. All these guys come in from Africa, and they're like, hey, I need money. And I say, that's cool. Don't we all? Why don't you market yourself better, and then you can make money by marketing? And they say, okay, how do I do that? So I send them a list of the top 30 different social medias that are available. And I say, create these. Once you create them, you can go into different places and say, hey, I will promote your project on my social media for XYZ amount of money. They say, that sounds great. They get the list. It's got 30 different things on it, which is a lot of work. And it takes a few days to do. But they all think that they're done after doing 4 or 5 of them. And I said, no. I already knew you're not done, so I'm not sweating. Give it to me. Oh, man. Miss Aquarius, you had a really good game of last year. You got 3 strikes in a row or something? You're welcome. Get it. Folks, Miss Aquarius is evolving into a Super Bowler. Not just a regular bowler, but a Super Bowler. Super Bowler, folks. Give it to me. All right, this is the toughest. This is tough. Ooh. Word, girl. No doubt.
How does every birth start? There wasn't life, and then life occurs. So you see by
I'm going as fast as I can. That's not good. Give me this. Ooh. Almost. What a strike. This game's over, folks. Miss Aquarius won both of them. No doubt. No doubt, folks. Get it. Oh, folks, if you're watching at home, this woman is untouchable. No one's touching her right now. Get it. It's over. This game is over, folks. Oh, she is the queen of the lanes. Nice job, Miss Aquarius. Thank you, madam. Alrighty, you. You got a big day tomorrow. Sweet dreams to you. Absolutely, I'll be here. Sweet dreams to you, and we will talk tomorrow, God willing, okay?
Okay.
I heard it was hilarious. It was like you were my security.
I wasn't trying to be your security. I know you just don't talk to people when you're playing games.
He was all excited. I knew he was coming. He had sent me some messages on Twitter. They just came in while we were playing bowling. So I kind of expected him to come in.
Okay, well, I won't say anything.
No, you're perfect. You were perfect. You were perfect. Were and
He was
are.
excited. He was excited.
That's right. All right, Miss Aquarius. Sweet dreams to you. God willing. Thank you.
So the people of Africa come with a big program against the Jews. Not the praise, so now up to now, God is listening. It's not like that. There is nothing new and religious. Ain't published by us, Hashem. Right? So before there was a hate, right, to make sure it was different. Before there were any of these other mechanisms, the issues in the world was always being their legal claims against the Jewish people to say they don't own the land. By the way, Africa is a pretty big place. Africa is a pretty big place. And it's a cell, not so big. Not so big. And you wonder again, what does Africa need with Israel? What do they need? They need another desert. Again, listen, this is the chaos of the world. The chaos of the world is they cannot leave from Israel alone. They cannot, because the world can't bear that Jews, that's it again. It puts us to say that we like to do that the world is strange. And we don't love each other, and we send it to each other, and let's just clearly again, that illusion has been built this way. Let's just see that that's the way it is. And again, it's actually very funny. The world can't, for some reason, can't be so low that Jews have something. All the words are just to defend themselves, or just to stand up for themselves. Right? So yes, we come upon each other today. Canadians are what's and again, if we interact with each other, these are from Africans. They say, LS Canada It says that the land of Canaan is free to be in all of the boundaries, all of the boundaries. The Canaan, so they will scan Canaan as part of essentially Africa. And it was their Africa. Canaan is included in this as well. The Canaan are doing the Canaan of Israel. Canaan is our father. Right? Remember again, Canaan because the father of fish, of crime. So the Africans say this is our father. So because it is our father, we own this land. So as I said again, so this was just again. This was a clean what before Alexander the Great. The Jews after our defending coming to those Canaan, or as Israel. How do we live this up? So we live this is for one reason. To me, the issue is really let me argue this case on behalf of the Jewish people. Now watch this.
shit.
Like, in your stream, I mean, I go show you this out. So if I lose, the good thing is, it's living the sport because if you just say, you know, how do you say, the discipline is very easy. You work out the seesaw, there is nothing less than right as one of the local stages. But for example, you got all those like that. Therefore, it says, if I lose the case, none of the big deal. Because whatever, if you just say, I'm here and you represent this, right? Just say, yeah, right? The African thing is people just a regular guy. When I hear and say, I mean, if I win the case, I'm going to go ahead and say, Torah's motion exactly. If you were not the attributed to me, I would be attributed to Torah. But you also, by the way, just begin to see the beauty and the power of the personality of the view of the society. That all of this was really about Torah. This is not a responsibility. The view of this is a soul self as a vessel of the Holy Ghost. So if I lose, the loss is mine. But if I win, the win is the return of Shalom. It's incredibly selfless. Okay, so that's the interest of Allah. Okay, so we get explanation from the Rabbanim. He represents Christ of Funded Alexander the Great. Go ahead. Amazing happened to be in that. So he says to the Africans, where you bring your food from? I will never let them. They were there. He just said it. Anyway, I knew I'll be up on my element. I also knew I'll be told what the position or not. But you know, all the Kenyan, Evan, Abba, and Yerabab. Kenyan is cursed, and Kenyan should be slaves to his brothers. If that's the case, Evan should so again. Hebron is here. He said to the children of Canaan, Canaan is cursed. Canaan and Abadi. Evan Shekona Abadi Nefasi. Evan will be Nefasi. If an Evan acquires property, who is the property belongs to? It doesn't matter who does the Evan himself belong to. Hello, not only that, I shall kill Shem about a tunnel. So furthermore, again, you guys owe us that service, right? Because we're the slaves for God Israel, and what? We are not doing what good for you. So not only do you not owe land, right, but we owe you, and you owe us back for all of your delivery service. Okay, so what happened? I mean, Alexander Malta, Zero Shiva. So Alexander, we have to do you, let's say, what's your response? I mean, let's see the response to Shiva. So it says, Alexander, give us 3 days. Give us 3 days to come back to the answer. You also know it's money. Give them the time, but give them a much of Shiva. So ultimately, they were straight. But they still have fines in the ocean. You're not talking. You have to go to another. And what happened? They usually start to say the shade fields. They kind of the shade fields. You're not kind of looking at doing the fishing fields. Like, start to again. They're living in, right now, it's sort of they're living there. They're getting a hat with them. They're looking at this and so they left. They ran away. And they left behind leading fields. And leading fields. And you know what it says? The Oisa Shah. She was Isa. Oisa Shmipia. Oisa Shmipia. So not only did Christ succeed, but ultimately, Klal Yisrael would have had and Baruch Hashem had from where to sustain themselves even during the Shemitah year. So again, what's the say? It's a fascinating story. What's the takeaway message? Fascinating curiosity. Number one, the Jews should not be bashful or apologetic about what is ours. What is ours? We have very little in this world, and the little bit that we have is ours, and we should not be ashamed to claim it, and we should not be ashamed to assert our ownership over it. We should be apologetic about the fact that it's finally being for us, and diligently not to give it to others. When Jews are apologetic, so ultimately, again, that weakness is exploited and constantly. When Jews are proud, when Jews are direct, and when Jews assert their sovereignty over that which is ours, that is when things come together. Number 2, when you do things not for self-serving, egotistic, or egocentric purposes, but you do things for others, that's what it is like. There's no delicacy, so let's say, I want to point something out, by the way. If you think about it, it's interesting to know, just like the view that she's secure, like a whole chaperone. Right? Like, welcome to my business. It says you have no sometimes this way, so he doesn't know, he goes a puzzle. Like, it's not a complicated drasha. It's not a complicated drasha. Why couldn't other people come up with this? I don't know what the answer is, but at a very simple level, the deep emphasis made it very simple. Like, it's not about me. It's not about you. This is about what is going on show. When you do things for the right purposes, specifically for the common purpose, things come together. Be unapologetic about what is ours, and then the two do things for the right purposes, and things come together. Next, another thing scratching me. What is doing the same level in Israel for Alexander Mokher? So let's go, what the Egyptians, what the Corpus. That's like this news stories that nations of the world bring evil proceedings against the Jewish people. It's not true. It's not true. The Africans did it. The Africans did it. So again, we got the claims of Jonah. This passage doesn't see how the world is so certain, right? Who was at the forefront of the claims of genocide against the state of Israel? South Africa. I want you to just bring everything to see certain things just are the way that they are. And while it's nice to think that the world changes, it really doesn't. The only thing that changes is us. The world very much stays the same, especially in the future for clubs. So moving on, the next point is, who else not going to follow Alexander the Great? Egypt. Egypt. Hold on. I'm in the old man. Sorry, man. But Shem was going to my baby, which I actually knew. To move on with Gaza was actually a the money. So the Egyptians were like, oh, it's actually pretty clean. Right? So the Pasuk says, when we left Mitzrayim, the Pasuk says, we know who you are, not coming up against that. The Pasuk says, Hashem gave the favor of God Israel in the eyes of the Egyptians by Yashinim. Now, by Yashinim literally means they borrow. They borrow. Now, there's different ways to interpret that word. Some say they ask, and others say it means borrow. Now, the Egyptians are clearly coming with that idea that it means borrow, which means God Israel borrowed a whole lot of silver and gold from the Egyptians, which the Egyptians say, so happy to have rented to you, right? We'd like our stuff back. We'd like our stuff back. Okay? So the Gemara says, I'm going to read about the Sisa. So the read about the Sisa says, that the Harim 2 years later for other people. The Gemara Alexander, so the read about the Sisa says, do me a favor, touch the rabbis, I'll deal with this. Give me your choice, I'll deal with this. And that's when once again, I'm moving on. I make sure that I'm exactly. So if I'm successful, I'm sorry, if they are victorious. If they win the case over me, so once again, it's not a big deal because people would just say, this guy can give me the seesaw, he's a hiker, he's just a regular guy. And in our new Eretz for someone, if I'm successful, on the other hand, Thomas Moshe Rabbeinu Yitzchak. And ultimately, the glory will be given not to me, but the glory will be given ultimately again to our Holy Father. Not so it's just, very much. Okay, so we give the seesaw, shows up the basement, and we adjudicate the case with the Egyptians. Okay, I'm alive. The name come up to me being light up. Egyptians, what's your eye? What's your proof? I'm alive. That's all right. I'm alive. So I get the Egyptians by Ashim. He borrowed stuff from us. So, okay, I get you back. I have to go back. You know, I want to step back. So the women see, I'm alive. I need to I'll be like a liar out of your Torah. I want to bring you from the Torah. Shalom, Moshe and Israel, Hashem Yashim Mitzrayim, Shloshim Shana Ba'azam Me'os Shana. The Jews were in Egypt for 430 years. And 430 years when they went back to the Torah, from the Kivas Yitzchak. So we live for 430 years. To move on, Schar Avoda, Sheshishim Rivo, Sheshiva Again Mitzrayim, Shloshim Ba'azam Me'os Shana. So here the sisters have no problem. If you want to make an accounting, how do you make an accounting? You say we owe you the gold and silver that we borrowed. Okay, we also owe it back wages for 600,000 men we work for 430 years. Let's just know what piece of coins become over here. Right, let's settle up. Let's settle up. Back wages for 430 years for 500,000 people. And we're happy to go ahead and settle up with you. So what happens? So Alexander Mokher, that's your Shiva. Sends out the Saxon, your sense of Egyptian, what do you have to say? On the right, so you know this much Shloshim. So you have 3 days worth to come back. So that's how Shloshim. So you have some of my hand in Islam, but we will not say Shiva. So I can look at the search for 3 days, they couldn't find an answer. מיד העיפו סבא סיים כשהם זירות, וחנה כשהם קלוס ובחוץ. ורק בהן הפירות, והלוי פירות, לוי פירות, והאור השמש ויסייסה, אלה רוצה שנהיה, וכאן אנחנו סיג'ים של בן חדש, ועושה את כל הפעמים שלנו. Why is it that all the attitude right? Why is come back to be there, right? And say, you know what, you're not the answer. And I say, because here's the difference. At the end of the day, when you're arguing for MS, if you don't have an answer, you come back and you can say, you know, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer. But you recognize that what you're doing is smoking mirrors. And only attempt to rob people of what it's like to be nice, you don't even have the backbone to show back up. And that's what we want to do. He's what you're saying. Like, because if you're real, because again, listen, in every court case, someone wins, someone loses. That's the way it works. Again, all you want is just a fair shake, recognizing that you might win, you might lose. When you can't even show back up, when you can't even show your face again, when you can't even follow back up, that shows the emptiness of your claims to be doing so profound. You want to shoot out of us. Look at your schmucks. That's incredible. Okay, listen, this is good. So everybody is jumping on the bandwagon everywhere. So here comes. Sons of Yishmael, make it too rough. Lodging in so it's outside just like that. So what's Yishmael's place? What's that? Eretz Kinaan Shalom. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Right? So the Yishmael say, Eretz Kinaan is ours. So what happened? Well, that's the idea. It's interesting. Yishmael comes with a different thing. They say Eretz Shalom is Shalachem. Right? So it's interesting. Yishmael in this context says, we're not saying it's solely ours, we're saying it's also ours. Right? This is very different, right? Africans claim all ours, right? Canaan claims, right? This is what I'm trying to walk it backwards, right? It wasn't money. But at the end of the day, so it's interesting, Yishmael, and we see why it's also clear. So Yishmael says, we're not claiming it's all ours, we're just claiming the partners of it. The partners of it, why? So Yishmael says, so again, what's Yishmael's claim? By the way, Yishmael's claim is not about claim. Right? Like Yishmael's claim, you also talking about it. You also talking about the land was given to Abram, you can't talk about Abram. So why should we not have a share in Eretz Canaan? So once again, I don't know if this is not from to me, which is going to look at everyone in mind. Okay, outside the left though, so once again, you beat to the seesaw. Come on, let me do this. I'll do it. I'll adjudicate it. I'll do it. In the next room, I'm going to have to shut up on this after. Give me my son. I'm going to have to tell us no shit out here in this after. So, so he says, if I lose, they defeat the economy. If I win, it's Torah that has won the victory. So what happens? I'm going to have so he says to the Yishmael, what's your Adam? What's your proof? I'm going to Torah. I'm going to say, we just quoted it. We are also the children of the Lord. I'm going to Torah. I was reading about Shemai, anybody say so. That he did Abram was Josh along Yitzchak. Abram gave everything over Yitzchak. In the day after that, Shema showing up on the son Abram Matanos. And Abram gave, in fact, the children of the concubines, the naked Torah, he gave them Matanos. And then it says, Vayishalachim le'al Yitzchak b'no. He sent them away. He sent them away. Abram says, Nasa Abram the one of the Chayim, the Shigas and the Alzeh. One is each Lazeh Alzeh free. Like a father gives gifts to a son, and then sends that son away. Does the sent away son have any claims on the primary son? Of course not. Essentially what the sister says, what are you guys talking about? If I Abram be Yishmael, and the other sons of the concubines, and then what do? He sends them away. And what does that mean? He says, this is yours, I love you, unless I do love you, right? That's what he's sort of from the Gemara with Yaakov. I mean, because I have two sons, I love them both, Yishmael, I love you, and that's how I'm giving you stuff, and I'm sending you away. You have a different destiny than Yitzchak. So the Gemara says as follows, my matters, by the way, my matters, a lot of Shemas, a lot of Shem Tumah. Again, he gave them sorcery, even sorcery. So he wants to therefore get an interesting level, so I want to point out. What's fascinating about that story, if you notice, the conversation ends there. Right? It's not like the Egyptians say, no, I'm sorry, Yishmael says, we need 3 days in order to come back. the idea that the Sisa's Raya was so compelling, it was like a mic drop. That was the end of the story right then and there. Yes, your father is the son of Aaron Avinu. And Avram loved your father as well. But Avram gave your father gifts, he gave him stuff, and then he sent them away. When a father sends a son away, that means he doesn't want the second son to have anything to do with the first son. Hashem did not want Yitzchak, and Adi did not want Yitzchak and Yishmael. Actually, Avram did want Yitzchak and Yishmael to work together. Sarah didn't. Hashem said to Avram, listen to Sarah. And therefore, again, to be able to listen to says, you have your own Yishmael. You have Yishmael. You have your Caleb in Eretz Yisrael. That's the end of the story. If you notice that it's the very this version of the story, Yishmael accepts it. There's no let us get back to you, and the story is over. Absolutely incredible. I guess we'll have to we're fine. We'll start the game for today. Again, okay, yes, so you can constantly go any faster. You can't go any faster. There's too much we can start over there. So we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up again from the bottom of Talk About It tomorrow. More incredible, dramatic, and overwhelming tomorrow. Strap on your legs.
No, I don't like the apps. No. Usually it's strip club.
Focus over here. Oh, you're trying to find a good girl at a strip club?
Well, sometimes you can find a good one.
Have you ever found a good one at a strip club?
Yeah. My mom actually works in one of the major clubs.
With the strip clubs.
Well, she does not strip. I want to make that clear. She is a VI boat, and a V boat.
Everybody wanted her to be like a 35-year-old stripper that shoots people.
All right, good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip. We thank our Tomato sponsors for Action Day. Hey, the Hilton is welcome very short for dedicating all the shul instructions this year as his host for the Soros Tomos from the Soros. Tomato sponsors for the month of Hadar. Bargain with Torah Tari and Steve Sim, loving memory of Tari's father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch, Ben Yossi Hakoin, and the Ziv Levin and Berman Sanders, in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Ziv Ben Shmuel Yisrael Zikori, Babiota, and Mertavat Hamatora. All of the Nisham Savna, the families in the Hama, all those who were Jewish, having from the home from Israel, Hashem Shemir, Hashem bring home all of our hostages and allow our soldiers to be successful for full Maasi. Let's be back. Let us begin. Today's daf is Tzaddik out of 91. You have a little but we're going to make it. Because it's not on Tzaddik on the days 90 days. I got his countdown from the top. So we are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 12 lines down from the top. So again, in Shiva and Shul, there's other color. Just remember again, we're in the sugya of trying to find some type of scriptural allusion to the SMS. Right? So we're going to get to the color. So what we ended up with yesterday is a passage that says, "When the Satan remember as Trumas Hashem Aaron Akol, you shall give Truma to Aaron." So I remember it's very interesting. Aaron received many things in life. The one thing he never ever received was Truma. Why? Because Truma was the head of the Eretz Yisrael, and Aaron never made it into Eretz Yisrael. So at the end of the day, what do you see? That ultimately, again, you give Truma to Aaron. So remember again, it must be at the possible things that Tnes Amesi. So the Gemara says, the Gemara goes like, the very short time, Aaron. So what does it mean? You have to give Truma to someone like Aaron. Meaning what? Ma Aaron Chaver, Achon Chaver. Just like Aaron is a Chaver, right? Just like Aaron against the Talmid Chacham, and therefore knows how to go ahead and deal with Truma in the appropriate way. So too again, in general, you have to give Talmid Chaver. I'm going to show I'm going to go with some. Nice shame that's in Truma the Kohen Amaris. How do you know that you can't give Truma to a Kohen who is ignorant? Shene'enar, V'yam Yoshe Yishalayim, Moshe, Manash, Kohen Rebim, and Yechas, Yachziku, B'Toras Hashem. Because again, the way the Pasuk phrases it is, you give the Ba'alim Torah, that they should be strong in the Torah of the Ribono Shel Olam. So, Machaz Kol Maksik B'Toras Hashem, whoever is holding literally in the Torah of the Ribono Shel Olam, Yesh Lo has a portion in Truma, She'ena Maksik B'Toras Hashem, whoever is not holding strong in the Torah of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in Lo Minas, does not have a portion. Again, I will say this, as you're going to see, this is not as much punitive as it is just very important because Truma has a lot of details, Truma has a lot of obligations, and misuse of Truma is one of the things. That's not the wrong place. Amr Bachara and Amr Bida. For those who do the Queen Aretz, that we kiss Truma to a coin using Amr Aretz, to no stone for me Ari. It's as if he gives it to a lion. Ma'ari suffix going slow or suffix in the very slow. But when you put food in front of a lion, there's a suffix. Will repair the part to eat it for them. Halfway on the other suffix, of the para, suffix of the fear. So it's like when you do something, you do too much of a coin on the other suffix. Will he eat it in a state of ritual purity? Will he eat it in a state of ritual purity? And Yochanan says, according to Misa. One who's too much of a coin on the other is causing the death of that coin. How is that? First, you get him out. Mason both here coming with the as mentioned before, that misuse of Truma is a sin death penalty. You give Truma to a coin, it doesn't have healing to appropriate simply because the water is causing death to that particular coin. So you are very much in the color. After a seal of a Ashma, you can cause the coin to buy the Shema, and the seal also of an Ashma of a Kasher. So what's really fascinating about all of this is just a very interesting motif how. Again, in these cases, you would think that giving Truma to the coin, of course, is an objective chesed. So giving Truma to the coin is only a chesed, is only something good if the coin knows what to do with it. If he doesn't know how to handle the gift, then not only is it not a chesed, but in fact it's a liability for him. A tremendously so good life as well about him giving out to be so parenting, about giving children things. It's a beautiful bracha for a parent to give children something as long as what? The child knows how to handle it. To give a child something that is the biggest sort of technology, because in many areas, to give a child something that is just don't know what to do with it. It's not that they don't give, but instead it's creating tremendous liability. Mine was like, kind of, and Sarah says, United States is missing a part. Where do we find, again, a biblical allusion to Tefillah? Shinemar, the Ghana Kimosi as priest is very interesting. The Eton Lasis Lohem as Kinan. The Pasuk says, and I will establish, I will uphold my brisman covenant with them to give to them, Lohem, to them, right? Does Lachem Lo Nehemar Elo Lahem. This is very interesting. The Pasuk doesn't say, the Pasuk doesn't say, I'm upholding my covenant to give you Lachem, rather it says Lahem, to them. Who is Rashi, it's the Rashi on the right side, without the halfway down, Elohim, the Mashal Shekhiach HaKadosh La'Avosinu, Avram Yitzchak Yaakov, Sheyufi Lachem Eretz Yisrael. So the pasuk in society has such an extreme way to read the pasuk that again, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu was talking to Am Yisrael who was alive at the time, it would use the lashon of what? Of lachem, to you. Lachem means to them. Who's the them? The Gemara was going to proclaim to Avram Yitzchak Yaakov. Even if Am Yisrael Yaakov, they were dead. They were long dead by the time they went to Egypt. King of Israel. I would rather what do you see? But ultimately, I get Avram Yitzchak and Yaakov. Yours receive Eretz Yisrael. What does that show you? Yes, I see. Yes, I see. So the Gemara says, you get fine. You can't guess missing that Torah. Beautiful. Show me this over here. What's this? The meaning. Yeah, what is the meaning? I mean, it's like an happy God. Someone doesn't believe. Now, we're going to see. We use the terms in stories. One to see, in fact, we really refer to different levels of politics. I should say, people who don't believe in certain things, in certain things. Shaul means what we're going to be on. So the meaning is what we're going to be on. You know, Shaul is like the Chayim Nisim. And where do you want to be like when brings back the dead? All of that, you know, Torah, got a beating, you have incredible. That's I'm going to bring you a proof. We're getting super. They'll kill all of them in those proofs. They rejected. We'll see what happens. We're not Torah. So number one, what's the guy in that Torah? It said, "Whenever Shem Moshe, Hincha Shokhet Imav Zecha V'Kam." This is pretty explicit. Hashem says to Moshe, "You are going to literally again die. You know, maybe your forefathers become, and you are going to arise." Wow, pretty explicit. Yes, amazing. So how did we disprove it? No. They said, "Gamino, you're putting the comma in the wrong place." Abulo, the Dilma, the Kam Ha'am Hazet Zana. No, we read the pasuk is as follows: Moshe, you're going to die, and after you die, the Kam Ha'am Hazet Zana. The people are going to rebel. When you die, the people worship idolatry. The Kam is not going on Moshe, but rather the Kam is going on who? On the people. Incredible. So the Moshe Minanadim. Okay, so they rejected that first proof. Next, Minanadim. What's the proof from Rabbi? It says, "You Yosecha Nivasi Komu Akitu Running Shokne Afar Kital Oros Talaka Be'aretz Refied People." So what's this in this passage? What do you see this phrase? Phrase you see Akitu Running Shokne Afar. Those who sleep in the dust will once again wake up. Akitu Running and will sing praise to Hashem. It's a pretty clear statement. The Vilma, Esim Sheki and Chesma. Maybe that's referring to the dead that Yecheskel brought back to life. Who did Yecheskel bring back to life? That's the Yetzamal Sedation, right? That's the valley of dry bones. So maybe that's a specific episode. Next, we're not when it comes to the Siv, if you catch up Yain Tov, only if you're going to be Sharon, Dovave Sifsei Yishim. See what was in the puzzle? Yeah, the puzzle was referencing Shia Shirim. Literally again, that phrase, Dovave Sifsei Yishim. The lips of those who sleep will move. Sleep a reference to death. Lips they will move, doing a reference that once again will speak. Yes, listen. The Dilma of pushing reactions for say the Alma. So the meaning said, the meaning said to the meaning is a subject, maybe that's referring to the fact that sometimes the lips of the dead move in the grave. Now, when do the lips of the dead move in the grave? So, it's the Yochanan, so the government of Yochanan said, you should have shown me so beautiful. Whenever when a person dies, if someone says over a halacha, now by the way, halacha doesn't just have to mean a halacha. What that means is when a person dies and someone says over a piece of their Torah in this world, the deceased's lips move in the grave. So you know what it says? I'm sorry. It's a really beautiful idea. First off, this idea that when a person leaves over Torah, a person leaves over lessons for their families, a person leaves over Yisodos that are sent over even after they are no longer alive by definition. It gives them a continued key, continued life, continued reality in this world. So it comes to dies, someone says over the Torah, someone says over these things, someone says over these things. So it's incredible. I show you about that. So the meaning, you have to believe anything that everybody said. I show you the real gave them over the following idea, all the following idea. Hashem Yishbah, Hashem Lavosechem, Vaseis Lahem. So I'm going to reference our still again. That Hashem has sworn to give over to you. Now it's actually saying to them. Lachem lo lem, right? It doesn't say Hashem is giving over to you. Rather, what does it say? Ella Lachem. To them. Become a Tchesamesim in HaTorah. So from where you see it, it's the Tchesamesim min HaTorah. Again, the giving over to them. Who's the them? The assumption. This is Avram Yitzchak. So from where you see it, this is allusion to this idea that Hashem gives back that again the 10 will come back to. Incredible. You're showing me because others say, I'm going to come from different places. It's so beautiful. Others say, that some literally translated what is it? And you cling to Hashem in your power, like and so the things that I translate is will live fully today, fully alive. Sheep the kind of cool thing I know. That's obvious. Especially was talking to them. Of course, they're like, Ella, you will be oh shit. Even at a time when everyone else is dead, you will be alive. So the idea that we must really possibly, I feel like it's actually and ultimately, again, you can interrupt the trial through time to come to you. Hayom means you will come back to life. And even on the day where everyone else is dead, you will come back to life. Such a beautiful and incredible soul. So the Rose like Shalom. There's much to say about that lifetime on. I'll come back to it.